With old Master Qin speaking, everyone moved towards the small villa. Qin Yi and Su Yan walked behind, unloading items from the cabin. Qin Yi was carrying a large fruit basket in one hand and 3 big gift boxes in the other. Su Yan wanted to help, but Qin Yi wouldn't let her. Mr. Qin's assistant, Li Xiong, came over to help Qin Yi carry something. However, Qin Yi pointed to the helicopter, indicating there were 2 more boxes that he needed help with. That basket of fruit must weigh at least 30 pounds. Although it was covered with a cloth, it was clear that the fruits were fresh, as if they had just been picked from the tree. It's hard for ordinary people to get such fruit these days, and even the big shots at the base find it difficult. Seeing Qin's daughter-in-law arrive with such a large basket made others envious. The 2 older ladies not only envied the daughter-in-law for having fruit but also for her beauty, and even more for having a pair of twins. Feeling a bit sour, they regretted looking at the scene, which was now bothering them. They decided not to keep their envy to themselves and wanted others to feel the same. Soon, the 2 ladies spread the news around the base that General Qin's grandson had returned with his wife, and not just that, but they also had a pair of twins. Qin Jiyu welcomed the elderly lady into the living room and sat with her. Gu Xiulin, holding her granddaughter, could only watch as Qin Yi went to make tea for everyone. Gu Xiulin patted the sofa beside her, inviting Su Yan to sit next to her. Qin Binghua adjusted the small generator's wiring and turned on the air conditioning before washing his hands and joining them. "Hello, Mrs. Sheng. Oh, it's Binghua. You haven't changed a bit since a few years ago." Mrs. Sheng rarely appeared in the capital, and only a few familiar faces recognized her, with the Qin family being one of them. After all, why would General Sheng favor Qin Yi and want to train him as a successor? It was because he had watched him grow up and knew his character well. "This must be Su Yan? Welcome home, Dad." Su Yan stood up respectfully and then quietly told Little Wei, who was being held by Gu Xiulin, that it was Grandpa. "Grandpa, hello, I'm Xiao Wei. Haha, Xiao Wei is so good." Little Wei spoke in short sentences, which was impressive considering she was still a month away from her first birthday. "Grandpa, I'm Xiao Rui." "Oh, Xiao Rui is also good." Can Grandpa hold Xiao Rui? Without waiting for an answer, Qin Binghua reached over and took the grandson from the elderly gentleman. He didn't dare to compete with Gu Xiulin, but he felt bold enough to take from the old man. Qin Yi made tea for everyone, and they all listened to Grandpa Qin and Grandma chat. The 2 little ones were bored, watching the adults talk about things they didn't quite understand, and wanted to play since they had already spotted a pile of toys. Gu Xiulin noticed the kids looking over there and took them to play, finally able to spend time with both grandchildren at once. It was almost time, so Gu Binghua went to prepare lunch while Qin Yi helped out. Su Yan wanted to lend a hand, but Gu Xiulin pulled her away to watch the kids while she went to the kitchen. Lunch was very lavish, and it was rare for the Qin family to have such a lively meal. Everyone was happy except for Su Yan, who felt a bit out of place. She wasn't used to being around so many people and felt lost since it wasn't a familiar environment. After lunch, Qin Yi used the excuse of the kids needing a nap to take them back to the room while he stayed with Grandma. "You young people have things to do. I can take care of myself. Your mom has already helped me get familiar with the room. Don't worry about me. If I want to go out, I'll ask Xiulin to accompany me." "That's right. You spend time with your wife, and I'll stay with Grandma. You don't need to be here. If you really have nothing to do, go find your grandpa and help him." "Okay." Qin Yi brought out a plate of fruit and then went to be with his wife. Finding something to do on his own? Is that even possible? "Yen Yen, I'll stay with you. If you're not comfortable here, we can go back to Zhongqing tonight. It's fine. We should at least stay for 2 days. Otherwise, your parents will feel bad. They are really nice. It's just that I'm still getting used to it." She got along well with her grandmother and didn't feel out of place at all. She could also talk a lot with Grandpa Qin and joke around. Is it easier to get along with grandparents? How about we leave the kids with Grandma and Mom, and I take you out for a walk? That sounds good. I want to explore. Do you know any good places here? If not, I can ask Hihi to check the map. I do. There's a place in the neighboring city that you'll like. Jade? Su Yan's eyes lit up. Going out would be better than staying at home feeling awkward, and she might find something valuable. The young couple quickly agreed. Take the kids to your mom and ask Grandma to come over. Okay, wait for me. Two little ones were lying comfortably on the bed when their unreliable dad picked one up and took them to the living room. Mom, you take care of the kids. I need to go out with Yen Yen for a bit. Grandma, Yen Yen is looking for you. Okay, I'll go check. Sien gave the elderly lady a special space button filled with fruits, juices, various weapons, and even a cell repair solution. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? I'm going out with Qini soon. I don't feel safe without you nearby. Hugging the elderly lady's arm, Sien naturally acted a bit spoiled. What's the worry? You two can go out and have fun. This is old Master Qin's base. Who could harm me here? Just in case. This is a space button. You know how to use it, right? Did Grandpa not explain it to you? I prepared some emergency weapons inside for you. This will also help you store things. You're wasting gold again. I know these things are not cheap. They cost a fortune. Take it, try it out. Sien handed the small space button to the elderly lady. The elderly lady tried to use her mind to see what was inside, successfully taking things out and putting them back with ease. Do you think I'm a prized possession that everyone wants? That's too much. Seeing the weapons inside, she realized they could equip several Special Forces soldiers. Suyen took out a needle. It's safer to bind it. You do it. I can't bring myself to poke you, this child. The elderly lady took the needle and quickly pricked her finger to draw a drop of blood. Once she bound the space button to herself, she felt relieved. After everything was set, the grandmother and granddaughter left the room. Qin Yi prepared the children's snacks, formula, bottles, and some toys, making sure everything was ready for his mom. Grandma, Mom, Yin Yen, and I are going out. Go ahead. Have fun. The two little ones glanced at their parents, used to being left alone to play while their parents went out. Now they had a grandmother and great-grandmother to keep them company, which was already great. From the moment they were born, the two little ones never cried for their mom or dad. As Su Yan and Qin Yi stepped out of their home, several curious onlookers peeked at the new bride nearby. She is really beautiful. She doesn't look like she lives in a harsh world. Her skin is fair and clean, and she doesn't have a drop of sweat on her face or body. What are you talking about? Can you even see if she has sweat on her? Look at her clothes. They're spotless and fresh. How could she have sweat? This heat doesn't seem to affect her at all. Why do some people look so good? Qin Yi is so lucky. Suyan had good hearing and caught a few words from the whispers around her, so she quickly got into the helicopter. Qin Yi couldn't stand others talking about his wife, but he didn't mind the compliments. Hold on tight. Let's go. Treat me like a rookie. Uh-huh. My wife is a veteran? Tell me whose veteran she is. Come on. After giving him a playful punch, the helicopter finally took off. The two were flying to the neighboring city, which was a jade production base, to check out the jade market. Let's go to the raw stone site. Suyen thought that not many people would want raw stones. Those searching for supplies usually picked up jade from shops instead. Plus, raw stones are large, and larger stones tend to be more valuable. Do you know how to choose raw stones? Don't worry, I'll scan them and see their value right away. That's right. This wasn't their first time doing this. They had used this method before when they were unsure about the authenticity of traded items. Qin Yi flew low, easily spotting many rooftops with signs, making it simple to find raw stone sites and gambling stone venues. Let's land here. This row is all raw stone sites. Okay. Just as she expected, no one was picking up the raw stones. There were piles of them, some stained from the flood period. But that was fine. Suyen took out 2 pairs of gloves and handed one to Qin Yi. Arrange the stones for me. It will be easier for me to hold them. Don't worry, just watch me. Qin Yi moved the piles of stones into place so Suyen wouldn't have to dig through them. She picked up a piece from the ground, swept through, keeping the useful ones and tossing aside the rest. Qin Yi, do you think it's possible that no one will come to search the finished jade shops here? Yes, after all, these can't be eaten or drunk in this post-apocalyptic world, and carrying them around is a hassle. Then we'll come back tomorrow. Sure, little money lover. As long as you want to collect, you can come anytime. I was just saying to Lao Luo and the others that we should check this place out, but we haven't gotten around to it. During the day, you can't talk about people, and at night, you can't talk about ghosts. Just as Qin Yi finished speaking, Luo Fuan's communication came through. Haha, brother Yi, look at the little soldiers I've trained. Very good. Zhang Yuan was outside the air raid shelter, leading 9 kids of different heights as they practiced military boxing. Luo Fuan was on the side making the call, specifically showing Qin Yi and Su Yan.
See?
They said they miss Sister Su, so I let them say hi.
Come on.
Sister Su, we really miss you. When will you come to see us? Brother Zhang and Brother Luo are so fierce. The younger kids were complaining, and Luo Fuan picked one up, saying, Hey, daring to tell on the instructor? Get ready for some punishment. Luo Fuan activated his visible mode. The kids didn't know they could be seen on the other side, and the device given to Yingzi also reduced the visibility. Su Yan curiously asked if Yingzi misses me. She can send me a message. You guys can also have Sister Yingzi tell me. Yingzi had never reached out to Su Yan. It wasn't that she didn't want to. She just couldn't find her. She hadn't asked Zhang Yuan for Su Yan's contact to add her. Listening to the 2 temporary instructors and the little students chattering, Qin Yi said, Here's a suggestion. Take them out for some training. I can give you a location. My wife and I are collecting raw stones, and you 2 can take the kids to check out the shops. Luo Fuan immediately replied, That sounds good. Definitely. Zhang Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. The 2 decided to go for it. After ending the call, they stopped the training, had the scouts tidy up the air raid shelter, locked the door, and all boarded the helicopter. These children have taken a helicopter ride once, but they got off in less than 2 minutes. I heard they are going on another helicopter ride now, going to a faraway place where they can stay on longer, and they are all excited with rosy cheeks. A transport vehicle is more than enough to carry 9 children. When this scout vehicle arrived at the destination, it was already 3 hours later, around 4 in the afternoon. Sister Su, I'm here. Yingzi opened her arms and rushed to hug Su Yan. The little girl is now over 1.6 meters tall and looks much healthier than before. I missed you too. Did your younger siblings give you a hard time? No, they wouldn't dare. That's impressive. Yingzi chatted with Su Yan for a bit, but several other children were waiting to talk to her. Not wanting to take too long, she called out to Brother Qin and then got to work. Su Yan spoke to each of the children, making sure not to miss anyone. Zeng Chengcheng, are you getting along with Yingzi and the others? Yes, I really like being with the older siblings. I've learned to do many things. Zeng Chengcheng still spoke softly, but she was no longer as shy as before. These children have made great progress and are very resilient, like little grass by the roadside that can thrive with just a drop of dew. Without a doubt, these children will be the ones who can survive in tough environments in the future. Su Yan was very happy. Her kindness was not wasted. At least for now, they all have good hearts and are not ungrateful. Hey, all 9 of you have talked to Sister Su. Now come over here. It's time to assign some work. The children already had some tasks. When they saw Qin Yi moving stones, they didn't need to be called. They followed his example and worked hard. As soon as the instructor called out, the 9 of them quickly lined up. Luo Fuan was explaining safety tips to the group of young recruits, including how to break glass cabinets without getting hurt, how to stay close to teammates, and how to avoid danger. He also instructed them on the fastest way to alert teammates in case of an emergency. Zhang Yuan was distributing 9 backpacks. The backpacks for the 5 children over 8 years old were larger, while the 4 younger children's backpacks were smaller. Each backpack contained drinking water, compressed biscuits, candy, climbing ropes, and multifunctional knives. After Luo Fuan finished speaking, he went to Zhang Yuan to get a new backpack, then set off to a finished goods store on another street. Once Zhang Yuan took the children away, Su Yan curiously asked Luo Fuan, "Have you started survival training with them?" Luo Fuan squinted. "They are not weak. Each one is like a little wolf." Luo Fuan spoke to Qin Yi and Su Yan. He and Zhang Yuan planned to stay here for 2 days, exchanging the items they collected for food, meat, vegetables, and clothing for them. As soon as they heard about the food exchange, the children eagerly shouted to search for more. Su Yan and Qin Yi needed to return that evening. "The old man is urging us to come back for dinner, so be careful. I'll come back with Yan Yan tomorrow." "Okay, we'll meet here tomorrow." Before Su Yan got on the helicopter, she asked old Luo, who had been seeing Qin Yi off, "Do you still have meat?" "Yes, but if you don't mind, please give us more. Tonight, I'll take the kids for a barbecue and have a bonfire party. Here you go, take your time eating. Soo-yeon also sponsored a large barbecue grill, skewers, a foam box filled with prepared pork, a foam box of chicken and duck, a box of beef, and a box of vegetables. These items grow quickly, and fortunately, the butchering is done by artificial intelligence, so there shouldn't be any negative emotions involved. If it were a real person, it could leave a psychological impact. Soo-yeon and Chin-yi returned to the Southwest base at 7 in the evening. Dinner was ready and just waiting for them. They washed their hands and sat down to eat. The two little ones also had two children's chairs and were excitedly asking for meat. The elderly lady and Gu Xiaolin were feeding the little ones steamed meat with eggs. Did you have any success? Grandpa, why do you ask? No wonder you didn't send anyone to help us collect jade stones. We had a good haul picking up raw stones today. Raw stones are even more complicated. Who among those soldiers can tell if there's jade inside? By the way, after dinner, take the gold from the warehouse. I don't want to keep it anymore. Qin Binghua knew about the space and the space button but didn't ask what the gold was for. He just listened. Gu Xiaolin is even more focused on her grandchildren now. Everything else takes a back seat. Okay, how many kilograms are we talking about? Not much, probably around 170,000 to 180,000 kilograms. That's fine. Let's eat, Xiao Su.
Don't be shy.
The Qin family is your family. Feel free to act as you like. If you're happy, smile. If you're not, it's okay to express your feelings. If you have any concerns, just let me or your parents know. We can help you. Grandpa, you're being too kind. I'm just not used to this unfamiliar place. If it were an ordinary girl returning to her in-laws for the first time, throwing a tantrum would be unthinkable. Soo-yeon knew she was not an ordinary girl. Everyone was treating her with care, worried about her well-being. However, she couldn't take advantage of this to disrespect her elders. The Qin family was not difficult to get along with. She was simply unaccustomed to a new environment. It's okay, Xiaoyan. Take your time. If the food doesn't suit your taste or you can't find something, just tell Mom. Thank you, Mom. The old lady said nothing. Her own granddaughter? Of course. She wouldn't treat her like an outsider. She couldn't bring herself to say it. Her granddaughter was precious. The old lady had known the Qin family for decades and could tell when they were being sincere or not. However, during this meal, Soo-yeon felt more at ease than at lunch, not because of the food but because of the atmosphere. The two little ones were comfortable, being passed around among Grandpa, Grandma, and Great-Grandpa, each eager to hold the children. Even having twins didn't seem enough to share. Xiaoyan, can I take the kids to sleep tonight? I'll send your dad to the study. My bed is big enough for me and the two kids, Gu Xiaolin whispered to Soo-yeon, worried she might disagree. Soo-yeon was indeed a bit uneasy, not about the Qin family but about the environment. She needed to ensure the children's safety. Yet, she couldn't directly say no. Qin-yi overheard his mother speaking softly. He understood his wife well. She lacked a sense of security. During the day, she wanted their children in sight, even having the old lady keep watch, and now she was expected to feel safe with the kids not nearby at night. He immediately refused his mother, saying, "No way. I haven't had enough time with my son and daughter during the day, and now you want to take them at night too. You've wasted my efforts raising the son. You can't even take care of him for 2 days. Fine during the day, but there's no discussion about the night." Feeling rejected by her son, Gu Xiaolin felt more wronged than the new daughter-in-law and decided not to bring it up again. The old lady agreed with her granddaughter, saying that if there were no conditions, that was fine, but if there were, she would take care of them herself. The safety of the space was something no one else could provide. Whenever she wanted to see the children, she could, and the space was so beautiful. It wasn't long before old Master Qin took Qin-yi away to collect gold, and Qin Binghua followed them. Soon after, 3 women from the neighborhood came to visit. Soo-yeon noticed that one of them was a middle-aged woman who had been watching when she first arrived. The other 2 were one middle-aged and one younger woman, the younger one probably only a couple of years older than Soo-yeon, around 23 or 24. The old lady rarely appeared due to her illness, so she wasn't worried about being recognized as Mrs.
Shum.
When the 3 neighbors entered, The old lady just smiled and nodded. Gu Shilin introduced them, saying, "This is Mrs. Sheng, and this is my daughter-in-law, Su Yan. Xiao Yan, this is Aunt Wang, this is Aunt Chui, and this is Aunt Chui's niece, Zhong Xiaoman." After the introductions, Su Yan responded politely, but she didn't add anything extra. Zhong Xiaoman scrutinized her with a critical gaze, almost with a hint of jealousy, as if Su Yan had taken her man. If Su Yan guessed correctly, Zhong Xiaoman liked Qin Yi and, realizing she couldn't have him, came to bother her and see who had what she couldn't. "Shilin, can I hold your twins? I want to share in the good luck. Just look, you can't hold them. Their great-grandfather doesn't allow anyone to hold them. Her well-behaved grandchildren are so clean. You all would just pass on germs."
Dream on.
Gu Shilin's firm refusal made Su Yan like her a bit more. The old lady had frowned slightly earlier, showing she had some cleanliness concerns, but thankfully, Shilin didn't agree. Aunt Chui is just looking for faults. Who told Gu Shilin to inquire about her niece? They didn't even meet, and it made their family wait and miss out on several good prospects. But when she saw Su Yan, she couldn't find any flaws. Young, beautiful, graceful, and wealthy. How can her niece compare? Without comparison, her niece seemed pretty, but next to Su Yan, there was no contest. "Oh, wait." Aunt Chui smiled and said to Gu Shilin, "The new daughter-in-law is great. As soon as she came back, we had air conditioning to enjoy." She seemed to imply that the new daughter-in-law was wasteful. But their family's wealth could last for generations. Su Yan remained calm. These women were so bored, they couldn't even find a decent complaint. Gu Shilin had something to say. Showing off a daughter-in-law was even more addictive than showing off a son. "Indeed. When my daughter-in-law is back, I get to enjoy the air conditioning." Little Yen worried we wouldn't want to use electricity, so she brought a generator, and she made sure we had plenty of gasoline. Haha, that's wonderful. Of course. Gu Shilin even pushed away two women who were too close to the kids playing with toys, not wanting them to block her little treasure's shine. Xiao Wei curiously looked up at the group. Zhong Xiaoman nervously tugged at Gu Shilin's sleeve, looking like she didn't want to say anything but felt she had to for her own good. She whispered, "Aunt Gu, how come the twins look nothing alike, especially the little girl? She doesn't resemble Qin Yi at all." "What? What did you say?" "Speak louder." "I didn't hear you." I said, "Is it possible that the kids aren't Qin Yi's? They don't look alike." Even lying through her teeth, she couldn't keep it up. Saying Xiao Wei didn't look much like her dad was one thing, but saying Xiao Rui didn't look like him? That's just blind. "What do you mean?" "My grandchildren look like who they want, and you don't need to comment. You must not know what family we are from in the Southwest base. I don't care about your opinions. If anyone crosses me, they'll regret it." "Aunt Gu, that's not what I meant." Seeing Gu Shilin's fierce glare, Zhong Xiaoman cautiously took a few steps back. She thought Gu Shilin would support her, but instead, she made things worse and earned her dislike. "Then what do you mean?" Aunt Chui helped her niece out, saying kids speak without thinking. "She didn't mean anything bad, Shilin. Let's not be upset." "Oh, now you care about feelings? You hurt my feelings the moment you stepped into my house. I let your daughter-in-law call me Aunt Chui, and you really think you deserve that? I just asked someone to find out about a girl and they mentioned you, Zhong Xiaoman. We didn't even meet, and now you're blaming the Qin family? Shilin, calm down. Don't let them get to you," Aunt Wang advised Gu Shilin. The two who were scolded were frustrated. They wanted to stay and enjoy the air conditioning, but it was uncomfortable to stay or leave. The old lady remained calm and didn't say a word. Su Yan thought the green tea girl was really bad at speaking and couldn't even frame someone properly. At that moment, Qin Yi and the old master Qin returned. The old master didn't care who they were. If he didn't like someone, he ignored them. He glared at the three as he entered, already annoyed with his daughter-in-law for always trying to set Qin Yi up with someone, questioning what kind of people they were. "Oh, little darling, let's stop playing and go take a bath and sleep, okay? Great-grandpa, I want to play." "No more playing. This place isn't fun. Great-grandpa will take you to a better place." The old master Qin carried the two little ones into the study to keep them away from the unpleasantness. "Brother Qin Yi, Qin Yi wanted to ask his wife what was going on. Were the women arguing? Then he heard someone unfamiliar call him brother. Qin Yi glanced at Zhong Xiaoman and said, "Who are you? If you have nothing to do, please go home. We have kids, and it's not good to be too loud." He had a rough idea of what trouble her mother caused. Qin Yi sat next to Su Yan, grabbed an orange from the table, peeled it, and shared half with the old lady and half with his wife. Gu Xiulin's good mood was ruined by the three women's arrival. "Forget about face," she directly shouted. "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be kicked out?" Aunt Wang felt a bit guilty. She just wanted to see the new daughter-in-law and didn't expect this drama. "It's getting late. We'll come back another time. Let's go, Xiulin." "Xiulin will leave too." Aunt Chui was very regretful and wanted to cause some trouble for the Qin family, but she didn't expect to create an enemy. Her niece is really not helpful. She hurriedly pulled Zhong Xiaoman away, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Xiaoyan, that woman has nothing to do with Xiaoyi. They don't even know each other. It's all my fault for asking around for a girlfriend for Xiaoyi. The person I asked mentioned Zhong Xiaoman, and I guess they heard you were back and came to stir things up. It's okay, you're not to blame. Don't be upset. It's not worth it. All right, I won't be upset anymore. There won't be such incidents in the future, and I won't bother with those people." Gu Xiulin then remembered the elderly lady. "I'm sorry for making you see this. I thought it was amusing. You really don't need to be angry." "Okay, I won't be angry. I'm going to take Sun for a bath." Qin Yi looked around and noticed that the elderly lady and Su Yan really didn't seem upset at all, which made him feel relieved. The elderly lady smiled. "I'm going back to my room. You all should rest early. Grandma, let me help you." "No need, really. I'm not helpless." "All right then." The grandmother, who had recovered from her illness, was completely different, especially since Grandpa wasn't around these days, and she hadn't had a chance to cry, so her whole demeanor had changed. "Yan Yan, should we go back to our room? We need to rest early to head out tomorrow. Let's wait until Mom finishes bathing the little ones." That night, Su Yan sent the little ones back to their space and asked Su Qing to take care of them, planning to bring them out in the morning to be with Qin Ma and the elderly lady. The two of them went to the neighboring city early in the morning. When they arrived, Luo Fuan and his team had already been working for half a day and were preparing to rest inside during the hottest part of the day. "Sister-in-law, can you help me check if these are real or fake?" "It doesn't matter if I check. You all can't tell. You'll just have to go by your instincts and pick them. When it comes time to trade, whatever they're worth is what they're worth." "True, but I've taught them to recognize the really fake ones, so they shouldn't even pick up plastic." Su Yan scanned a few items to check the rate of fakes in the store. Fortunately, out of 10 items, 2 were genuine. Qin Yi put on gloves and continued to move the raw stones. There was still a large area of raw stones left, and they hoped to finish it in half a day. The group of children scattered, and Zhang Yuan controlled the drone to keep an eye on them while Luo Fuan went to help Qin Yi find the stone quarry. "Oh," Zhang Yuan cursed and called Luo Fuan back. "There are a few people in that alley grabbing kids. Then go take care of it." "That's not what I meant. I want to observe from the shadows with you and see if those 2 kids make a move." All right, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan were like 2 big cats watching from the dark, ready to pounce on the mice holding their little kittens. They worried about the kittens and feared the mice wouldn't be strong enough to help them train. The ones being grabbed are Qi Yu and Deming. They're not screaming, staying calm. They know yelling won't help and could attract nearby teammates, putting them in danger. "I didn't expect you to analyze so well, Lao Luo. I didn't think those 2 kids could be so clever. Don't underestimate any child." "Look, Deming even knows to draw marks with stones at the intersection when no one is watching. It's useless. They've been taken too far. We can't wait. We need to act." After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he chased after them. Luo Fuan took over the drone, flying it erratically. "Lao Zhang, 2 kilometers ahead, turn left, and there's a place up ahead where a feast is happening." "You mean?" They were waiting for easy targets, and unfortunately, Deming and Qi were in the wrong place at the wrong time. If they were even a moment late, the kids would be gone. No matter how clever the 2 children were, they were still at a disadvantage due to their size. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan wouldn't let the 2 take the kids inside. They caught up and, not far from the wall, each dealt with 1 person, using a knife to take them down quickly. Yu and Deming thought they were older and braver than the other kids, so they left the group without permission, not expecting to be caught. The two preteens lowered their heads in shame, ready to be scolded. Do you know how to get back? Yes. Deming and Yu answered simultaneously, not daring to look Zhang Yuan in the eyes. Zhang Yuan was stricter than Luo Fuan, who was more laid back and smiling. Go back and find Ingzi, don't stray too far. Yes, Zhang Yuan waved his hand and told them to go. The two young kids started to jog away. Luo Fuan looked at them as they ran off and asked, "What do we do now? This city doesn't have an official base. There are only some small groups that have formed temporarily. There aren't many people, and even fewer, who can fight. Just the two of us is overkill. Then let's take them out. They are a danger to the people. It's a waste of air for them to be alive." After confirming there were only 20 or 30 people there, they began to act. Zhang Yuan asked, "How about practicing shooting? Let's practice with knives." Luo Fuan put the gun away.
Why?
Do you think the 10 kilograms of repair liquid is cheap and one is more? I'm not worried. They don't have guns, so why waste bullets? Those people seem off. Look closely. They don't dress like people from our country, and we're near the border. Do you think they would dare come into our country with just a few dozen? What does that mean? Zhang Yuan didn't quite understand Luo Fuan's reasoning. Let's capture two alive and ask them questions. The rest we can deal with using knives. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. They both prepared their knives and axes, keeping them in a visible spot, ready to grab whichever they needed. As they approached quietly, they overheard the group speaking a foreign language. And in the pot, something was boiling. It was people. To avoid wasting the 10 kilograms of gold, the moment they appeared, they began to attack fiercely, showing no mercy to anyone, regardless of nationality. Please don't kill me. I have gold, silver, jewels, gemstones, and food. The one begging for mercy switched to speaking Mandarin and seemed to have plenty of supplies. The two top talents from the special forces easily took down the group of 20 to 30, with only a few armed with knives. It was like cutting vegetables. They finished in about 10 minutes. Luo Fuan intentionally left one person who spoke Mandarin and one who spoke the foreign language. He handed the Mandarin speaker to Zhang Yuan and took the foreign language speaker for himself. Luo Fuan found out that there is a small base over 20 kilometers away, occupied by dozens of outsiders. They have formed a small base there, and all of them are armed. The surviving locals are either enslaved and used as tools to gather resources, or are killed. Zhang Guoduo gathered more information. The person claiming to have a lot of supplies is a local jade dealer. After the disaster began, he used his money and connections to store some food, which later became a warehouse for a few bullies from outside. The supplies mainly consist of rice and flour, but there is a lack of meat. He gathered a group of people to find meat, and the small base is filled with such food. After learning what they needed to know, the two people being questioned would surely not survive, but it was better to end it quickly. Should we inform the boss? Yes, they have dozens of guns. We are in trouble. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan smashed the dishes and pots here before returning to the place where Qin Yi was collecting raw stones. Ego, we found something. What is it? Luo Fuan explained the situation. Zhang Yuan had already gone to find the group of child soldiers. Let's go take care of it. Okay, what about the 9 kids? I'll take the kids to watch and learn from the instructors. Qin thought for a moment and agreed. Luo Fuan was organizing weapons, putting some on the transport plane, as they needed to carry 9 children and couldn't use spatial buttons. Zhang Yuan quickly gathered the children and briefly explained that they were going to drive away the outsiders occupying their land. Before he could say much, the young ones were already shouting and cheering. All right, quiet down. In a moment, the 3 older brothers will chase away the invaders. We will mainly watch, and you must not scream at anything you see. Can you do that? We can do it. Good. Now, everyone put on your backpacks and get on the helicopter. 2 helicopters landed 2 kilometers away from the small base, and they ran forward. As they all ran together, they realized that the children's energy was even greater than theirs, possibly because they were excited about seeing their older brothers fight. Especially Ingzi, with a military knife in hand and a fierce look on her face. Suyan thought about how she was just a 13-year-old girl, surviving in the apocalypse with 7 or 8 younger kids. It was hard to believe she hadn't harmed anyone. In her current state, she could take down 2 ordinary adults with 1 knife.
Ingzi?
Sister Sue, I'm not afraid. I want to be strong like Brother Luo. No one should think they can bully me or take our things. I know you just want us to watch and not act, but holding the knife makes me feel safe. Ingzi smiled at Su Yan. This child has changed. The last time Su Yan saw her, she was laughing heartily, showing her little tiger teeth. Now her smile is more ladylike. That's the spirit. When you all grow a bit more and build your strength, I'll teach you how to use guns. Really? Sister Sue, can we really? Can I too? The girls ran beside Su Yan, their eyes sparkling at the mention of guns. Yes, you can all have a chance. First, train yourselves well. Otherwise, if you get a gun, you might not be able to hold it steady, and it could be taken away and used against you. I will definitely train hard. Me too. Good. Everyone feels the same. We're almost there, so we can't talk loudly. I'll take you to a secret spot where we can see the small base. Sister Sue, actually, I want to try going with Brother Luo to fight enemies. Ingzi was so focused on the front that her mind seemed to be with the 3 ahead. Su Yan could only comfort the older kids, telling them there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Leading a group of children up a small slope, she pretended to take 2 binoculars from her backpack, actually pulling them from her space. She handed one to Ingzi so she could see better, giving her a sense of involvement. The small base was indeed small, located within a middle school. Qin Yi and the other 3 attacked the base from 3 directions, the main entrance and both sides. They used the most advanced weapons, easily overpowering dozens of ordinary firearms. Not only did they dominate in weaponry, but their skills and hidden strengths also gave the 3 an advantage. There were no tricks or schemes. They charged straight in. Exciting! 1 shot, 1 person. It makes people's blood boil. She thought, how can she train to be as strong as Brother Luo? Oh, Ingzi thinks all 3 brothers are amazing, but if she had to choose, she believes Brother Luo is the best because he smiles the most. Su Yan let each of the nearby kids look through the binoculars for a minute, paying special attention to Ingzi. Whenever Ingzi saw any of the 3 take down an enemy, she would show her little tiger teeth in a smile. If a shot didn't take down the enemy, she would grip the binoculars tightly, wishing she could rush over to help. Sister Sue, I noticed 2 people running out. The brothers didn't see them. They are coming towards us. Let me see. Su Yan took Ingzi's binoculars and saw 2 people running towards them with large backpacks. They didn't have guns, but there seemed to be knife handles visible. Ingzi, if those 2 come here, would you be able to handle one of them? Of course. They only have a knife. Let one come to me, and the other one can go to Daming and Chio. The rest of you stay back and watch how we deal with the bad guys. The other 6 kids agreed, saying okay. This leadership is strong. She is fierce and brave. A good candidate. Su Yan didn't intervene, watching Ingzi direct the others, first predicting where the 2 would come from, then instructing the 6 to hide a bit farther away, but still be ready to fight. She taught Daming and Chio how to ambush and take down the enemy, then returned to her chosen spot to wait. Su Yan hid with the 6 kids, keeping an eye on them while also watching Ingzi, Daming, and Chio. As the footsteps got closer, the 3 exchanged glances and raised their knives to charge forward. Daming and Chio rushed out like young calves. One grabbed a leg, pulling hard so the person couldn't reach for their knife, forcing them into a split. Then, with a swift whoosh, a knife struck the neck, quick and without a change in expression. That took one down. Ingzi engaged the other with punches and kicks. This child was at a disadvantage. They were no match for Daming and Chio's straightforward tactics. After finishing up, Daming and Chio took everything off the dead person and obediently returned to the place where Su Yan was hiding with 6 children. The fierce look on the 2 kids' faces faded after the killing, and they returned to being normal boys. Su Yan thought to herself that next time, she should have Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan give them more psychological counseling. Ingzi is using that person as a punching bag. Daming noticed. Yes, Ingzi said that if you are sure to win, you can use the opponent as a practice partner. She called it waste utilization. The way Daming and I fight is surprising. We can't match in skills or strength, so we have to be clever. You two are really good at using your cleverness, even better than me. Not being modest, the two kids were truly better than her. Suyen felt they were at least more impressive than she was in her past life. Their mindset was steady enough. If it were her, she couldn't do what Ingzi did. Hey, Suyen kept her eyes on Ingzi and the other person. Just moments ago, Ingzi almost couldn't dodge, and she almost pulled out her gun. But the child was as slippery as an eel, slipping through the opponent's arm and then stabbing them in the back with a military knife, the blade going in halfway, showing she had some strength. It was more thrilling than if she had been in the fight herself, and Su Yan admired her. Sister Su, we have the loot. Ingzi, who had just fought, had a flushed face and looked particularly energetic. Very impressive. I want to learn from you. The loot is yours, you keep it. It's for you, Sister Su. I just need food. You're silly, this can be exchanged for food. Take it, and I'll trade it for you later, including Daming and Chio's share. The three victorious kids responded with an, "Oh," and took out binoculars to look at the small base below. No need to look. They've finished fighting and are coming up. Suyen checked her wristband and saw a message from Qin Yi saying he would return after collecting a batch of raw stones. Besides stones, there was food, and some of it would be left for the ordinary people in the base. The excess would be taken away. Before long, the three of them came up carrying several large bags and walked back to where the helicopter was parked. Back at the stone collection site, it was already past lunchtime. Four adults and a group of older children had just started preparing lunch. In front of Suyen, there were two backpacks, one from Ingzi and the other from Daming, along with jade stones and a few pieces of jewelry that 9 children had found earlier today and last night. Ingzi, come here. Sister Su, what's up? I'll take these items. Later, I'll bring you food. These can be exchanged for a lot. Discuss with everyone what you want, and you can message me using your wristband. Okay. I wanted to contact you before, but I hadn't added you. Now that I have, can I reach out to you often? Of course. The two added each other as friends. Suyen took the items to the helicopter, actually storing them in her space. The 2 backpacks contained high-quality jade. Lunch was especially plentiful. These children usually saved food but loved to eat meat. Suyen asked Zhang Yuan, who said there was plenty of food stored in the air raid shelter. However, these children had experienced hunger and were afraid, so they had developed the habit of saving food even if they only ate a little. After lunch, it was too hot, so a few children stayed inside to help move stones. Since Commander Sheng got the wristband, Qin Yi had been diligent in reporting to him. He informed him about the situation at the small base and emphasized that, even in the apocalypse, foreign forces should not enslave the people on their own land. Commander Sheng replied to Qin Yi, mentioning that a recent massive tsunami had submerged the island of Panji. Some surviving armed personnel had drifted to Banhai City and Haicheng, causing trouble. He assigned Qin Yi's team the task of eliminating these individuals. After lunch, the 2 little ones took their usual nap, with Grandma Sheng watching over them. Gu Xiaolin worried that Grandma might get tired. Grandma, the kids are asleep, so you don't need to keep an eye on them. You should rest for a bit. I've been lying down for so many years that I'm afraid. I don't like taking naps. You go ahead and do your work, I'll be fine. All right then. Seeing Grandma's sincere tone, Gu Xiaolin understood that she really didn't want special treatment, so she let her be. The villa area where the Qin family lived had guards, but to those with ill intentions, they were nearly useless. Grandma was quite cautious and felt at ease only when the children were right under her watch. However, the worrying situation has arrived. The door to the room was slightly open, and as the 2 entered, they immediately pointed their guns at the elderly woman. Don't scream. Please don't hurt the children. What do you want? As long as they weren't there to take a life right away, there was room for negotiation. The elderly woman knew that screaming would only make the 2 act more violently. Take them away. How can I carry them? I can't hold one in each arm. Then take one in each hand. Wait, you want something in exchange for the children. Just tell me what you want, and I can have the Qin family prepare it and deliver it to you. This way, you won't have to worry about sending a message. The elderly woman just wanted to buy some time and make the two lower their guard. What she said was also the truth. "Stop talking, or I'll shoot you." The two remained unmoved, keeping their guns aimed at her. One of them reached to grab a child. At that moment, both children woke up, and the elderly woman felt her heart race. If the children cried, the two might resort to extreme measures. The person preparing to take the child expected the kids to cry and was thinking about how to quietly take them away. Surprisingly, the children looked at their great-grandmother and the two strangers with wide, innocent eyes, remaining surprisingly calm. "If you take the children in exchange for what you want, just please don't hurt them. You wouldn't want to face the entire Southwest Army's revenge, would you?" They were indeed using the children as leverage for negotiation. The two exchanged glances and nodded. One of them, instead of rushing to grab a child, came over to tie up the elderly woman and gag her to prevent her from screaming. Then they prepared to each take a child. The children were no longer on the bed. While they were tying up the elderly woman, the two kids had slipped off the other side and were lying on the floor. "The bad guys can't see me, the bad guys can't see me." As the two turned around, the elderly woman had already taken out a dagger from her hidden space and cut the ropes binding her hands. The unique sound of a laser gun went whoosh whoosh. The elderly woman was able to act so decisively thanks to the children hiding. The person holding the gun was shot dead, while the other, who was just about to grab a child, had not drawn his weapon. The person who didn't draw their gun was left alive by the old lady. After he fell, she quickly tied him up and covered his mouth. Her method of tying and handling the gun showed she had professional training. Given her background, this wasn't surprising. At first, she talked a lot to make them lower their guard, looking for a chance to eliminate him. Once he was tied up and confirmed to be no threat, she put away her gun, found a useless order in the cabinet, and covered the two people with it to avoid scaring the children. Then she went to comfort the little ones. "Wah, wah, boo-hoo." Little Wei was scared and cried loudly. "Bad person, boo-hoo." Little Rue clung tightly to his great-grandmother's arm, also frightened. "Don't be scared, my little ones. We are safe. The bad person is caught by great-grandma. No more crying, okay? Let's go find mommy and daddy." The old lady comforted the children and connected a call to Su Yan. "Grandma." As soon as the call connected, Su Yan saw everything in the room clearly. "Xiao Yan, don't be afraid. The little ones and I are fine. We left one alive. You and Xiao Yi hurry back. Also, inform old Qin, don't alert the enemy. Okay, Grandma?" Su Yan told Qin Yi and old Qin about the situation at home. After informing Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan, the couple rushed back. Even though she knew the children and her grandmother were safe, Su Yan was still shaken. If she hadn't prepared the space button and weapons for her grandmother in advance, she would have been frantic. "Yen Yen, it's okay. Don't scare me, Yen Yen." Qin held his wife's hand, which felt very cold. "Don't worry, we'll be home soon. Drive faster, okay?" Qin shortened the half-hour journey to 20 minutes. When they returned to the southwest base, Qin Jiu's assistant, Li Xiong, had already cleaned up the scene, and the one who was alive was locked in the basement. Old Qin and Grandma Sheng were each holding a child in the living room, waiting. Gu Xiaolin only learned about the situation at home when Old Man Qin returned. Although he didn't say anything, his glare was enough to frighten her. If she had known, she wouldn't have left to watch the children with the grandmother. "Grandpa, Grandma." Old Man Qin handed little Rui to Qin Yi, who then passed the child to Su Yan. Little Wei in the grandmother's arms also reached out for her mother. Holding both children tightly, Su Yan finally felt at ease. Qin Yi wiped away the tears still clinging to the children's eyelashes, holding his wife and kids close to comfort them silently. After releasing his wife and children, Qin Yi suddenly switched from being gentle to cold, his eyes filled with intensity. "I'll go find out who has the nerve to do this. I'll go with you," the old man insisted, wanting to interrogate himself. Once the men went to the basement, Gu Xiaolin felt brave enough to speak. "Xiao Yan, Grandma, I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have stayed to watch the children together." "Xiaolin, don't blame yourself. If you had stayed, You would have just been another hostage for me to worry about while acting. The grandmother's words struck Gu Xiaolin's heart. Su-Yan was surprised to realize that the grandmother had training. It was hard to imagine that she was the same person who used to cry and needed comforting. Mom, no one will blame you. Please don't think that way. I still feel so useless. If it weren't for the grandmother today, I can't imagine what would have happened next. Previously, Old Man Qin, Manhwa, and Xiao Yi all advised me to practice my physical fitness and learn some self-defense, but I didn't listen. Xiao Yan, I will learn from the grandmother in the future. That sounds good. Practicing physical fitness is great. If something happens, you'll be able to escape faster than others. Su Yan handed little Rui to Gu Xiaolin and little Wei to the grandmother, saying she needed to wash her hands and face and change her clothes. In the basement, the smell of blood filled the air. Old Man Qin had Li Xiongwen go through all 10 interrogation methods, and this person had endured it all. Old Man Qin, this is a professional who is very familiar with interrogation techniques. Li Xiongwen used official methods, and since this person was so familiar, it was likely he was an insider. I'll give him something he's not familiar with. Qin Yi's team had their own unique interrogation techniques. If Su Yan were here, she definitely wouldn't recognize this person as her warm-hearted Qin Yi. The interrogator's methods and the cold aura around him could chill the heat of 50 or 60 degrees to below zero. Looks like the young master's methods are effective. Uncle Li will handle the follow-up. Give him a quick end. Okay. Qin Yi went to find Grandpa Qin. Did he talk? Who was it? Seeing his grandson's expression, he knew something had been revealed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be radiating such a fierce aura. Yes, Grandpa, it was the one with the surname Liu. Besides the deceased, there are 2 others in your logistics department. Uncle Li will take care of it and then bring them in. Good, you go clean up. You look scary. It might frighten Sue and my precious great-grandson. Qin Yi nodded, and his killing intent slowly faded away. All right, I'll discuss with Commander Sheng whether we should move the operation up. You go now. I'll handle the rest. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa. Grandpa Qin playfully scolded him, then sent a message through his wristband. When Qin Yi returned to his room, Su Yan had already washed up and changed out of her dirty clothes from collecting raw stones. Yen, I'm going to wash up. We'll head back to Jiang City tonight. Okay? It felt safe to return to her fortress. As long as she locked the door, no one could get in. Unlike the small villa they were currently staying in, where the guards could only protect against ordinary people. Qin Yi took a quick shower. When he came out to the living room, Grandpa Qin had already reported the situation to Commander Sheng. His wristband also received a message. The entire team of 5 was returning to the Dawn base. Grandpa, we need to go back to Jiang City. Make dinner early, and we'll eat before leaving. Gu Xiaolin looked at her son longingly, but held back her desire to stay in Jiang City for a while. Besides her husband and Grandpa Qin needing care, she didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law. Living with her granddaughter-in-law was different. After all, once the son grows up, he's not really theirs anymore. I'll go make dinner. Xiaoyan, let me handle it. You're not familiar with the kitchen. It's fine. I can do it. The kids enjoy playing with you. The grandmother also suggested letting the daughter-in-law cook a meal. Everyone knows that they want the grandmother to hold her grandson a little longer. Cooking for Su Yan is simple. She just washes the rice, puts it in the pot, and waits for it to cook. Su Qing has stocked up on many ready-made dishes in the pantry, so she only pretended to stir-fry a vegetable. In the past few days, she has been here. Qin Yi used electricity normally, and Gu Xiaolin had put some vegetables in the fridge. Su Yan took out over 10 pounds of pork and beef from the pantry, along with some prepared chicken and duck, filling the fridge. The whole family had an early dinner, and then Qin Yi and Su Yan took the grandmother and the 2 little ones on a helicopter and left. Once out of the base's view, they switched vehicles. Outside Jiangcheng, they changed back to the helicopter and took 30 minutes to return to Longjing Terrace. As soon as they entered the living room, the 2 little ones happily ran to their toy house. Su Yan brought out the 2 dogs, He and Su Qing. Not only were the little ones happy, but she also felt much more relaxed. Yen, I'm going to talk to someone next door. Okay, I'll make a late-night snack later. Call them over to eat. The two little ones and the two dogs went to the toy house while Su Yan and the grandmother enjoyed the fruit that Su Qing had cut. I can't eat too much. I need to use the treadmill. Grandma, you need to take it step by step. Don't overdo it. I'll be fine. If I feel tired, I'll take a break. As long as the elderly lady knows her limits, Su Yan is aware that those two pills work well and didn't expect such good results. She had neglected her exercise for a long time, so she decided to lift dumbbells beside her. Next door, Qin Yi and the commander held a video conference about the cleanup of armed personnel who had fled with the Foot Basin Chicken, as well as plans to eliminate two other factions with ill intentions and arrangements for after the situation is resolved. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yang Jinghui and Qin Dingshan came over with Qin Yi for a late-night snack. We're going to the Shiguang base in the capital early tomorrow morning. We'll be away for a while. Yen, you and Grandma stay at home and don't go out. That's what your grandpa said. Got it. Be careful, and if you run into any problems, call me for help. Just listen to your grandpa. If they can't solve it, you won't be able to either. Grandma Sheng dismissed her granddaughter's concerns, knowing that her granddaughter hadn't had many peaceful days. Listen to your grandparents, and I will check on you every day. Don't worry, I'm lazy and won't create trouble for myself. This was true, and Qin Yi felt a bit relieved. Chun Dingshan and Yang Jingwei came over just to eat, hardly saying a word. Before going to sleep, Su Yan asked Qin Yi to bring more weapons from the space, including various survival supplies. She also bought some life-saving items from the interstellar and cultivation worlds for him. Early the next morning, they sent off their helicopter. In the last life, the world fell apart 3 years later, and the power was divided into several factions. This time, they arrived at the end of the world a year early, hoping that her grandparents could manage well with the advantage. For the next few days, Su Yan and her grandmother lived very quietly, focusing on exercise, meals, and playing with the children. She even took her grandmother to the shooting range in the space to practice shooting. Her grandmother became more youthful and energetic each day. At nearly 70, she was rejuvenated by the pills Su Yan provided, making her look like she was in her 50s. A week later, Su Yan received a message from Yingzi saying that Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan had left a week ago and asked them to practice the techniques they taught and request the textbooks from her. They also sent a list of supplies they needed in exchange for the jade. Su Yan selected many elementary and middle school textbooks and the supplies they needed, preparing to send them over. Xiaoyan, I want to go with you. Sure, it's good to get out for a while. The route from Jiangqing to the mountain where the air raid shelter was located in the outskirts of Beijing was already familiar. As the aircraft landed, He reminded her that there were people below. Looking down with binoculars, Su Yan saw Yingzi and the others. Yingzi was with Chio and Daming digging a pit? Were they digging a well? The valley below the air raid shelter shouldn't have run out of water so quickly, right? She changed her landing spot, switched the aircraft to a helicopter, and unloaded the supplies for Yingzi. After thinking for a moment, Su Yan decided to bring out an additional 2-ton water tank. Xiao Yan, I didn't realize until I came outside that what I saw was much more brutal than I imagined. There is no greenery in this mountain. The leaves of the big trees are all dried up, and the sky is still gray. From now on, it will only get more difficult, Grandma. Let's hurry to the helicopter. Su Yan was worried that if she let her grandmother stand for too long, she might get upset. The elderly lady was very sensitive and easily affected by her surroundings. She pulled her grandmother onto the helicopter and headed for the shelter. As they landed in front of the shelter, the fog was thicker and gloomier. Is it poisonous fog? Su Yan quickly dismissed the thought. The area was so dry that it could ignite without a spark. There was no way it could create toxic fog. No, in this apocalyptic world, normal reasoning no longer applies. Not only could there be poisonous fog, but even falling knives from the sky were possible. Su Yan took out a gas mask and put it on her grandmother, and they both took an antidote pill. Grandma, this fog might be toxic, so please be careful. Is this fog poisonous? I suspect it is. They needed to be cautious. The elderly lady adjusted her mask and helped her granddaughter, who was busy sending messages, put on hers as well. After sending a warning about the toxic fog to her grandfather, Sheng Zuchang, Su Yan reminded the group to wear gas masks if they encountered sudden fog. She then connected with Ingzi. Ingzi, is there fog where you are? Bring them back. I'm here. Yes, we're on our way back. As Su Yan and her grandmother got off the helicopter, they heard sounds from inside the shelter. A few people practicing military exercises rushed out, looking a bit disheveled. Sister Su, hey, everyone put on your masks. Su Yan handed out the masks she had brought to Xing Qingqing, who distributed them to everyone. Grandma Su, who is this? This is my grandmother. You can call her Grandma Sheng. Hello, Grandma Sheng. The 6 children greeted her politely, though they seemed a bit tired. Good. What well-behaved children. The elderly lady recognized that these kids had lost their families and were being led by older ones. Surviving in such harsh conditions was impressive. Xing Qingqing pulled Su Yan and her grandmother along. Sister Su, Grandma Sheng, let's go inside and sit. Qingqing, take Grandma Sheng inside to sit. The rest of you come with me to move things. Okay, let's move things. The kids looked like they were trying hard to stay positive. Su Yan had them carry things twice before telling them to stop. Ingzi and Daming ran back with Chio, throwing the shovels at the entrance of the shelter before rushing to help Su Yan with the water tower. Su sister, cough cough, let me do it, I can push. I can too, cough cough. Seeing Daming and Chio helping Su Yan with the water tower, Ingzi went to move the remaining items into the shelter. Daming and Chio were out of breath and coughing, and Ingzi didn't look too well either. Su Yan pointed inside the shelter. You all go find Ching Chung and get masks. The fog is toxic. Xing Qingqing ran out with masks and gave one to each of the 3. After moving everything inside and putting it away, Ingzi told Su Yan, Su sister, the fog seems to be rising from the ground in the valley. Rest for now, we can talk later. The gas masks were thick and tight, and while the temperature inside the shelter was lower than outside, it was still around 40 degrees. The kids were struggling to breathe. The 3 youngest sat on small stools, holding onto the bed frame to keep from falling. These kids had temperature-regulating clothes, so they shouldn't be overheating. Ingzi, was there fog like this yesterday? Yes, it appeared last night and this morning. No wonder she felt something was off when she saw the kids. They were forcing smiles, but they couldn't hold on any longer. Xiaoyan, these kids seem to show signs of poisoning. You're right, I'll find some antidotes. Using her backpack, Su Yan took out a bottle of antidote pills. Ingzi, give it a try. If it worked for Ingzi, she would share it with the others. Ingzi took the pill without even looking at it and put it in her mouth. Su Yan, the elderly lady, and the 8 kids all watched her closely. 3 minutes later, it worked. I was feeling really dizzy, but now I feel fine. Seeing her smile with her little teeth showed it was effective. Su Yan gave each child 1 pill, leaving 1 remaining. They didn't know how long the toxic fog would last. This place might not be safe to stay anymore. After Ingzi, the 8 children who took the antidote also regained their spirits. Xiaoyan, we can't stay here. We don't know if there will be toxic fog tonight or tomorrow. I'm thinking about where to take them to stay for a few days before we return. Su Yan seriously recalled the previous situation. The fog often appeared, sometimes lasting 1 or 2 days, or even 3 or 4 days. What about the dawn base? Hearing her grandmother's suggestion, Su Yan checked her wristband, and her grandfather replied, Okay, please stay safe. A few people in the small group also acknowledged the message. Qini asked if she was in the air raid shelter and told her to return to Jiangqing early and not to linger. The dawn base also has toxic fog, and it's chaotic there right now. They were currently dealing with pests, and Su Yan didn't want to cause trouble for her grandfather and Qini. Xiaoyan, have you thought about where to hide from the toxic fog? Not yet. If it's not widespread, there are still many places we can go. Let's leave here first. Su Yan had the 9 children pack a few things. While it was still morning, they took the helicopter to look for places without toxic fog to stay for a few days. She didn't instruct them on what to pack, but Ingzi organized them. Besides their own towels and clothes, each child took something different. One took rice and flour, another took salt and seasonings, one took a basin, and another took a bucket. In short, the 9 of them gathered all the daily necessities. Su Yan was increasingly satisfied with them. The grandmother sighed, realizing that circumstances shape people. Before the end of the world, Children in both cities and villages were treasures to their parents, but now, thinking of this, the grandmother shed a few tears, quietly wiping them away so her granddaughter wouldn't see. After flying more than 200 kilometers, they arrived at a city next to the capital and landed on the rooftop of a tall building. As they prepared to land, they chose the top floor of this building, which had a height of 16 stories, intact glass, and no signs of people nearby. Su Yan hung blackout curtains on all the balconies and windows of the room and took out 3 tents, just enough for 3 children to fit in one. The grandmother was teaching the children how to use a charcoal stove to boil water. The high-rise building had no water or electricity, making it difficult to cook normally. The 9 children would have to make do with boiled water, biscuits, and instant noodles for 2 days. Su Yan also brought 3 large barrels of bottled mineral water from the helicopter, along with several boxes of small bottled water, reminding them not to go anywhere and to contact her if needed. "Grandma, are we going back to Jiangcheng or exploring around Beijing? The helicopter is too noticeable. It's better to be cautious." The old lady's face lit up for a moment when she heard her granddaughter mention exploring around Beijing. She wanted to look around, even though much of the greenery was gone, and many buildings appeared run down due to the aftermath of the flood. She was curious to see it. Otherwise, as her granddaughter mentioned about the past, it's uncertain whether this continent will still exist in the future. Su Yan noticed her grandmother's expression, so she put away the helicopter since there was no one around. She took out the flying vehicle and helped her grandmother inside, allowing Hihi to fly at a low and discreet altitude. "Grandma, I'll take you to see the Dawn base." "Great, Xiao Yan. Only we can see them, but they can't see us. We can even sneak a peek at your grandpa's office from the window. I wonder how he would react if I called him." Surprised that her grandmother still had such a youthful spirit, Su Yan smiled and decided to make it happen. She wouldn't message her grandpa yet. She wanted her grandmother to conduct a surprise visit. Soon, they arrived above the Dawn base, which is the political center of the country. It was large and densely populated. The old lady had been mostly unwell before and was unfamiliar with the layout of the base, not knowing where Grandpa Sheng's office was located. Su Yan patiently glided slowly a few dozen meters above the base, observing the Dawn base while searching for her grandpa's office. There was a commercial street within the base, but in the high temperatures of 50 to 60 degrees, there weren't many people outside, except for soldiers in temperature-controlled suits. She knew that the southern, central, eastern, and southwestern bases only had one official department store, with vendors only setting up stalls around it. The Dawn base, with its over 200 meters long commercial street, was truly unique. "Grandma, the Dawn base is really much better than other places. Once Grandpa finishes clearing out the pests, if you like it here, we can come back to live together." "Sounds good. Let your grandpa enjoy some comforts with his granddaughter. Something feels off." "What seems off?" The old lady followed Su Yan's gaze. There was movement in an open area by the base, and Su Yan asked Hihi to get closer and lower the altitude to see clearly. There were many sunshades, and inside, various tanks, artillery vehicles, and helicopters could be seen. "I heard from your grandfather that these should be the equipment that was severely affected by magnetic interference and can't be used. Grandma, look at the person in that corner tent. It seems like they are plotting something. Do you recognize them?" Su Yan made Hihi circle around to the front, so the old lady could see better. Fortunately, the tent was tall enough, and the aircraft could lower to a minimum altitude to get a clear view. More than 10 people were having a small meeting, but they couldn't hear what they were saying from the aircraft. The person speaking is a trusted aide of Chief Liu. "Are you sure?" The mask covers most of their face. "Grandma, please look closely. Chief Liu's assistant has been with him for over 10 years. I can tell by their build without needing to see their face." Su Yan's first thought was, what are these people plotting in such extreme heat indoors? Surely, they wouldn't take any action? She messaged Qin Yi, asking where he was. Qin Yi replied after more than 10 minutes, saying he was outside on a mission. The fewer words he used, the more serious the situation seemed, indicating it was inconvenient for him to communicate. What should she do, since her partner was on a mission? She checked with the other 4 in their small group, but they were likely busy too. Qin Yi is not at the Dawn base. "Xiao Yan, keep an eye on those people and see what they are planning." Okay, Suyan knew they would set their devices to silent when it was inconvenient, so she wasn't worried about being disturbed. She confidently took photos and sent them to the group. The group of more than 10 people eventually split up, but she continued to follow Chief Lu's assistant, taking a photo every time they reached a new location. After a few photos, Chini responded, "Yen Yen, are you at Dawn?" "Yes, the aircraft is cloaked, so others can't see me." Grandma said this person is Chief Lu's assistant. "Can you check if there's a problem?" Chini's team of 5 was currently surrounding the teams of Lu and Huang. But now, looking at the photos Su Yan sent, the leader was indeed Chief Lu's most trusted assistant, and the others were also highly skilled Special Forces personnel from his team. Is there a potential base for them at Dawn? And what direction are they heading? Where are those people scattered? Isn't that where General Sheng's office and residence are located? Chini thought of something and messaged Su Yan. Grandpa's office is in Building C on the 9th floor, east side, at the center of the base. Once his wife finds Grandpa Sheng, the rest will be arranged by him, so he didn't say more. Okay. With the location, it became easier to find. The aircraft stopped right by the east window of Building C on the 9th floor, just 30 centimeters away. Su Yan had already sent a communication request to her grandfather. "Xiao Yan, Grandpa, are you in your office on the 9th floor of Building C?" "I'm in the office. Is there anyone else with you?" "I'm outside the east window of your office." Grandpa Sheng looked out the window. An invisible aircraft? He immediately went to open the window for his granddaughter. Su Yan helped the elderly lady enter through the window, and the two of them felt like they were descending from the sky. "Grandpa, Xiao Yan, the old lady is here too. Just came to see you." Grandpa Sheng looked outside. There was clearly an aircraft, but he couldn't see anything. Knowing it could hide was different from seeing it hide. The impact was strong, and he marveled at the power of technology once again. "Xiao Yan, what happened? Take a look." Su Yan told her grandfather what she had just seen and showed him the photos she had taken. "I didn't expect they left a backup plan. Should I take care of them? No need for you to do anything. You and your grandmother stay here and don't go anywhere." He had more people he could rely on besides Qini, so Grandpa Sheng called Xiao Mu in. "You and Xiao Zhao's team go control those people and find out their purpose." "Yes, sir." Xiao Mu nodded to the elderly lady and Su Yan before leaving the office. Su Yan saw her grandfather take out 2 cups, and she quickly brought out 3 servings of fruit salad made by Su Qing. "Grandpa, neither Grandma nor I are thirsty, right? Let's eat this." "Yes, it's better to eat fruit than drink water." The elderly lady took the sealed box handed to her by her granddaughter. Su Yan brought a portion to Mr. Sheng's office and prepared a spoon for him. "Okay, eat some fruit." Mr. Sheng removed his mask and took a spoonful of frozen fruit, still wearing a serious expression, but inside, he felt very happy and sweet. "Grandpa, if you feel unwell, you can take the detox pills. They can help with the toxic mist. The mist here is present in the morning and evening, but it's not as thick as the one on the mountain. Just wearing a gas mask is enough. No need for detox pills, mainly because the detox pills are expensive. The toxic mist seems to be regional. I know that Jiang City and Qin City don't have it. Qin City is where Ngzi just sent 9 children." "You went to Qin City?" "Yes." Su Yan told her grandpa about the 9 children. "Once this situation is over, why not bring them to the base? You can arrange whatever you want for them. I need to ask for their opinions first. That group of kids is very independent." Ingzi had previously expressed that they didn't want to enter the base. Mr. Xing chatted with Su Yan and took some time to care for the elderly lady's feelings, asking her various questions about daily life. Su Yan asked Su Qing to prepare lunch, and the 3 of them had lunch in the office until Xiao Mu returned. "Sir, the team led by Chen Ji has been detained, and we have confirmed that the person who left the base with Lu Zhengqiao is Chen Ji's twin brother. The real Chen Ji, who is Lu Zhengqiao's assistant, is hiding with a dozen people in the large military equipment area, waiting for Lu Zhengqiao's orders to carry out armed sabotage. They have successfully sent a signal, send a message to Qin Yi and ask if he wants to take advantage of this." "Yes." After reporting, Xiao Mu turned and left. Meanwhile, Qin Yi was being threatened by Lu Zhengqiao using the safety of Commander Sheng as leverage. Lu and Huang, the former commanders, had long occupied 2 other private bases in the capital. When Commander Sheng called back Qin Yi's team to the Shiguang base, those two noticed and immediately took their people to their private bases. They threatened the lives of ordinary people in the base. They still wanted to keep General Sheng and the old lady under control, but of course, their plan failed. Now, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui were sitting at the negotiation table with Lu Zhengqiao and Huang Yan, who wanted to act independently. After receiving a message from Xiaomu, Qin Yi decided to play along and pretended to send someone back to Shiguang to confirm, buying some time so that Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan could have more time to handle the people controlling the ordinary citizens. They were mainly hesitant to take risks because the area was filled with Lu and Huang's people. Even if Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui managed to catch Lu and Huang off guard, they were worried that any disturbance at the negotiation table would prompt the other side to act against the citizens immediately. Shiguang base. Grandpa, should I go help out? Trust that they can complete the task. The only variable has already been eliminated by you, so there's no need to worry. All right. She knew she didn't have any real skills besides being a bit of a burden. If it weren't for her many survival tricks, she wouldn't have suggested helping out. After speaking, Grandpa Sheng returned to his work. The old lady didn't want to disturb him and sat quietly. Seeing her grandmother like this, Su Yan felt it was best not to say anything more. After contacting Qin Yi, Xiaomu quietly walked over to Su Yan and whispered, "Xiao Yan lunch. We've already eaten." Su Yan handed Xiaomu a portion of food. "The cafeteria is probably out of food. You can have this." Xiaomu took the food and sat down on the other side of the sofa to eat. After working for over an hour, Sheng Zuchong finally finished his tasks. "Old lady, Xiao Yan, it's time to go home." "Okay, my grandmother and I will take the window." Su Yan's grandmother stood up and walked toward the window. "All right, wait for me to land after I get home." Grandpa Sheng wanted to inform the guards at their residence so they wouldn't accidentally harm their own people. With her grandmother guiding her, Su Yan piloted the flying device to the backyard of the Sheng family villa. The high walls of the yard made it easier for her. Grandpa Sheng had instructed the guards to leave early, as the flying device shouldn't be seen by too many people for now. "Grandma is back too. Is this Xiao Yan?" "Yes, this is my granddaughter Xiao Yan." "Qinglan, please prepare a room for Xiao Yan." "Okay, Grandma." Liao Qinglan smiled broadly at Su Yan, giving off a cheerful vibe. She went to make tea and served it to Grandpa Sheng, Grandma, Su Yan, and Xiaomu before heading off to tidy up the room. "Su Yan, why don't you stay here for a couple of days?" "Yes, I'll stay a few days before we head back to Zhongcheng." "Is that okay?" When her grandparents asked, she felt she couldn't refuse. She thought staying for a day or two would be fine, but staying longer made her nervous and worried about being a burden. Now that the Shiguang base no longer had Lu and Huang and their influence, Su Yan should be fine here. Grandpa Sheng thought for a moment and said, "Staying is not a problem. A few days ago, I was thinking of clearing out the pests before formally bringing you back to work with me. I planned for at least a year later, but plans change. Then I'd rather just stay one day and go back to Zhongcheng." "Grandpa, you don't need to arrange anything for me. I absolutely won't work." As soon as she heard her grandpa wanted her to stay close, she felt like running back to Zhongcheng right away. Her fearful expression made Grandma laugh heartily. Grandpa Sheng didn't expect his granddaughter to react this way. Had he wasted his plans? "You old man, just worry about Xiao Yi. Don't pressure Su Yan to be like you. Let her live happily." "All right then." Seeing his granddaughter so resistant, and with Grandma supporting her, Grandpa Sheng knew he couldn't rush things and would have to guide her slowly. He didn't want to force his granddaughter, who had finally returned, to do something she didn't like. However, if it came to leading the country to overcome the apocalypse and rebuild, she was the most capable person to do it. "Grandpa, you and Grandma should take a break. No need for a nap. I'll stay with you." When Xiaomu heard that the leader wanted to stay with his wife and granddaughter, he went to call Liao Qinglan, who had finished tidying up Su Yan's room. "Xiaomu and Qinglan have been together for so many years. Isn't it time for them to get married? Your health has improved, so enjoy time with your granddaughter. Grandma shouldn't worry about the young ones, okay?" Hee, Grandma, Grandpa is right. "You can only worry about me now. If you worry about others, I'll get jealous. You silly child." Grandma gently patted her granddaughter, and Su Yan snuggled into Grandma's embrace. She knew that her grandmother loved to hold her, as if trying to make up for all the hugs she missed when she was little. If anyone was jealous, it was her grandfather who felt the most jealousy. After finally finding his granddaughter, she was closer to her grandmother. It seemed like now that he had a granddaughter, he was no longer needed. Soo-yeon noticed a hint of envy and a touch of loneliness in her grandfather's eyes. She got up from her grandmother's embrace and hugged her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, don't be upset. Let me hug you too. You're still such a child," he replied. Though he seemed to complain about his granddaughter's childishness, a smile spread across his face. It turned out her grandfather had a cute side too. Soo-yeon realized that as long as someone was being playful and sweet, the family atmosphere would be warm. It felt much more relaxed than when she first entered the house. Of course, she only acted this way with those who truly loved her. From that hug, her relationship with her grandfather became much closer. Soo-yeon took out 2 little ones from her space and played with her grandparents. Before long, Grandpa Shung received news that Chin Yi and his team had successfully dealt with Liu and Huang and their followers. The team was currently handling matters at 2 private bases and couldn't return to the Dawn base yet. In the evening, Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu returned to prepare dinner. "Sir, the toxic fog should have cleared." "Really?" Grandpa Shing opened the window and saw that it had indeed dissipated. His granddaughter was truly a lucky charm. She arrived in the capital and chased away the toxic fog. After spending a night at the Dawn base, the next morning, once it was confirmed that the toxic fog was gone, Soo-yeon flew a helicopter to pick up Ingzi and asked if she wanted to go to the Dawn base. "Sister Sue, I don't want to go. It's not that the base is bad, but it's not convenient for us to train, and it's also hard for Brother Zhang, Brother Luo, and you, and Brother Qin to teach us." "Okay, then let's head back to the air raid shelter." From that day on, Ingzi not only supervised her younger siblings in physical training and martial arts, but at 13 and a half, she was also teaching 8 younger kids. After dropping off Ingzi and the others, Soo-yeon returned to the Dawn base to pick up her grandmother and head back to Gyeongchung. Returning home, not to mention Soo-yeon herself, she took the 2 little ones out from the space. They were more excited here than anywhere else because this was their familiar home. Understanding the children's emotions, the thought of temporarily staying at the Dawn base was pushed back a bit. The elderly lady sensed this too. "Are the little ones happy because there are toys here? They are more familiar with this place." The elderly lady nodded in agreement. Besides the small world and space, this house was the second most familiar place for the 2 children. "Then let's stay here. It's rare for the kids to be happy. If your grandpa misses us, we can invite him over to visit." "Good idea, Grandma." She realized that since she knew where her grandpa's small yard at the Dawn base was, it would be much easier to visit in the future, as the flying vehicle could land in the backyard. Soo-yeon didn't think too much. She was in a relaxed state. Not long after, the intercom rang.
She knew it was Lu Shui.
"Did you see me fly back again?" "Yeah, are you busy?" "I wanted to chat. I'm so bored. Come over for lunch. I'll wait for you." With that confirmation, Lu Shui happily ended the call. Soo-yeon remembered that a few days ago, Luo Wanning had gone back to change the dressing for Uncle Zhang's leg injury. She had said she would visit when she had time, so since it wasn't quite lunchtime yet, should she go downstairs to take a look? She packed half a pound of dried vegetables, a can of adult milk powder, and 2 handfuls of lollipops, all from the supermarket's zero-cost stock. It was just enough for Qian Qian and Xiao Xian. She figured that giving more wouldn't be a problem. It had been a long time since she walked through the corridor of Building C. From the 32nd floor down, ever since the Lanjiang platform was set up as a temporary base, the entire building was filled with people. With more people came more trash, and in the extreme heat with severe water shortages, the corridor was filled with all sorts of unpleasant smells. Besides the bad odors, there were also many people she encountered or heard coming down the stairs. Soo-yeon didn't know them, but she knew that on the 32nd floor lived a mysterious female figure who was especially cared for by the base. At this moment, she saw a young, beautiful, unfamiliar face, with a fair complexion and impeccably clean appearance, and everyone recognized her as someone from the 32nd floor. Facing various curious, flattering, or envious gazes, she finally made it to the 11th floor and knocked on the door. It was little Xian who opened the door. The child looked so dirty that Su Yan almost didn't recognize him. "Is that you, Sister Yan? Come in quickly." "Yeah, are you home alone?" "I'm here with Grandpa, and Xian went with Aunt Luo to help at the clinic." Su Yan said, "Oh," and followed little Xian inside. "Xian, do we have guests?" Mr. Zhang called from the room. Su Yan and little Xian walked toward the room one after the other. "Grandpa, it's Sister Yan." "Mr. Zhang, it's me. I heard from Sister Luo when she came to change your bandages that you were hurt. I finally found time to come see you. It's just a small injury. I'm getting old, so it takes longer to heal. I appreciate you bringing me medicine. I'll be better soon. Don't move, just sit still." Mr. Zhang tried to get out of bed to lower his leg that was in a cast, but Su Yan stopped him. "Why did you bring something? These days, supplies are precious. You should take it back with you." "There's nothing precious about it, just some dried vegetables and adult milk powder. You need good nutrition to heal, otherwise how long will it take? Little Xian is counting on you."
"Thank you, Yan."
"I'll accept it, even if it's a bit embarrassing."
Sigh.
Mr. Zhang sighed. Little Xian was indeed counting on him. Even blood relatives can get frustrated with someone who is bedridden. Mr. Zhang was just neighbors with Luo Wanning, and they had banded together to survive in tough times. Now, in his current situation, even though Luo Wanning was kind and didn't mind him, it wasn't a solution. He was getting old. This time, he was lucky to survive a broken leg. What if it happens again? Little Xian was still so young. Su Yan took a few candies from the bag and handed them to little Xian.
"Thank you, Sister Yan."
"Go ahead and eat. There are more here." Little Xian took the candy and obediently went outside. Mr. Zhang called for his grandson to bring Su Yan some water. Su Yan quickly spoke up to stop him. She didn't need water, but she knew that drinking water was more valuable than oil these days. Mr. Zhang moved his lips several times before asking, "I heard from Xiao Luo that you've been outside lately. Have you been to any other bases?" "Yes, I have been to several bases." "Mr. Zhang, are you looking for information about someone?" Zhang Bo nodded, feeling a bit troubled. Finding someone is not easy, but for his grandson, he thought hard and decided to ask Su Yan for help, even if it meant feeling embarrassed. "Yes, I need your help to find out about Xiao Xian's dad. Before the disaster, he was on a business trip in High City, following a case. My son, Zhang Xian, is a police officer in the Wenmiao area of Jiang City, and my daughter-in-law, Chu Xiaoling, used to work as a clerk in the Jiang City Housing Authority. She went on vacation with him, but they lost contact after the disaster. That means they are likely trapped in High City. The base in the eastern region is located there, and I actually know some people at the base. I visited the High City base recently. I'll find a chance to ask about them. If they chose to enter the base, it shouldn't be too hard to find them. Thank you, Su Yan. No need to thank me. I don't know if I can help, but don't worry, I'll ask as soon as I can. Just the fact that you agreed to help makes me feel hopeful." Zhang Bo was excited. This was the hope for his family. Somehow, with Su Yan's promise to help, he suddenly felt filled with hope. Su Yan smiled and didn't dwell on the issue with Zhang Bo. Having hope is always a good thing. After chatting with Zhang Bo for about half an hour, she went upstairs. Su Yan gritted her teeth and climbed back to her 32nd floor. In just that short time, she was so hot that her hair and clothes were soaked. Lu Shui had flown over from her rooftop as well, someone who would rather waste fuel than climb stairs. "Miss, is there a day you actually want to climb stairs? Who has that much influence? I want to check on Zhang Bo, one of the few neighbors I know. Come in quickly. I'm dying from a heat." Su Yan noticed Lu Shui's expression. It was no longer the same as when she had asked for help to get Yang Jinghui to come out and confess. Perhaps she had come to terms with things. As she opened the door and stepped inside, a rush of cool air greeted her. It felt great. Hearing the door open, the elderly lady came out from the kitchen. "Xiaoyan is back. Lu Shui is here too. Hello, Grandma. I'm here to enjoy another meal. You're the only friend Xiao Yan can chat with. We're happy to have you here. Dinner will take a little while. You two can sit for now. Okay? Grandma, are you back in the kitchen again? I didn't cut the fruit, I prepared it for you. The old lady always wanted to cook and make snacks for her, but she didn't want her to tire herself out, so she refused. When the old lady really brought out a plate of cantaloupe, Su Yan took the fruit plate and placed it in front of Lu Shui, then pulled the old lady to sit beside her. Eat, Lu Shui. I won't be polite here, don't worry. That's the right attitude. After Su Yan offered a piece of melon to the old lady, she also popped a piece into her mouth. Chilled and refreshing, it helped her recover from the exhaustion of climbing the stairs. The old lady ate a piece of melon and then went to the toy room to play with the kids, choosing not to join the young people's conversation. Su Yan tentatively asked, "Are you okay, huh?" "I'm doing great. You don't think I'm still sad, do you?" Yang Jinghui doesn't like me, and I was upset, but sadness has its limits. I've come to terms with it and moved on. Life is hard enough. I won't make it harder for myself. That's insightful. I admire you. So, my good friend, since my confession didn't go well, can you help me feel better? What was Lu Shui planning now? But Su Yan had been feeling down for days, so if Lu Shui had any good ideas, she was willing to listen. Go ahead. Yen, you probably don't know that drinking water is becoming very scarce. I've heard from the soldiers that the water level at the collection point has dropped significantly, and soon we might face a complete water shortage. Is it that serious? What about the Songjiang River outside the city? Don't even mention it. Many people can only earn enough points at the base to exchange for daily drinking water, and they can't afford water for bathing or laundry. Some have even set their sights on the Songjiang River, forming teams to collect water there, but that river is running dry too. This girl wants to get into the water business. But she couldn't actually get water. There was some in her space, but she couldn't use it for profit. That was her last resort. Who knows if the little river in her space would ever run out? You want to sell water? Yes. Water is more expensive than oil now. I know your family has plenty of water, and you don't go downstairs to collect it, so you must be getting it delivered by helicopter. Can you tell me where there are water sources? I just need the information. I'll handle everything else, and we can split the supplies we earn. Do you want to be the richest person in the apocalypse? Or do you want to turn the Lu family into the most prominent family in the end times? This has nothing to do with being prominent. I just enjoy doing business. You really believe that? Su Yan also liked doing business to earn money and resources. Lu Shui's proposal was fair. As long as she provided the information, they could split the profits evenly. However, she didn't know where to find enough water sources to sell. She decisively rejected Lu Shui's suggestion. Hey, stop sighing. If you really want to do business and earn resources, you could trade in protective gear against smog and acid rain, as well as earthquake escape tools and so on. Is an earthquake coming? Is acid rain on the way? Who knows? It's the apocalypse. Anything can happen. A major disaster could strike any day. Having these items on hand won't lead to losses. If you gather more, you can easily find buyers in the wealthy circles of Jiang City. The more Lu Shui listened, the more excited she became. Yes, there were so many business opportunities. Setting aside business, these items were also essential for family and friends to ensure their safety. In her excitement, the beautiful girl hugged Su Yan and gave her a big kiss. Su Yan pushed her away in disgust. With a goal in mind, Lu Shui hurriedly left after lunch, asking her friend if she wanted to join her. I'm good. Fine, I'll worry about you for nothing. See you. After sending Lu Shui off and locking the door, Su Yan let out her dogs, De Huang and De He, to guard the house. Grandma, it's time for a nap. You go sleep with the little ones. I'll digest my food and start exercising. Oh, Xiaoyan, the osmanthus flowers you planted are blooming beautifully.
Pick some for me.
I'll make osmanthus cake for you. Sure. She gathered osmanthus flowers and prepared a large amount of glutinous rice flour, regular flour, milk, coconut milk, and other necessary ingredients. Her grandmother always wanted to make delicious food for her, and Su Yan wanted to make her happy. As long as the old lady didn't tire herself out, she could do whatever she liked. After arranging things for her grandmother and leaving the kids with Su Qing, she entered her space to check her personal belongings. She won't touch the National Treasury gold given by her grandfather and Grandpa Qin. She will keep it for future purchases by the government. The personal assets she has counted are those collected by her and Qin, as well as those from Qin's team that they said do not need to be divided. She plans to sell what can be sold and convert it into gold, only counting the gold. In total, there are 940,000 kilograms, not counting the decimals. Currently, she is at level 6. The highest level is 9. To upgrade to level 6, she spent 100,000 kilograms, and to reach level 7, it will take 200,000 kilograms, 400,000 kilograms for level 8, and 800,000 kilograms for level 9. Su Yan calculated the upgrade pattern. The amount of gold needed to upgrade from level 1 to 6 increases tenfold, while level 7, 8, and 9 only require doubling. Fortunately, after that, it's just doubling. Otherwise, it would take the strength of the entire country to upgrade, or even the whole world. Yesterday, her grandfather discussed the space issue with her for a long time. What Suya needs to do now is upgrade the space. She still needs 1,400,000 kilograms of gold to reach the highest level. Not using the National Treasury gold means she still needs 460,000 kilograms. Su Yan is still quite poor. She has to find a way to get that 460,000 kilograms. But for now, she can upgrade 2 levels. Recently, she doesn't plan to go out, so upgrading will give her time to manage the forest land to her space. Su Yan painfully spent 600,000 kilograms of gold. Then she was ejected from the space. When she entered again after the upgrade, she checked the transaction panel and saw the space area, 80 square kilometers. At level 6, the space was 20 square kilometers. She doesn't know the height, but it can accommodate a helicopter. Now, having upgraded 2 levels to level 8, it should be 2,000 square kilometers based on the tenfold increase per level. However, the panel shows only 80 square kilometers. This means that the gold used for level 7 and 8 only doubled, so the area of the space also only doubled. The space is quite stingy and calculated very precisely. But it's still good. Looking at the 80 square kilometers of space, Su Yan feels like she owns an entire world. That's about the size of the largest district in Jiang City, Jiangsu District. Such a large area completely belongs to her. If she finishes upgrading to the final level, that would be 160 square kilometers, and Su Yan is starting to feel like she might not even want that. Choosing what trees to plant, what vegetables to grow, and what animals to raise is impossible for her family alone. They definitely need planting robots this time. Even if they buy planting robots, they can only afford 10 or 8, so they will have to take it slow and grow as much as they can. Su Yan shook her head and looked away from the screen to check her private area. Fortunately, with just a thought, she could go anywhere and travel any distance. Otherwise, she would have to drive or take a helicopter. However, taking a helicopter was nice, so she boarded one and began her aerial tour. Looking down, she saw countless small hills, and besides the many hills, the original river wound around the bases of all the mountains, plus there was a new river. This river started at the edge of the space and flowed toward the same boundary, with a mist beyond that no one could cross. No one knew what lay outside that fog. Also, her villa had transformed into a Sioux-style courtyard, complete with pavilions, artificial hills, and a small lake. The house structure had been adjusted to be larger and more spacious. Looking at the land below, her earlier frustration about not having enough gold to upgrade to level 9 vanished, and Su Yan suddenly felt very wealthy. After a round of inspection, she landed the helicopter in an open area outside her yard. 2 little tiger cubs and a real cub ran to her feet, clinging to her. With every step she took, the 3 little beasts followed closely. Su Yan sat in the middle of the garden, petting the little cubs while opening the display screen to find the interstellar trading section. She discovered many items that were previously locked and could now be purchased, especially robots. The prices for construction, planting, breeding, and household robots were not high. Well, she felt a bit extravagant now. With 100 kilograms of gold, she no longer felt pain in spending. Thinking back to when she first got the space and was so tight on funds, it was like night and day. She decided to get 2 breeding robots to take care of the sheep, cows, pigs, chickens, and the ducks, geese, and fish in the river. She ordered 10 planting robots to grow vegetables, trees, fruits, flowers, and grass. She also got 2 construction robots to build more small courtyards around the existing one. With gold, she could be bold. They could also repair roads and bridges. Again, with gold, she could be bold. Aside from the robots, Su Yan also purchased various machines for planting, breeding, and infrastructure, spending 2,319 kilograms of gold. After buying everything, Su Yan activated the robots and let He handle all the commands, so she didn't have to worry about it. He, her all-around assistant, knew exactly what she was thinking. She also turned a small empty space in front of the yard into a parking area for a helicopter and several cars, making it convenient for her grandmother and Chini to explore when they arrived. Excitedly stepping out of the space, Su Yan went to get her grandmother off the treadmill. "Grandma, I just upgraded the space. It's now 80 square kilometers. Let me show you." Su Yan brought her grandmother inside, and also took the 2 little ones and Su Qing into the courtyard. Her grandmother had already accepted this unusual scene calmly. Standing in the yard, she watched as the things that were once close became dozens of times farther away, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Grandma, the shooting range has moved far away. If you want to practice, you'll need to drive. You'll also need to drive to explore the surroundings." "Okay, Xiao Yan, I can drive. You go ahead and do your thing, I'll look around." "All right, have fun. I'll go report to Grandpa." Leaving the space, Su Yan fiddled with her wristband and decided to find Grandpa herself. Half an hour later, Su Yan landed in the backyard of General Sheng's home at Dawn Base and messaged her grandfather. Before long, Sheng Zuchong returned home with Xiao Mu. Having just left and come back meant something important was going on, so Xiao Mu took Liao Qinglan away to give the 2 of them some privacy.
What's up, Xiao Yan?
"Grandpa, I upgraded the space 2 levels, and it has changed a lot. Let me show you." Su Yan had mentioned the space to Grandpa Sheng before. She knew that upgrading it would make it larger and unlock new items for purchase. But imagining it and seeing it in person were different. The impact was overwhelming, and words couldn't capture it, so she simply took her grandfather into the space. Even with some preparation, facing the scientifically unexplainable sights before him, Sheng Zuchong felt a wave of astonishment. "Grandpa, let me show you around."
Sure.
Su Yan took her grandfather onto the flying vehicle, which was silent, unlike any helicopter. She first went to the shooting range. "Look, my grandmother is over there. Wow, she has improved a lot. She's feeling better and doesn't cry for no reason anymore. But I've struggled for decades to help her with her crying. I didn't expect you to solve it just by coming back. Thanks to you. Grandma's health improved thanks to good medicine, but it's really because of her. This space was passed down from her to my mom, so I can have it. Well, it was meant for you. Otherwise, the Song family has passed it down for generations, and no one has had the chance to open the space." Su Yan loved hearing that. The opportunity was hers. After landing the flying vehicle next to the shooting range, Su Yan called out to her grandmother, who was practicing seriously. "Grandma, Grandpa, and I are here to see you. You brought the old man with you?" Grandma put down what she was holding, wiped her hands with a towel from her shoulder, and walked over. Mr. Sheng patted the seat next to him and spoke to Grandma. A bit proudly, "Xiao Yan specially came to pick me up. Xiao Yan is closest to me. Yes, I won't argue with you. You wouldn't win anyway."
All right, no arguing.
"Your granddaughter is closest to you." The way the old man sweet-talked Grandma made Su Yan very envious. "Grandpa, Grandma, I want to show you my private estate." The flying vehicle moved slowly, and at each stop, Su Yan explained things to the 2 elders, like the fish in the river, the cows and sheep on the mountain, the temperature-controlled warehouse, the newly upgraded river, and the various robots she had just bought. By the time they returned to the courtyard, an hour had passed. The 3 of them sat in the pavilion in the yard, and Su Yan had Su Qing bring 3 cups of juice. "Grandpa, ever since I told you about the existence of this space, I've been ready for you to decide how to use it. As you can see, this area is as big as a small city. If I manage it, even with robots helping, they will only follow my instructions. I don't have much experience and worry about wasting such a great resource, so I'd like to hear your advice. In front of her grandfather, even though he is a powerful figure, Suyen dared not entertain any other thoughts. What she said was exactly what she meant. All right, then let me share some thoughts. Her grandfather, Sheng Zuchong, said, feeling comforted that his granddaughter truly embodied the Sheng family's lineage. Child, from my position as your grandfather, I cannot ignore the fact that you have such resources. However, you are also my granddaughter, and while utilizing these resources, I must ensure your safety. I am glad for your trust and affection towards the country and me. However, even with your unique experiences, disasters will still come. Everything happening now can be seen as a natural law of survival of the fittest. It's good to use the resources you provide wisely, but you shouldn't rely on them too heavily. With the groundwork laid by the first 3 space buttons, introducing some high-tech products at the right time won't seem out of place. We can only say that there are channels for high-tech products, and we cannot reveal more about the space. The space is yours, and it's best to keep your cards close to your chest. As a leader, he had to consider the bigger picture, and since Su Yan was his only granddaughter, he also needed to think about her interests. Weighing these factors, Sheng Lao expressed his thoughts. Thank you, Grandpa. You have a bit of conscience not trying to exploit our little Yen too much. Also, what the child deserves, you must not hold back. Don't worry, Grandma. Before little Yen returns, I already plan to support Qin, and now he has become our granddaughter's fiancé. I have everything under control. Since learning about his granddaughter's situation, Sheng Lao had a new plan, but it was too early to discuss it with Grandma and his granddaughter, so he kept it to himself. Little Yen, who knows the true situation of the space now? Only you, Grandma, and Qin. As for Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Chen Zishan, Zhang Yuan, Xiao Mu, and Zhou Shooting, they only know about the space and that it can exchange items and grow things. They don't know any more details. I have also made them sign a confidentiality agreement. They are trustworthy people, so in the future, do not expose the space unless necessary, understood? I understand, Grandpa. Sheng Lao nodded. This child could be clever at times and confused at others, but that was fine. He would keep a closer watch on her in the future. Su Yan asked Su Qing to prepare dinner while she took the 2 little ones to play around the old house. After dinner, she sent the old man back to the Shuguang base before returning to the Longjing terrace. Almost forgetting to help Uncle Zhang find his son, Su Yan contacted Zhou Shooting in Haiqing using her wristband. Hello, Director Zhou. Director? Just call me Uncle Zhou. Did you remember me? What can I do for you? Hello, Uncle Zhou. Could you help me find 2 people? After getting a positive response, Su Yan provided Zhou Shooting with the names and workplaces of Uncle Zhang's son and daughter-in-law before the apocalypse. Don't worry, as long as they're in my Haiqing base, I can find them. But, my dear niece, things have been rough in Haiqing lately. Not only did we almost get swept away by a tsunami, but there are also dangerous creatures roaming around, causing harm to our ordinary citizens. You need to provide me with some good weapons. It's quite something to ask for benefits while doing a favor. She couldn't agree right away, but considering he was a trusted person according to her grandfather, Su Yan gave him a reminder. Please ask my grandfather for a formal request first. Sure thing. Thank you, my dear niece. Zhou Shooting understood her hint and knew that meant he could proceed. Next, Su Yan closed the door and brought her grandmother, the 2 little ones, a robot, and a dog into the space, planning to stay there for a few days. After all, the expanded space was new and exciting, especially the Su-style courtyard, which she loved. However, Su Yan would check in the real world every day to see if anyone was trying to contact her. Inside the space, the 2 little ones played with 3 baby beasts and 2 dogs, while Su Qing took care of the children and prepared meals. Meanwhile, Su Yan and her grandmother practiced physical fitness, shooting, racing cars, and even flying planes. Her grandmother was very interested in the helicopter and seemed to grow younger every day since being with her granddaughter, insisting on learning how to fly it. Su Yan happily went along with her grandmother, teaching her slowly. It wasn't as fast-paced as her own learning, but as long as her grandmother was willing to learn, she would eventually be able to fly, which made her grandmother happy. After staying in the space for 5 days, Su Yan received a message from Zhou Shooting saying that Zhang Xian and Chu Shaoling had been found, so she brought her family out of the space. Xiaoyan, are you going to Haicheng? No, let Zhou Shooting bring them to Jiangcheng and take what he needs. You're just being lazy. Suyan smiled at her grandmother and didn't argue. Just being lazy all the way. Zhou Shooting replied that he would come soon, and she sent him the location to land directly on the roof of Building C at Lanjingtai, avoiding the stairs. She had previously thought of this place as a safe house and only wanted to stay hidden, wanting to avoid dealing with people. She never imagined how things would develop. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen such a high place. A 20-story building would have been better, saving her from climbing so many flights. Suyan kept trying to reach the intercom for the 11th floor, and after a while, she finally got through. It was Uncle Zhang's voice. Ayen, it's me, Uncle Zhang. Your son and daughter-in-law have been found and are on their way back from Haicheng. Really? Thank you. Thank you, Ayen. I can't move right now, but when they return, I'll have them bring Xiao Xian to bow to you. That's too much, Uncle Zhang. It was just a small effort. I'm just letting you know, so you can wait for them. Before Su Yan ended the call, Uncle Zhang kept thanking her. Glancing at the time, she estimated that Zhou Shooting would arrive before lunch, so she asked Su Qing to prepare extra food for 2 more people. 2 hours later, she received a message from Zhou Shooting saying he was almost there. Su Yan went to the rooftop and waved at the helicopter flying in from a distance. The security personnel responsible for Lanjingtai were used to it and didn't need to intercept any people or vehicles related to the 32nd floor of Building C. The first to get off the helicopter was the guard, Xiao Lu, followed by Zhou Shooting. The man and woman behind them were likely Uncle Zhang's son and daughter-in-law, each carrying a large bag of luggage. Wow, my dear niece, the rooftop has become your landing pad. Here, we found the people for you. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Su Yan signaled Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu to go to the stairs while she spoke to Zhang Xian and his wife. It's good that you two are back. Uncle Zhang and Xiao Xian are waiting at home. They are currently staying on the 11th floor. Thank you, Miss Su. Director Zhou told me it was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could return to see them. Chu Xiaoling said, reaching out to shake Su Yan's hand but awkwardly pulled back when she felt the sweat. Miss Su, thank you so much. Zhang Xian said, his face flushed with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Su Yan smiled at Zhang Xian and his wife. You're welcome. Xiao Yan is at 3201 or 02. Uncle Zhou, it's 3201. Wait for me. After only a few words with Zhang Xian and Chu Xiaoling, Zhou Shooting came downstairs. Su Yan had to quicken her pace to catch up. Brother Zhang, Sister Zhang, you can just go down to the 11th floor. We know, you go ahead. Su Yan opened the door to the hallway for them before leading Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu into 3201. Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu exchanged polite greetings with the elderly lady before sitting down. Su Yan poured juice for the two of them. The elderly lady excused herself to check on the child, not wanting to interrupt their conversation. Xiao Lu sat upright, sipping his juice. Zhou Shooting looked around the room, touching this and knocking on that, and sincerely exclaimed, "This is a really nice place. The glass is top-notch, and the walls, floors, and ceiling are all well-made. The high ceilings and secure hallway ensure you won't be disturbed. I believe keeping watch over the hallway is a small task for my niece. You're too kind, Uncle Zhou. Hee, such a wonderful girl has gone to that Qin boy. Why did he bring up Qin Yi when praising her safe house? Moreover, he seemed a bit sad about it. If he weren't an elder, Su Yan might have misunderstood. However, she couldn't help but ask, Uncle Zhou, did my Qin Yi upset you? Oh, don't misunderstand. Seeing you reminds me of my son. If only I had a daughter-in-law like you, Sai. Your son? Zhou Shooting took a couple of sips of juice and slowly told Su Yan that his son, Jose, was about the same age as Qin Yi and also quite talented. The difference was that Qin Yi joined the military, while Jose entered the police force, where he was also a notable figure. Upon hearing about the disaster, everyone abroad was called back. Jose was busy capturing international criminals and couldn't be reached. Then, the disaster struck, and now who knows if he is still alive? Su Yan felt quite sorry after hearing this, and wished she hadn't asked. With his skills, he is definitely alive. He just can't return for now. Okay, if you say he's alive, I believe you. You're a lucky star. Su-Yen didn't dare to respond, thinking to herself that if being called a lucky star made him happy, they should move on from this topic. Zhou's shooting didn't continue and shifted the conversation back to the purpose of his visit. Xiao-Yan, Director Sheng approved a batch of weapons for me. I'm sending you the list now. However, the helicopters aren't durable. After flying in this high temperature, the engines have been smoking, and 2 have caught fire. Luckily, they landed safely. If one exploded in the air, the consequences would be serious. Are you really using the helicopters non-stop? Su-Yen also flew helicopters, but only for 2 or 3 hours at a time. How else can we do it? Recently, several small countries across the sea were wiped out in that tsunami. Many armed personnel have landed in Haicheng, causing chaos. Half of the soldiers in the base went to clean up the area. We need vehicles, helicopters, and there's a high consumption of weapons. Uncle Zhou, let me check if we have what you need first. Su-Yen pretended to seriously look at the list Zhou shooting sent. She maintained a cold expression, but inside, she couldn't stand hearing others complain about being short on resources, especially when she was quite wealthy. Upon reviewing the list, she noticed that everything Zhou shooting requested was advanced technology, not ordinary weapons. Director Zhou, are you planning to equip a high-tech special forces team? Well, my situation is a bit special. The Dawn base in the capital is the most important, and mine is the second. Since the Dawn base has outstanding personnel and equipment like you and Team Qin, our Eastern Haicheng can't fall behind. Fall behind? They were already ahead of Dawn. What was on the list? Aircraft. Dawn didn't have those yet, did they? It wasn't that Su-Yen was unwilling. She could easily get these items without spending her own money, just deducting from the public funds of gold. The question was, would they even know how to operate the aircraft? Zhou shooting, being perceptive, could tell what Su-Yen was thinking just by looking at her expression. Don't worry, Xiaoyan. You said the aircraft has an automatic mode. I trust Interstellar Products. Using the automatic mode is fine. You just need to have Zai Chuanzi help set up the mode and voice control. You've thought of everything. I have nothing to add. Su-Yen confirmed with her grandfather again. Old Shin explained to Su-Yen that agreeing to give Zhou shooting these items was something they had discussed. They would eventually be needed, so they would let these high-tech products gradually spread from Haicheng to attract attention. Su-Yen understood. This was to protect her. Isn't it too early? No, it's been a year since the natural disaster. This high-tech can't be revealed all at once. It's more reasonable to keep it under wraps for a year or 2 before making a clear appearance. Su-Yen replied to her grandfather with a smile, feeling happy. Did you clarify everything with General Sheng? Hee, Uncle Zhou, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm just a transporter right now. As a transporter, she wasn't even a middleman anymore. She wasn't making any profit from the government. You're truly a good girl from the Sheng family. Don't worry, I will use it wisely to attract attention from various forces. Thank you. Su-Yen sincerely thanked the person who was helping her bear the pressure, thinking she would send more gifts later. After a pleasant discussion and a happy lunch, Su-Yen went to prepare the items Zhou shooting wanted, from repair liquid to aircraft, as well as new products available for trade after upgrades, energy stone power generation devices, and super water purification devices, among others. The extreme heat had caused a significant loss of freshwater resources, making natural drinking water scarce. The super water purification device was very suitable for Haicheng. It could directly convert seawater into freshwater with a simple process and almost no energy consumption. The standard energy supply could be used continuously for 10 years. Every base desperately needed the water purification device, but it couldn't be used all at once. Haicheng would take the lead. To thank Zhou shooting for helping her take the blame, Su-Yen prepared a lot of fruits and vegetables. After having Hee help set up the aircraft according to the requirements, Su-Yen came out of her space and called Zhou shooting to her temporary storage room. Uncle Zhou, I'm moving out. Please store it in your space bun. Okay. The room was not big, and it took several trips to finish moving everything, leaving only the aircraft at the end. I'll take you out to a remote place to switch aircraft, and I'll check how well you can use it automatically. That sounds perfect. Thank you, dear niece. Zhou shooting was very busy. After eating and packing up, he was ready to leave. Su-Yen informed her grandmother and took them out. To make it easier for her to return, she flew the helicopter herself. Fortunately, since she was flying the helicopter, Zhou Shooting's helicopter had only been in the air for 5 minutes when it started to smoke and couldn't land in time. The two people on board had to jump out with parachutes to escape. The smoking helicopter crashed into the forest. The tall trees on the mountain were still alive for now, but the trees with leaves were half dead, and the small bushes and weeds under the big trees were all dry and withered. It was truly a case of dry wood meeting fierce fire, with the flames spreading outward from the pile of scrap metal. The two were not far from the fire. Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu had already dismantled their parachutes, but why hadn't they gotten up and left?
Shuyan felt anxious.
If she landed to rescue them, the strong winds would only make the fire worse. The flames would reach those two directly. Even worse, there was nowhere nearby to land. But if she didn't land, how could she save them? Zhou Shooting reacted quickly and contacted Su Yan through his wristband. Xiao Yan, I might have broken my old bones, and Xiao Lu seems to be in bad shape too. Drop the rescue line, we'll hold on, and you can pull us away from here. Okay, thanks to Qin Yi's frequent training, she knew how to use the emergency equipment on the helicopter. She let out the 50-meter rescue line. After Zhou Shooting grabbed it, she pulled him over 20 meters to connect with Xiao Lu. Once she confirmed they were holding on tightly, she ascended and flew away from the forest to an open area. As soon as they landed, Su Yan rushed over. Neither of them could stand up. In an open area, the heat could be unbearable, and to treat their wounds, they needed to get back to the helicopter first. Su Yan helped both of them inside, and noticed their wounds were bleeding a lot. Did you fall that hard? Since the preparations weren't done well, and I haven't practiced skydiving in a long time with all those rocks around, I really can't ignore my age anymore. I haven't practiced either, so I'm a bit rusty. In this situation, where injuries can happen, we can't delay. Su Yan took out 2 healing liquids and gave one to Zhou Shooting and one to Xiao Lu. Isn't this a bit wasteful? Zhou Shooting hadn't tried the healing liquid before, and now he had the chance, but he felt it was too costly. 10 kilograms of gold. It's like swallowing gold directly. No, it's fine. Just let it heal naturally. Xiao Lu also knew this stuff was expensive and wanted to save it. Su Yan opened both bottles for them. Drink it quickly. Since they were already opened, Zhou Shooting knew he couldn't move and would delay many things at the base, so he quickly drank it all and signaled Xiao Lu to do the same. After drinking, their eyelids slowly drooped, and it took several minutes for them to open their eyes again. Am I better now? This effect is truly better experience than heard. Chief, Miss Su, am I really healed? Su Yan smiled and nodded at both of them, letting them enjoy their surprise. Once their excitement settled, Su Yan said, Uncle Zhou, next time, don't treat the helicopter like a workhorse. Okay, I'll let them use it more gently in the future. Chief Zhou, this helicopter has been used continuously for 6 days, only stopping for refueling. Su Yan thought, even a workhorse shouldn't be treated like that. Are you both feeling better? Uncle Zhou, I'll release the aircraft for you to fly back to Haicheng. Great. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Suddenly, a high-tech aircraft appeared next to Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu. Zhou Shooting had seen aircraft before, and Xiao Lu had too, but even though it wasn't their first time, they still looked amazed. Su Yan interrupted their awe over the aircraft, brought out He, and taught them how to use it, emphasizing the uncontrollable factors of autopilot, just in case. They knew there could be unexpected situations, but they still had to use it. It wasn't her fault. Su Yan didn't dare to take a risk. She couldn't let Qin Yi use the automatic function alone until he learned manual driving. I've learned it, Xiao Yan. Sorry for the trouble this time. You can go back now. It's no trouble. You go ahead. Zhou Shooting didn't hesitate and reminded Su Yan to stay safe and not linger outside. He and Xiao Lu boarded the aircraft, input the coordinates, and activated the autopilot. Before leaving, Su Yan checked the area around the burning forest, ensuring the fire would only affect that mountain and wouldn't spread to the surrounding woods before she felt safe to return. Back at Longjing Terrace, she messaged her grandfather and asked when Qin Yi would return to Zhongcheng. The reply said there were still many tasks to finish, and it would take a few more days. Grandma, do you want to go for a walk outside? Huh? Outside means abroad. Su Yan gave her grandmother a knowing smile. Her grandmother understood that her granddaughter and grandson-in-law had always planned to go abroad, but things had been busy, and they hadn't gone yet. Can you absolutely guarantee your safety? I can. After spending time together, her grandmother knew her granddaughter valued her life. Since Su Yan said she could, her grandmother believed her. The two of them quickly agreed. It was understandable. Ever since her daughter and granddaughter had their accidents, her grandmother had been troubled, which affected her health. After 20 years of isolation, she was now healthy and wanted to live life fully. They stored their belongings, the robot, and the dog back in their space and set off. 3 hours later, the aircraft arrived over Bern, in Central Europe. Looking down, the buildings were quite low, with only a few tall ones around 100 meters. It made sense. The population was small, and there was plenty of land, so they didn't need to build upwards. Xiao Yan stopped at that building. The whole world is out of water and power, and no one lives in the tall ones. Okay, my grandma decides, even if there were tall buildings, no one would live in them if they had to go upstairs. Su Yan flew around, and of course, the aircraft was flying stealthily. She discovered that the base was not in the city. After landing, she tucked away the aircraft and chose a clean spot on the top floor of a building, which was the office of a company's president. Xiaoyan, this place is nice. There are enough sofas, tables, and chairs, and the break room and restroom are well equipped. It is quite upscale. I'll have Suqing come out to clean. They let Suqing and all the cleaning tools and water tanks out, while Suyan and the elderly lady gathered around Hehe to study the map. However, not long after, Suyan's wristband lit up. Grandpa, Xiaoyan, where are you and your grandma right now? Oh no, Grandpa found out their location. How could I forget to turn it off? Grandpa looked unhappy, and I was sure I would get scolded. Suyan looked at the elderly lady for help. You saw it and still ask? I will keep an eye on Xiaoyan and make sure she behaves. She can take care of herself and me. So don't worry. Grandpa, my grandma, and I just went out for a stroll. We won't cause any trouble. We'll be back in 2 days. The person on the video call didn't respond, and the old man must be angry. She knew how important she was to her grandpa. Whether as the only descendant of the Sheng family or someone with special abilities to help the country and people survive tough times, she couldn't afford to get into trouble. Forget it. There are no secrets with Grandpa anymore. This one doesn't matter. If I go out, I will leave Grandma and the 2 little ones in the space. I have a protective shield that is invisible and untouchable, a unique benefit for the owner of the space. It can block all weapons on Earth. I haven't even told Qini about this. You are the first to know, so you can relax, right? Sure enough, after hearing Suyan say this, the old man's expression softened a bit, especially when he realized he was the first to know. It made him feel close to her. Those are just material things. Nothing is absolute. You still need to be careful. Take good care of your grandma, and don't stay out too long. You should return in 2 days, understood? Okay, my grandma, and I will listen to you, Grandpa. Suyan exchanged a glance with the elderly lady, relieved to have settled things with Grandpa. Then, the old man asked about her plans again. Suyan didn't hide anything. The two of them discussed it, and the old man offered a few suggestions before ending the call. Just as she finally got through to Grandpa, she received a message from Qini. Suyan had to reassure him again, and it was easier to convince Qini. They have been through a lot together. Qini didn't know about Su Yan's protective shield, but he had seen her skills firsthand. As long as Su Yan didn't overexert herself, she could stay safe. For example, when she tried to save people during a tsunami, she exhausted herself by forcefully throwing a cruise ship. After dealing with an older man and a younger one, Su Yan took out a power generator, connected it, and finished her work. She brought out 2 cups of juice, gave one to her grandmother, and then leaned against her like a little bird, saying, "This feels nice. You're only 2 years older than Xiao Wei. Grandma, do you think I act like a child? Then I'll learn to be more proper like Grandpa in front of you. Don't imitate that old-fashioned way. Being proper just means being stiff. It's better for you to be cute like Xiao Wei." Hee. The two of them chatted and laughed happily, while Su Qing cleaned up the area and prepared dinner. After dinner, Su Yan sent Su Qing back to her space and finally managed to convince her grandmother to return as well. She then picked up the little bundle of joy, Hee, and set off. Following the map that Hee had drawn before the disaster, they headed to a European medieval antique exhibition. Medieval items are quite valuable. Last time, when Lu Shui introduced a business, they had collected 2 boxes of medieval items during the tsunami, which Su Yan remembered. She guessed that since the disaster came suddenly, the items in this private exhibition likely couldn't be moved in time. After the floods and snow disasters, it was uncertain if the owner was still around. Anyway, she decided to check it out. Upon arrival, she confirmed that there was no one around, so she stored her flying device and activated her protective shield before entering confidently. The survivors had already looted the place. The door was blown off, and the exhibition hall was in ruins. Su Yan didn't search the exhibition hall itself, since there was nothing left. During the disaster, valuable items would have been locked in safes or secure rooms, which were usually high-quality, waterproof, moisture-proof, and theft-proof. So, she focused on finding those places. She found 3 secure rooms, took out a small lock robot, and let it use its laser eyes on the keyholes. Unlocking was surprisingly easy. As she expected, the valuable items were neatly arranged inside the secure rooms and had not been damaged by the flood. Su Yan was very happy to collect them, including the expensive safes. After finishing 1 room, there are still 2 more to go. Not only are there many items, but a lot of them are from our ancient Eastern country. I wonder if this exhibition was traded from the hands of past Western wolves, or if the owner was a wolf all along. Now that it has returned to her, it brings a little comfort. Su Yan was collecting items while messaging her grandfather. Grandpa Sheng replied, saying that ordinary items would be exchanged for gold, but national treasures should be kept. He has national-level cultural relics from the National Museum, and he doesn't plan to exchange them for gold for his granddaughter, unless absolutely necessary. Speaking of national treasures, Su Yan plans to stay here for 2 days before heading to that foggy place, known as the Mist City, to search for more treasures at a certain museum. If items have been moved, she plans to retrieve them from their largest official organization. That's the plan for now. From your expression, you're not allowed to go there.
Huh?
Su Yan was lost in thought and was startled by her grandfather's voice. Can Grandpa read minds? No, her limited expression management couldn't fool someone like Qin Yi or Yang Jinghui, so it's not surprising that her grandfather could tell what she was thinking from her small expressions, given what she was doing. I told you, you can't make plans to go there on your own. Wait until Qin Yi is done. I'm not going. They must have moved the items. That's why you can't go. Grandpa Sheng knew they had been moved. He just didn't want his granddaughter to think about going to the military base. Don't worry, Grandpa. I promise I won't go. I'll just look for treasures in less crowded places. I've already found quite a bit here. Be safe and come back after you're done.
Got it, Grandpa.
She understood, but she wouldn't listen. It was going too smoothly. It took less than 2 hours, and going back too early wasn't an option. Su Yan held on to Hee, letting the little one shine her eyes to light the way. She glanced at the signs of nearby commercial buildings, and any that were related to jewelry caught her attention. She moved like a ghost, weaving through the surrounding commercial buildings. The night is dark and windy, both safe and dangerous. It's safe for Su Yan to act, but dangerous because any light she makes can be seen from far away. Normal people wouldn't pay attention to where the lights are at night. But now, about 5 to 6 kilometers away from Su Yan, there are a few unusual people who noticed a moving light that is much brighter than a regular flashlight.
Wow, look at that.
This isn't a regular flashlight or outdoor lighting tool, right? Who uses outdoor lighting that glows a deep blue. Su Yan didn't know that her light had been spotted, and she hadn't thought about it. If someone interferes with her, they can only blame their bad luck. After opening 2 more jewelry store safes, she lost interest. It was too much trouble and unpleasant, as there were always some decaying bodies waiting around the corner. As she returned to the main road to leave, Su Yan suddenly sensed someone nearby, so she asked Hee to turn off all the lights. It's a young woman with black hair. Are you sure it's black hair? That light only shines ahead. What does it matter? The surroundings and behind also catch some light. I can see her black hair clearly, and she's quite beautiful. You can ask the boss if you don't believe me. The man, referred to as the boss, remained silent. He wasn't curious about who it was. He was more interested in why a young woman was here and why the light source was held in her arms instead of being carried. Unfortunately, the other party noticed someone watching and turned off the power. After Su Yan had He turn off the light, she stepped back and stood still in a place where she couldn't see anything. After standing still for more than 10 minutes and confirming that there were no living beings within a kilometer, she took out her flying device and quickly returned. Back at her temporary hideout, Su Yan entered her space. It was just her grandmother, and 2 children. They could move around in the outer area, but resting at night was not possible outside. The space was the comfortable and absolutely safe place. Is Xiaoyan back? Did you encounter any danger?
No danger, I'm fine.
Grandma, did you see what I brought back? The elderly lady was worried about Su Yan, so she watched over the newly harvested items. As long as she saw something coming in, it meant news of her granddaughter, which made her feel at ease. Grandma, take a look and see if there's anything you like for us to keep. We'll exchange the rest for gold. Exchange everything. I don't like these. Yes, she also thought her grandmother preferred treasures from ancient Eastern countries rather than Western items. Su Yan and her grandmother each took a small stool to sit down, opened the boxes, and began selling. Is this worth a lot, Su Yan? Not really, it's just a few kilograms of goods. The valuable ones are in those boxes, which are all different. Grandma, I want to make a big deal. That's not allowed. Wait for Xiao Yi to come and discuss it together. You can't think about taking advantage of others' bases alone. Where are you going tomorrow? Take me with you. Let me help out too. That's not allowed. You can't think like that. Her granddaughter was being cheeky, and the elderly lady raised her hand as if to scold her. Su Yan laughed and dodged her grandmother's playful hit but couldn't escape her grandmother's tearful attack. Seeing her grandmother's extremely wronged expression, she couldn't resist and reluctantly agreed. After spending more than half an hour, they exchanged everything for gold, totaling just over 20,000 kilograms, which was a bit hard to accept as it was less than she had expected. She suspected that the system had taken half of her earnings, but doubts aside, there was no one to question or complain to. Bargaining didn't exist. Everything followed the prices given by the virtual screen, making it quite passive. I had Su Qing heat up the osmanthus cake I made before. You can go eat it once you're done. I'll wash up first. It wasn't suitable to rest right after eating. In the space, there was no distinction between day and night, and since she wasn't tired, Su Yan planned to check out the newly bought robots. She could teleport in her space, but she preferred to drive around for a better experience. He followed her, providing introductions. Su, we've assigned different tasks to all 10 planting robots, one for harvesting fruits, one for collecting and planting vegetables, and the other 8 for digging holes and planting. Nice job, little buddy. You've organized everything well. He didn't want to acknowledge its owner's silly praise and continued speaking. The 2 robots for farming do not have specific tasks. They both take care of all the livestock together. The poultry in the space can be self-sufficient, making management easier. The robots are gradually developing new upgrades for the area. By the way, Su, do we still need to use wire to enclose it? No need. Buying wire would cost a lot. The wire used to enclose the previous mountain was traded with resources from Lu Shua's side. Getting more now would be difficult and expensive since it would require trading from the modern dimension. Absolutely no trading. Saving is essential. Items obtained through dimension trading are not cheap, which prevents those with dimensional spaces from buying and selling between multiple dimensions. Otherwise, Su Yan would have been much more comfortable by now, easily trading between several dimensions. The little one, already knows that anything involving gold is costly, so they decided not to buy the wire. The space has expanded, and there's no need to enclose the mountain for livestock since they can't plant crops that far down the slope yet. Each person and their AI have moved far from the courtyard and can finally see the construction robots. 2 construction robots are at work. One operates the excavator, and the other operates the roller, following the route planned by He based on the terrain of the entire space. While planning the route, He also considered that the final upgrade would double the size, meaning the roads built now won't need to be redone after the upgrade. Suyen stayed in the vehicle and observed. One of the construction robots approached and said, Su, some sections of the road base will need a lot of stones. Can we dig stones from the mountain digging stones? She looked at the nearest mountain. There weren't any extra stones. If they were to dig, they would have to check beneath the soil, but this space formed mysteriously, and digging might disrupt the original layout. Moreover, digging for stones is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there's no guarantee there are enough stones. Look, they are currently digging, and the surface is just pure soil or tiny stones smaller than a child's fist. They haven't found a single large stone yet. Just keep paving for now. Leave the areas that need stones for later. I'll find a solution. Okay, Su. After checking on the construction robots, Su-yen turned back as the land ahead was still in its natural state. He asked Su-yen to drive the car back to the robots that were digging holes for planting on the mountain. Su, you've used up all the fruit tree seedlings in your inventory. Don't worry, let me take a look. She had expected they would run out soon and knew how many fruit trees she had stored. Right now, it's hard to find living fruit trees on Earth, and the only option is to trade for them from other dimensions with a lot of money. Su-yen parked the car holding the little one and checked the prices. When she saw the prices, she almost fainted. The cheapest apple seedling, less than 1 meter tall, costs over 1 kilogram of gold each. Little one, I suspect this dimension is trying to rip me off. No way, Su. Think about it, if you sell one plant to the interstellar dimension, it could easily be worth over 10 kilograms. That's for big trees. Exactly, now little seedlings are just a little over a kilogram. She wanted to strangle this little one. The prices were outrageous. I've bought from the modern dimension before. That batch of temperature-controlled fabric was produced using the most advanced technology there. Although it doesn't match the quality of interstellar temperature-controlled fabric, it is still a high-tech product from that dimension. But look at the price of the fabric compared to the little apple seedlings. Don't you think the seedlings are overpriced? Fruit tree seedlings contain life. It's much harder for living things to travel thousands of light years than for inanimate objects. Su-yen knew they would be much more expensive, but it was hard to accept such a high price. However, she didn't want to argue with the little one. This wasn't something he could control. If they were expensive, she would just buy fewer. She carefully selected the fruit tree seedlings she wanted in the modern dimension, starting with about 100 of each type, aiming for more than 10 varieties. When she checked out, she realized she had over 2,000 seedlings with varying prices, totaling over 3,000 kilograms of gold. Su-yen could choose not to buy and use existing fruit trees for cuttings and seedlings, but that would take too long. She was counting on these fruit trees to produce quickly for more gold. After buying the seedlings, she also took Hihi's advice and purchased many necessary items, which were indeed cheaper compared to the seedlings. After finishing the work in the development area, Su-yen returned to the yard, coaxed the elderly lady to rest, and checked on the two little ones who were sleeping well before heading back to her room to lie down and rest. In the space, there was no day or night, but the elderly lady woke up promptly at 7 in the morning. After taking care of the two little ones and having breakfast herself, she handed the children over to Su-ching and went to the shooting range for training. Su-yen woke up naturally and, after washing up, stepped out of her room to find the two little ones and 5 animals in a playful commotion. Big Yellow and Big Black were actually trying to break up a fight. They wanted to imitate their owner by picking up the children, but they could only grab the collars with their mouths, which wasn't high enough to lift them. When they saw Su-yen come out, the two dogs released their hold on the children and anxiously circled around her. Woof woof. The little ones are fighting.
Woof.
Are you going to do something about it? Su-yen couldn't understand animal language, but she could guess their meaning from their excited and anxious behavior. Big Yellow, Big Black, calm down. Just watch the kids. There's no need to worry. After giving the dogs a few pats, Su-yen ignored the playful tussle between the two little ones and the 2 tiger cubs along with the little panda. These 3 little animals wouldn't hurt the 2 kids. In this space, she was the absolute ruler and had nothing to worry about. The 2 little ones were supposed to wake their mom, but now that they had something to play with, they completely forgot. Just over a year old, they could walk steadily. Little Rue was using one of the little tiger cubs as a ride while holding the other one tightly, almost squeezing the little tiger too much. Little Wei and the panda cub were also having a great time, rolling on the ground with the panda cub. When Suyan reached out to pick up the child, the agile little one rolled away far out of reach. The two little ones were just over a year old, able to speak in long sentences, articulate clearly, and express themselves well in daily conversations. They had excellent memory and learning abilities, and they were quite nimble. Su Yan couldn't count all their abilities, but it was clear that the two little ones were far beyond the average for their age. Besides their parents' excellent genes, she had reason to suspect that growing up in the space contributed to their development. For example, the fruits, trees, and livestock in the space also grew in extraordinary ways. On one hand, there was the safety and unproven benefits of raising the children in the space, and on the other hand, she had to consider their father's advice about letting the children experience the real world more. After watching the two little ones and a group of animals for a while, Su Yan went to have breakfast. After that, she took the two little ones and two dogs outside. She guessed that her grandmother had practiced enough by now, so she brought her grandmother and Su Qing along. Xiao Yan, should we go out during the day or at night? I'll think about it. This place used to have less than 8 million people before the disaster, and now it's estimated that less than 1/5 remain. With the extreme heat, not many people go out during the day, so there are few people regardless of the time. She has temperature-controlled clothing, so she's not afraid of the daytime, but since she was spotted last night, it wouldn't be good to go out at night. Let's go during the day, but I can't take you, Grandma. It's dangerous, but we agreed last night that I would go too. I promise I won't slow you down. I'll stay close, and if anything happens, you can send me back to safety. The elderly lady looked like a lonely person who had been abandoned. If Su Yan insisted on not taking her, her grandmother would start to cry. Feeling a bit scared, Su Yan understood why her grandfather joked that it was harder to deal with the elderly lady than with national affairs. All right, I'll make a plan with He first and we'll go out after lunch. Then you hurry and get busy. I'll take. Before the child could finish, the elderly lady suddenly raised her voice. Xiao Yan, didn't you forget the birthday celebration for the little ones? Grandma, you really surprised me there, seeing her grandmother so startled. Su Yan thought it was something serious. It wasn't that she forgot. Su Yan just thought it wasn't necessary. Oh, I just suddenly remembered. As long as the kids are happy, it doesn't have to be a big deal. Next year, Grandpa and Qin Yi, along with the elders from the Qin family, will have time to celebrate together. That's true. The elderly lady had only heard her granddaughter mention that the children were almost 1 year old, but didn't know the exact date. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten. Feeling guilty about the two little ones, the elderly lady hugged the children who were playing happily and kissed them. Meanwhile, Su Yan continued to check the map with He. They decided to go to the museum that was 2 streets away, where there was a bank of moderate size. Gold has always been valuable, and whenever there's an opportunity, the bank's vault gets emptied quickly. However, she wanted to take a chance. What if they hadn't had time to collect it yet? Set the bank as the first target, then look for nearby shops before moving to the next city. After lunch, I took Su Qing and the 2 little ones into the space and set off. This time, Grandma and the dog were with us. Big Yellow, you keep watch over there. Big Black, your watch position is over there. Su Yan confirmed there were no living people around, and then settled the 2 dogs in their spots. Woof woof, they are awake.
Woof.
Let's get started. When in the space, the dogs were just lazy, but now they acted like real dogs, standing alert and attentive. Grandma, please don't leave my sight. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. The days of enjoying family life have just begun, and Grandma values her life too. To avoid unpleasant smells, both Su Yan and Grandma wore masks as they stepped over the broken door and entered the bank. Besides the shattered glass and the disordered desks and chairs, there were no signs of an explosion. The vault door lock showed signs of being shot at. Su Yan took out the lock-picking robot to do its job. Once the vault door opened, it was clear that the trip was worth it. The inventory had not been taken. The vault was small, divided into 2 areas, one for gold bars and the other for safes. She started opening the safes. It was Grandma's first time searching for supplies, and seeing her granddaughter neatly collect gold bars gave her a sense of satisfaction, as if she were doing it herself. Grandma, don't just watch me. Help me with the safes. Okay, I'll go right away. Grandma also had a space button. Su Yan knew the joy of collecting well. Bringing Grandma along was to let her participate and enjoy. Is it fun, Grandma? Very fun. I've lived most of my life, and this is my first experience like this. Do you want to share it with Grandpa? Don't. Your grandpa is too rigid. I worry he wouldn't understand. Even if he knows there's nothing wrong with this behavior, it still feels like getting something for nothing. Getting something for nothing? Despite the intense heat and potential danger, Su Yan didn't mind. How could I? Grandpa even advised me on how to act. I was in touch with him while collecting antiques last night. Still, I don't want your grandpa to see me like this. It's not about the old man. It's about the old lady's mindset. The first time someone takes something that doesn't belong to them or is unclaimed, they often have psychological hints. You just need to get used to it. After finishing with the gold bars, Su Yan and the old lady opened the safe that the robot had prepared. Inside the safe, there were all kinds of things: documents, wills, jewelry, gold bars, antiques. The items were mixed, so they only took what could be exchanged for gold. Meanwhile, a few people who had spotted Su Yan last night were waiting nearby today. In this foreign land during a disaster, they found someone who seemed suspicious but was capable, and they wanted to team up. Young Master Dao, do you really think that lady will show up again? How did you know she has skills? She noticed us last night, and we were not close. Her quick reaction speed and ability to come and go without a trace are impressive. She is as skilled as old Joe. There shouldn't be any food nearby, so she must be looking for something else. I don't know if she'll show up again. I'm just taking a chance. Alright, if she really is capable, I'll wait here until I find her. You two go to the office building over there, and I'll check near the bank. Oh no. Before the person called Young Master Dao could finish, he almost bumped into a big black dog. The other two hadn't even had a chance to split up yet, and the 3 people and 1 dog were staring at each other from less than 5 meters apart. Bark, bark. There are 3 two-legged creatures. When Big Yellow heard Big Black's call, he quickly went to find Su Yan. Seeing Big Yellow come in, and then lie down on his front legs facing Big Black, Su Yan knew that someone had been spotted. Grandma, there are people outside. I'll take you back to safety first. What about you? Come back with me and let Big Yellow call Big Black back. Big Yellow didn't rush to save Big Black right away, which means those people haven't done anything to him. I want to see who they are. Don't worry, Grandma. You know I have skills. Alright, if something feels off, the priority is to stay safe. I'll enter the space and won't cause you any trouble. After settling her grandmother into the space, Su Yan followed Da Huang along the wall, slowly making her way outside, where she found Da He facing off against 3 men. In a normal situation, if an average person encountered such a large dog, they would likely try to surround it and drive it away. The fact that these 3 men didn't attack showed they knew the dog had an owner nearby and were likely planning something else. As soon as Su Yan appeared, the 3 men noticed her. With her black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, she looked clean and beautiful, at least someone who wasn't lacking in resources.
Hello, Mom.
Is this dog yours? Yes, it is.
Dai, come back. Chinese.
Spoken clearly, it is the most wonderful language in the world. Moreover, the beautiful girl was dressed in combat gear, indicating she was not an ordinary person. They had found the right one. Suddenly, it felt like seeing a fellow countryman, though Su Yan didn't share that feeling. It was one-sided for the 3 men. Hey there. May I ask if you are studying, working, or doing business here? Wei Xiaodao asked excitedly, noticing that Da He had stopped growling and turned away. He boldly approached her. None of those. Su Yan waited in place, not stopping them from coming closer. If they made any hostile moves, they would be the ones to suffer. The 3 men looked worse for wear, like most survivors, clearly lacking food and water. Their hair was messy, their faces sweaty, and dirt marked their skin. Their clothes were sticky and dirty from the heat. Compared to Su Yan, who looked radiant, they appeared like dark clouds against a bright sky. They didn't dare approach too closely, stopping 5 meters away. Two imposing dogs stood in front of Su Yan. Perhaps they were also intimidated. Hello, ma'am. My name is Wei Xiaodao. This is Hu Liz Hen, and this is Shen Bai. We are international students from Bai University. When the disaster struck, we happened to be in this city. Wei Xiaodao pointed to his companions and continued, We spotted you last night and waited here for you today. To ask for help, one must speak honestly. So it was these three who had been waiting for her. It seemed they had something to discuss. Su Yan, she replied calmly, giving her name. Hu Liz Hen and Shen Bai nodded and greeted Miss Su. Su Yan wasn't one to make small talk. If she could say something in one word, she wouldn't use two. After all, it was the other party who was in a hurry. Wei Xiaodao was indeed anxious, but Su Yan seemed quite cold, making it hard for him to start a conversation. Hu Liz Hen and Shen Bai nudged Wei Xiaodao from behind, urging him to get to the point quickly, or he might end up missing his chance. Su Yan, I guess you wouldn't be here at this hour for no reason, so the three of us want to discuss a collaboration with you. How about helping each other out? First, tell me what you want to do. Su Yan's first reaction was disinterest. She didn't need anyone's help, and no one could help her. She wasn't one to get sentimental about meeting familiar faces in a foreign land. However, seeing that the three didn't seem to have harmful intentions and were still somewhat kind-hearted despite their youth, she was willing to talk to them a bit more. If their request wasn't unreasonable, like exchanging some supplies, she would be open to helping. Seeing an opportunity, Wei Xiaodao smiled broadly. He said, I noticed you were out here alone at night, probably looking for something. I have a lot of people who can assist you. In exchange, we would like you to help us rescue someone or provide some medicine. You want me to help with something you can't handle with medicine you don't have. Why do you think I can? And how do you know I need help or that you can actually assist me? The international students were just students. The three boys were probably older than her. But compared to them, Su Yan had several years of experience in a harsh world, making her less naive. However, she understood their needs. You dare to go out alone at night and leave quietly when you notice something. You must be capable. It proves we were right. We might not be able to help you, Miss Su, but I just want to secure your help for my needs. You're quite straightforward. We don't deceive our own. Su Yan smiled slightly at the phrase about not deceiving each other. She decided to exchange some medicine, knowing it wouldn't be a loss for her. Her expression made the three of them feel relieved. They were lucky to have guessed right. What medicine do you need? I want gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade in exchange. Do you have any? We have fever reducers, antibiotics, and nutritional supplements. Wei Xiaodao, who was in charge of negotiations, said this and then took out his backpack. His two companions also took down their backpacks and began to pull out items one by one. Now, gold and silver jewelry are not worth as much as a loaf of bread. Is this all? The three of them were worried that Su Yan might change her mind, so they quickly laid out everything they could offer. Miss Su, I know this isn't enough. We'll go find more for you. Can you please let us take the medicine back first? It's urgent. Sure. To her, those medicines were not worth much. Su Yan quickly took out antibiotics, fever reducers, glucose injections, syringes, and wound disinfectant supplies from her backpack. You can take these for now. Let's meet here at 9 p.m. tonight, and you can help me find more items. Okay? Thank you, Ms. Su. We will be ready. The three of them were surprised by how smoothly things went and how complete the supplies were. Excited, they each grabbed 2 items and hurriedly packed the medicine into their backpacks. Saving lives is important. You should go quickly. All right, Miss Su, see you tonight. The three of them bowed to Su Yan, turned and quickly walked away, then broke into a light jog. Once they left, Su Yan picked up the small items they had dropped, mostly jewelry set with diamonds, pearls, and various colored gemstones. Whether they were found in a jewelry store or taken from a body didn't matter. Once she stored them in her space, Su Yan quickly listed them on the trading platform, exchanging them for over 10 kilograms of gold. Now, she just had to see if the three would come back on time tonight. Since she was out, she didn't want to return home too soon. Su Yan took her 2 dogs and went to another place to search for more treasures. To ease her grandmother's worries, she went into her space to let her know. The elderly lady followed her out. Since a few people had just talked here, there might be onlookers nearby. Suyan decided not to use her flying device and instead found a safe spot to take out an off-road vehicle. The two of them and the two dogs got into the car. Is the noise too loud? Will it attract attention from others? There aren't many people here. Many must have died when the disaster struck, and the base isn't in the city. This place is almost deserted, so we don't need to worry. If someone pops up, we won't even know who is robbing whom. After driving for half an hour, we arrived at another bank marked by Hehe. Unfortunately, this bank's vault was completely destroyed. Just as we were about to move to the next location, Suyan's wristband lit up, and she answered the call. Yen Yen, when are you coming back to Jiangcheng? Qin saw Suyan in the car with an elderly lady, so he asked how she was doing. I'll be back in 2 days. Since I'm already here, have you finished your work? Not yet. Please come back soon. We can talk about the gold later. I'll worry about you being out there, and so will Grandpa worry about Grandma. Knowing that his wife had her own ideas and wouldn't easily listen to him, Qin mentioned the two elders. Xiao Yan and I are doing well. Yes, Grandma and I are fine. We have a time difference, so you should rest well. You must come back in 2 days. Grandma, Yen Yen, remember that safety comes first. The new year is just a few days away, so keep that in mind. Suyan replied with a simple, okay, and ended the call. She wasn't the clingy type. She thought to herself, with the world in ruins, how can we celebrate the new year? Since she was already here, she felt good about picking up other people's things. She wanted to take her grandma out for some fun. Before long, Suyan received another call from her grandpa, urging her to come back and not stay out too long. It was definitely Qin who reported her. Grandpa Shang had given the order, allowing the two of them a couple more days, but if they didn't return, Zhou Shooting's aircraft would come to fetch them. Having gone abroad without completing a big task, Suyan felt it was a wasted trip. With just 2 days left, she needed to think things through. Suyan and her grandma found another bank that hadn't been relocated or destroyed. They opened the safe, then parked the car and entered their space, waiting until 9 p.m. At Wei Xiaodao's place, the patient had already been given medication. Why isn't he awake yet? Did we mess something up? When we left, old Zhou wasn't unconscious. Mengji, is your injection technique okay? If you think you can do better, go ahead. It's not like it's a magic potion that works instantly. Just wait. Wang Mingji was the one who stayed behind to watch the patients when Wei Xiaodao and the others went out to find medicine. Among them, he was the only one who could give injections. Wei Xiaodao was too annoyed to care about Wang Mingji's unfriendly tone and sat restlessly nearby. Hu Liz Hen and Shun Bai also sat silently on the ground, feeling hot, thirsty, and tired, speaking little to conserve their energy. Wang Mingji, who understood a bit of pharmacology and was in charge of taking care of Zhou Zhe, took all the medicine Wei Xiaodao brought back for safekeeping. He held a bag of medicine, keeping a distance from the three. He licked his cracked lips from dehydration and thought about taking another bottle of glucose injection. If he drank it, he could trade the medicine for food and water, and he could survive for months on his own, right? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Mingji acted, moving his feet towards the exit of the basement and then running outside. Wei Xiaodao noticed that Zhou Zhe was still unconscious and wanted to ask Wang Mingji about it, only to find he was gone. Hu Liz Hen said he wouldn't have taken the medicine for himself, would he? He would. Shun Bai had already chased after him. Hu Liz Hen quickly followed Shun Bai to pursue. Wei Xiaodao had to stay behind to watch Zhou Zhe and regretted trusting Wang Mingji so much. Wang Mingji was also a student studying abroad from a different school. After the disaster, they banded together because they were all rejected by the base. They faced danger together and were saved by Zhou Zhe. Now, the person who saved them was lying there, unsure how long he could hold on, while Wang was trying to take the life-saving medicine for himself. How could someone be so cruel and shameless? Wei Xiaodao was furious. In recent days, Zhou had warned them about the dangers of human nature, but he never expected a traitor would emerge from their group. Looking at the clock, it was almost 8 o'clock, the time he had agreed to meet Su Yan. He hoped Hu Liz Hen and Shun Bai could retrieve the medicine. However, his hopes were dashed. More than 10 minutes later, Hu Liz Hen and Shun Bai returned to the basement, looking defeated. Young Master Dao, that guy got away. If I see him again, I'll make him pay. We can only try to find Miss Su again for an exchange. Those medicines won't be easy to get. We shouldn't rely on her. We still owe her help. Let's wait a bit and see. Boom.
Boom.
Before Wei Xiaodao could finish speaking, the extremely hot basement collapsed halfway. Unconscious Zhou Zhe was almost hit by falling bricks. Oh no, an earthquake. Run. Wei Xiaodao was close by and, hearing the loud crash, instinctively wanted to run. He took a step but remembered there were others, so he turned back to carry Zhou Zhe and ran. Hu Liz Hen and Shenbai grabbed everyone's bags along with the little food and water they had. The three of them staggered and crawled up, but they were still a step too late. They had only gone halfway up the stairs from the basement when a strong tremor caused the small building above them to collapse completely, blocking the stairway. The strong shaking continued. Before the earthquake, Su Yan was driving by, preparing to return to the meeting place with Wei Xiaodao. Suddenly, a violent shake made Su Yan slam on the brakes, sending the elderly lady in the passenger seat into the safe space. As she prepared to pull the two dogs in the back seat into the safe space, another strong tremor hit. Buildings on both sides fell, and the road was blocked. She had planned to drive to a more hidden spot to park the car, but now she had to bring the people and dogs into the safe space together. Seeing her granddaughter and the car enter, the elderly lady hurriedly asked, "Xiaoyan, you said the earthquake wouldn't happen so soon, right? It can't be this early. Theoretically, yes, but it's happening now." "Don't worry, Grandma. In her past life, the earthquake occurred 3 years after the natural disasters. Based on the pattern of extreme cold and heat happening earlier in this life, the earthquake should have been at least 2 years away, yet it was happening just 1 year later. But thinking about it now is useless." Su Yan was worried about her family back home. She worried about her grandfather, Qin Yi, the Qin family, and those in the air raid shelter, including Yingzi, Jiangsu, and Lu Shui. There was no way to communicate in the safe space. "Your grandfather, Xiao Yi. It's okay, it's far away. Maybe it's just an earthquake here. I'll go out and check in a few minutes." The elderly lady held Su Yan tightly, thinking of her partner and son-in-law's safety, and tears began to flow again. "Don't. You can't go out. Who knows how long the earthquake will last?" Fortunately, there are no tall buildings there. The strong tremor lasted only a few minutes, and the buildings that were going to fall have already fallen. "I went out and was fine. If I sensed something wrong, I would come back immediately." "No, you must wait at least half an hour." The old lady refused to let go no matter what. Su Yan had no choice but to agree with the old lady and let her check on the two little ones. "Yes, I want to watch the children." Supporting the old lady to the living room, they watched the two little ones play with 3 small animals, and the old lady slowly calmed down. Su Yan wanted to enter her space, but as soon as she moved, the old lady held her back. "Grandma, I can really take care of myself. You don't need to worry. I can keep myself safe in any situation." "Really?" "Absolutely." Seeing that she seemed sincere, the old lady finally let her go. As Su Yan stepped out of her space, the dust from the collapse had not settled, and she found herself in a gray haze with visibility of only about 10 meters. She quickly put on a mask and sent a message to her grandfather. She had her reasons for not making a call. If there was no earthquake in the country, her grandfather would worry upon seeing her situation, so she decided to send a message to check. "Xiaoyan, what's the matter?" She guessed correctly. There was no issue in the country for now. "I'm fine. I just wanted to let you know I'm safe. Grandma and I will be back in a couple of days." "Okay, stay safe." Su Yan hurried back to her space to report to her grandmother. "That's good. There will definitely be aftershocks, so don't rush out, Xiaoyan. Don't worry, Grandma, I know." Su Yan drank a glass of water and ate some grapes. After more than 10 minutes, she put on her mask and went out again. She could send people and things into her space anytime, but she would exit from the same place she entered. She didn't want to come out into such a place. She needed to find a spot where she could hide people or stay as an entrance and exit for her space. For safety, Su Yan brought out De Huang and Da Hei to help her scout the area. As soon as they arrived at the earthquake site, the dogs became a bit restless, and Da Hei ran towards a collapsed building by the roadside. Both dogs were trained search and rescue dogs, which was a key part of their training. Dahe's reaction showed that he had found a living person. Dahe, come back, Dahe. Dahuang barked a few times at Dahe, scolding him for running around. Neither the owner nor the partner could get Dahe's attention. He had already run over to the pile of rubble and was digging. Suyen put on her mask, took out a flashlight, and followed with Dahuang. Dahe was lying there, frequently turning his head to signal Suyen that there was someone under the debris. Dahuang was also a bit excited, wanting to help. Although she didn't want to get involved, seeing how eager the dogs were, Suyen decided to lend a hand. Fortunately, there was enough space to make it easier. She used her special ability to gather a bunch of steel bars, concrete blocks, and wooden boards, moving them aside. Woof woof. Woof, woof woof. After Suyen cleared away the debris, the dogs barked at the entrance of the basement. The two dogs were also eager, digging with their front paws. Who? Is there a dog? Help me. Finally, all the effort paid off. She heard a familiar voice. Is that Wei Xiaodao? Suyen called out tentatively. Yes, help me. Okay, hold on, the exit of the stairs is blocked. There was a living person right in front of her, so she couldn't use shortcuts. Suyen had to work hard, putting on a pair of thick gloves and manually removing the concrete blocks blocking the stairs. Dahuang and Dahe were also determined, digging with their front paws. After several minutes of effort from both the person and the dogs, there was another aftershock, but they finally saw the first living person.
Can you move?
Yes, I can. With no bricks pressing down on him, Shen Bai was able to crawl up. After he wobbled a bit, Suyen reached down and pulled him up. After pulling one up, she lifted a large piece of board and found 3 more. Thanks to the large board propped against the railing in the hallway, there was a gap for the 3 people below. Otherwise, they would have been crushed before Suyen arrived to help. Save him, please save him. I beg you. If they don't save the one on him first, they can't save him at all. Wei Xiaodao had someone on top of him. Suyen checked the person on Wei Xiaodao. They were still breathing. She picked them up and carried them out of the hallway. Wei Xiaodao and Hu Lizhen were both injured, but could still crawl out behind Suyen. Suyen placed the unconscious person on the ground, and they woke up, mumbling something she couldn't understand. Hearing the noise, Wei Xiaodao crawled over to listen closely. He said he wants water. After crawling out, Hu Lizhen sat on the ground, his face covered in blood. When he heard Wei Xiaodao ask for water, he shook his head in confusion. Shen Bai was also covered in mud and blood. He checked his bag and shook his head, saying, "There's none." Suyen took off her backpack and pulled out 4 bottles of water. "Here, drink this. Water. Pure bottled water." They hadn't seen this in a long time. For days, they had been drinking untreated water from the underground river, which was always a bit dirty, and they couldn't drink it freely. Though they should have been polite, their hunger, thirst, and injuries made it hard to wait. Hu Lizhen and Shen Bai quickly opened the bottles and gulped down the water. After a few big swigs, they awkwardly thanked her. Wei Xiaodao said thank you first, opened a bottle, and gave 2 small sips to the lying down Zhou Zhe before opening another bottle for himself. The area was a wreck, covered in dust, making it unsuitable for treating wounds. Suyen thought for a moment. If she was going to help, she should do it completely. She needed to go to a place where these people couldn't see her to get the helicopter and take them to safety. With that in mind, she turned to leave. Wei Xiaodao thought this kind-hearted Ms. Su was going to abandon them. He called out to her as he limped after her. "Miss Su, please help me save him. We can't all fit, but please, just get him out of here." Cough, cough. His dad is a high official. Once he returns to the country, he will definitely repay. Zhou Zhe, who had just swallowed a bit of water, used his remaining strength to pull on Wei Xiaodao, who was still trying to shout outside, "No, don't." A high official?
Suyan Post.
2 top officials in the country had just been dealt with by her grandfather and husband. They wouldn't save someone who shouldn't be saved, right? She turned back and asked, "What is his father's name?" His dad. Wei Xiaodao wanted to say it, but he knew Zhou Zhe wouldn't allow it. Hu Lizhen and Shen Bai looked like Zhou Zhe and Wei Xiaodao's little brothers. Since they weren't speaking, they wouldn't say anything either. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. If you do, maybe there's a chance. Of course, Suyan was just trying to scare him. She had left De Huang and De Hei there to keep watch over them. His dad is Zhou's shooting. After saying that, Wei Xiaodao apologized to Jose. Sorry, old Zhou. Jose didn't say anything. He knew Wei Xiaodao was trying to help him, so he let it go. Now that he was abroad, it was uncertain if he would ever return. Got it, wait here. The person who had just woken up was Zhou's shooting son, Jose. He was chasing an international criminal before a natural disaster struck, and unexpectedly, he heard Zhou's shooting mention it not long ago. What a coincidence. Su Yan initially planned to take them to a safe place, leaving behind some medicine and food for them. Now that she knew it was Jose, who was the most injured, even though he had woken up, he hadn't received timely treatment and could be in danger. Those three boys, especially Wei Xiaodao, did not forget to save Jose at a critical moment. They were good people. She really couldn't just walk away now. After a few minutes, behind a pile of collapsed buildings, she took out a transport vehicle and drove over. Wei Xiaodao and the others didn't have time to be amazed. They just knew they were in good hands. There was still fuel, and they could get a helicopter. The big boss was definitely reliable. Everyone get on, let's leave here first. Okay, thank you. Hu Liz Hen and Shun Bai climbed up from the hallway. They had just drunk some water and were recovering. Their injuries were definitely serious, but they managed to stand and walk to the vehicle. Wei Xiaodao was struggling to help Jose, but they both ended up falling down together. Su Yan carried Jose over and placed him in the cabin. Wei Xiaodao limped up after her. Finally, Su Yan called the two dogs to join them, took the pilot's seat, and just before the helicopter shook again, they took off. The people inside the helicopter were so scared that their mouths formed an O shape, unable to say a word. After a while, Wei Xiaodao nervously asked, Miss Su, where are we going now? Su Yan looked at the shaking ground below. The tremors didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, and they were getting stronger. Jose was injured badly, like a rag doll, and it was uncertain if he would survive. She used the seat to shield herself and brought Hehe from the space to connect to the helicopter's system for control. Then, Su Yan walked toward the cockpit. You can't just leave the driving to autopilot. There's no safe place to land right now. If we don't act quickly, he might not make it. Move aside. Oh, okay. She mentioned autopilot, and Wei Xiaodao couldn't think straight. He carefully shifted to make room. Hu Liz Hen and Shun Bai also slumped in their seats, too hurt and scared to think. Their rescuers were flying the helicopter, so what could they do? They just had to lie down. Jose was half-conscious and too weak to speak much, but he could hear the conversations around him. Once Su Yan realized this person was Jose, she felt no hesitation. Jose's father, Zhou Shooting, was her best representative. For everything ultramodern, the explanations were left to Zhou Shooting. She took out 4 vials of human cell repair serum, giving 1 each to Wei Xiaodao, Shun Bai, and Hu Liz Hen, then opened the last one to feed to Jose. This medicine will heal injuries quickly, but it's a bit expensive, 10 kilograms of gold per bottle. You all will have to cover the cost. If you can't afford it, Jose will take the bill. Su Yan would ask Zhou Shooting to collect the debt. If she couldn't get it back, she'd consider it a favor for Zhou Shooting. I can manage. This medicine is too expensive. I'll pass. Holding a small blue vial of medicine, Wei Xiaodao felt a bit uneasy. He shouldn't doubt Ms. Su, who saved them, especially considering the high price of 10 kilograms of gold. After all, where could they find medicine that would work so quickly? He still wanted to hang on a bit longer and not give up so soon. Huli reacted similarly, saying, Ms. Su, thank you, but I won't drink it. It's too expensive. I'm afraid to drink it, Shunbai said, returning the vial to Su Yan. You only have 1 chance. If you don't drink it, it will be gone. Think carefully, Su Yan said, looking at Jose, who was half closing his eyes. She waved the vial in front of him, asking, What about you? Will you drink it? I will, Jose managed to say, raising his hand weakly. Unable to lift it, he opened his mouth. signaling Su Yan to pour it in. Before the medicine reached his mouth, Jose spoke again. You three should drink it too. He spoke slowly, and as Su Yan poured the tasteless medicine into his mouth, he believed in its effectiveness. It was simple logic. If they wanted to harm them, why would the lady go through the trouble of getting them on a helicopter? Why would she bother to rescue them from the hallway? He had heard a little about Luo Fuan's situation before losing contact with the country. Before he could taste anything, Jose's mind was still analyzing, but his eyelids gradually closed. The other three were in a similar state. After drinking the restorative, they would be numb for a few minutes to half an hour. Su Yan took a few bottles of water, some bags of cookies, and thought for a moment before adding a large box of triangular cakes made by Su Qing in front of Jose. Then she returned to the pilot's seat to secure He, slowly searching for a place to land. They had already flown away from Bern and reached a nearby city, moving away from the epicenter of the quake. She knew this because she saw buildings still standing here, which was much better compared to the destruction in Bern. Finally, Su Yan spotted a small hill that had not been too badly damaged, where they could land. By this time, more than half an hour had passed, and the four people in the cabin had woken up. The situation was overwhelming, and their eyes met, each wanting to say something but unsure where to start, still processing what they had experienced. Wei Xiaodao rolled up his pants and pressed on the spot where his leg had almost been broken, now showing no signs of injury. If it weren't for the bloodstains, he wouldn't have believed it. Ms. Su said he would be fine soon, and it turned out to be true. Jose remained calm. He pointed to the water and food that Su Yan had set down and said, "Eat something first to regain your strength." Old Zhou is right. Wei Xiaodao realized this and grabbed a bag of cookies, tearing it open. He ate cookies and drank water, crunching happily. Jose opened a box of cake and handed a piece to Shen Bai and Hu Lizhen. "Try this, it's soft and tasty." It had been a long time since they had such delicious water and cake, and they all ate eagerly. After Su Yan landed the helicopter, Jose and the others had eaten and drunk enough. "We've arrived. Let's get out." As they opened the door, De Huang and De He jumped down first, followed by Jose, Wei Xiaodao, and the others. Jose learned from Wei Xiaodao that the woman in front of them was named Su Yan. He didn't know anyone by that name among his father or his father's friends, and with such an outstanding appearance, he would definitely remember her. He approached Su Yan, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and said, "Hello, Miss Su. My name is Jose. Thank you for saving me." Wei Xiaodao, Shen Bai, and Hu Lizhen also bowed seriously to Su Yan to express their gratitude. "No need to thank me. I happened to be nearby when the earthquake struck, and it was my dog, De He, who found your location. If it weren't for De He, Su Yan might not have gotten involved." For the three of them, it was only their second time seeing De He. Wei Xiaodao bravely approached and petted De He's head. Seeing that De He accepted it, he hugged him and gave him a kiss on the head. De He, you're my lifesaver." "Thank you." Jose, Shen Bai, and Hu Lizhen were also grateful to De He, but couldn't do what Wei Xiaodao did. Su Yan couldn't help but smile at Wei Xiaodao's antics. "All right, Xiaodao, you can go play with your life-saving dog over there. I need to talk to Ms. Su for a moment." Jose signaled the other two to step aside as well. Wei Xiaodao wanted to take Da He away, but Da He silently returned to Su Yan's side, standing next to Da Huang like two loyal bodyguard dogs. Da He thought it felt good to be seen as a lifesaver, but it never forgot its duty as a dog to protect its owner, standing guard alongside Da Huang. "Ms. Su, do you know my dad?" "Yes, I do. My name is Su Yan. You can call me Su Yan or Ian, and I call your dad Uncle Zhou Shooting. Nice to officially meet you, Su Yan." "My name is Jose." Jose didn't dwell on how his dad had a niece named Su Yan, nor did he have time to ask about the miraculous medicine that could heal a seriously injured person in under half an hour. He was more concerned about the safety of his two brothers. Jose continued, "Su Yan, I have a favor to ask. Can you lend me a helicopter? I need to rescue my two brothers." His two brothers were special police officers and friends who had come with him to track down criminals. "Can I ask where your brothers are?" How do you plan to rescue them? Having finally found someone to save, Suyen didn't want Zhou Shooting's only child to risk his life. Now she had time to look closely at Zhou Zhe. He was tall and thin, and although he was dirty, it was clear he was quite handsome, resembling Zhou Shooting a bit. They're being held at the Bernie base. With the recent earthquake causing chaos, I plan to sneak in and find a way to bring them out. I need to save them for both personal and professional reasons. Are you sure you can do it alone? Can your 3 friends help? If they're trustworthy, we can work together. Su Yan had her own ideas. With the earthquake causing disorder at the base, it was the perfect time to seize the gold stored there. They're trustworthy. They've learned some self-defense techniques, so they're better than average people. Getting in to gather information shouldn't be a problem. How do you want to cooperate? The less trustworthy one wasn't present, and Jose hadn't had a chance to ask why Wang Mingji was missing. I'll provide you with weapons, and you all help me find out where the valuable items are stored at the Bernie base. What do you mean by valuable? Gold, jewelry, antiques. These things Su Yan can find on her own, but it will take more time. However, she wants to return to her country soon, and Jose and the others might be able to gather some information. Jose actually has news from the burn base. I know a bit about the situation at the burn base, and I'm glad you want to work with me. But the mission is very dangerous. Are you sure you can handle it? Jose understands that this cooperation benefits them, and he knows Su Yan has some self-defense skills. However, rescuing people or finding the burn base's warehouse is not easy, and he doesn't want anything to happen to the person saving lives.
Don't worry about me.
I can do it. It's settled then. Wait for me here. Su Yan boarded the helicopter. She took out a large tent, bottled water, compressed biscuits, regular biscuits for handguns, several bullets, and a flashlight. After gathering everything, Su Yan called Jose over to help carry the supplies. I'll take the helicopter away soon, and you can keep these supplies. I'll let you know when it's time to act. Okay, I hope it's soon. Who would care about the people trapped during an earthquake? Jose is worried about his 2 brothers. Su Yan, I still want to ask, what did you give us to drink? You can ask your dad when you get back home. He knows. By the way, here's something for you to stay in touch. Su Yan handed Jose a wristband. This item is also with Zhou Shooting and his close associates, and Jose will definitely need it when he returns to Haicheng, so using it early is fine. She also explained in detail how to use it. Can our country really come up with such inventions after a disaster? They have medicine that can fully restore someone who is about to collapse in just half an hour, so you shouldn't be surprised. I've added you to the contact list. I'll reach out to you later. I have to go now. All right. After giving instructions, she called for De Huang and De He to come up, closed the cabin door, and flew away. She only flew over 2 mountain peaks before landing. She wasn't planning to return to that rooftop. The place she stayed before might have collapsed. Since she wasn't with Jose and the others, she just found a random place to land. Then she took the 2 dogs into her space. Xiaoyan, you're back. How's it outside? At least it was a level 10 earthquake, with aftershocks coming one after another. The buildings were soaked for so long from the flooding, and now with this shake, they all collapsed. Level 10? The old lady was scared. It's better to go back home. There will always be time to explore again later. Xiaoyan, let's go back. I saved a few of our fellow citizens. I'll return after I make sure they are settled. Su Yan didn't dare to tell the old lady the truth about her plan to collect gold from the Bernie base. Well, helping people is good. In times like this, it's right to assist our fellow countrymen if we have the ability. The old lady nodded. It wouldn't take long to settle a few people, so waiting a few more hours was fine. Su Yan felt like her mouth and ears were filled with grit, which was uncomfortable. She advised the old lady to rest while she went to change her clothes. After washing up, she checked the time. It was already midnight. Over 4 hours had passed since the earthquake began. There would definitely be more aftershocks. This was the right time to act while the enemy base was in chaos. Once outside, she sent her location to Jose and asked him and Wei Xiaodao to come over. Then, in the cargo hold of the transport plane, she prepared a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, bullets, grenades, and various other gear, along with food, drinks, and plenty of fuel. After getting everything ready, She moved the aircraft and activated its stealth mode, hovering in the air. After more than half an hour, she watched as 4 men arrived, panting heavily. Whether they were going to rescue the other 2 or gather information, they had to return to Bernie using transportation. After the mission was complete, Jose and the others would also need a helicopter to go back home. Su-Yen wouldn't return with them. She would take the aircraft instead and left the helicopter for Jose. Once she saw the 4 men fly away in the helicopter, she slowly made her way toward Bernie. She hovered above the Bernie base, waiting for Jose's message. The Bernie base was built against a mountain and covered a large area. All the buildings had collapsed, and the mountainside had also crumbled, burying many. Amid the ruins, civilians and soldiers were mixed together, creating chaos. Jose and the others landed 10 kilometers outside the Bernie base, hid the helicopter, and then ran toward the base with their gear on their backs. Before entering the base, the 4 of them captured 4 soldiers and changed into their uniforms to blend in. Xiao Dao, Shenbai, you 2 go to the office building and look for the entrance to the basement. Li Jun, come with me to rescue the others. No matter what happens, we will meet back here in 2 hours. Check your watches. The 4 looked at their watches, nodded in agreement, and split up. Jose had scouted this base twice before, and if nothing had changed, he knew where his 2 companions were being held. At that moment, the regular civilians in the base had not finished evacuating. Many had moved outside but were reluctant to leave their belongings behind. When they noticed the earthquake had temporarily stopped, they returned to salvage supplies. The soldiers guarding the area couldn't stop them. If they were denied entry, they would cause a scene. The rescue team and the information-gathering team went unnoticed. Half an hour later, Jose found the location where his 2 companions were held. Unfortunately, it had collapsed. Faced with the pile of debris, Jose began to dig with his bare hands. Noticing Jose's distress, Hu Liz Hen silently put on gloves and joined him, offering advice. Old Joe, no matter the outcome, we just need to do our best. You can't ignore your safety. Don't make Ms. Su rescue you again, right, Su-Yen? When we were trapped in the basement hallway, how did she dig us out so quickly? She must have had tools. Jose immediately sent a voice message through his wristband. Hu Liz Hen panicked. He shouldn't have said anything. His intention was to prevent Jose from getting hurt again, but Jose wanted to borrow digging tools. He remembered that when Su-Yen rescued them, she didn't have any extra equipment. Su-Yen's drone was invisibly flying above Jose and Hu Liz Hen. After seeing Jose's message, she replied, I'll have De Huang and De He bring you some tools. Finding 2 large shovels, the drone descended to 2 meters above the ground and dropped the 2 dogs and the shovels. The 2 dogs ran towards Jose, carrying the shovels in their mouths. Fortunately, the holding area was hidden, and at this time, no one was paying attention to it. It was late at night, and neither human nor dog noises were noticed. When Jose saw the dogs and shovels, he was stunned. Had it only been 2 minutes, since he had just mentioned needing tools? He realized that Su-Yen was nearby. However, he was wearing night vision goggles and looked around 360 degrees, but there was no sign of Su-Yen. Putting that aside, Jose handed a shovel to Hu Liz Hen and then directed the dogs to assist. De Huang and De He indicated that there were still living people inside. With hope, Jose took the iron shovel and dug through the bricks as fast as a small excavator. Su-Yen also noticed the dogs' reactions, hoping that they could dig out someone alive. The noise was too loud, and 4 soldiers approached with guns. Su-Yen didn't confront them directly. She quietly eliminated a few troublemakers from the shadows. Using her silent laser gun, she took down the 4 men on their way to cause trouble. Jose was the best of the special police. He was aware of everything happening around him. He knew when someone was coming and when help was near. Without needing to think twice, he recognized it was Su-Yen. Honestly, with the skills Su-Yen was showing now, she didn't need their help to find the base warehouse. She could do it herself. Her offer to cooperate was essentially helping him out. After digging for over half an hour, they finally saw an iron cage. This iron cage was a place in the basement where people were held, reinforced with iron bars around the walls. Thanks to the cage, many falling bricks didn't crush the people inside. Old Deng. Zhu Xiao. Wake up. Jose pinched and patted them, using water to clean the dirt from their mouths, noses, and ears. Hu Lizhen assisted Jose from the side. Fortunately, both of them woke up one after the other. Cough, cough. Old Zhou. Water. Hu Lizhen opened 2 bottles of water, giving one to Deng Xianzhong and the other to Jose for Zhu Xiao.
How are you?
Are you okay? We can't stay here long, and it's almost time to meet with Xiao Dao and the others. We need to leave. Lizhen, you carry one, and I'll carry the other. Okay. Once the 2 had enough water, Jose and Hu Lizhen quickly each carried one and made their escape. The 2 dogs closely followed Jose. I must say, De Huang and De He were like bricks, moving wherever they were needed, happily teaming up with anyone. On the other side, Wei Xiaodao and Xin Beiding successfully learned the locations of several warehouses. However, they noticed soldiers were moving supplies from the warehouses. They also overheard phrases like, "Be careful," and "We can't afford to lose this." Wei Xiaodao was clever. He paid attention and realized that what they were carrying was a safe. Anything that can fit into a safe must be valuable. He exchanged glances with Shun Bai and they quietly followed, discovering that the safe was being taken to an area in the base that wasn't blocked by collapsed buildings, where it was being loaded onto a vehicle. This was serious. It looked like the items Ms. Su wanted. Wei Xiaodao checked the time and nudged Shun Bai. The 2 returned to the place where they had changed clothes. The 2 teams of 4 arrived only a few minutes apart. Xiaodao, how did it go? Old Zhou, I have a problem. If I'm right, they are moving valuable supplies. Wei Xiaodao reported his findings to Jose, with Shun Bai adding any missing details. Jose nodded. It seemed to be just as they suspected. He contacted Su Yan through his wrist device, informing her of the vehicle's location. After receiving the message, Su Yan sent a flying vehicle to check it out. Indeed, there was a fully enclosed armored truck guarded by a team of soldiers, not allowing anyone to approach. Su Yan replied to Jose, "Everyone retreat, take my dog with you, and contact me when you arrive." Jose responded, "Do you need help?" "No, I can handle it." After her reply, she hovered above the armored truck, quietly waiting for the soldiers to finish loading. Once everything was loaded and the truck drove away, Su Yan followed closely. She tracked it to a flat area that wasn't too badly damaged by the earthquake, which was surrounded by a blockade. In the center, many tents were set up, and the truck drove through a path created between them. Perfect, these tents provided excellent cover. After the driver and another soldier got out, and the security vehicle had not yet arrived, Su Yan seized the opportunity to pull the entire truck into her space. After successfully completing her task, she left gracefully, departing Bern and heading to a nearby city, to the hill where the helicopter had previously landed. On the way, Su Yan worried that the vehicle might not contain what she wanted, so she paused for a moment to open the space and check the contents. Gold, gems, antiques, everything was there. Very good. She felt reassured. If it weren't for the earthquake, she wouldn't have gotten these so easily. Although she had a stealth suit and a lock-picking robot, it would still take her a lot of time and effort if she were alone. This trip was definitely worth it. Su Yan arrived earlier than Jose, so she decided to keep the flying vehicle hidden for a while longer. She stored the flying vehicle and took out a transport plane, counting the bricks inside the cabin while waiting for her dogs. Yes, she was waiting for her dogs. If they weren't with Jose, she would have already headed back home. Now that she had the items, she didn't want to stay at the earthquake site any longer. An hour later, she finally heard the sound of a helicopter. Jose arrived with De Huang and De He to find Su Yan. Su Yan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have rescued my 2 teammates so smoothly. Your dogs did great too. You're welcome. Are those 2 okay? They're fine. They just need some time to recover. We had such a good outcome because of you. They wanted me to thank you on their behalf. No need to thank me. What are your plans now? Su Yan asked, and Jose had to shamelessly ask to borrow the helicopter. Su Yan had already planned to give them a helicopter to use for their return. You can use that helicopter. The cabin is stocked with enough fuel and supplies.
You should have seen that.
I won't be going with you. By the way, your father, Zhou Shooting, is now the leader of the temporary base in Haicheng in the eastern region. You should head back there. Okay, I'll go back to Haicheng. After that, besides the two who had just been rescued and were having trouble moving, Wei Xiaodao and a few others also came to say goodbye to Su Yan. Once Zhou Zai's helicopter was out of sight, Su Yan took out her flying vehicle and started it. By this time, it was already dawn, and in the blink of an eye, she had left the ruins behind. Su Yan sent a message to Qin using her wristband. On my way back. Where are you now? Within 2 minutes, a message came through. Yan Yan, I miss you. Come to the Dawn base. Su Yan confirmed with a glance at Qin. It was definitely him. Qin smiled, understanding her expression. What was unclear? Couldn't he flirt with his wife? We've been apart for quite a while, my dear. Okay, wait for me. I'll go straight to the capital and arrive in 3 hours. Those words were no longer hints, but clear statements. Su Yan felt a bit embarrassed and glared at him before ending the call. She thought for a moment. It had indeed been a long time since they last met. Ever since Qin got busy clearing out the two factions in the capital, they had been apart. Little he, why are you so slow? Su, I discovered something huge. At the coordinates 51 degrees 30 minutes north, 1 degree 5 minutes east, an earthquake is happening, and it's stronger than the one we just left. 51 degrees 30 minutes north, 0.1 degrees 5 minutes east? Where is that? Su Yan was confused, not even knowing her directions, let alone coordinates, and looked at little he in bewilderment.
What is so targetal?
That's the fog city you asked me to mark. Before the disaster, we went to the central bank there. Before little he could finish, Su Yan realized how could she forget? But did this series of European cities trigger an earthquake? Bern was less than 1,000 kilometers from Fog City. It really was one after another. Su, do you want to go see? There are those Eastern and Western antiques you've been dreaming of. What about that museum you wanted? I do love antiques, but I value my life even more. Reason told her not to go. She wasn't afraid of the invisible shield being attacked, but she wasn't sure about being buried underground. Maybe after the tremors, she could go and pick up some treasures. But wait, with such a strong earthquake, would those people have time to move their valuables? The items in that museum were definitely saved by the John Bull officials at the start of the disaster. Now going to collect them means heading to the base in the Fog City. Su Yan is too scared to go herself, so she needs to have a few members from Qin Yi's team fly over in a helicopter, which would take at least 10 hours. The round trip for her would take 5 or 6 hours. If only Qin Yi had a flying vehicle right now. Never mind, there's no point in thinking about what if. This time when she returns, no matter how far Qin Yi has progressed in flying lessons, she will arrange for him to have a vehicle. Worst case, he can just use autopilot like Zhou Shooting. That should work in an emergency. After thinking it over, Su Yan decided to contact Zhou Zai.
Su Yan.
Zhou Zai, where are you now? After Zhou Zai gave her an address, she ended the call. Then, she sent a message asking, there's an earthquake happening in the Fog City. Are you interested in teaming up to collect supplies? Absolutely. Su Yan, do you still have that potion? I have 2 trustworthy companions who grew up under the red flag. I have it, 10 kilograms of gold, for 1 vial. If you plan to bring them along, payment is fine. Just to be clear, items from the Eastern ancient country belong to our nation. For the rest, I'll take 7 and you 3. If you agree, find a place to land, and I'll come to pick you up. With 2 extra people, there will be 3 searching for storage. It will be easier for her to go collect than for her to search alone. If they can find those precious items, surely their gold is not far behind? We won't split it. All of it is for you, as a way to repay your life-saving kindness and the cost of the medicine. At this moment, Zhou Zai was happy to help, refusing to share the spoils. That won't work. When we return, your dad Zhou Shooting will say, I'm taking advantage of you. We agreed on this split, so that's how it will be. Anything you don't want, your dad will definitely want. As far as Su Yan knows, The temporary bases in various regions take orders from the Dawn base in the capital, but they operate independently. The Sea City is currently not well off. Hearing this, Jose nodded in agreement and decided to hold on to it for now. Su Yan messaged Jose to find a place to drop off Wei Xiaodao and the other 3 boys, leaving them some supplies. Since they are not part of the organization, they wouldn't be taken along. After all, this time they will need a flying vehicle and space, so it's better to keep those things for a while longer. Wei Xiaodao can pilot a helicopter. I'll return with the 3 of you. Should I let Xiaodao go back first in my helicopter? That's fine. After you land, wait for me there and let the 3 boys leave first. Wei Xiaodao didn't know what Jose was planning, but he didn't ask more questions about taking 2 classmates back to Haicheng. Take care, Lao Zhou. Don't worry, see you in Haicheng. Zhu Xiao and Deng Xinzhong had a good meal, drank enough water, and their wounds were treated, so they felt much better. They had been colleagues with Jose for several years and knew he wouldn't harm them. However, Zhu Xiao voiced his concern. Lao Zhou, are we not going back? Lao Zhou, do you have something to do? I need at least 2 days to recover. If there's something, don't act alone. Wait for me for 2 days, Deng Xianzhong said. There is something. Jose explained what Su Yan needed to do and mentioned the medicine he used after his injury, which healed him in less than half an hour. They could use it too, so they didn't have to wait 2 days and could act immediately. He mentioned this early to prepare Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong mentally. They had only been talking for a few minutes when Su Yan arrived. The flying vehicle was not invisible. What Jose didn't know was that while he was preparing his friends for the medicine, something even more shocking was coming, and he wasn't prepared for it either. If it weren't for the natural disaster that had occurred for over a year, he would have thought he was dreaming. Su Yan stepped out of the flying vehicle. This is a flying vehicle. Uncle Zhou has one too. If you have questions, ask him. Jose swallowed the words he was about to say. Su Yan disliked explaining things. She took out 2 bottles of healing liquid. Their situation isn't too serious. They'll feel better in about 10 minutes after drinking this. Here, thank you, I'll repay you, Jose said as he took the bottles and handed them to his 2 friends. Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong nodded in thanks to Su Yan. Even though they had many questions about the medicine and the flying vehicle, they wisely chose to remain silent, knowing that Jose and this lady Su Yan were trustworthy. The 2 of them drank the liquid in one go, and before they could even taste it, they lost consciousness.
Josha.
You haven't added your dad's contact yet, have you? Su Yan realized she hadn't thought to have them add it. Can I talk to my dad now? Yes, I'll add you in. Jose looked at the numbers on the device representing his father and excitedly made the call. When the call connected, both father and son could see each other clearly. Zhou Shooting immediately noticed Su Yan next to Jose. Su Yan, did you go abroad to help me find my son? Thank you. Uncle owes you another favor. It was just a small help. Remember to pay me back in gold, Uncle Zhou. Don't just talk to me. You should chat with Jose. Jose watched his father, his eyes moist. He thought he would never return in his lifetime. Zhou Shooting laughed and said, he's standing right there, so I'm not worried. There's nothing special to talk about. Su Yan was a bit speechless. She quietly stepped out of the video frame, and only then did the Zhou father and son start discussing the aftermath of the disaster. Zhou Shooting didn't say much about Su Yan, only telling Jose to listen to her instructions and ensuring her safety, emphasizing her importance. After their conversation, Deng Xianzhong and Zhu Xiao woke up one after the other. They had already heard about the miraculous effects of the medicine from Jose. As soon as they woke up, they checked their most serious injuries, poking and prodding, even jumping a bit on the spot. Wow, it really works. It has to be real. Do you think old Zhou is tricking us? Get out of here. Zhu Xiao received a light punch from Deng Xianzhong. After the excitement, they approached Su Yan for another round of thanks. Su Yan replied that it was just a small favor, but she wanted to mention that they still owed her for 10 kilograms of gold. She thought it was better for Jose to handle that conversation. Seeing that both brothers were fully recovered, Jose patted their shoulders and stood in front of Su Yan together. Su Yan, do you have any plans? I don't have a plan. You make the plans and take action. I'll provide all the equipment you need. Once you find the target, I'll handle the extraction. Su Yan could also give them a smaller space button for storage, but that would come with a lot of risks. The space button was just for storage and was nowhere near as powerful as her own space. For example, in an emergency, she can quickly enter a safe space, while they cannot do the same. Moreover, when necessary, Su Yan can choose to wear a camouflage outfit and has a protective shield when going deep into enemy territory. It's safer for her to handle the situation. What's the plan? Old Zhou, is there a big operation coming up? Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong were unsure of what was about to happen, but that didn't stop their excitement. As soon as they heard the word plan, they became very eager. When Zhou Zhe explained what they were going to do next, Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong were beyond excited. They had long wanted to do something that would honor their ancestors.
What?
Is this stealing? Nonsense. It's others who have taken from our ancestors. Is it wrong for us to get it back?
No.
An eye for an eye. Is it wrong to take back a little of what belongs to us? Not at all. Zhou Zhe couldn't let Su Yan take risks. He said, "We'll find and bring them out."
You just need to wait outside to assist.
Old Shou is right. Not only is there danger from the earthquake, but those people are even more dangerous. Ms. Su cannot take risks. I agree with Old Zhou and Old Deng. They didn't know about the safe space. Su Yan suddenly produced a bottle of water from thin air and handed it to Zhou Zhe, then produced 2 more bottles for the others. The 3 of them stared in amazement as they accepted the water, eyes wide and mouths slightly open, watching as the other bottle of water in Su Yan's hand appeared and disappeared, then reappeared and vanished again.
Did you see that?
It's a safe space. You just need to find the location, and it's most reasonable for me to go in and collect the items. It was indeed very reasonable. With the life-saving medicine and flying devices already in hand, and now this safe space, they were quite accepting of it. They were momentarily stunned but quickly accepted it and continued planning. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the flying device and headed to the foggy city. They soon arrived above their destination. Even though it was daytime, the entire city looked gray and hazy. A major earthquake had just occurred, and aftershocks were still happening. This was the perfect time to take advantage of the chaos. Zhou Zhe, Zhu Xiao, and Deng Xianzhong checked their gear, putting on helmets and breathing masks. From their appearance, it was hard to tell which country they were from. Anyone seeing them would think they were rescue workers. Su Yan took out 2 more wristbands and asked He to set them up for Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong, adding their contact numbers. I'll find a place to drop you off. Once you spot the target, send a message and share your location. Stay safe. Got it. The 3 of them were filled with determination. After feeling stuck for so long, they finally had important work to do. Su Yan dropped them off near the Fog City base and then rose higher to observe discreetly. The official base in Fog City was in chaos. Ordinary people were fleeing, while armed personnel were protecting leaders, scholars, and wealthy individuals as they evacuated. The timing of the earthquake was perfect. Zhou Zhe and the others split up to investigate, moving through the area as if it were deserted. Su Yan quietly watched from above. Below her, there were many different scenes. Some people were trapped under rubble, crying for help. Children were separated from their parents, shouting in distress. Soldiers were pushing ordinary citizens to the ground to clear a path for the powerful, causing chaos and trampling. Su Yan could only watch from the sky. Her cold personality made it hard for her to empathize with those outside her group. Forget about humanitarian efforts. There were many people in her own country waiting for her help. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhe had spent over an hour and seemed to have located a warehouse with valuable supplies. Why seemed? Because aftershocks had hit, and a small squad of armed soldiers was still guarding the area, indicating its importance. Such a place could only be a warehouse, not a residence for the elite. To confirm it was a valuable supplies warehouse before Su Yan could come and collect, it wouldn't be easy for him to sneak in alone during the day. Zhou Zhe quickly messaged Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong to check on their progress. If they hadn't found anything, they should come to him, and the 3 could work together to create an opening. While waiting for the other 2, Jose also sent a message to Suyen. What do you think the chances are that it's a warehouse? About 80%. The guards are still present, and despite the strong earthquake, the buildings here are still standing firm. 80% and still not confirmed? Suyen replied to Jose, telling him that once the three of them met up, they should wait around the warehouse entrance to assist her. She has a stealth suit, that's true, but the lock-picking robot cannot hide. When Suyen is unlocking the warehouse door, Jose and the other two need to distract the guards. After half an hour of preparation, Suyen unlocks the door and enters the warehouse, while the three of them create a diversion. This half hour is for the other two to meet up with Jose. Suyen is already above the warehouse, waiting to unlock the door after receiving Jose's message. How to distract the warehouse guards. Jose discussed this with Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong.
What is the most valuable thing right now?
Water and food. Coincidentally, Suyen had prepared water and food for the three of them, mostly foreign brands. They got bottled water, chocolate, and cookies ready. The armed team of 12 had 3 people each responsible for the attention of 4 others. They planned to distribute the water and food when there was 1 minute left. Hey guys, come on, have some food and drink to save your energy. Thanks for your hard work, everyone gets a share. Excuse me, gentlemen, here. Jose, Deng Xianzhong, and Zhu Xiao, each carrying several packs of cookies and water, confidently approached to distribute them. The 3 were fully armed, with helmets and masks covering their faces, and their accents sounded local, so no one noticed they had East Asian features. It was long past lunchtime, and with the earthquake, the guards were thirsty, hungry, and hot. Food and water were precious, and they relaxed their guard as they drank and ate. As Suyen saw Jose and the others distributing food, she took action. She blocked the lock-picking robot with her body. Once the lock was open, she quickly returned the small robot to her space and closed the door behind her. Unlocking, entering, and closing the door took less than a minute. Once inside the warehouse, she realized it was on the same level as her safe house on the 32nd floor. No wonder it stood firm during the earthquake. Inside the large warehouse, there was a row of small storage rooms, each with smart locks and mechanical locks. No lock could stop the small robot. With a blue light scan, every lock opened with a click. The first small storage room she opened contained gold. Indeed, it was a warehouse for valuable goods. No need to open and check the boxes anymore. Just take all the valuable items directly. We won't miss any of the small storage units. We finished clearing out a row of 6 small storage units. Everything is stored separately for easy distribution later. In less than 20 minutes, we quietly left. After Jose and his 2 companions completed their cover task, they went to find a secluded spot to wait for the aircraft. Is that it? Deng Xianzhong questioned, feeling a bit skeptical about how easy it was. The message from Suyen says she is already waiting for us, so let's hurry. Jose replied after receiving a message from Suyen in the storage unit. We didn't really help much, Zhu Xiao said, feeling regretful for not being able to repay the favor. Jose noticed their disappointment and explained, Suyen planned to come back after hearing about the earthquake here. We just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Besides, we benefited from the advanced technology she provided. Have you heard of space technology? And did you see how she got in and unlocked everything? That was all her high-tech stuff. Well, high-tech trumps everything. Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong felt even more useless in the face of such advanced technology. What's going on? Hurry up. The soldiers might have discovered that the valuable storage units have been emptied. Let's go, let's go. As they rushed to the location Suyen sent, the 3 noticed commotion nearby. The soldiers had started to set up checks. Luckily, they had the technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take anything out even if the door was opened for them. The 3 exchanged glances through their helmets and calmly blended into the chaos. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the spot where Suyen was waiting. It wasn't that she didn't want to wait closer. The aircraft was in stealth mode, so they couldn't see it. They needed to be in a secluded area to deactivate the stealth mode. Those guys have found out. Now they're frantically searching, Deng Xianzhong said, feeling a mix of relief and schadenfreude. Zhou Zhe and Zhu Xiao also sighed in relief as they sat in the aircraft, feeling good. Should we fly around above them for fun? Yes, all three answered at the same time, showing how much they enjoyed watching the foreigners struggle. Suyan took them on a long tour, observing the white and black people below, busy searching and moving around on the occasionally shaking ground in an attempt to find the thief. She felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Zhou Zhe asked Su Yan for 3 bottles of wine, and the 3 men enjoyed the drinks with some peanuts, making a satisfying crunch. After finishing the task, Su Yan asked He to fly back to Haicheng as quickly as possible. During the flight, she explained to Qin Yi why she was late to Beijing and received quite a lecture from her man. To soothe Qin Yi's feelings, she had to repeatedly promise that it wouldn't happen again. With He's swift flying, they arrived over the temporary base in Haicheng 2 hours later. Su Yan and Zhou Shooting had arranged to meet at the villa where she and Qin Yi had stayed last time. As soon as they landed, Zhou Shooting and his guard, Xiao Lu, stepped onto the ladder.
Dad.
You little rascal. The father and son from the Zhou family shared a fist bump in the air. Inside the cabin, several men exchanged introductions and greetings. Uncle Zhou, we're heading to the Dawn base in Beijing to divide the spoils. Are you coming? Of course, Xiao Yan, this is where you're wrong. It's not dividing spoils, it's sharing the rewards from your search for supplies. I'm glad you're happy, Uncle Zhou.
Ha ha ha.
Zhou Shooting was more than happy. He was overjoyed. His son was back, antiques were returned, and there were even more rewards. He would get a share in Haicheng. On the way to Beijing, Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong were arranged by Zhou Shooting to return to his temporary base in Haicheng. He even asked for Su Yan's opinion. What could she say? Her loyal subordinates were still being trained, and those she raised since childhood were more reliable. In just over 20 minutes, they arrived at the Dawn base. The flying vehicle stopped in front of the central office building. The central office building was free of outsiders, filled only with guards and senior executives of the group. This time, the flying vehicle's arrival had been reported in advance by Su Yan to Old Sheng. So, it didn't cause any commotion. Due to the time difference, it was now a little past 7 in the evening in Beijing. Normal people have already finished work, but the unusual Qin Yi team of 5, along with workaholics Sheng Zuchang and Xiao Mu, are still in the office building. In the corridor on the 9th floor, Xiao Mu is already waiting. Xiao Yan, Director Zhou, everyone, Director Sheng is in the office. Please follow me. Uncle Xiao. Yes, come in. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Director Zhou, please go in. Xiao Mu responds to Su Yan and Zhou Shuting, inviting Zhou Zhe and the others who are walking behind to enter the office. Zhou Zhe is fine. It's not his first time meeting Director Sheng. But for Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong, it's different. Regardless of the time, a big shot is still a big shot. Just hearing the name of the big shot makes them feel respectful. Now, facing him, they're both nervous and excited. Grandpa, I'm back. Good. It's great that you're back. Come here, sit here. Director Sheng gestures for Su Yan to sit in the chair next to him. Hello, Director. Zhou Shuting chooses a spot to sit. Zhou Zhe, Zhu Xiao, and Deng Xianzhong stand straight, facing Director Sheng, and together they say, Hello, Director Sheng. Hello, you don't need to be so formal. You all did well, please sit down. Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong hesitate to sit, so Xiao Mu tells them again to take a seat. To help them feel more comfortable, Zhou Zhe pulls them to sit in the farthest chairs. Xiao Yan, give a report. How is it outside? Okay, Grandpa. Su Yan feels there's not much to report. She mentions the earthquake and shares what she knows about the city and the base. She also talks about collecting valuable supplies from 2 places, noting that they need to share the goods from Miss City with Zhou Zhe. These will be traded for gold later, and they plan to return lost antiques to the country to help rebuild Chinese civilization after the disaster. Xiao Yan did very well. Though the words are few, the satisfaction on Director Sheng's face shows that he is truly pleased with Su Yan. Director Sheng then asks Zhou Shuting, What brings you here? I'm here to discuss the distribution. Hai City is in dire need, Director. This time, Xiao Yan took my son and a few others to gather supplies, which is just what the High City base urgently needs. Alright, I know you, don't worry, I won't take your share. You have a place to stay at Dawn, right? You take Xiao Zhou and those two young men back to rest. Xiao Yan will call you when she's done here. Okay, then we'll leave first. Xiao Mu returned after seeing Zhou shooting and the others out of the office. You stay here. Yes, sir. As soon as Su Yan heard the elder ask Xiao Mu to stay, she knew he was going to enter the space. The grandfather and granddaughter quickly appeared in the space. When the old lady saw the elder, she knew they were back in the capital. Old man, look, I'm helping you organize these antiques. Great, thank you, old lady. The old lady was with two little ones, three young beasts, and two dogs, all in front of a big pile of boxes. The little ones and the group of animals were playing. The old lady was organizing, or rather, admiring the antiques. Grandpa, everything collected from there is here. I haven't opened all the boxes yet. What I've opened is from Huaxia, so you can keep those. The rest can all be traded. It's better to keep the things here. I just wanted to take a look. Whatever Grandpa said was final. Su Yan just opened the boxes, and if it was sellable, she traded it immediately. The old lady brought a low chair for Mr. Sheng, and the two elders sat there, looking at this and that, handling the antiques as if they were newborn babies. When Mr. Sheng held the antiques, he was very focused, as if he could see through the precious items to that humiliating era. Fortunately, the great dragon had awakened and stood tall again. Now, they were facing unprecedented challenges. When will the disaster stop? No matter when, they will stop. Old man, have faith. Okay, I have faith. We have such a wonderful granddaughter. And me, what about me, great-great-grandma? I'm here too. The two elders comforted each other, while the little ones chimed in playfully. Xiao Rui rode over on a small tiger and grabbed great-great-grandpa's hand that was holding the antique, shaking it. Xiao Wei bumped into the old lady's arms, melting away her sentimental feelings. The two elders were too busy with their heavy grandchild to care about antiques. The two little ones could only sweep away any unhappy feelings. Su Yan had gained experience from selling goods early on, and the more she sold, the faster she became. She scanned various boxes piled high, turning them into a series of numbers. After about an hour of work, she sorted out what couldn't be sold and what was already gold. Counting the amount of gold, along with the weight from a recent transaction, Su Fa was shocked. That's so little. Xiao Yan, how much is there? Only 1.91 million kilograms. This is after trading a mountain of paintings and antiques. The gold alone is less than 1 million kilograms. Compared to the 3 million kilograms her grandfather gave her, the amount from John Bull was really disappointing. If her grandfather had traded the museum's antiques, it could have easily added up to another 1 million kilograms. Also, he mentioned that some gold reserves were in two other spaces, which should have been retrieved by now. If those were included, the total would be even more. That's about right. Old Sheng wasn't too surprised. John Bull's gold reserves had always been low. Give 30% to Jose, which is 573,000 kilograms. Sounds good. Send the numbers to Zhou shooting. He should be able to trade for something else. Okay. After clearing the numbers, Su Yan also handled the transactions and counts from Bern, totaling to 47 million kilograms. All right, let's go out for a meal. The old man and woman each held a child and followed Su Yan out of the space. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Yan sent the numbers to Jose. After that, how the three of them divided things was no longer her concern, and the elders returned to the Sheng family's small courtyard. Once inside, Liao Qinglan had already set the table with food. Chief, Madam, Xiao Yan, it's time to eat. I'll feed the two little treasures. Liao Qinglan saw the family was back and turned to the kitchen to prepare milk powder. No need to worry about the kids. Go get 2 more sets of chopsticks. You and Xiao Mu should eat with us too. All right, old man. Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan had both been with old Sheng for many years, one in work and the other in caring for him and Madam. They understood his temperament well, so if it was time to eat together, they would all eat together. After the two elders washed their hands and sat down, Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan also took their seats at the dining table. Su Yan placed the two little ones in the living room to play, planning to attend to them after finishing her meal. She returned to the table, used to serving the first dish to her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, this meat has no bones." "You child, What's the big deal about eating boneless ribs? The grandmother said this while enjoying the meat her granddaughter served, finding it tastier than what she served herself. Consider it rib meat, the grandmother said happily, asking for another piece. Old Shun cleared his throat twice. Grandpa, is your throat uncomfortable? After dinner, I'll make you some pear soup with Chinese fritillary. Suyan knew that Grandpa was not actually uncomfortable. He was just upset that she served Grandma and not him. She quickly served him. Grandpa, this is your favorite pan-fried yellow flower fish. This fish is good. Make sure to prepare extra pear soup for your grandma too. Sure, there will definitely be some for Grandma. Now the two elders were satisfied. Suyan wished the little ones would grow up faster, so they could sit at the table and help her serve drinks, act cute, and be playful. Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan exchanged knowing glances. Old Sheng had changed. In the past, the old man only had Grandma as his treasure. Now he had Grandma, his granddaughter, and two great-grandchildren, making it lively. Grandma noticed the exchanged glances between Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu and asked, Xiao Mu, you're in your 40s now. Do you still want to delay for a few more years? Both Old Sheng and Grandma were aware of Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan's relationship and were supportive. If they were a few years younger, Grandma wouldn't say anything considering the current state of the world, but Xiao Mu was at this age and Liao Qinglan was already 30. Liao Qinglan used to take care of her, but now she didn't need to be taken care of, as her granddaughter, a capable robot, could take care of everything. Most importantly, it was easier for the granddaughter. Grandma noticed that her granddaughter preferred living in Jiangcheng Lanjiang Terrace over the capital, mainly because there were no outsiders in Lanjiang Terrace, while here there were many housekeepers. She knows that it's not that her granddaughter doesn't like the nanny, but rather that there is a secret about the space. Liao Qinglan is now aware of the secret, but she only knows it vaguely. Living together day and night will reveal more details. Even the best nanny can be avoided if possible. Now, to help Su Yan get used to living in the capital, having a nanny is not convenient. Su Qing is enough. It's also time for Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu to settle down. So, the old lady is meddling a bit, saying that if they get married, Liao Qinglan will likely return to take care of the Xiao family elders. Moreover, she hopes Liao Qinglan can pursue what she loves. Grandma, I understand what Qinglan means. I also understand what Grandma says. With that, their decision is pretty much set. Xiao Mu, open a bottle of wine. Grandma, is that okay? Xiao Mu looked at the old lady. If the leader could drink, it was up to her. Today is a happy occasion, so I allow the old man to have a drink. All right. Xiao Mu happily took a bottle from the space, while Liao Qinglan blushed as she reached for a cup. Their long romance has finally come to a conclusion. After dinner, the old lady busied herself with the two little ones, feeding them milk and solid food, while Mr. Sheng played with them for a bit before calling Su Yan to the study. Xiao Yan, what do you think about the different disasters happening at home and abroad? It's hard to draw conclusions. In my past life, after the natural disasters, I never went abroad and didn't hear much about it. I only remember the situation at home, but things have changed a lot here too. The order of disasters is correct, but the timing keeps advancing. Mr. Sheng fell silent after hearing this. His granddaughter's memories from her past life had already told him about the many survivors across the country. He just couldn't help but ask again. Su Yan noticed her grandfather's furrowed brow and how much more gray hair he had. It had only been 3 months since he took the recovery pill to improve his health. Clearly, this was weighing heavily on him. The problem is, no matter how much he worries, disasters will still come, and they must endure the apocalypse. She can trade with other dimensions, but she needs enough gold for that. Even though she currently holds nearly half of the world's gold, it's barely enough to buy a spaceship that can hold 100,000 people. This spaceship is the last resort. Even if it's completely filled, it can only accommodate 100,000 people. Disasters keep coming, and the number of survivors is decreasing. Even if only 1% of the population remains, that spaceship won't be enough for anything. She can't spend all her wealth just to buy a ship, right? What Su Yan knows is that the base is mostly focused on searching for supplies from before the disasters and planting drought-resistant crops to survive. What will happen when the supplies from before the disasters run out and the land becomes barren? And what if, even worse, this planet suddenly exploded? She can't think too deeply about it. Just thinking about it is exhausting, not something her small mind can handle. The old man is considering much more than just this. No wonder he looks so worn out. She can't do much, so she can only massage his temples and shoulders. Come back to the capital, Xiaoyan. This way, you won't have to run around for Qin. Now that the Dawn base has finished clearing out the necessary people, and with Zhou shooting as a cover, no one will dare to watch you. Okay, I'll go back to the capital with my grandma to keep you company. Alright, that's enough for now. I won't take up too much of your time. Go see if Qin has returned. Please don't stay in the study too late. You must rest by 10 o'clock. I'll make sure to supervise you every day in the capital. After Su Yan finished speaking, she placed a glass of fresh juice on the table and then left. Old Master Sheng looked up at the slowly closing door of the study and smiled. It feels nice to have a granddaughter looking after him. As Su Yan left the living room, Xiao Mu had just returned after dropping Liao Qinglan off at his place. She asked, Uncle Xiao, has Qin been busy in the capital every day and not returned late? It's not that he comes back late every day. Sometimes he just doesn't have time. That's even worse than coming back late. Every time Su Yan communicated with Qin or sent a message, he never mentioned being too busy. Knowing she was back today and that he was missing, she specifically asked Xiao Mu. Their team of 5 has been running around Ershin these days. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. I'm going to pick someone up. The helicopter from Ershin takes 3 hours to return to the Dawn base, and the flight takes about 40 minutes each way, so of course, it makes sense to go. Xiao Mu nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Su Yan went to the room to check on her grandmother and the 2 little ones before leaving. Iga, send your location. I'll come pick you up. Thank you, dear. Soon after the message was sent, a location was shared. After sending the location, Qin hurried to arrange for 2 groups of personnel who had just arrived from other bases. He was also waiting for more personnel sent from other bases to Ershin. Otherwise, he would have returned to the capital city long ago. Ershin was mentioned in a letter Su Yan quietly sent to the group center before the disaster. The most significant and prolonged impacts of the disaster were extreme heat and drought, while Ershin was relatively less affected by these conditions. With Su Yan's hint, the government sent researchers to investigate the area before and after the disaster, and their calculations confirmed this. Qin, along with a small team, has been busy with the construction of the Ershin base lately. Everyone knows that in a few years, the major tectonic collision will also affect Ershin. However, even though it is only a year after the disaster and various regions are facing severe water shortages, they still need to build a base at the foot of Ershin to accommodate personnel from other bases in the future. Otherwise, many people will die from the lack of water before the years pass. Su Yan quickly arrived at Ershin, landing in front of the house where Qin and the others were staying. Sister-in-law, you finally came to see us. You have no idea how much our food standards have dropped during this time. Old Luo, you're exaggerating. Sister-in-law, don't listen to him. He just complains when he has to eat less meat. Recently, Zhang Yuan had been cooking for the 5 of them, and Luo Fuan was lamenting about the poor meals, which was undermining Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan pretended to kick Luo Fuan. I'll treat you all to barbecue for a late-night snack later. Wait, didn't I ask Qin to pack so many vegetables, fruits, and meats? How long has it been? Are you all like tigers? The construction crew sent from the Northeast base is really struggling. We have to take care of their meals. Now it made sense. Su Yan knew that the Northeast had been affected by the tsunami, and there might not be many people left, let alone supplies. It was no surprise they were struggling. Su Yan set out the tools for the barbecue, along with the prepared lamb and beef. Luo Fuan, the late-night snack is up to you. Sister-in-law, you're the best. Luo Fuan arranged the items Su Yan brought out, carrying a lamb in one hand and over 10 pounds of beef in the other, and went to the kitchen to prepare them. Sister-in-law, this is the boss's room. You can rest here while you wait.
Okay.
Zhang Yuan saw there was nothing to do, and since it was late at night, he thought it best not to chat with his sister-in-law to avoid any misunderstandings, so he also went to the kitchen to help. Su Yan didn't contact Qin. He would come back when he finished his work, and if he hadn't finished, contacting him wouldn't help. Looking at the tidy room, she wanted to be helpful, but didn't know where to start. In just a few minutes, Qin Yi returned. Yan Yan, have you been waiting long? Let's go back now. Aren't Luo Fuan and the others having barbecue? Aren't we having a late-night snack? Qin Yi wrapped his arms around Su Yan and buried his head in her hair, taking a deep breath. She smelled wonderful. Then let's eat late-night snacks with them and head back to Shiguang Base afterward. All right. Along with Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui, and Chen Dingshan returned. When they saw the barbecue set up, they naturally grabbed some stools and started preparing the meat. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were in charge of grilling. Qin Yi and Su Yan sat down at the empty spots. You sit there. Tell me what you want, and I'll grill it for you. I want lamb chops and corn. Su Yan wanted to grill herself, but Qin Yi wouldn't allow it. Since she couldn't cook, she decided to order instead and took out some fresh corn. Luo Fuan had already prepared potatoes and other ingredients, both meat and vegetables. No barbecue is complete without fruit, so Su Yan took out 2 frozen watermelons from the kitchen fridge in the small courtyard. There wasn't enough space on the table, so she added a folding table for the fruit. Sister-in-law, it would be even better to have some cantaloupe. Sure, I have one chilled. I'll cut it up too. The watermelon and cantaloupe were cut into small pieces and served on skewers. Wife, give me a piece. Hey, Su Yan cut a small piece for the man who was busy grilling corn and lamb chops for her. You guys should eat too. Grilling meat doesn't require constant flipping. Sister-in-law, just take care of my brother Yi. Don't let him go hungry. Luo Fuan emphasized the word hungry and gave Qin Yi and Su Yan a look that said, you both understand. Only Luo Fuan dared to joke with Su Yan and Qin Yi. The result of his teasing was a light tap on the head from Qin Yi. Su Yan pretended not to hear. As long as she didn't hear, there would be no awkwardness. Are you asking for trouble? Zhang Yuan glanced at Luo Fuan, thinking about how smug he was. Chen Ding'an added, Luo should be punished. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan were not as talkative as Luo Fuan. They were the most normal ones, eating and drinking as they should. They could joke about the boss, but not about the sister-in-law. Yang Jinghui was quiet, focused on threading the uncooked beef slices onto skewers. Luo Fuan pulled Yang Jinghui into the conversation. Old Yang, what are you so lost in thought about? I heard that Lu Shui. Before Luo Fuan could finish, Yang Jinghui flicked a piece of beef at him. If you said less, it wouldn't hurt you. If you keep bringing me up, I'll put a piece of raw beef straight into your mouth, believe it? Sure, I won't bother you anymore. Honestly, you all are no fun. No matter how tense things get, disasters keep coming one after another. Isn't life hard enough without being able to joke around a bit? Forget it. I can't provoke you. Luo Fuan rambled on, grilling a piece of beef that was ready and putting it on a plate, then started eating. Keep grilling. Chen Dingshan snatched Luo Fuan's plate and also took the one Zhang Yuan was grilling, placing the plates in front of him and Yang Jinghui. All right, our job is done. Now it's time to eat. Old Chen, you're generous. Yang Jinghui brought out a few bottles of beer, opened 3 with a quick motion, and handed one to Qin Yi and Chen Dingshan. Let old Zhang and old Luo grill enough for everyone before drinking. Save the drinks for you too. Sister-in-law, how about this? Yang Jinghui took out a can of coconut juice, pulled the tab, and handed it to Su Yan with a straw. Sure, I like this drink, Su Yan said as she took it. Come on, let's toast, Qin Yi said, raising the beer that Yang Jinghui had opened and clinking it with the bottles of Lao Yang and Lao Chen. The 3 of them exchanged knowing glances at the 2 barbecue chefs and laughed heartily. Lao Zhang, they are isolating us. Aren't you upset? Why would I be upset? If you want a drink, hurry up and grill. Who told you to make jokes about your sister-in-law and the boss? I didn't say anything. You did. Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui, and Chen Dingshan enjoyed their beer and grilled meat while watching Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan bicker back and forth. Su Yan quietly drank her coconut juice, taking the lamb chop that Qin Yi offered her and eating it herself. She declined his offer to feed her. She didn't like to show off her affection in front of others. After finishing the meat, Luo Fuan urged his friends to drink and get back at them. The late-night snack lasted 2 hours, and Su Yan and Qin Yi took a flying vehicle back to the capital. Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui had drunk too much. They had just been like enemies, but now they were shoulder to shoulder, insisting on going to the rooftop for some fresh air. But where was the fresh air? The seasons had changed. It had been ages since they had seen rain or wind. The whole world felt like a steamer, and during the day, people from other bases would probably think they were foolish. Lao Yang, you drank too much too? And you guys targeted me, making me work for you by grilling meat, and you didn't even help me open a bottle of wine. You call yourselves good brothers and comrades? Humph. I may be tipsy, but I'm not drunk. I just don't want to clean up. Luo Fuan pushed Yang Jingwei playfully, and they both leaned back, lying flat on the rooftop. Luckily, they were wearing high-tech temperature-regulating clothes. Otherwise, the hot rooftop would have been unbearable. Still not drunk? Your words are all jumbled. You're the one slurring. Are you trying to be lazy too? Haha, I knew it. Lao Yang, you're usually so serious, but you can be sneaky sometimes. Luo Fuan let out a drunken hiccup. Look, shooting stars. Yang Jinghui, who was pulled down by Luo Fuan, saw a streak of shooting stars across the sky. Where are the shooting stars? That's not a meteor. Which direction is it coming from? Oh no, Luo Fuan cursed after seeing it clearly. This isn't about direction. The small light is getting bigger. It's clearly coming straight for them. They weren't drunk, just a little tipsy, but now Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan were completely sober, scrambling to get up from the floor and running downstairs. Get out of the way, a meteor is falling. Emergency. Everyone wake up. This is what they mean by unexpected disaster. No high-tech can stop it. All they could do was run. As they rushed down the stairs, they shouted. Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan, who were washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. Once outside, they understood the situation. They looked up and saw the glowing object getting closer. They joined in the shouting, but most people were still asleep. What should they do? Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan quickly returned to the kitchen, one grabbing a pot and the other a frying pan, and they began banging them with a spatula while running and shouting. Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui kept yelling, "Meteor falling, everyone be careful." With a naked eye, they couldn't see exactly where the meteor would land, but waking people up was better than letting them sleep through it. At least if they were awake, they could dodge when the object got close. They lived in a village at the foot of a mountain with over 100 households and about 1,000 residents. Thanks to the four of them shouting, more than half of the people woke up. Most of the young men in the area, many of whom were strong and from the military, heard the calls, looked up at the sky, and then ran. They didn't know where to run, but moving was better than staying still and getting hit. From the moment Yang Jinghui spotted the suspected meteor to the brothers banging pots and calling out, it was less than 2 minutes. In those 2 minutes, they saved more than half of the village. In just 1 or 2 minutes, they couldn't run far, but knowing something big was about to fall gave them a few seconds to dodge. Indeed, those meteors were heading straight for Alshan and the village at the foot of the mountain. A loud bang echoed as something struck the building where Qin Yi and his friends lived, igniting a fierce fire. If they had been asleep when it hit, even if they weren't killed instantly, they could have perished in the flames. After the first object landed, more followed in rapid succession, creating a series of loud noises around the village and on Mount Arshan. When these objects were still the size of meteors, they appeared dense, but when they hit the ground, they spread out widely, turning the area around Mount Arshan into a mess. Those who were hit were not the only ones in danger. Those who weren't hit ran desperately away from the fire. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan were among the fastest, warning others as they fled, quickly leaving the most dangerous area. They wanted to maintain some order, but the panicked crowd was too frantic to listen. Luo Fuan patted his chest and said with deep emotion, "By a twist of fate, my sister-in-law saved us again. If she hadn't come, if we hadn't had a late-night snack, and if I hadn't had a bit too much to drink on the rooftop, we would have surely been asleep and caught in the fire." What exactly was that? Zhang Yuan asked, still shaken. Yang Jinghui, Looking at the mountains now ablaze, answered Zhang Yuan. What fell were metal objects, satellites, a cluster of satellites. Chen Dingshan cursed under his breath before saying, Death can come at any moment without warning. Thinking back, it was indeed as Luo Fuan said. If Su Yan hadn't come, they wouldn't have had a late-night snack, and they wouldn't have gone to the rooftop. Most likely, they would have died in their sleep when the satellites fell. Most of the objects hit the Arshan Mountains, with only a few landing in the village. With all this noise, who said this was the least affected area? Maybe after this disaster, things will be peaceful here? Look at all the trees at the foot of the mountain and on the slopes that need clearing. Now they've all been burned away. Yes, and it almost cleared out the people too. At this point, the chaos had subsided, and those who had escaped were talking among themselves. Relief? Fear? Perhaps a bit of both. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan, who were carrying a pot and a frying pan, were spotted by everyone. They realized it was their noise that woke people up, allowing them to avoid a bad fate. Many people came over to thank them. Here, the decisions are made by Qin Yi's team. Since Qin Yi is not present, Yang Jinghui discussed with a few teammates how to settle everyone down. How should they settle them? Forget about tents. Even laying down a mat on the ground for people to sleep would be a start. Each of them had plenty of outdoor survival gear, but the challenge was how to get it outside. At the dawn base. After Su Yan and Qin Yi finished washing up in their space and returned to their room, the newlyweds were a bit eager. Before they could start, Qin Yi received a message from Yang Jinghui about what happened in Ershan. Was it a coincidence that he and his wife were leaving at the same time? Qin Yi replied to Yang Jinghui, You all choose a safe place first. I will transport supplies over now. Old Shun was already resting, and Qin Yi didn't want to wake him. He released his little wife from his arms, contacted Xiao Mu for help in arranging some useful supplies, and started putting on his clothes. He used a transport aircraft to send supplies to Ershan.
I'm sorry, Yan Yan.
I promised to stay with you, but I have to go to Ershan again. Then let me accompany you. I'll go with you. Su Yan's aircraft could save a lot of time. But Qin Yi insisted she shouldn't tire herself out. Just wait at home for me. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Seeing his determined expression, Su Yan knew there was no arguing. She helped him organize his clothes and took him into the space to check what useful items they had collected from the warehouses. Why don't you use the aircraft in automatic mode? Okay, thanks, Yan Yan. Actually, Qin Yi had mostly learned how to operate it manually. Su Yan had He add the automatic mode to the aircraft, allowing Qin Yi to take both the aircraft and the supplies before sending him out of the space. I'm leaving. He turned back to hug his wife and walked away to do what he needed to do. To him, his wife was important, but work was even more important. Standing at the door watching his figure fade away, she felt a mix of emotions. A husband is someone you choose, and you like him just the way he is, right? Su Yan asked herself, do you really want a person who only sees you and would gather an army to make you happy at your every little request?
No.
That's just a naive fantasy from a fairy tale. Such a person may seem sweet and put you at the center of everything, but in reality, they are selfish. If that were the case, she wouldn't be interested. Xiao Yi is very much like your grandpa. Your grandpa was the same way. Look at how your grandpa and I loved each other for most of our lives. All right, stop looking. He's been gone for a long time. Let's go back and rest. I understand, Grandma. Did I disturb you? The elderly lady didn't say much, but Su Yan understood that someone like her grandpa carries more than just small feelings. They have responsibilities and a mission in their hearts. No, I have light sleep. I can hear even the slightest noise. Still disturbed you? How about you go back to your little courtyard to sleep? It's quiet there. No need. Let's go back to sleep. The grandmother and granddaughter linked arms and returned to the room. The elderly lady went to accompany the little ones to sleep. She wouldn't let Su Yan stay with them. Su Yan had to return to her own room, and it took her a long time to fall asleep. She planned to wake up at 7:30 when He would call her. She grabbed the little plush toy from the bedside table and playfully squeezed its head to vent her morning grumpiness. Su, don't bully the artificial intelligence. Robots are also alive. Really? Do you believe I could cut off your power supply? The proud little He is a bit like Xiao Rui. After playing with the plush toy for a while, Su Yan finally got up slowly. To save some water in real life, she washed up in the space before coming out. Good morning, Grandma. Yes. Why don't you sleep a little longer? I'm well rested. You look good. Hurry and go eat breakfast. Liao Qinglan heard the elderly lady and Su Yan talking and had already brought out breakfast. Xiao Wei, come here, let mommy give you a kiss, Momo. Mommy, I want to learn to read with great-grandma. Mom. Hurry and eat your meal, then come play with me. All right, one loves to study and the other loves to play. They will do well. Su Yan kissed the two little ones and pinched their cheeks before going to have breakfast. For breakfast, she had her favorite shrimp congee and fried dough sticks. The shrimp wasn't fresh. It was frozen shrimp, probably from the supplies she gave to her grandfather. Xiao Yan, how does it taste? The old lady said you love this. It's very tasty. Thank you, Sister Qinglan. She found it a bit hard to call Yao Qinglan aunt since she was not yet 30. I'm glad you like it. There's more, Liao Qinglan said, bringing the pot to the table so Su Yan could have more after finishing her bowl. After finishing her breakfast, her wristband beeped. Grandpa Sheng called her to the office. Grandma, I'm going to Grandpa's. Go ahead. Su Yan placed a huang and a hay in the yard, glanced at the guard outside the gate who had his back to her, and moved the customized Hummer out. The guard suddenly turned around, surprised to see a vehicle. He blinked, thinking he must be seeing things. Su Yan didn't explain. Everyone here worked for her grandfather, and the first rule was to keep quiet. Besides, if the old man used the space button, those around him would definitely know. The old man had a space button, and so did she. It was normal. Seeing Su Yan sit in the driver's seat, the guard silently opened the big iron gate. Manual operation? It seemed she needed to upgrade the Sheng family's courtyard, including water, electricity, and security. After a 2-minute drive, Su Yan arrived at the central office building, parked the car, and climbed to the 9th floor. Uncle Xiao, Xiao Yan is here. The chief is in the small conference room. Xiao Mu was waiting specifically for Su Yan. In the small conference room were Grandpa Sheng and Zhou Shooting. Grandpa, Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhe, Su Yan greeted them one by one. Haha, my dear niece, we were waiting for you, Zhou Shooting said, looking much more welcoming towards Su Yan than his own son. Zhou Zhe felt a bit sour and couldn't bear to look at his father. Xiao Yan, come sit over here, Grandpa Sheng said, pointing to the seat next to him. Su Yan nodded and obediently sat beside the old man. Shu Ting, you should talk to this girl about what you want. Old chief, here is the list for your review. Xiao Yan, this time we will pay with 30% gold. As for the share for Deng Xianzhong and Zhu Xiao, I will provide them separately. You could say this is like you sending money to our Haiqing base. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhe, and the other two helped out. All right, Uncle will remember your kindness. Don't forget, Zhou Zhe, next time there's a good opportunity. Old Sheng glanced at Zhou Shu Ting, still thinking about this good fortune. This time, it was easy for Su Yan and Zhou Zhe to retrieve the antiques because they had the right timing and advantages. It can't always be so lucky. Old chief, please don't look at me like I'm a thief. I think those foreigners should be dealt with. Old Sheng didn't respond to that topic. His eyes returned to the list. Since he knew about these high-tech items and his granddaughter had full control over them, he needed to review who would use them. On this list, there was a large item. 1 aircraft, 100,000 cubic meter space button, and 100 laser guns. There were also 100 repair liquids, 100 temperature-controlled suits, 100 wristbands, and other fresh supplies like vegetables, fruits, and meat. How will you use this equipment? The aircraft and space button will be for Zhou Zhe. The guns, repair liquids, wristbands, and temperature-controlled suits will equip a special forces team to deal with the armed groups that washed up on our east coast after the tsunami hit those small countries across the sea, so they don't continue to harm our ordinary citizens. Old Sheng didn't respond immediately, his eyes focused on the list as he thought. 2 minutes later, he asked, "That's fine, but you must ensure that the foreign armed personnel have no chance to speak. Also, after the Alshan main base is built, this 100-member Special Forces team will be incorporated into the main base. That must be guaranteed. With things like this, how could we let them slip away?" "No problem. Our eastern base will also join the main base. Old Xing nodded, approved it, and then handed the list to Su Yan. Su Yan picked up the pen on the table and marked the prices next to each item on the list. The total amount of gold was nearly 200,000 kilograms. Zhou Zei's share of 30% is 57.3 million kilograms. After deducting 200,000 kilograms, he still has 37.3 million kilograms left. Zhou Zei still has over 370,000 kilograms of gold left. Should I take the gold bars to Uncle Zhou? No need, just keep it recorded for now. Alright, I'll go prepare things. Please wait a moment. Su Yan left the small meeting room and went to Old Xing's office to access the space. She used the 100,000 cubic meter space button to store the items. She also needed to have Hehe set up the aircraft and wristband she bought. The equipment at the Haiqing base in the eastern region is now more advanced than that of the Jingqing Dawn. After silently complaining, Su Yan returned to the small meeting room with the space button. Please check, Uncle Zhou. Su Yan handed the space button to Zhou Shooting. Zhou Zei had only seen the space aircraft in sci-fi movies, and now that it was real, he felt a surge of excitement. After Su Yan handed the space button to Zhou Shooting, she had no further involvement. After asking her grandfather for permission to renovate the Sheng family's small courtyard, she got to work without hesitation. Since they were going to renovate the courtyard, Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan confirmed they were together. Liao Qinglan naturally quit her job as a nanny and started living with Xiao Mu. Xiao Yan, ever since your mother left and you went missing, Qinglan has been by my side. She's a brilliant medical student who takes care of me and your grandfather. At first, I didn't want her to, thinking it would delay her studies, but she insisted on repaying my support. After coming to our home, she has comforted both me and your grandfather, easing our feelings of missing you. Without her careful care, I might not have lasted long enough to see you before joining your mother. To outsiders, she is our nanny, but privately, your grandfather and I treat her like our goddaughter. Now that she has found someone she loves and is starting her own life, I feel at ease. Years ago, I prepared a dowry for her, but the situation has changed. Xiao Yan, I want you to help me exchange that dowry for supplies, preferably with a small space button for her to store them easily. The elderly lady spoke to Su Yan with tears in her eyes, worried about her granddaughter feeling jealous and also feeling a bit reluctant to part with Liao Qinglan. But despite her reluctance, she wanted to ensure her granddaughter's comfort and Liao Qinglan's happiness, so she felt it was necessary to do this. Su Yan was still wondering what was going on. Grandma, it's only right. She has taken care of you and Grandpa for so many years in place of my mom. I will also add to her dowry. If Uncle Xiao treats her poorly, or if something unexpected happens, she will still be able to live well. Good child, I'm happy you understand. Xiao Mu won't treat Qinglan badly. His character has been proven by staying with your grandpa for so many years. Xiaoyan, since you exchanged these for space, please help me prepare the supplies. The old lady took a medium-sized box from the safe and opened it to reveal 6 500-gram gold bars, a set of gold jewelry, and a pair of jade bracelets. She handed the box to Su Yan.
Don't worry, Grandma.
I will handle the dowry beautifully. I will take the gold bars and jade, but I still want to give a set of jewelry to Sister Qinglan as part of the wedding gifts. Then I will listen to you. No more calling her Sister Qinglan. She should be called Aunt. The old lady took back the jewelry and then retrieved a larger jewelry box from the safe for Su Yan. Grandma, what is this? This is your dowry, a supplement for me and your grandpa. We wanted to give it to you during your wedding with Qin Yi, but since things are getting harder, we decided to give it to you directly. Hee, thank you, Grandma. Are you worried I would get jealous seeing you give Aunt Qinglan a dowry? Do you think I'm that petty? Besides, you gave me a suitcase full of jewelry when we first met. The old lady was indeed worried about her granddaughter's feelings, but hearing her joke made her realize the child had no objections. She playfully poked Su Yan's forehead, now smiling again. That doesn't count as a dowry, this is the real deal. Okay, I will definitely accept what you and Grandpa give me. Su Yan opened her portion of the dowry, which was all exquisite and colorful. The box was filled with collectible grade raw stones, white jade, yellow jade, black jade, and emeralds in various shades, including emerald green, Zhengyang Liu, violet, and bloodstone. Without needing the old lady to say anything, Su Yan understood that these were the most valuable items that her grandparents had set aside for her, knowing about her trading platform. How beautiful! Each piece could be a family treasure. Grandma, I love it so much. This is what it feels like to be loved by family. Su Yan kissed her grandmother on the cheek and snuggled into her embrace. The grandmother naturally wrapped her arms around her granddaughter, cherishing her dearly. After enjoying the moment for a while, Su Yan went to prepare a dowry for Liao Qinglan. She exchanged 6 gold bars weighing 3 kilograms and the pair of jade bracelets her grandmother gave to Liao Qinglan for 13 kilograms of gold. Su Yan spent 25 kilograms of gold to buy a small 500 cubic meter space button and purchased a vial of cell repair liquid, which could save a life in a critical moment. She placed it in a box, labeled it with its purpose, and stored it in the space button. There was 1 kilogram of gold left for Liao Qinglan's dowry. She promised to add to Liao Qinglan's dowry without worrying about the cost. Based on the sizes of Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan, she prepared seasonal clothes and shoes. She stocked up on fruits, vegetables, various meats, rice, flour, oil, salt, sugar, seasonings, milk powder, nutritional supplements, and other daily necessities, enough for 2 people to last 20 years. It wasn't that Xiao Mu and his wife would live for 20 more years, but this supply was for Liao Qinglan to have on hand. Xiao Mu could certainly support his wife. Su Yan gathered the various jade pieces her grandmother had given her and her favorite gemstones, deciding not to trade these items. After coming out of the space, she handed the space button to her grandmother. "Grandma, can you take a look? It's not bound to anyone yet, so anyone can see it." The grandmother took it and focused her thoughts. "This? Xiaoyan, did you add too much? It's fine. You know our family can afford it. Those who treat you and Grandpa well deserve it. I'll take this to Qinglan first. You go to the small hall and watch the 2 kids." The grandmother also placed the set of gold jewelry into the space button. "Got it, go ahead." Su Yan knew her grandmother and Liao Qinglan had some things to discuss, so she didn't follow. In the kitchen, Liao Qinglan was washing vegetables to prepare lunch. Seeing her grandmother come in, she quickly approached and asked, "Grandma, is there anything you want to add?" No, just cook as usual." "I need to talk to you about something." "Okay, go ahead." Liao Qinglan supported her grandmother out of the kitchen and sat her down in a chair in the dining room. The old lady pulled Liao Qinglan to sit beside her. "You sit here too. Let's talk." Liao Qinglan moved his chair and sat diagonally across from the old lady. He felt that her discussion about her relationship with Xiao Mu was a bit like a student waiting for a teacher's feedback, cautious and nervous. "What's with that look? I'm not against you and Xiao Mu. If I hadn't said what I did last night, you 2 might still be taking your time." Liao Qinglan felt a bit embarrassed. "Grandma, please go ahead. I'm listening. You're a smart girl, but even the smartest women can get confused about marriage. However, both I and the old man know Xiao Mu's character. He won't deceive your feelings and will treat you well. But your relationship isn't just about the 2 of you. It involves 2 families. You are an orphan, and strictly speaking, you are marrying into the Xiao family. Xiao Mu is great, but we don't know his parents and siblings well, and I worry you might feel inferior around them. So, I want to remind you that you don't need to feel inferior in the Xiao family or in front of anyone. You come from the Xing family, and I, the old man, and Xiaoyan will always be your family, understand?" "Woo woo." Liao Qinglan cried loudly, unable to say anything, just wiping her tears. The old lady was quite sentimental and couldn't handle this. She started to sniffle and wipe her eyes too. "Stop crying for now, I haven't finished." The old lady never thought she would one day be telling someone not to cry. She placed a small space button in Liao Qinglan's palm. "This is a space button.
You should know a little about it.
I got it from Xiao Yan. It contains some supplies from the old man, me, and Xiao Yan for you, as part of your dowry. Keep it safe. With the disasters coming one after another, life will only get tougher, and these things will be your support. Make sure to live well with Xiao Mu. If you find it uncomfortable in the Xiao family, you 2 can move out and live on your own. That might be better. Now, let me teach you how to use this space button." Liao Qinglan nodded like a little puppet, following everything the old lady said. With the old lady's help, when Liao Qinglan connected to the space button and saw what was inside, she clung to the old lady, sobbing and wanting to say something, but felt that no words could express her feelings. "Old lady, I want to bow to you." Bang.
Bang. Bang.
3 quick bows, so fast that the old lady couldn't stop her in time. What the old lady gave her was not just empty words about the Sheng family being her family, but real supplies that could help them survive in the apocalypse. Liao Qinglan was not just a clueless nanny. She was an educated person with knowledge. She understood the situation outside very well. The supplies she held were more than what many wealthy families in the base could offer, and the space button was not something just anyone could possess. But she had one. It was given to her by Su Yan, out of respect for the old leader and the old lady. "What are you bowing for? This isn't the old society. Put the things away and go cook." "Okay, I'll go thank Xiaoyan first." Liao Qinglan sniffled and ran to find Su Yan. Su Yan was playing with 2 little ones in the newly set-up toy house, enjoying their toys and playing with the dog. "Xiaoyan, thank you." "No need to thank me, Qinglan Jia." "No, I should call you Qinglan Auntie. Uncle Xiao is really nice and handsome, the type many young girls like. You should hold on to him well." Liao Qinglan, with red eyes, came over to thank her seriously, but was cheered up by Su Yan's playful words. "Don't worry, I won't let him get away." Hee. The 2 women shared a silly laugh that only women understand. "I'll go make lunch now. Hurry up, make a couple of your signature dishes, or we won't get to enjoy your cooking later." Liao Qinglan playfully kissed the 2 little ones a few times, smiling as she went to the kitchen. Su Yan replied to Qin Yi's message on her wristband, where he said that the arrangements for Alshan were done, and he could return before dinner. "Xiao Rui, do you miss Daddy?" Xiao Rui tilted his little head, thought for a moment, and seemed to remember he had a dad. After recalling, he shook his head. No, he felt closer to De Huang, De He, and the 3 little beasts than to his dad. "Mommy, Xiao Wei wants Daddy." "Is Daddy handsome? Do you miss Dad? Do you remember what he looks like?" Qin Yi wonders what his little one thinks about his thin jacket. "Dad will be back tonight, and then you'll see how good-looking he is." Hee, Mom is pretty, and I'm the prettiest." At such a young age, Xiao Wei is only interested in beautiful people and things. Sigh, what a little beauty lover. Nearby, Xiao Rui heard Xiao Wei say she is the prettiest and rolled his eyes while busy taking apart a small robot. Watching the 2 kids, Su Yan felt a bit of a headache. Their childhood, apart from family, is spent with toys and dogs. Having kindergarten or playmates their age is out of the question for now. Even though there are children of the same age at the base, she doesn't feel comfortable letting them play together. Maybe she is overthinking. After all, her 2 kids are playmates too. After lunch, thinking about staying in the capital for a while, Su Yan left the children with the elderly lady and took a new flying vehicle to handle some things at her house in Jiangcheng. Before entering the city, she switched to a helicopter, landing this time not on the rooftop but downstairs. Had it only been a few days? The scene at Lanjiang platform looked different upon her return. A water tanker was parked downstairs, with 2 lines of people waiting. They were distributing drinking water brought from outside to the people at the base. Although Su Yan had never collected water from the base, she had seen it before. Usually, there were crowds during distribution, but now there were significantly fewer people. The security personnel were also much fewer. The temporary base at Lanjiang platform in Jiangcheng had very few residents left. Su Yan parked the helicopter a bit away from the tanker. Su Yan pointed to the cabin door, inviting him to come up and talk. Jiang Su opened the door and jumped in quickly. "Are they distributing water? It seems like there are fewer people. There's not much left. Originally, there were 2 companies stationed here, but now only our company remains. Due to the lack of water, many survivors have moved away. The water has run out, and those who didn't get any are unwilling to leave. It's so hot. If this continues, some might not survive the heat. Not having water is deadly, and standing in extreme heat for too long can also be fatal. Many have died here because of the heat." Jiang Su mentioned this, and Su Yan had seen enough in her past life, so it wasn't surprising. Where did they all move to? Who knows? We lower-ranking soldiers have no say in that. Su Yan tossed Jiangsu a bottle of mineral water. He opened it and took several big gulps. It's been so long since I've had such sweet water. Thank you. Don't mention it. Just drink. I have more. Jiangsu chuckled, showing his bright white teeth. He had one set of white teeth, but his face looked like it hadn't been washed in days. His uniform and shoes were neat, but they also looked like they hadn't been cleaned in a while. Even if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't dare say he was clean. Jiangsu was still doing okay compared to those in line for water, who looked quite dirty. I have to be careful with my water. There are very few sources left. There's almost no water on the ground, and the wells are so deep they're almost reaching the Earth's core, yet there's still not much water. The underground water is disappearing quickly. The water level was decent yesterday, but it might drop significantly today. It's really hard to survive. If it weren't for the crowd gathering around the helicopter, Jiangsu would have kept talking. Su Yan, hurry up to the rooftop. We can't move. Su Yan, in the pilot seat, noticed the situation. It was already evening, and people were climbing on the helicopter's body, sliding down the tail. If we start now, won't they fall? I'll go down and get them to move. Jiangsu was genuinely worried about what might happen to this young lady. Su Yan nodded, but she knew it wouldn't be easy to get them to leave. Everyone knew the helicopter was hers. She had a reputation as a fierce woman, and in the early days of the disaster, this reputation had deterred many who wanted to take advantage of her. Later, rumors spread about how powerful her connections were, but now these people dared to surround her, showing they were not afraid of her bad reputation or connections. Look, Jiangsu, as the base manager, couldn't drive these people away even with a gun, and he couldn't really shoot them. Jiangsu, let it go. Just ask them what they want. Before Jiangsu could ask, the people started shouting. We want water. My child is going to die of thirst. Please help us. I know you transport water by helicopter. I just need half a barrel. We don't want to die of thirst. Jiangsu fired a shot into the sky and shouted, if you don't want to die of thirst, why act like robbers? Move aside. Water will come soon, and we'll share it with everyone. Who believes there will be water coming soon? That water truck only comes every 2 days, and it's barely enough for everyone. Since we're all going to die anyway, we want water. She must have some. More people crowded in, and the 20 or so who hadn't received water held their buckets or basins, staring at Su Yan's helicopter with eager eyes. People who were once dignified before the disaster were now ready to fight and shout for a drop of water. It's all because of the disaster. Looking at the situation, Jiang City's water shortage was worse than that of the capital. In the capital's Dawn base, Su Yan hadn't seen or heard of this yet. Perhaps she hadn't encountered ordinary people in the central area, so she didn't know. Thinking about moving to the capital for a long stay, she realized she wouldn't return here, so she decided to send out a batch of water. Jiangsu, have them line up and distribute water according to their share for today. Okay. Thank you, Su Yan. I'll call a few people over. Jiangsu shouted, and a few armed soldiers appeared. They had been nearby, ready to help in case something happened with the people in the helicopter, knowing Su Yan had connections. Hearing they would receive water, the crowd quieted down. They were only causing a fuss for water. Since it was coming, they dared not escalate things. They knew it wouldn't end well for them. Su Yan walked to the cabin and took out 2 large stainless steel water tanks from the storage. Jiangsu called someone over and turned around to see the water tower in front of Su Yan. Was there a water tower at the tail of the cabin when he came up earlier? Was there? Or wasn't there? Jiangsu felt a bit confused and uncertain. Then he slapped his forehead, thinking having it is better than not having it. If there was no water, Su Yan wouldn't be offering to distribute it. That made sense. Su Yan, do we need to move this water outside? Yes. Open all the cabin doors and roll it down. Jiangsu gave an okay sign. Those who hadn't received water now had something to drink, and he felt good. Jiangsu waved and called 2 teammates to come up and roll the 2 stainless steel water tanks down. As soon as the water tanks appeared, the previously quiet crowd began to chatter again, with some encouraging others to try and get more water. You're lucky to get your share. Don't be greedy. This was said by someone who knew a bit better. You must have forgotten her nickname. If you annoy her, do you think you'll still get water? Be careful, or someone might take your share. This person remembered Su Yan's reputation. Do you even want to have a next time, That seemed a bit far-fetched. Seeing the clear water, unlike the murky water brought back from the base before, made him feel satisfied. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the water was distributed smoothly without causing any more chaos. The water tanks had faucets, making it quick and easy to fill up. In no time, more than 20 people were leaving with their water buckets. A few others, unable to bear the heat, returned when they saw water was available and rushed over with their buckets. Su Yan, there's still one water tank left. Let the security team have the rest. Hearing that one water tank's worth of water was for their team made Jiang-su happy, but he felt a bit guilty. Water was so precious, and it took a lot of fuel to transport it from far away. Su Yan had distributed it all. Jiang-su asked, "What about you? I just came back for a short while. I stopped downstairs to say hello to you, Captain Wei, and Hujan Chao, then I'm heading back to the capital. I'll be living at the Shiguang base in the capital from now on." "Ah? That's so sudden." "Not too sudden, alright, I'll head back upstairs." Jiang-su let out a long oh, sounding a bit disappointed. Su Yan was just a good luck charm. They had set up the temporary base at Lonjiang Terrace for her safety, and now she was leaving.
Sigh.
He tossed the empty water tank into the cabin and closed the door. Su Yan started the helicopter and flew up to the rooftop. After thinking for a moment, she moved the empty water tank into her storage space and filled it with water. Once she got home, she moved the water tank to the kitchen balcony. Now everyone needed water, and since she knew some nice people, Su Yan thought about sending a couple of buckets to Zhang Bo, Luo Wanning, and the others. She connected the generator, turned on the air conditioning, and decided to rest for a bit. Even though she wore temperature-regulating clothes, it was still hot. She settled into the sofa, holding a glass of juice in one hand and a snack in the other. After resting for half an hour, she called Luo Wanning on the intercom. Luo Wanning was in the medical room, and Zhang Bo answered. Upon hearing that Su Yan was back, Zhang Bo immediately said he would bring his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson up to thank her. "Really no need, Zhang Bo. I'll be leaving Jiang City soon. I just wanted to ask if you and Luo Jia could help others with trading supplies. I've finished helping everyone, and after this, I'll be staying in Beijing and won't be handling any more trades. Oh, okay, I'll have Qian find Xiao Luo. I'll get ready and come up to see you." It took a while for Zhang Bo to climb from the 11th to the 32nd floor, so Su Yan knocked on the door of Wang Xianwu's apartment on the 31st floor. "Miss Su, you're back?" "Yes." Su Yan asked Wang Xianwu to bring the items for trading up now, and informed him that she wouldn't be in Jiang City anymore. Wang Xianwu, hearing this, didn't say much to Su Yan. He was worried about his items not selling, so he hurried to gather what he had recently acquired for trading. Su Yan opened the safety door in the hallway to make it easier for them to come in. She also contacted Lu Shui on the intercom, letting her know to hurry if she had items to trade, as she wouldn't be doing this anymore afterward. Lu Shui quickly replied, "Sister, wait for me," and got busy. Returning to the living room, Su Yan packed all the furniture she wanted to take with her into the space. These were her favorite, expensive, and familiar items that she had to bring along. If she returned later, it would be easy to set them up again. She left behind only a set of sofas. She didn't worry about the items in 3202. Those belonged to Luo Fuan and his friends, so whoever wanted them could come and collect them. The fastest to arrive was Wang Xinwu, carrying a black plastic bag, and he knocked on the door. "Come in, it's not locked. Miss Su, everything is here. Please take a look." He set down the plastic bag and, as usual, handed Su Yan a list. Su Yan quickly glanced at it. The items to be exchanged were all basic supplies, mostly jewelry that had been brought over. "That's fine. You can come back in half an hour to pick it up. By the way, I have some drinking water here. Please bring 2 buckets to take some with you." "Okay, thank you, Miss Su. I'll head out now, take your time." While he wasn't in a hurry, Su Yan was. Once Wang Xinwu left, she tossed the assorted jewelry into the space to exchange for gold, then prepared the supplies according to the list. Wang Xinwu was doing a good job as a middleman. He didn't ask for too much in exchange. Just as she finished organizing Wang Xinwu's items, half an hour had already passed. He arrived right on time with 2 people carrying 2 buckets. You're here? The water tower in the kitchen is where you can fill your buckets. These are the supplies. Please check them. Thank you, let me take a look. Wang Xinwu, being a middleman, was careful to check the supplies, ensuring everything matched up correctly. The 2 people going to get water thanked Su Yan. You're here? The water tower in the kitchen is where you can fill your buckets. These are the supplies. Please check them. Thank you, let me take a look. Wang Xinwu, being a middleman, was careful to check the supplies, ensuring everything matched up correctly. The 2 people going to get water thanked Su Yan and went to the kitchen. 2 buckets of water were a lot. What to do if the base's drinking water wasn't enough? They would have to drink untreated water, which was dirty. So, giving them 2 buckets of drinking water was a very practical contribution. The 2 people carefully carried 2 full buckets of water, as if they were holding bombs, afraid of spilling any. Be careful going down the stairs, don't rush. Got it, old Wang. Wang Xinwu let the one carrying the buckets go first as he checked his own things. Miss Su, I won't say too much, but we are really grateful to you. I hope we can meet again in the future. Take care. Okay, you take care too. Then, can I take my things now? Su Yan nodded, not in the mood to chat. Zhang Bo was helped upstairs by his son and daughter-in-law, while his grandson, Xiao Xian, carried a bag and Luo Wanning and Qian Qian came along too. Zhang Bo, your legs aren't fully healed yet. You shouldn't be climbing stairs, Su Yan said as she let them into the living room. Please sit down, don't be shy. Zhang Bo waved his hand. I'm fine, I'm almost better. Ian, thank you. Without you, our family might not have had the chance to reunite. After Zhang Bo's son, Zhang Xian and daughter-in-law, Chu Xiaoling, helped him sit down, they kept thanking Su Yan. No need to thank me. It's just a small thing. Let's all sit and talk. After climbing 20 floors, everyone, young and old, was sweating and out of breath. Once inside, they struggled to catch their breath in the air-conditioned room. Su Yan went to the kitchen, found some large glass cups, and poured water for them. As the Zhang family chatted at the door, Luo Wanning saw Su Yan go to the kitchen and followed her in. I'll help you serve. Qian Qian can help too. Su Yan didn't mind and let them each take 2 cups while she took 2 as well, making it just right for 6 people. Everyone have some water. No, it's fine. Zhang Xian didn't dare take a cup, knowing that water was scarce for many families. Xiao Xian moved his mouth, wanting water, but he looked at his grandfather silently. His parents didn't say he could drink, so he just watched eagerly. Luo Wanning knew that Su Yan had enough water, but after bringing it out and placing it on the coffee table, she didn't touch it. Oh, it's just a cup of water. Go ahead, look at how thirsty the kids are. Xiao Xian, Qian Qian, if you're thirsty, just drink. The 2 children looked at their parents. Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning nodded, and the children from both families raised their cups, quickly finishing a large glass in just a few gulps. Luo Wanning couldn't help but ask, Yen, I heard you're not living here anymore. Yes, I came back to tell everyone that I have some items to exchange. I'll be leaving later. Where are you going? Just preparing to go somewhere. Luo Wanning and Zhang Bo had known Su Yan since the disaster began, and they had worked together to gather supplies. Su Yan gave them a mysterious feeling, and they instinctively wanted to follow her. I'm currently at the Dawn base in the capital city. Su Yan's statement was accurate. Her stay at Dawn was indeed temporary, as she could move to Alshan in 6 months. The capital city was a place they couldn't reach for now, as transportation was a major challenge. Yen, I've been calling you that because you've helped my husband and me so much. This is a small token of appreciation from me and Zhang Xian. You must accept it. Chu Xiaoling pulled out a jewelry box from a bag she brought. One person refused, while the other insisted. Yen, please accept it. The rest are items others asked me to help exchange. All right, I'll accept it. Yen, I also need to exchange some supplies. Can you help me with that? Zhang Bo had one set, and Luo Wanning had another. Both had items to exchange. In a hurry, Su Yan didn't hesitate. She opened 2 bags, checked the lists, and asked them to wait a moment while she took the lists and bags to the room to prepare the supplies. Luo Wanning mostly needed medicine. Zhang Bo primarily needed daily necessities, with a small amount of medicine. In about 10 minutes, Su Yan returned with 2 large bags. I've checked everything. This one is for Zhang Bo, and this one is for you, Luo Jia. Please check them. By the way, I'll be heading back to the capital soon. There's still some drinking water here. You can take it with you. We can't accept that. Water is so precious right now. Yes, Ayen, you should transport it by helicopter. Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning quickly refused. They really wanted the drinking water, but they felt it was too much to ask, as they still had their principles. I have enough water, really. It's not just for you. I also let Wang Xinwu take 2 buckets. You can take some too, but leave a little for Lu Shui. Alright, fine. Sai, we are taking advantage of you. Everyone has some, and Zhang Bo can't refuse anymore. Thank you, Ayan. Luo Wanning doesn't say much. She understands Su Yan's temperament. If she offers, just take it. Su Yan asked them to wait while she filled the water. There are several large white plastic buckets with lids in the kitchen, each capable of holding 50 to 60 kilograms of water. Su Yan filled 2 buckets, one for each family. Ayan, save 1 bucket for me. I want some too. Don't worry, you said you were going to organize things, right? Is it that urgent? Su Yan pulled the 2 water buckets from the kitchen, and Lu Shui had already arrived. Unlike Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning, Lu Shui asks for what she wants directly. Su Yan thinks this is fine. One is willing to give, and the other is generous in receiving, making their interactions easy. Of course, if she doesn't want to give, no one can force her. You said you would leave later, but I'm worried if you don't hurry, my business will be ruined. Alright, help me pull this bucket outside. The 2 girls moved the filled buckets from the kitchen to the dining room. Zhang Xian and Chu Xiaoling quickly came over to help. This water is for them. It felt like a rush at Su Yan's place, with one person leaving and another arriving. Zhang Bo and Luo Wanning knew Su Yan and Lu Shui had things to do and needed to hurry to the capital, so they didn't stay long. After taking their supplies, Zhang Xian and his wife carried 1 bucket downstairs, leaving the other in the hallway. Zhang Bo stayed to guard it, waiting for them to bring 1 bucket back before taking the other. Sister, I thought you were busy. Or, I would have come earlier. Turns out you looked for someone else first. Boo-hoo, I looked for someone else first, then saved time for you. Isn't that nice of me? Su Yan's words made Lu Shui stop her fake crying immediately. That's more like it, hee. Su Yan returned to her room and turned to Lu Shui, handing her a fruit platter. Have some. Yes, it's great. Only by coming here can I enjoy some good food. Right now, finding fresh fruit is harder than climbing a mountain. Lu Shui was not shy and started eating. In those 2 bags over there, the list is also there. Can you help me sort them out first? Sure, you keep eating while I prepare the supplies for you. Aren't you going to check the list and these items? No need. After trading so many times and being close friends, there was still some trust between them. Lu Shui had a lot of mixed items. Cigarettes, alcohol, tea, nutritional supplements, small umbrellas, and various medicines for serious illnesses. Even mifepristone, which is dangerous, was in demand for exchange. After half an hour of organizing, she finally gathered everything on the list and stuffed several large bags out the door.
I'm exhausted.
I won't do this business again. Finally done. Su Yan collapsed on the sofa and grabbed a small bunch of grapes to eat. Are you not going to be a middleman in the capital? I'm not doing it anymore. You're not here, so who would I work with? How about I go with you to the capital to keep you company? No thanks. I won't stay long in the capital anyway. I'll find a new place to work together later. Cough, cough. Lu Shui almost choked on a grape. Sister, do you have some insider information? Why won't you stay long in the capital? Let me know so I can prepare myself. Where is a good place to stay? Nowhere is permanent. I've already shared the insider info. Is that it? Be more specific. Su Yan shot her a look. What more could she say? The location of Alshan was still not public. Alright, I get it. I know you have your reasons for not sharing. I'll just wait. By the way, sister, I have some news. What news? Are you waiting to sell it to me? Tell me, tell me. Lu Shui swallowed the 2 grapes in her hand and then shared her big news with Su Yan. I heard from someone well-informed that Haiching has a super high-tech product. How advanced is it? It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. Laser guns, space buttons, have you heard of those? Oh? Is that all? However, Zhou's shooting spread the rumors too quickly. It only took a few days for news to reach Jiang City. Su Yan's reaction was too calm. She didn't show the surprise that Lu Shui expected. Lu Shui was not satisfied. She thought it was first-hand information. Really? You heard about it too? Yes. Not only heard it, but Su Yan thought to herself, she was the one who let that information slip. Well, your man has a special identity that serves the country. Wait, something feels off. I remember now, your boss is secretly hiding so many supplies using a space button, right? What? How did she suddenly become so clever? Of course, it was her boss. Su Yan's boss was directly connected to the space. Su Yan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. Seeing this, Lu Shui rushed over and tightly hugged Su Yan, looking as excited as if she had found a long-lost father. My good sister, help me get one of those buttons. You must. Don't worry, when I can get it, I won't forget you. Wait for my good news. Then I'm counting on you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. All right, hurry and move your things. I need to get back to the Dawn base for dinner. With Lu Shui around, Su Yan couldn't use her space to move items, so they had to carry everything up to the top floor together. The two women made several trips to finish moving the exchange supplies, leaving just one water tower. There wasn't much water left in the tower, so when Lu Shui didn't catch up, Su Yan swapped it for a full one. However, moving it to the rooftop was quite challenging. Should I use buckets to divide the water? No need. Your little helicopter can't carry it. Just take the supplies to your rooftop, and I'll ask the soldiers downstairs to help lift it up. I'll use my transport vehicle to help you. Sorry to trouble you, but it seems like the only way. I'll go ahead. Go ahead. With Lu Shui gone, Su Yan could finally use her space to move the items. After moving the water tower, she packed everything she needed from the room into her space, locked the front door, and secured the hallway door. This whole floor was hers, and even if she wasn't living there, she couldn't let others come up. She also locked the rooftop door before finally delivering the water tower to the top of Building D. Luo Shui had already called 2 people to wait for the water tower to be moved. Su Yan opened the cabin door and said, "Just roll the water tower down." Okay, Su Yan didn't get off the aircraft. After they rolled the water tower down, she closed the cabin door and waved to Luo Shui from the window, saying, "Let's go. Take care." After that, the window closed and the helicopter took off. Luo Shui ran a few steps, wanting to say something, but it was too late. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and said, "That's Su Yan. I will go to the capital to find you." After leaving Jiangcheng, Su Yan changed into a flying device, then switched back to a helicopter outside the capital. She brought Su Qing and Xiao Hihi out from the space, mainly because Su Qing was a person, and it was better to bring her into the base openly. Xiao Mu had already informed the security at Shiguang base in advance, so Su Yan's helicopter could land directly in front of the Sheng family's yard. She had been there a few times and stayed at the base, but only the high-ranking officials knew about her. Even the families of the high-ranking officials were unaware. Since Su Yan was going to live at Shiguang base for a long time, she would inevitably have to interact with them, so she decided to return openly. There was a large open space in front of the Sheng family's yard, and with guards present, it was completely fine for the helicopter to land there. Su Yan brought Su Qing and held on to Hihi as they entered. "Grandma, I'm back." "Hello, dear." "Ah, you're back?" Qinglan was just picked up by Xiao Mu to their new home. "From now on, it will be hard work for you, Su Qing." "It's not hard. Taking care of Su Su and her family is my duty." The elderly lady really liked Su Qing and often overlooked the fact that Su Qing was artificial intelligence. Su Qing knew that Liao Qinglan was the Sheng family's nanny. When the previous nanny left, she immediately took over and dove into the kitchen. "Grandma, do Uncle Xiao and Aunt Qinglan live by themselves?" "Yes, Xiao Mu has a 2-bedroom apartment in a small high-rise." "That's nice. It's better than squeezing with a big family." With Liao Qinglan's gentle temperament, she would definitely have a hard time. She felt a bit envious. "Don't think about it. I won't let you live alone with Qin Yi, your grandpa, and I need to keep an eye on you. Grandma, don't worry. I can't control Qin Yi, but I promise to be here for you and Grandpa, and I'll make sure to repay what my mom owes you both. Suyan has never been cherished by her family in her past life or this one. She enjoys her time with her grandparents and definitely won't leave just for a little bit of freedom. That's more like it. You go tidy up your room, and I'll check on the little ones. Okay, Suyan hugged the elderly lady, making her very happy. The Sheng family's courtyard is a two-story small house. The first floor has the grandparents' main bedroom, a guest room, and a study. The second floor has a similar layout. Suyan lives in the main bedroom on the second floor, converted the guest room into a children's room, and she shares the study with Qin Yi. Su Qing doesn't need a room arrangement most nights. She stays in the children's room. She added some furniture and decorations according to her taste. In her past life, she spent years wandering during the apocalypse, and now that she has been reborn, she is still repeating that wandering, but the difference is that she feels more capable now. She doesn't know how long it will take for the apocalypse to end, so she can live a stable life. For now, she can only try to make each day better and make her living space feel more like home. Yen Yen, I'm back. Did you finish your work? Are you staying in Aershan for a long time? Suyan pushed away the person hugging her from behind, who is sweaty and wearing a temperature-regulating suit. Are you disgusted by me? I wouldn't dare to be. You're back just in time. We need to set up a stand outside on the rooftop to raise the water tank higher. Otherwise, we can't use tap water on the second floor. I'll take care of it right away. Qin has plenty of metal frames in his space, so he took one out and secured it. The stand was placed at the top of the stairs, hidden from view outside. Su Yan placed the filled water tank on it, and Qin Yi connected the water pipe. Now the whole courtyard can use the water from this tank, and when it's empty, they can refill it. Do we need to connect the generator? Yes, we should use our own electricity to save some for the base. All right, whatever my dear wife says goes. Su Yan gave the small generator she moved from Lonjiang Terrace to Qin Yi. Let's set up the generator today, and tomorrow we need to add another layer of security around the yard. I won't be going out at the base for the next few days. I'll handle it tomorrow. Okay, hurry up. Su Yan went downstairs with him. They cleared out the storage room on the first floor to place the generator and connected it to power so they wouldn't need to rely on the base's electricity anymore. From then on, the Sheng family's water and electricity were self-sufficient. When Grandpa Sheng came home from work, he was greeted by his wife, two little ones, and his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. He was in a good mood and ended up eating half a bowl more at dinner. Xiao Yi, talk to your grandpa and your parents about when to go back to Beijing. We should give some sweets to familiar neighbors and colleagues and treat close friends to a meal. The old man is right. Although it's not suitable for a big banquet, inviting a few tables of friends is a good way to formally introduce Xiao Yan's identity. Okay, Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa has been mentioning this too. I'll let them handle it. No need. That sounds like a hassle. Su Yan was worried about the trouble. We should do it. The grandparents were very insistent about hosting. Their granddaughter had not been raised by them and unexpectedly became a mother at a young age, without a proper wedding. The grandparents felt guilty and thought that making up for it, even a little, would help. I respect Grandpa and Grandma's decision. Yen Yen, we're not accepting gifts or using public resources. If we use our own supplies to treat people to a meal, no one can complain. All right, Su Yan decided to just show up and not worry about anything else. After dinner, Su Yan told Grandpa Sheng about increasing the security in the yard. He had no objections and let his granddaughter decide how to set it up. With nothing else to do, the young couple took the little ones upstairs. Qin Yi took the two little ones from his wife's arms and handed them to Su Qing. The rest of the time, his wife was his. After being apart for a while, the man was easily ignited. Content omitted. The next day, Su Yan got up, supporting her waist, to get materials for reinforcing the yard for Qin Yi. The walls are surrounded by electric fences, and invisible drones monitor the yard and the sky, connected to Hehe's system. 3 days later, Qin Ziyu arrived in the capital with his son and daughter-in-law. The Qin family has a house at the Shuguang base, but Qin Yi lives with Su Yan at the Sheng family home and hasn't returned to the Qin house. Qin Ziyu put down his things and ran to the Sheng family's courtyard. He called out to Qin Yi, Xiao Yi, get your dad a big bag of candy. We're going out. Bing Hua, grab the candy. Share it with everyone and give a little extra to those who say nice things. Is it really like that? After the old man finished speaking, he picked up a small handful and headed toward the office building. Qin Yi knew his grandfather was showing off his great-grandchildren, so he cooperatively handed his dad a large bag of chocolates, milk candies, and fruit candies, all mixed together to look very festive. Qin Binghua ran after his dad, carrying at least 7 or 8 pounds of candy. Xiao Yan, it's not right for the old man to carry the kids like that, Gu Shulin said, feeling a bit sorry for her grandchildren being handled that way, looking for help from her daughter-in-law. Let Grandpa take care of them. It's fine, Su Yan replied. The 2 little ones are strong, playing with 3 little pets every day, and they aren't as fragile as they seem, so she wasn't worried. Old Qin is quite easygoing, genuinely proud of his great-grandchildren. The 2 little ones sat in his arms, looking like precious little treasures, fair-skinned and rosy-cheeked, dressed neatly and beautifully, like noble children born with crowns before a disaster. The little boy clearly resembles the Qin family, looking just like them, especially when compared to old Qin and big Qin. Yes, there's a comparison, as the little boy looks very refined and noble. The little girl doesn't look much like the Qin family, but she is equally exquisite like a porcelain doll, with big, bright black eyes and long, fluttering eyelashes. She looks like an angel descended from heaven. Old Master Qin, whose children are these? They are so beautiful. They're my Xiao Yi's twins, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Aren't they lovely? Haha, enjoy the candy, Binghua. This is Xiao Lu's wife, right? Give her some extra candy. Thank you, old master, and thank you, big Qin. Has Qin Yi had children so soon? I didn't hear about a wedding. I'm just about to get married, and then disaster struck. Now here I am, bringing candy to share with everyone while holding my baby. Congratulations. Thanks, same to you. With the loud voices of Grandpa Qin and Mrs. Lu asking and answering, everyone rushing home after work stopped to gossip a bit. This is the central residential area of the Dawn Base, where only important figures and their families, who used to be seen on the news, can come and go. Everyone knows each other in this circle. Someone came over to ask a few questions. Some asked which girl Qin married. Others asked when the wedding banquet would be held. There were those who envied and those who were jealous, but no matter what, everyone spoke kindly on the surface and enjoyed the candy distributed by Qin Binghua on behalf of his son. The 2 little ones were very polite to their great-grandfather and grandfather, sweetly calling out to whoever was mentioned. Grandpa Qin felt that this was the most glorious moment of his life, nothing compared to showing off his great-grandchildren among the crowd. While walking and sharing candy, it took them over half an hour to reach the office building. In less than an hour, topics like Qin Sheng's marriage and the twins spread throughout the core circle of the Dawn Base. Great-grandpa, we're here to pick you up from work. Okay. Seeing the 2 adorable little ones, old Sheng's furrowed brow relaxed. Brother Sheng, hello, Commander Sheng. Old Qin Binghua is here too? Please have a seat. Qin Binghua replied and found a chair to sit down. Qin Jiu, unable to sit still from showing off his great-grandchildren, placed the 2 little ones on old Sheng's desk. Like a playful old man, he provocatively lifted his chin, as if to say, "Look, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter, with a Qin surname. My family has struck gold, huh? They had been friends for decades. Who didn't know each other?" Old Sheng glanced at Grandpa Qin, pinched the cheeks of Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei, thinking, so what? Your grandson, great-grandson, and great-granddaughter all live in my house, so I'm closer to them. As long as my granddaughter is here, your grandson is my grandson. Mr. Sheng had many thoughts but didn't show them on his face. Old Qin, keep it down. I could hear you shouting from the 9th floor. Brother Sheng, I can't help it, haha. I dream about holding my great-grandson. After finally getting to hold him, shouldn't I show him off a bit? Enough of that. You and Big Qin take a look at the guest list I prepared. Let me know if there's anyone to add or remove. Tonight, let Xiao Yi invite them. Only then did Mr. Qin let the 2 little ones move freely to check the guest list. The Sheng family and the old lady Song family had no direct relatives to invite. The Qin family had some friends, but most were in the southwest and couldn't make it. The main focus was on inviting the higher-ups, while for Qin Yi and Su Yan's close friends, they could decide for themselves. Both Old Qin and Big Qin agreed it was fine. Counting everything, that's already 5 or 6 tables. Xiao Yi's brothers will definitely come, but I wonder if Xiao Yan has anyone to invite. Xiao Yan doesn't have anyone. Su Yan knew a few people, and Mr. Sheng was aware of who they were. None were in the capital. Shall we settle on this list then? Let's go with that. The two old gentlemen happily finalized the guest list. One old man held a little one while Qin Binghua carried a bag with just a couple of candies left, heading toward the central residential area. By this time, it was dark. The night wasn't as hot as the day, and more people were out for a stroll. Passers-by looked at the two old families, especially at the twins. Your grandpa is really something. He never leaves work on time. Xiao Yan, you wouldn't believe it. I sent him a message, and he didn't reply. Xiao Yi, where are your grandpa and dad? You should call them back for dinner. Grandpa Qin and Dad are definitely with the little ones. If Grandpa didn't reply, he's probably on the way. And indeed, they were on the road, two old leaders proudly carrying the children back. It was better not to mention the little ones. As soon as they did, the old lady got upset again. The kids have never been out at night. It's really something. It's okay. It's not that hot at night. Letting the kids see the outside world is good. Su Yan kept reassuring the old lady. Qin Yi was upstairs, busy with something. Gu Shilin was busy in the kitchen, helping Su Qing by washing vegetables and serving dishes. Su Qing's cooking skills amazed her, and she watched closely to learn. All 12 dishes were ready when the two elderly gentlemen slowly walked in. At the dining table, the two old men, feeling happy, asked Qin Yi to open a bottle of wine for them. The old lady, no longer fussing, began to criticize Mr.
Sheng.
She glared at Mr. Sheng, saying, "Did I allow you to drink? We need to discuss the children's matters, and you can't be drunk. We don't need to discuss their matters. It's rare for old Qin to be here, so let's have a few drinks. I'm in good health. Just ask Xiao Yan, right?" Mr. Sheng spoke kindly to his wife sitting next to him, glancing at his granddaughter for help. Old Qin was in a great mood, smiling widely. He insisted that they should drink together and encouraged the old lady. "How about this? Mr. Sheng can have fruit wine, and Xiao Yi can pour me some white wine. Grandma, just let Grandpa have a small cup. I'll keep an eye on him, and you me, and Mom can have some fruit wine too. Only 1 cup." Seeing her granddaughter's face and with guests present, the old lady didn't argue with the old man. Qin Yi went to open the wine. The 4 older men had white wine, while the old lady, Gu Shilin, and Su Yan received fruit wine. The 2 little ones, already fed by Su Qing, were holding their bottles and came over to join the fun at the table, raising their little bottles to toast. Cheers! 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 When the little ones ran over, Qin Binghua and Gu Shilin quickly reached out to hug their grandchildren, but the 2 old men were too busy drinking to notice, and the couple couldn't get a turn. They had been there for a while, and still hadn't held the little ones. Unexpectedly, the little ones didn't want to be held by their grandparents. Instead, they ran to the 2 old men at the main seats, raising their bottles on tiptoes to toast. "Oh, look at that! Who taught you?" Old Qin happily raised his glass to clink with the little bottles. Mr. Sheng couldn't be left out. He couldn't let old Qin win, could he? The little ones then toasted with the old lady, followed by Qin Binghua and Gu Shilin, and finally, with Su Yan and Qin Yi. They knew how to toast from the oldest to the youngest. Impressive. The food was even better than what a 5-star chef would make, and with the joy brought by the 2 little ones, laughter filled the dining table. After the meal, Qin Yi followed the list given by Mr. Sheng, visiting each family to deliver wedding candies and inviting them to a simple meal at the Sheng family courtyard the next afternoon. He emphasized that no one should bring gifts, stating that anyone who did would not be allowed in. After inviting everyone on the list, he informed a few teammates and Zhou shooting from the eastern Haiqing base using his wrist device. When Qin Yi returned home, Mr. Sheng and Mr. Qin were still in the study. "Aren't they resting yet?" Qin Yi asked while waiting for his wife. "Your parents have gone home, but Grandpa was kept by your grandfather." "I don't know what they are plotting," Su Yan said, puzzled. Qin Yi understood the two grandfathers. After the two men with the surnames Liu and Huang were sidelined, Mr. Qin, who was originally fourth, moved up to second place. It was natural for the first and second to discuss matters together. However, using the word plotting was not quite right. Planning would be better. They are a bit reckless, relying on the pills you gave them. I'll go talk to them, he said. Go ahead, Su Yan replied. Qin Yi went to persuade them but called Su Yan in as well. What was supposed to be a small meeting between the two elderly leaders now included the two young people. Yes, Su Yan and Qin Yi were invited into the study to talk. Mr. Sheng looked at his granddaughter seriously and said, Xiao Yan, I mentioned before in Haiqing that I had plans for you, but knowing you don't like being restricted, I didn't go into detail. I wanted you to live happily according to your own preferences. However, Xiao Yan, where there are people, there is society, and society is hierarchical. I selfishly want to keep you, or rather the descendants of the Sheng and Qin families at the top, at the peak of the pyramid. You might say that it's fine to live away from the crowd, and that a family can live well on its own, which is undoubtedly true. But looking at the long term, what about Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei? What about their descendants? Or more immediately, Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei need to date and marry, so we can't escape society. Mr. Sheng calmly finished speaking, and Qin Ji nodded at his granddaughter-in-law, agreeing with Mr. Sheng's words. Qin Yi remained silent. Everyone quietly allowed time for Su Yan to think. Su Yan understood that her grandfather had not given up on the idea of bringing her into the office. Grandpa, isn't Qin Yi here too? Qin Yi was already decided, but I greedily want to add you as well. Sheng Zuchang not only considered his descendants but also the people of China. In other words, he couldn't focus solely on personal matters or public affairs. He needed to find a balance between the two, guiding his granddaughter toward a political path. But why? Why? Sheng didn't know how to start explaining to his granddaughter that besides planning for his descendants, he also wanted to connect her to a country or a nation. Sheng picked up the juice Su Yan had prepared to clear his throat and get ready to explain. Qin understood that Sheng didn't know how to express himself. He quickly took over the conversation, saying, One Qin Yi is not enough. Before you appeared, it was sufficient, but your extraordinary experiences, while they helped Zhou shooting, were just to deceive ordinary people. The higher-ups at Dawn Base and the management of various regional bases know it's you. To avoid being disturbed or manipulated, you need to be not only strong but also stand at a height that others cannot provide. When everyone looks up to you, it will deter some extreme individuals, and life will be peaceful. Sheng shot a sideways glance at Qin, thinking that he wanted to be honest with his granddaughter about considering some interests of the group, but Qin's words were even more eloquent. Qin was better at persuading. So, do you both really want to make me an official? Both old men chuckled and nodded. Su Yan was unhappy and reluctant. She felt that even if she could only exchange for pills used by ordinary people in the realm of cultivation, allowing the two old men to live another 30 or 40 years was no problem. She would much prefer to be a carefree official for 3 generations. Why did she need to go to work? One Qin Yi was enough. To understand Su Yan, one had to be Qin Yi. He made a suggestion. Grandpa, outside Grandpa, I understand your thoughts, but Yan Yan loves her freedom. If you two could offer her a title that is significant, has real power, and doesn't require her to work, I think she wouldn't refuse. This? Both Sheng and Qin thought. Who could refuse such a good opportunity? If she really had to hold a title within the system, it would be best if it was one that didn't require her to clock in. Do we really have to decide this so quickly? In the future, we still don't know what it will be like. We can take our time, Grandpa and Grandfather. You both must live long lives. Retirement is still far away. You girl. Old Qin wanted to say, do you want a grandfather to work himself to death? But thinking about the grandchildren and great-grandchildren, a little extra effort is worth it. If he could, he would carry a coffin and keep working. There's no rush. I'll first discuss with old Qin how to create a powerful position that doesn't require working, one even bigger than the head of the Alshan base. There's Qin Yi for that, grandfather. A husband is meant to shield everything. Su Yan had no hesitation in throwing Qin Yi under the bus. Besides, as a newcomer, who would listen to her? Well, it wouldn't be a problem to gain support. Her trump card was the dimensional trading space. That's right, your grandfather, and I want you to stand in a position higher than Qin. Suyan thought to herself that she didn't have that ambition, and could there be an even higher position? Old Xing knew they couldn't rush things. He and Qinji wanted to announce something tomorrow, but it seemed they had to take it slow. All right, our old bodies can still handle it. Let's prepare them mentally first and discuss it later. You're the leader. It's your decision. The two elders also understood they couldn't rush. They would first let young Qin and Suyan know their plans, and then talk more slowly later. Changing the topic, the two old men began to review the timeline of the major disasters. The known sequence was generally correct, but the timing was off. The nearest disaster was the rainfall. After such extreme heat and severe water shortages, normal rain would be a good thing, but this rain was not normal. Commander Sheng, it's raining, no way? Just as they were discussing something, it happened. They had just said there was still a year before widespread acid rain. Based on previous disaster timelines, it was supposed to arrive 6 months early. But this? It came a whole year early? Just when they thought they had the rhythm down, it was gone. They had hoped that with Suyan's foresight of the disasters and her adventures, they could avoid them and save as many people as possible. Thinking that fate had blocked all paths for people, it left a small window for Suyan. Little did she know, fate had sealed both the door and the window. The little bit of disaster news and adventures she had learned about were merely a narrow gap. Humans could only struggle to survive in the cracks of disaster. After hanging up the internal phone, everyone in the study heard it without needing to be told by Mr.
Sheng.
Grandpa, I'll take care of it. Qin quickly ran out. Suyan shouted to the man to put on the protective suit. She had prepared high-tech protective gear for them. Qin responded and, while running outside, took one from a space button and put it on. He also messaged his teammates in the group and drove to the free trading street at the base. Suyan reminded Ingzi through her wristband that this was highly corrosive acid rain and must not be touched. Old Qin was also contacting his second-in-command in the southwest. Mr. Sheng wanted to go out but was stopped by Suyan, so he had to obediently direct from a distance. Suyan called in the dogs, De Huang and De He, warning them not to get wet in the rain. The two dogs, nearly overheating their CPU, couldn't understand why their owner didn't want them in the rain, but they complied and stayed under the eaves. She spent gold to buy a whole piece of S-grade corrosion-resistant fabric, sized to cover the Sheng family's courtyard. The fabric was thin and almost transparent, so using it on a rainy day wouldn't draw attention. Then she called the guards to help spread it from the rooftop, covering the entire courtyard and even the walls, securing it outside the courtyard. Don't ask why they didn't prepare this for each base in advance against the strong acid rain. It was too expensive. Just a few hundred square meters of material, crumpled into a small bundle, cost 180 kilograms of gold. Modern technology has developed corrosion-resistant fabric for protective suits, but its effectiveness is nowhere near as good as what Suyan bought. It doesn't even compare to 1/10 of it. However, it is still usable, and guards, patrols, and some field personnel were already equipped with it. Otherwise, why did she previously suggest Liu Shui start a business selling protective suits? Well, the Sheng family's guards also quickly put on their protective suits, but they were the modern technology ones prepared in advance. Suyan took out 2 sets of interstellar products. Put this on. It works better. Yes, the two of them immediately changed without asking any questions. Suyan liked dealing with people like this the most. After finishing her own tasks, she asked Grandpa Qin, "Grandpa, do we need to cover the house? Just your parents and I will be staying there for 2 days, no need to waste it." That made sense. Suyan arranged such a big setup in the Sheng family's yard to prevent the 2 little ones and the 2 dogs from accidentally running outside. The trading street in the base, commonly known as the night market, was bustling with people and very lively. You might wonder why so many people were out so late. It wasn't because they didn't want to stay home. During the hot daytime, people preferred to stay indoors. At night, while it was still warm, it was more comfortable to go out. Qin and a few teammates were in the night market, helping to disperse the crowd to avoid the rain and ensure people left safely. also keeping an eye on those who ignored warnings. Warnings were useless for those determined to take risks. When the rain started, many people in the night market shouted excitedly and ran out to get soaked, with some even taking off their shirts to wash themselves in the rain. Do officials not care about the common people? This rain is so clean, clearer than the drinking water we get from the base. No one can stop me. I want to wash and drink. Is it acid rain? Where's the acid? Living is suffering. I'd rather die drinking enough water. Many people were tilting their heads back, opening their mouths to catch the rain. In people's minds, acid rain was a result of severe industrial pollution and should be full of impurities and odors. But this rain was clear, clean, and tasteless. How could it be polluted?
What?
The officials said so. Those in power don't understand the struggles of ordinary people who lack water. But this acid rain, being clear and tasteless and not causing immediate harm to the body, led many to doubt and ignore the warnings. People knew acid rain was coming but didn't know exactly when, so all the bases had educated the public about its dangers. If it started to rain, people should seek shelter immediately, and those indoors should not go out to get wet, nor should they collect or drink rainwater. But how many actually listened? Chin Yi and his 4 teammates struggled to control the situation. Each base had turned up their loudspeakers to the maximum, warning about the dangers of acid rain, yet people continued to take risks. People who wash clothes with water, mop floors, and clean furniture all think that as long as they don't drink it directly, they will be fine. A few days later, when unusual symptoms appear, it's already skin cancer. Those affected are beyond help and can only wait for the end. Because of this rain, the number of survivors living outside the base has decreased by half. Chin Yi and his 4 companions each took a different direction and got confused. There are always troublemakers who go against the authorities, not only getting soaked themselves but also encouraging others to join them. Luo Fuan shouted in the small group, "Brother Yi, what should we do?" Fire a warning shot. Force them to take cover from the rain. If that doesn't work, we'll have to set an example. The night market was crowded with people inside and outside the shops. Some shops pushed people out, while others took advantage of the chaos to steal, shove, or shout at others in anger. Chin Yi organized teams of soldiers to maintain order. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. Losing one is better than losing many. They fired shots but didn't kill anyone. Instead, they injured someone and sent them to the base hospital. After more than an hour, the heavy rain stopped, and they began to disperse the crowd as quickly as possible to get home. When Chin Yi returned home, it was already 2 a.m. The acid rain continued to fall. He took Grandpa Chin back and, after washing up, got to bed at 3 a.m. "Why are you still awake? You don't have to wait for me. I prefer to see you sleeping peacefully when I come back. But I want to see you come back safely before I sleep. Living apart is one thing, but they are both in the capital. Is it reasonable for her to relax at home while he works so hard? After all, he's the one she fought so hard to win back. He was the man who gave her hope during her toughest days in her past life." Su Yan playfully beckoned the man standing by the bed, questioning why she hadn't gone to sleep first. Chin Yi chuckled softly. "Do you think I don't want to take care of you? Come on, weren't you satisfied last night? You promised to rest well for the next 2 days. Hurry up and come to bed." "All right, I'm coming." Chin Yi removed the towel wrapped around him and pulled the woman covered with a thin blanket into his arms. After a bit of playful affection, she lifted the thin blanket and wrapped both of them in it. "Please, let's not do this today. Can we just take a break?" "Why not today? Even if it's simple, tomorrow is our wedding day. I want to look nice when we stand together for the first time." At this point, if Chin Yi didn't understand, he really wasn't paying attention. He truly was attentive, always leaving marks on her neck, shoulders, and behind her ears. With those marks, how could she wear beautiful dresses? Even if they only invited a few guests, she wanted to dress nicely to show respect for them, for herself, and for Chin Yi. Having those marks wouldn't be good. Is that all? What do you think it is for? Okay, I'll let you off the hook this time, but you owe me tomorrow night. Do you promise? With his nod, Su Yan felt braver. She knew he would keep his word. Then, She playfully teased Qin-yi, igniting the mood. Yen Yen, are you having trouble sleeping? Are you nervous? Am I? She was. She knew Qin-yi would never abandon her, and the Qin family cherished her as their daughter-in-law, whether or not they had a wedding or marriage certificate. But the thought of officially announcing to friends and family that they were a couple made her a bit excited and nervous. Thinking back to a year ago, when she had just returned and met her past love, and remembering the upcoming challenges, she wondered what there was to fear after having faced death once. What was wrong with dating before the disaster? What was wrong with pursuing a man? Isn't it normal for love to be a two-way street? If you like something or someone, isn't it natural to want to hold on to it? So what if she had children? Did that mean she didn't deserve love? As long as he accepted it and was willing, there was nothing wrong. Having faced death once, what was there to be afraid of? She decided to be bold. However, in a twist of fate, just when Su-yen wanted to experience a passionate love before the end of the world, it turned out that the handsome guy she admired was the father of her child. Before she could even win him over, her feelings changed. She no longer wanted just one love. She greedily wanted more. She was just an ordinary person, and after being reborn, she became even more so. She loved handsome men, loved money, valued her life, and was a bit cold but not heartless. She didn't actively harm others, but she wouldn't let herself be hurt either. She wanted to be a little more selfish, but her loved ones were all so caring. What could she do? She could only keep changing herself, or rather, she was slowly influenced by those around her. From a woman who only wanted to take care of her own life, she gradually felt that as long as she had the ability, she could help more people who deserved it. Yen Yen, what are you thinking so deeply about? Don't scare me. After Su-yen stood still for several minutes, Qin-yi pinched her nose a couple of times to bring her back to reality. I was thinking about how a person's mindset can easily change with their environment. Then I won't change. I know. You don't need to express your loyalty. If you don't sleep now, you won't have any marks on your body tomorrow, but you'll definitely have dark circles under your eyes. You seemed off just now. Are you really okay?
I'm really fine.
She wouldn't dare to say it, though. Would Su-yen admit that she initially only wanted to sleep with a handsome guy and didn't want to get married? Absolutely not. The two of them were affectionate, often stopping just short of crossing the line. After only 3 hours of sleep, it was time to get up. To be precise, it was Qin-yi's time to get up. Su-yen, being unemployed, could sleep in, but she was awakened by the movements around her. Sorry, babe, I woke you up. Sleep a little longer, and I'll ask Auntie to come later to call you for breakfast. Okay, let the little ones and he not call either. As for her grandmother, she wouldn't call her because she couldn't bear to wake her. Qin-yi agreed, holding his wife close and showering her with affection for a while before going to wash up. He quickly got dressed and ran downstairs. He hastily ate a few bites of the breakfast prepared by Su-ching, put on his protective gear, and drove to the office building. Indeed, the acid rain has been falling all night, sometimes heavily and sometimes lightly, and it shows no signs of stopping. On the second floor, Su-yen was about to take a nap when she suddenly remembered that it had rained acid last night. She had covered the Shung family's courtyard with a high-tech protective film. How could she almost forget such an important thing? Su-yen's plan to stay in bed was not realized, and she got up obediently. Grandma, is there any water leaking into the yard? No, your grandpa said this thin film can actually withstand strong acid rain. I just heard Xiao-yi tell Su-ching not to wake you. You can sleep a bit more. I'll keep an eye on the little ones to make sure they don't run outside. The old lady understood the young couple's passion and could see her granddaughter's dark circles. After hearing Qin-yi's advice to Su-ching, she felt like she understood her granddaughter better. If Su-yen knew how much her grandmother was imagining, she would have insisted that it wasn't like that at all. That's good to hear. Grandma, have you had breakfast? I had breakfast with your grandpa. You should go eat now. Su-yen nodded and went to have breakfast. After eating, she took the dogs, De Huang and De Hei, to inspect the yard. She checked if the protective film on the outer wall was loose, if there was any water pooling on top, or if any water was seeping in. This stuff is dangerous. It can cause skin cancer, which is untreatable. In the interstellar world, medicine can either treat injuries or mental disturbances, but there are no medicines for such basic illnesses. Cancer is considered a basic illness in the interstellar world. They have long overcome these fundamental causes. After confirming that everything was fine in the yard, Suyen asked about Ingzi's situation. Ingzi replied that the shelter was good, with no water leaking in through the door. The 9 kids were all inside, with enough food and water, and they hadn't missed out on their exercise. Each one had made great progress, so Suyen didn't need to worry. These 9 children were truly considerate and hardworking. Suyen played a word game with her grandmother and the 2 little ones for a while, then the old lady taught them to recite poems. She stayed with them for a bit, as her grandmother taught 2 poems each day, followed by storytelling, encouraging the little ones to share their thoughts on the characters in the stories. Of course, children may not understand opinions, but they know who they like and dislike, and they can explain why. Suyen felt she couldn't be as good a mother as her grandmother. Seeing that she couldn't help the child, she went to the kitchen to assist Aunt Su Qing in preparing dinner for the guests. It was fine to prepare in advance. Aunt had space to store fresh meat and vegetables, and cooked dishes could be placed there to be served later. Aunt Su Qing wanted to send Su Yan out of the kitchen. Su, don't come in. Even the best kitchen exhaust will have some smell. If you really want to help, go prepare some fruits, desserts, tea, or drinks in the storage. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Aunt. It's not hard at all. Be good, Su, and go out now. This artificial intelligence really spoke more and more like Aunt. Unless someone knew the truth, others would not recognize that Su Qing was an AI. Su Yan entered the storage. She knew her grandfather had forbidden gifts, and in this environment, even high-ranking officials had a tough time. Well, she decided to prepare a little more to improve everyone's meals. As for worrying about criticism, not necessary. Her secret about stockpiling before the disaster was already known among the higher-ups. Since dealing with those 2, she hadn't heard of anyone having major issues. As for minor problems, everyone has their own interests, right? As long as someone is keeping an eye on things, any thoughts are just thoughts. Suyen knew she was like a princess now. It was normal for some to hate or envy her, but no one dared to act against her. What drink should we have? She remembered collecting a lot of alcohol, but most of it was foreign brands. After searching, she found many fine imported wines, including various high-end whiskeys, but they were mostly after-dinner drinks. There was also a bunch of 1990s special edition Hennessy, said to cost 5 figures per bottle in dollars. Shouldn't imported wine be enjoyed with Western cuisine? For Chinese food, it would be better to use some local wine. A certain brand would do. Suyen searched around and found more than 20 bottles of a certain drink, likely from a warehouse belonging to some local bandits. The alcohol is settled, and the drink will be coconut juice. As for sweets, she has plenty of chocolate since she cleared out a foreigner's stash. Tea is not a big deal. Any tea that can enter her space is good enough. She casually grabbed a few packs of cigarettes for show, though no one is likely to smoke. For fruits, she chose cherries and strawberries, which she had stocked up on, along with diced cantaloupe, watermelon, mango, and dragon fruit. This makes a total of 6 types of fruit arranged nicely, with bright colors symbolizing good luck, which the elderly lady would surely appreciate. Since she had some free time, Suyen found 10 large crystal fruit plates, washed the fruits, sliced them, and arranged them. Once done, she planned to keep them for her aunt and serve them after the meal. After preparing the 10 fruit plates, she left her space and handed everything to Su Qing. Then she took a small plate of chilled cantaloupe to play with her grandmother while waiting for her grandfather and Qin Yi to return for lunch. Grandma, do you think the rain will stop? It will stop soon. My little Yan is very lucky. Grandma, do you dare to admit you are superstitious? There are several tables, and if it doesn't stop, we won't be able to set up the dining table in the yard tonight. The dining room and living room won't be enough, and while the yard has a protective cover, it's sealed except for the main entrance, making it hard for air to circulate with so many people. Don't worry, it's fine. The elderly lady seemed certain the rain would stop in the afternoon. Suyen didn't believe it herself, but decided not to dwell on it. With 4 people, including the elderly and children, they finished a small plate of fruit, and finally, Qin Yi's car parked outside the yard. Only Qin Yi returned. Grandpa is still in a meeting. I'm back to pick up Yen Yen. I need to talk to her about something, and I'll also bring our meal to the office. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. I'll have my parents come over to eat with you and watch the kids. Go ahead, I'm not tired. I have Su Qing and the dog. It's great that your parents can join for dinner. Okay, Grandma, I'll call them. Knowing they were in a meeting, Su-Yen got up to change her shoes, went to the kitchen, and took the food Su Qing had prepared before leaving. What is it that you need me for? What do you and Grandpa know about what to buy and its prices? Just send me the list. The 3 space buttons you sent to the capital before the disaster. Grandpa is keeping one, and the other 2 are with those 2 people who stepped down. Recently, we got the space buttons back after dealing with them, but they're not cooperating to open them. One of the buttons has a lot of medicine stored inside, and now that we need the medicine, I thought of asking you how to force it open. Cooperating to open it is difficult, and not cooperating is also a problem. If it needs to be opened with intention, there's nothing we can do if they refuse. People in such high positions usually have strong mental resilience, so threats and intimidation won't work well. It seems a bit difficult. I'll ask Hihi. In just a few sentences, the car arrived at the destination. Su-Yen communicated with Hihi while walking with Qin Yi. Hihi said it can be opened, but it will be quite exhausting. As long as it can be opened, that's good. There are various precious resources inside, and the space button itself is worth 5,000 kilograms of gold. It would be a waste otherwise. That's true, that's a lot of gold, but he can bring it back for you to try to open it. If there are any doubts, Su-Yen casually asked, it can't be taken home. If it weren't for needing those specific medicines, Grandpa wouldn't plan to deal with those 2 space buttons for now. Who knows if those 2 did anything to them? Oh, okay. Everyone is very cautious. Su-Yen didn't think too much about it. Once Qin Yi mentioned it, she felt uncertain. It's possible that there are dangerous weapons inside that could explode at any moment. She entered a small conference room with Qin Yi. Besides Elder Sheng and Elder Qin, there were 2 people she didn't recognize. It seemed like the 2 knew her and gave her a very friendly smile. Su-Yen greeted Grandpa and Grandpa Qin, nodded at the other 2, and then sat down next to Elder Sheng in one of the 2 empty seats. Xiao-Yen, this is Director Chun from the base hospital, and this is Professor Ji, an expert in pharmacology. Hello, Director Chun. Hello, Professor Ji. As soon as Su-Yen sat down, she stood up again to greet the 2. Xiao-Yen, do you have a way to open these 2 space buttons? If you can open them, will it cause you any harm? Please be honest. Elder Sheng placed the 2 space buttons on the table and asked Su-Yen. Mr. Sheng wanted to open it, but was worried it might harm Su-Yen. This was also why he hesitated to open it after getting it from those 2 people. If it weren't for Dean Shen and Professor Ji needing the medicine today, he wouldn't have brought it up. Since the space button didn't avoid the Dean and the Professor, Su-Yen felt less worried. She first communicated with he using her thoughts before answering. I can force it open. It won't harm me, but it will take a bit longer, about half an hour. The long time was what he mentioned. For it, half an hour felt long and tiring. Mr. Sheng nodded, confirming that his granddaughter was not lying to him. Then old Qin asked, can the space button trigger a grenade or an explosive device? If so, will it activate when opened? If it doesn't activate immediately, can we defuse it? Old Qin didn't ask if it would explode inside the space button, which meant he had tested it and knew it wouldn't explode. So, the old man was quite bold to conduct such experiments. Su-Yen had never thought about this issue because her space was a separate world. Inside, everything was like reality except for the absence of the sun and moon and the changing seasons. However, she didn't know how the space button worked. The space button was stationary and wouldn't explode inside, which made sense. Her space wasn't stationary, so she needed to buy a temperature-controlled warehouse for storing fresh food. Su-Yen tossed old Qin's question back to Hihi. If it triggers an explosion when opened, it won't affect me, because when the space button is forcibly opened, everything inside will fall out. So we can defuse it and Hihi can handle that. Since she wouldn't be the one opening it, it wouldn't affect her. Everything would fall out and return to reality, so defusing it would be possible. The 2 old leaders nodded silently, confirming that their granddaughter daughter-in-law, was telling the truth. It really wouldn't harm her. Mr. Sheng said, since it will take more than half an hour to open, Dean Chun and Professor Ji can come back in an hour to get the medicine. They can go have lunch in the meantime. Understood, sir. The two knew the medicine issue was settled and went to enjoy their lunch. Grandpa, we can eat now. He can use the space button. Once we finish our meal, it will be ready, and we can find a warehouse to open it. Suyan put the space button away and set out the food. Let's eat here. Okay, let's eat. Haha, great. At least we didn't waste the two space buttons and the supplies inside. Those two troublemakers really annoy me. The three men ate quickly. Suyan ate little, and within half an hour, lunch was done. Grandpa, since the rain has stopped, I will go with Yan to find a good place to open the space button. We need to check it with He and then bring the supplies back. Go ahead. Hurry up. There were many supplies, so they needed a large open space. Qin took Su-Yen to the tent area where large equipment was parked. All the equipment here was malfunctioning. Using the space button, they moved the large equipment aside and cleared enough space. Yen, is this okay? Yes, but there are some puddles here. The supplies can't touch the rainwater, so let's lay something down first. Su-Yen had plenty of regular waterproof cloth, so she took out several rolls and covered the puddles. Then she brought out He and the space button that had been forcefully unlocked. He, it's your turn. If there's danger, just roll away. I think you won't roll very fast. I can still protect myself, so don't worry about me getting blown up. The things in this world are just toys. Don't worry, Su. He, the little bundle, grabbed the two space buttons and rolled away quite far. Don't bring both at once, there's not enough space. I know, the little bundle, a real AI, rolled about 20 to 30 meters before stopping. Then, in the empty space around them, a lot of items suddenly appeared. They spread out to their feet. Qin quickly pulled Su-Yen and ran over 10 meters before dropping to the ground, shielding her with his body. Was he really worried those two would play tricks? But thinking about what he had heard about those two in his past life, it was indeed possible. Has it been 2 minutes? Is everything okay? Let's wait a bit longer. Su-Yen wanted to sit up, but Qin wouldn't let her. There was really no need for that. She had an invisible shield. When doing something dangerous, she would use her mind to activate the protective shield. Even though he wouldn't let her, she secretly turned to look at the pile of things. Su-Yen was looking for her little buddy. Where is my adorable little buddy? Is it stuck under the supplies? Calling for He, responding to her call. He suddenly popped out from the top of the pile, making a perfect arc before landing in front of the couple. I was just scanning, and there really was an explosive device in one of those boxes, but it's already been disarmed. He is the best. The little buddy, which had just landed with a thud, seemed to have no damage and started to spin around playfully after receiving Su-Yan's praise. Hearing that it was safe, Qin finally helped his wife sit up and checked her hands carefully. The spot he chose to lie down was under the tent cover, so thankfully, his wife's hands were clean and dry. Does it hurt? I'm fine. I'm not made of fragile material. After training with him for a while, she was strong enough not to hurt herself. First, let's clean up this mess, then we'll open the other one. Yen, please help me gather all the medicine from the empty space button. I'll take care of the rest. Okay. After they finished cleaning up, they opened the other one and continued to gather supplies. The couple worked for over an hour before returning to the small meeting room. Sir, as you instructed, this space button contains all the medicine, medical equipment, and related documents. This one has half of the living supplies and weapons, the other half is with me, and the remaining gold and antiques are with Yen. Additionally, just as you suspected, both space buttons contained explosives, and there were a bunch of torn papers inside, which the AI He has pieced together and copied completely. Qin handed the two space buttons and the copied documents to his grandfather, Sheng Zuchang. All right. Give the medicine-related items to Director Chen for safekeeping, and the supplies button to old Qin. Mr. Sheng did not look at the documents immediately. He just handed out two space buttons again. Old Qin had a space button from Su-Yen, but it was only 1,000 cubic meters. Now, with an additional large space button and plenty of supplies, old Qin was delighted. Thank you, Commander Sheng. Thank you, Commander Sheng. Dean Chen grinned widely when he received the space button. Hearing old Qin's thanks reminded him that he hadn't expressed his gratitude yet. Many people were eyeing these two space buttons, so it was quite a feat for him to get one. Professor Ji was already anxious, asking Dean Shun to find a medicine. He couldn't delay his research on treatments for skin cancer caused by acid rain. Yesterday, acid rain suddenly fell, and today no one showed symptoms yet, but he knew it would take a few days for symptoms to appear. That's why he sought medicine from Dean Shun. Dean Shun and Professor Ji reported the issue to Commander Shun, which led to the release of these two space buttons. Commander Shun, Commander Qin, we will go sort out the medicine now. Professor Ji urged Dean Shun to hurry, not wanting to waste time. All right, don't forget to come to my house for dinner. Will do. The Shang and Qin families were hosting a dinner, and they had to drink. Old Qin shook his head at the two disappearing figures. Researchers are all a bit crazy. Forget about the crazies. Let's take a look at this document first. Mr. Shum quickly scanned through it, his expression changing from serious to furious. Brother Shung, take a look. Mr. Shung handed the finished document to Qin Jiu. After reading, old Qin was not just angry. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the cups to shake, and the copied document flew up. What the heck? These people are really deep in their schemes. The country and the people are suffering, and they still have the time to fight among themselves. Not only that, but they dare to betray the nation. Qin Yi bent down to pick it up and placed it back in front of Mr. Sheng. You take a look too. After you finish, take people to detain the names on that list and investigate. Understood. This was an order, and Qin Yi immediately left to get busy. Today is their wedding day, and her husband is very busy. She feels down because she can't help. Xiaoyan, your grandpa, and I still have a lot to do. Please go back and help your grandma and mother-in-law entertain the guests. Okay, Grandpa. I'm sorry to trouble you, dear. I'm not troubled, Grandpa. You both keep busy. I'll head back now. Be careful on your way back. Watch out for the rain. Stay safe. Su Yan replied to each of them, but she wouldn't walk slowly. The rain had stopped, but she didn't want to walk home. At a corner, she called a car, and it would take less than 2 minutes to get home. Looking at the time, it was around 4 in the afternoon. As soon as she entered, she saw the elderly lady and Gu Xiulin each holding a child, talking to Liao Qinglan. The little ones saw their mom, and their eyes lit up. They stretched out their hands, smiling and calling out, Mom, Mom, hug me. Grandma, Mom, Aunt Qinglan, I'm back. Suyan walked over and gently ruffled the soft hair of the two little ones. Since Gu Xiulin was holding one well, she didn't pick up Xiao Wei. My lucky star is back. See, I told you the rain would stop. That's true, Suyan laughed. It's not my luck, it's Grandma's fortune-telling. Today, Xiaoyan could be not just a lucky star but also a bride, Liao Qinglan teased. Gu Xiulin glanced around and noticed Suyan had come back alone. Knowing Qin Yi was busy, she quickly comforted her daughter-in-law. Xiaoyan, you must be tired. While the other guests haven't arrived yet, go upstairs, change your clothes, and rest a bit. I'm not tired, Mom, Grandma, Aunt Qinglan. I'm going upstairs now. Su Yan first went to remove the protective cover from the yard. After putting it away, she took it to clean inner space. Now she really needed to change clothes and wash up to avoid any acid rain residue. After taking a shower, she dried her hair and applied a face mask. As for makeup, she had planned to dress up today, but now she felt lazy. She just put on a light layer of natural lip color to look a bit fresher. As for her clothes, she was cautious about her choice. When I just walked in, I saw Grandma had specially changed into her favorite little flag dress today. Mom Qin was also dressed in a new outfit, and Liao Qinglan, who came to visit, also looked like she had dressed up on purpose. As the main character today, if she dared to be casual, Grandma would be the first to disapprove. Su Yan opened her wardrobe. Besides casual home clothes and outfits for going out, she realized she had no formal dresses for important occasions. Her skirts and pants were all quite ordinary. She went to her special space and remembered she had collected quite a few outfits from fashion stores. Finally, she found a bright red evening dress. It had a round neck, 3/4 sleeves, a simple design with pleats at the waist, and a tail skirt. It was a simple dress that could also be worn casually, and Su Yan immediately liked it. This one will do. She paired it with a pearl necklace, pearl earrings, and styled her hair with a pearl hairpin. Finally, she chose a pair of light gold low-heeled shoes. Her skin was naturally beautiful, and the red dress made her look vibrant. With just basic skincare and no makeup, she looked perfectly fine, bright but not overly flashy, giving off a calm and gentle vibe. Standing in front of the mirror and turning around, Soo-yeon felt very satisfied.
Yan, Vinny.
You're back? Do I look good? You should just say I look good. It had been a long time since he saw his wife dressed up like this. The last time was before the disaster in Night City. After a moment of surprise, Jeannie said, "You look great." He closed the door behind him and quickly walked over, reaching out to hug his wife, but then remembered he had just come from an interrogation room and was quite dirty. He quickly pulled back his hand. "I'll go wash up. Wait for me. Go ahead, I'll help you find some clothes." Jeannie wasted no time and headed straight to the bathroom. His clothes were much simpler, especially Jeannie's. He looked good in anything he wore. Different styles made him look different, but always handsome. Soo-yeon didn't need to think much. She chose a black suit for him, even picking out shoes. It wasn't hot indoors, and when he stepped outside, he could just take off the suit jacket. Wearing just a shirt and trousers would still look respectful. 10 minutes later, he was clean from head to toe. The man showered quickly and efficiently. "Come here, let me dry your hair." "Stay back, I can do it myself." That works too. If he stands too close, Soo-yeon wouldn't be able to help him. He's too tall, and she'd have to look up, which is tiring. Jeannie decided to do it himself and asked his wife to keep her distance because he was worried about being scolded. It took her a long time to get ready, and if he couldn't control himself, they'd have to start over. With his short hair, it was easy to dry. Just a few strokes would do. "How about I help you change?" "Stay back, haha."
Soo-yeon laughed heartily.
It was hard to be playful, and her husband didn't dare to cooperate. She understood what he was worried about, so she just watched from the side. He looked great. Every movement of a handsome man getting dressed is captivating, especially when he has a serious expression, like a strong and disciplined boss in a suit. "How do I look?" One word. Handsome. He was handsome, but it was also a struggle. Jeannie took off his suit jacket. "This is better, otherwise, it's too hot." "That works." Soo-yeon finally got closer and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons for him. "This looks even better." She was screaming inside. This was no soldier, but clearly her little wolf. All set. Yep. A big hand pulled her into his arms. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. What time is it?" When Soo-yeon returned, there was only one guest, Liao Qinglon, who was more like family than a guest. "It's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Had Soo-yeon really been upstairs for almost 2 hours? As Soo-yeon was held and walked out of the room, they went down the stairs, and halfway down, she saw the large living room was already filled with people. When they noticed Jeannie and Soo-yeon coming down, everyone turned to look at them in unison. What a handsome man and beautiful woman. They were a perfect match. "Hello, everyone," Jeannie greeted as he and Soo-yeon walked down slowly. Soo-yeon smiled lightly but didn't speak. She left the talking to her grandfather. Look, her grandfather and grandmother each brought a little one over.
"Mom.
My mom is so pretty. I want a hug." The 2 little ones are dressed differently today. It seems their grandmother put in some effort to make them look nice. Soo-yeon smiled and reached out to Xiaowei. Since her daughter said she was pretty, she would hug her daughter. As for her cool son, whoever wants to hug him can do so. "Dad will hug you." Jeannie didn't want his wife to wrinkle her clothes, so he took their daughter from her grandfather. But the father was mistaken. Little Rue, who was being held by the grandmother, didn't ask for a hug but made a move. He wriggled out of his grandmother's arms and grabbed his mother's hand. Soo-yeon was quick to react, lifting her son up to hug him. The grandmother was startled and patted her chest. "This little rascal." "I'm not a rascal. I'm Chin Rue." Little Rue exclaimed, even stating his full name. All right, I know you are Chin Rue."
"Mom, I'm Chin Yue."
"Okay, Mom knows." After the children's little interlude, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma stood on either side of their granddaughter, pushing Chin out of the spotlight. Grandpa Sheng formally introduced his granddaughter to the guests in the room, both those who already knew and those who didn't. Everyone, let me introduce this lovely girl, my daughter Sheng Xian's biological child, my dear granddaughter Su Yan. Hello everyone, I'm Su Yan. Su Yan graciously greeted all the guests in the living room along with her grandfather. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my granddaughter Su Yan's wedding banquet with Qin family's grandson Qin. Calling it a banquet feels too simple. Given the occasion, let's just say we're all gathered here for a meal. That's all for me. Qin Lao, it's your turn now. Once Grandpa Sheng finished speaking, he really stepped back, helping Grandma to make way. After all, it was indeed the Qin family's event. Qin Jiyu was beaming with joy, laughing 3 times as he entered, showing just how pleased he was with his granddaughter-in-law. Ha ha ha, let me say a few words. Today is a wedding celebration for the younger generation of the Sheng and Qin families. This is my grandson Qin Yi and my granddaughter-in-law Su Yan, and the 2 little ones they're holding are my great-grandchildren. Due to the recent natural disasters, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter are already over a year old, and we finally have the chance to celebrate my grandson's marriage with everyone. So, let's all enjoy the food and drinks today, and don't feel too reserved just because we are at the host's home. With old Qin here, there's no need for Qin Binghua and Gu Xiulin to worry. They took the children from Su Yan and Qin Yi so the young couple wouldn't get too tired holding them. No need to hold the kids anymore. Qin Yi naturally took Su Yan's hand and thanked everyone, saying, "Thank you to our elders for coming and witnessing our marriage. My wife and I bow you all with sincere gratitude." Su Yan bowed with Qin Yi. Old Qin spoke at the right moment. "All right, let's start the feast.
Please come this way."
In the courtyard, tables and chairs were already set up, and the food and drinks were ready. Liao Qinglan, familiar with everyone present, guided each guest to the appropriate table. Luo Fuan, Yang Jinghui, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan were adjusting a fan they had found somewhere. Even though it had rained, the heat remained. Eating outside was definitely warmer than in the air-conditioned living room, so having a fan was much better. Old Qin and his wife kept greeting the guests. Those who praised Qin Yi and Su Yan in a way that touched the hearts of the Qin family received more conversation. Who wouldn't want to flatter the 2 top figures? Qin Yi, Su Yan, and the little ones were all treated like royalty. Old Qin particularly enjoyed this, and he drank to everyone who offered him a toast. In contrast, Old Sheng and his wife were quieter. In Chinese culture, the family marrying off a daughter is not as celebratory as the family receiving a daughter-in-law. You see, the old lady wasn't happy. Old Sheng quietly tried to cheer her up while talking. At the same table were 3 pairs of elderly couples, including Zhou Shooting, with 3 empty seats presumably for Old Qin and his wife. Everyone was used to seeing Old Sheng trying to please his wife. Qin Yi and Su Yan have been in the living room and haven't come out yet. They are blocked by Luo Fuan and a few young officials, including Zhou Zhe, who are gathered there. This group is all at one table. There aren't many young people who could come, so they decided to seat Qin Yi and Su Yan with them. Young people enjoy hanging out with each other. And here come the playful ones. Sister-in-law, I thought at least one of your friends would be here today. I dressed up nicely to see the bride's friends. Sister-in-law, how do you explain that you owe me a friend? Luo Fuan is bold, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other, clearly wanting to get Qin Yi to drink. It's impossible to get Su Yan to drink. Qin Yi will definitely take her place. Su Yan, we've been through a lot together. I came to celebrate your wedding, and also to see your friends. So, where are they? Jose also brings up the lack of friends. And what about the situation of being pregnant before marriage? I mean, getting on the bus before buying a ticket? Doesn't that break the rules? Definitely breaks the rules. What should we do if it breaks the rules? Everyone speak up. We should punish them. Su Yan quietly watches their antics. Qin Yi jokingly scolds the group of friends. Get lost. Didn't you hear what Commander Sheng and Commander Qin said? Today is just a casual meal, not a formal wedding. How can my wife bring friends for you? Hey. Everyone outside is already drinking, and Old Qin is saying this isn't a wedding feast. Sister-in-law, Old Qin says it's not a wedding feast. Sister-in-law, We have durian and a keyboard ready. Which one do you want to give old Qin? Are you guys going to eat and drink or just keep talking? Let's hold him down and pour a few drinks into him, and then we can forget about it. Suyen doesn't dare to respond and has nothing to say. If she speaks, she will definitely lose. She just quietly smiles and watches them joke around. However, she notices that Yang Jinghui, who usually prefers quietness and doesn't like noise, has surprisingly brought a bottle of wine today. He looks determined to get Qin Yi to drink, which is quite unusual. Enough already. You all just want to get me into trouble. Why don't you go out to eat instead of hanging around in the living room? The living room has air conditioning. If you don't finish your drink, no one gets to eat. Old Qin, they all want you to take the plunge. I wish you all happiness. Yang Jinghui filled a glass to the brim and brought it to Qin Yi's lips. It would be rude not to drink. Thanks, brother. I'll drink this one. Qin Yi didn't accept drinks from anyone, but Yang Jinghui was the first to make him drink. Luo Fuan suddenly realized and poured a glass. Brother Yi, this drink is to wish you and your wife another pair of twins. All right, Qin Yi down that one too. Zhang Yuan chimed in. Boss, I also wish you and your wife happiness. Go away. Old Yang already wished us happiness. Qin Yi made it clear. He wouldn't ask his wife for sisters, but he would accept blessings, just not repeated ones. Zhou Zhe found a way to get Qin Yi to drink. Su Yan, I wish you a sweet marriage and eternal youth. Thank you. Su Yan accepted the drink. However, Qin Yi took the drink from her and drank it himself. The next few people also successfully got Qin Yi to drink, while Su Yan didn't have a drop. Qin Yi only accepted one drink from each person. He wouldn't take more. No one dared to force him. The young people at this table finally made their appearance. It was at this moment that Su Yan noticed the courtyard outside the living room, where there were 4 tables on each side, making a total of 8. The older gentlemen and middle-aged men were people she had seen at the office, but couldn't name or identify their positions. The older ladies or younger wives were all strangers to her. Seeing this table come out, Qin Binghua and Gu Xiaolin approached, leading their son and daughter-in-law to toast the guests. Aside from the young people's table, the other 7 tables had 1 drink each, totaling 7 drinks, all for Qin Yi. Su Yan thought it was good that it was just 1 drink per table. However, that thought was premature. At the table with old Sheng and old Qin, a few older ladies insisted on moving 2 chairs to let the couple sit with them for a few minutes. And those few minutes weren't just chatting. There was hardly a conversation without mentioning drinks. The young people at the table continued to drink, even without the main character. Yang Jinghui took every chance to drink. No one knew how much he had consumed because after 2 bottles were finished, he pulled out 3 more from his bag. Excluding Su Yan and Qin Yi, there were still 8 people at the table, averaging more than half a pound each. Yang Jinghui must have drunk a pound himself. He could barely hold his chopsticks. Luo Fuan had noticed that something was off with Yang Jinghui. Was it a crush? A heartbreak? He couldn't think of anything else. But the group of single men hung out together every day, and everyone knew if someone had a romantic interest. Yang hadn't accepted Lu Shue's advances, so where could he find love? It was quite strange. It seemed like he had realized something. Guys, keep drinking. Yang has had too much. I'll take him home, Luo Fuan said after speaking to Qin Yi. He half-supported, half-dragged Yang Jinghui to the car parked at the entrance and drove off. It was past 8 at night, and outside the base was pitch black. A lone modified car drove aimlessly, and Luo Fuan's face was darker than the night. In the passenger seat, a tipsy Yang Jinghui was surprisingly calm, leaning quietly against the seat with his eyes half-closed. After driving for over 10 kilometers, the car stopped and Luo Fuan turned off the engine. He opened the passenger door and pulled Yang Jinghui out. Then, without hesitation, he started to punch him. Yang Jinghui sat on the ground, hugging his legs, letting the hits come without defending himself. Eventually, Luo Fuan grew tired and, feeling a bit guilty, poured a large bottle of water over Yang Jinghui's head. Luo, are you crazy? Yang Jinghui exclaimed. Crazy is you? Luo Fuan shot back. What did I do to you? Yang Jinghui asked. Are you even drunk? How do I have a brother like you? Where's your common sense? Luo Fuan replied, kicking Yang Jingwei lightly while sitting down beside him, trying to catch his breath. The two men sat back to back in the dark field, remaining silent for a long time. Yang Jingwei clearly had a lot of alcohol stored. He took out another bottle from his space pouch, opened it, and drank from it. Actually, I'm not drunk. Don't you know my drinking capacity? I'm really not drunk. If I wanted to get drunk, it would be hard. Lao Luo, want a drink? Have a sip. Yang Jingwei held the bottle above his head. Luo Fuan took it and gulped down a big mouthful before handing it back. Lao Yang, you need to clear your mind and stop thinking about things you shouldn't. Got it. I understand. Have you done it? I can't. That damn it. Luo Fuan wanted to curse again, but he decided against it. What good would that do? He decided to solve it with his fists. He stood up and punched Yang Jingwei's shoulder a few times, then took a sip from the bottle. Now they were sitting side by side, drinking together. When did this start? Did I even have a chance to start? I'm asking when you started having these thoughts. Luo Fuan almost lost his temper again. A long time ago. It wasn't long after the natural disaster when I went to Jiangcheng. Lao Qin asked me to keep an eye on his girlfriend. I knew she was his girlfriend, that they loved each other, and that she wouldn't have feelings for anyone else. I never wanted to think about wanting my brother's woman, but every time she appeared, I was drawn to her a little more. Even though she was always cold to me and kept her distance, it felt like she magically squeezed into my heart. What could I do? Tell me what I should do. She is my brother's woman, and she even saved my life. I just want her to live happily forever. Their relationship is so good. Just seeing her happy from afar is enough for me. Does she know? No, she will never have the chance to know. Being brothers, Luo Fuan didn't know what to do. He regretted being impulsive today. He wished he had acted like he didn't know anything. However, knowing that Yang Jingwei hadn't confessed to Su Yan yet, he felt a bit relieved. If he had confessed, then he would be a terrible person for trying to take his brother's girl. Someone like that doesn't deserve to be a brother. Such character issues should lead to being removed from the team. Liking someone uncontrollably is tough. You say they are right, but they are wrong. You say they are wrong, but they only hurt themselves and don't affect anyone else. Of course, this only works if they never let the person involved find out. Great people can't stop others from liking them, right? Thinking back to the moments when the 5 teammates were with Su Yan, Yang Jingwei hardly looked at her. If Iga finds out, do you think this brotherhood will still exist? As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. What if they show off their affection in front of you later? I can pretend not to see it. You can?
What are you talking about?
If Iga and his partner weren't at another table, do you think you're the only one who notices? Only Lao Chen and Lao Zhang are blind. Today was an accident. They only celebrate a wedding once in a lifetime, and I'm just having a moment. Up until today, I haven't done anything wrong to my country or my friends. I have my pride and principles. If I act inappropriately in this situation, I would despise myself. Telling me doesn't help. You need to remind yourself. Give it here. Luo Fuan grabbed the bottle and took a few swigs. What kind of trouble did he get into to end up in this situation? Both sides are brothers. It's hard to choose. Sometimes, it's better to be less clever. How did he figure it out? He tossed the bottle back to Yang Jingwei and slapped his own head. Hopefully that will knock some sense into him. Yang Jingwei shook the bottle. It was empty. Want more? Yes. Yang Jingwei opened another bottle. Luo Fuan took out a rechargeable light and 2 bags of dried fish and a bag of peanuts. With the light, he noticed Yang Jingwei's face was covered in bruises and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. How hard did he hit him? Luo Fuan tossed a pack of tissues with a hint of annoyance. Wipe that up. Your sad state won't work on me. It's okay, I don't blame you for hitting me. If it were you, I would have done the same. Don't bring me into this. That kind of thing will never happen to me. Yang Jingwei didn't argue. Rarely did he indulge like this, so he just drank. It's fine. If you feel guilty for knowing my secret and not telling anyone, just keep drinking. Just leave me with a bit of breath. Before we go back to the base, I'll drink a recovery potion and no one will know what happened. Luo Fuan was speechless. When they returned, not only did they drink the recovery potion, but they also changed out of their dirty clothes. In the Shung family's courtyard, the guests had already left. The two little ones were taken to bed by Su Qing, while the three elders of the Qin family returned home. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma had also gone to rest, and even the dogs, De Huang and De He, were sprawled outside the living room, having drunk too much. Yen, it seems like it's raining again. Indeed, let's put up the protective cover. The two, who had just gone upstairs without washing up, quickly put on protective suits and went to the rooftop to cover the entire house and yard with the protective film. We were lucky today. It didn't rain during dinner. Yes, Grandma says I'm a lucky star. Qin helped Suyan take off her protective suit, holding his soft little wife, feeling very content. Grandma is right. You are my little lucky star, and tonight you need to keep your promise. Me? The door to the master bedroom on the second floor closed, and clothes were scattered from the room to the bathroom. The next day, the three elders of the Qin family returned to the southwest, and Su Yan and Qin went to see them off. Grandpa Sheng provided a flying vehicle for emergencies in the southwest. Grandpa Qin, following Qin Yi's example, flew the vehicle not far from the base and switched to a helicopter to save time. As for Su Yan's work, it was not mentioned for now. Acid rain continued to fall, and Qin Yi's team was busy with matters in Aershan. However, with the flying vehicle, they could go in the morning and return at night, still staying at the Dawn base. The two little ones had someone to take care of them, and Suyan planned to stay with Yingzi for a while since it was so close. She could go back and forth anytime. Go ahead, dear. Don't worry. Thank you, Grandma. When Yingzi and the others heard that Suyan was coming, they eagerly waited in the air raid shelter, peering through the rain curtain. The children only became excited when they saw a helicopter land and a person in full protective gear step out. Su Yan was welcomed inside with calls of, Sister Su. Yingzi has grown taller and more beautiful. She has turned into a lovely young girl now. Sister Su is the beautiful one. Yingzi shyly smiled, her short hair and two dimples, making her truly adorable. She had indeed grown a lot, and her skin was lighter than before. Teenage girls really change quickly. Su Yan smiled back at Yingzi and then praised the other children around her. Qiyu, Deming, Chengcheng, Shumi, Xiaojing. She almost got lost in the chorus of voices calling her the most beautiful sister. Come here, little brothers and sisters. I have candy for you. It's a treat from me and Brother Qin. Wow, 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 wow. Once they got familiar, the 9 children, big and small, were no longer shy around Su Yan. They hugged her legs, cheered loudly, and asked for compliments. A group of children happily enjoyed their candy when Yingzi tugged at Su Yan's shirt. Sister Su, can you come with me for a moment? Sure. Yingzi led Su Yan to the kitchen by the door, ensuring the other children couldn't hear them before she quietly asked, Sister Su, do you have that? I need a little. Which one? That one, the one for underneath. Understanding, Su Yan realized that at 13 or 14, Yingzi was indeed at that stage. Yes, I have some. I'll get it for you. She pulled out package after package from her bag. That's enough, Sister Su, don't take out more. This isn't too much. You should stock up. You'll need it every month. Also, remember to keep clean and change it often. Don't hesitate to use it. If you feel any pain, let me know. It might hurt a little, but I can handle it. Drink some brown sugar water when you come to help ease the discomfort. Suyan took out 2 bags of brown sugar from her bag and handed them to Yingzi. Yingzi hugged her pile of items, worried someone might see what they were, and sneakily brought them back to her bed. She put them in a box for clothes at her bedside, but still feeling insecure, she found a lock and secured the box. Su Yan watched a group of children enjoying their meal and decided to test their progress over the past few weeks. Time for a test, everyone come here. Sure, Sister Su, I'll go first. The youngest child raised their hand eagerly. All right, you go ahead. Su Yan called them over. Give it your all against me, and I'll see if you've been slacking during practice. In a clear area inside the cave, the youngest child managed to hold their own for 5 or 6 rounds against Su Yan, which was impressive. After finishing with one child, she moved on to the next, checking both their physical skills and academic knowledge. It took about 2 to 3 hours to assess all 9 children in both subjects. During lunch, Su Yan ate with them. After the meal, 8 of the children went to rest while Su Yan talked with Ingzi. Ingzi, I want to move you all to another place where there are more people and more adults can help take care of you. Another reason is that I've heard from the base that a big earthquake might happen soon. I don't know exactly when, but it's not safe to stay in the cave during an earthquake. Just like the acid rain that came earlier than expected, who knows when the earthquake might strike? Her previous timeline for these events was no longer accurate. We will follow Sister Sue's arrangements. Don't you want to know where we are moving to? I could sell you all. If Sister Sue wants to sell us, then so be it. Whatever Sister Sue decides is fine. I, along with my younger siblings, have sworn that if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Su Yan was speechless. Ingzi's serious expression made it seem like she truly believed it. They even swore? At such a young age? She really had no idea what these kids talked about when they were together, aside from studying and practicing. Next, they needed to head to the Arshan base. Su Yan planned to send all 9 of them there early, where there were professional instructors. It would be better for Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan to take the lead, since they were already accustomed to teaching. Su Yan sent a message in their small group on her wristband about this plan. Zhang Yuan replied, "No problem at all." Luo Fuan said, "I can teach, but sister-in-law, you need to pay me with a few pounds of fresh fruit each day." Su Yan responded, "No problem. Once the acid rain completely stops, you two will handle this, helping the kids move their belongings over." The two replied with an okay. Acid rain continued for 5 days before finally stopping. At this time, the group of people who got caught in the rain on the first day were all suffering from severe skin symptoms. The hospital in the Dawn base was overcrowded. Finding a doctor was useless. There was no cure, at least not for now, and they could only wait for their fate. The hospital knew that Professor Ji was researching this difficult illness, but how could results come in just a few days? Those people regretted how much fun they had at first. Now they felt nothing but despair. Some even blamed the base leader for not doing enough to stop them. They had already taken action, so why not go all out? If they hadn't acted decisively, a third of the base's population could have died from the acid rain. Inside the base, people were jumping from buildings due to unbearable skin cancer caused by the acid rain, and there were all sorts of chaos happening. The number of bodies outside the base was increasing. After the rain stopped, Su Yan contacted Luo Fuan to arrange a suitable place for 9 children to stay in Arshan. "The place is ready. Tomorrow morning, Zhang Yuan and I will go pick them up." Okay. With the children's situation settled, she felt a bit more at ease, otherwise, she would worry about sudden disasters. Su Yan happily went into her space to farm. The little ones could now run and jump on their own, playing with the dog. The elderly lady watched the children while practicing her physical fitness and shooting. Su Yan drove around her large estate. A few days ago, she added many robots to help with farming, and now the land in her space was almost fully planted, producing a lot. However, it still wasn't enough to meet the demand, so every few days, she would supply the Dawn base with vegetables, fruits, and meat. There were also supplies for places like Southwest, Haicheng, Dongcheng, and Jiangcheng, but the amounts varied. Some places received more, while others received less. She would collect valuable items when possible, and for those she couldn't, she would take less. She couldn't give everything away for free as she needed to keep some for trading in her space. After 2 hours of touring the estate, Su Yan sat in the garden in front of her house, sighing. "What's wrong, Mom?" Little Rui held his mother's face, looking closely to find out what was wrong. "Mom, does it hurt anywhere? I can blow on it for you," Little Wei said, hugging her mother's neck and blowing gently. Su Yan's heart melted at the sight of her 2 little ones. "Mom is fine. My sweet babies, Little Wei knows to blow on Mom when it hurts, and Little Rui knows to check if Mom is hurt, right?" "Yes. Mom, don't get hurt." "Okay, Mom won't get hurt. She's just tired." When they heard their mom say she was tired, the 2 little ones, who were clinging to Su Yan, immediately let go and stood on the ground obediently. Tired? She didn't feel tired at all. Her heart was filled with love from her children. "What's going on with you 3? The grandmother returned from the shooting range and saw the loving scene, sensing something was up. She sat down cross-legged, wiped her sweat with a towel on her shoulder, and turned to Little Wei, who was closest to her. What's wrong with your mom? Great-grandma. Mom said she's tired. How can we help her feel better? Just let her rest for a bit. How about great-grandma holds you, little one? Okay, although Little Wei promised not to disturb her mom, her hands were still busy, playing with great-grandma's hair one moment and pinching her nose the next, never stopping. Little Rue, snuggled in Su Yan's arms, was quieter, pouting his lips and resting his head on her shoulder without a word. What's bothering you, Xiaoyan? I'm worried that no matter how many vegetables I grow, it won't be enough, and some people still won't get any. Even in peaceful times, there are rich and poor. You've done your best. Now it's up to others to strive to live. No one can be a savior. What about Grandpa? He can't do it either. If we had to say, you have a better chance of being a savior than your grandpa. He's just a leader and all he can do is his best to fulfill his role. Okay, I'll listen to Grandma. Let's go out. All right, let's go. As they stepped outside, the announcement began again. The broadcast announced 3 times that starting today, each person is allowed 1 bucket of water for living use per week and 1 liter of drinking water per day. With such high temperatures, 1 liter of water is barely enough to drink, let alone cook. Many people are saving their living water for drinking, which can make those with weaker health sick easily. It's a struggle whether they drink or not. In the central area, like the villa neighborhood, there is no shortage of water. The top-tier individuals still have this benefit. The wealthy areas just outside are also doing okay, but the ordinary people living in the Shuguang base are suffering. Day and night, you can hear children crying out for water, which is heartbreaking. This base is running out of water. Even more seriously, the elderly lady seemed to be talking to herself, but was also speaking to Su Yan. I heard that since the acid rain, many places that used to have water are no longer usable. Not only is water scarce, but even the drought-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes in the experiments have all died. Su Yan had heard her grandfather say that now all the bases are consuming their food reserves. At a rate of 10 pounds per person per month, it would only last for 2 years. The natural disasters are getting worse day by day. After several days of acid rain, the soil has changed. Experts have tested it and found that even if there is a water source for planting, it is very difficult to grow crops in the soil. Today's land is not much different from wasteland. During lunch, Su Yan tried to mention to her grandfather, I have rivers in my space. Can we use that water? Regarding the water in your space, I have discussed it with old Qin several times. We are worried that if we use it all up, what will happen to you girls? I have always emphasized that whether or not you have your space, natural disasters will still come, and the problems humanity faces remain. It's not yet a time of total depletion, so it's not worth risking you. In the future, with ongoing disasters, how long can you serve as a water source? Your grandfather will use your space for some things, but we cannot rely entirely on it. The water situation is urgent. Does Grandpa have a solution for the water source? In another half-month, we can relocate to Arshan early. After geological surveys, we found an underground river hundreds of meters down, estimated to provide enough water for 1 million people for 3 years. Of course, this amount is also limited, but the situation will definitely be better than it is now. Just after putting down her bowl, Su Yan took up Grandpa Sheng's bowl and added half a bowl of rice. That's good, Grandpa. I've noticed you've gotten more gray hair lately. You should eat more and get some vitamins. All right, I'll listen to you. He must eat the rice his granddaughter served. Su Yan also poured juice and added fruit for Grandpa Sheng and Grandma, making sure they eat well and stay healthy. Now, old man, finally someone can take care of you, right? Same to you. After lunch, Su Yan helped the child take a nap. She decided not to sleep and instead picked up her tablet to watch a show she had downloaded earlier. Suddenly, the intercom on the 2nd floor rang. Comrade Su Yan, someone named Lu Shui is looking for you. Let her in. Lu Shui was here. Su Yan was feeling both anxious and bored. Since moving into the central area of the Dawn base, she hardly went out, and since this was a high-profile residence, people who wanted to meet her didn't dare to come. This made her feel quite lonely. Walk slowly. Why are you in such a hurry? Grandma, Lu Shui is here to see me. I'm going to wait for her at the door. Just be careful and walk properly. Su Yan responded within, oh, and slow down a bit. Lu Shui arrived by helicopter. Unlike Su Yan, she couldn't drive directly into the residential area and had to park in a designated spot for vehicles after entering the base. Her helicopter also had a high parking fee. After completing her registration and parking, a soldier came to guide her in. "Comrade, do I need to go through security?" "This is the central area of our Dawn base where all the important people live," the friendly soldier pointed above. Lu Shui responded with a long, "Oh," took out a box of cookies from her backpack and handed it to the soldier. "Can you tell me more about this place?" The soldier accepted the cookies and replied, "You came here and didn't know?" "Let me put it this way, there are only a few courtyards in this central area, and everyone living here are people you would usually only see on TV. Got it? Thank you, comrade." Lo Shua gasped. She was just a rich girl and had no connections in the elite circles of the capital. Now she learned that the sister she had stubbornly claimed was backed by such powerful connections. She knew her sister's husband was an officer, and all the officers were brothers in arms. Now she realized she needed to elevate her status even further. "I can only take you this far. Find someone, give your name, and the guards inside will direct you." "Thank you." Lo Shua successfully entered the security checkpoint of the central area. Inside, it was just as the person had said. There were only a few separate houses. "Hello, how do I get to Suyan's house?" "Hello, go straight and take a right. The separate building is right there." Lo Shua thanked them and walked in. She finally arrived at the separate building, where there were guards at the entrance. Suyan stood at the gate, peering out, and spotted Lo Shua from a distance. She looked a bit worn out after just 3 or 4 months apart. She waved to Lo Shua. Lo Shua jogged over. "Sister, finding you was like going to the palace. It was so hard." "Not that dramatic. Come inside quickly." "Not dramatic? Who has to go through several gates just to visit? And there are guards at the house. My house, you." Lo Shua was truly impressed. Inside, the air conditioning was so cool it made her shiver. Only her sister's house had this, and Lo Shua was no longer surprised. She just wanted to know how many generations of officials her sister's family had. "Hello, ma'am. Little Lu has come."
Please sit down.
"You must be tired. It's quite a distance from the main gate to here." "I'm okay, not too tired. Just sit. I'll get you some water." Lo Shua placed her large backpack beside the sofa and sat down comfortably. She was familiar with everyone here. Su Yan went to the kitchen and brought out a large glass of juice. "Have some." "Thank you." After taking a sip of the juice, Lo Shua felt revitalized. "You two chat. Lo Shua, make yourself at home."
Don't be shy.
"The child is taking a nap. I'll go check on them." "Okay, ma'am." The old lady has left, so Lu Shui can relax. Thud, thud, thud. She finished a big cup of juice. Su Yan went to refill her cup. "Slow down, you can drink as much as you want here." "Woo. I heard some inside news that several major bases will be moving to the main base, but there are limited spots, right?" "Yes. With so many people from the major bases, it's unrealistic to move them all to the Alshan base at once. They will come in batches. Those who haven't received spots will have to wait at their original base, which will still have management staff present. With fewer people, the water supply at the original base won't be so tight, making things a bit easier." Su Yan briefly explained her situation to Lu Shui. Yan, I came to ask you to help me get a spot. Doesn't your Lu family in Jiangcheng have any spots?" "We do, but when we entered the temporary base in Jiangcheng, we only got a tiny apartment. At the main base, it's a competition for resources among the wealthy. My small Lu family in Jiangcheng can't compete. I thought of you as a strong connection and wanted to give it a try." Lu Shui appreciated that Su Yan was straightforward, saying what she thought without beating around the bush. It was easy to interact with her. "I can help, don't worry. You can move in half a month." Su Yan felt overwhelmed by the beautiful girl. "Quick, tell me, who is your backer?" Asked a rich guy in Jiangcheng for help, and he said he knows someone in the capital, but he couldn't get anything. "You, my dear Yan," agreed without hesitation. "Who are you connected to? I need to know who to approach." "Approach? You want to send me away?" Seeing Lu Shui's wide eyes waiting for her response, Su Yan decided to reveal, "I'm from the Sheng family." It took Lu Shui a moment to process this. "I knew it. I've always been lucky. Look at me. I just snagged the biggest connection. You must be tired. Go upstairs, wash your face, and rest a bit. Later, I'll take you to explore the Dawn base. Okay. Lu Shui carefully picked up her big bag and followed Suyan. The official's residence was indeed low-key, yet luxurious and sophisticated. If Suyan knew that Lu Shui was complaining like this, she would definitely understand that Lu Shui meant the ordinary-looking Chinese-style villa appeared different upon closer inspection. Little did she know, it was still an ordinary villa. It was only because she learned who the owner was that she thought it was special. The second floor had only one small guest room, which included a washroom. It's a bit simple. Let me tidy it up. That's fine. It's already very nice. Then will you rest? I'm not resting. I'll wash my face and chat with you. By the way, I brought something valuable to show you first, then I'll go wash up. Lu Shui opened her large backpack, which was almost half her height, and took out boxes wrapped in foam, laying them out on the bed. Take your time looking. I'm going to wash my face. It's too hot outside. Go ahead. Suyan took scissors and slowly cut open the foam. There were 7 boxes in total, and when she opened them, she found all kinds of jars and bottles, antiques. However, she couldn't tell what kind of antiques they were. It didn't matter that she couldn't identify them. The trading platform could provide an estimate. She scanned each item, and the lowest was worth 23 kilograms of gold, while the highest was worth 316 kilograms of gold. In total, the 7 items were worth 1946 kilograms of gold. No wonder Lu Shui was so careful when she came upstairs and mentioned she brought something valuable. It was indeed expensive. A few minutes later, Lu Shui came out of the washroom. How is it? Is it okay? It's great. Did you collect these or are you a middleman? I collected them. I told you I have great luck. My brother and I were passing through a place when a few robbers stopped us. We were in that armored vehicle and we had guns. The vehicle was bulletproof, so we just drove through. 3 of them didn't survive, and we saved an old man who was almost dead by the roadblock. The old man led us to the robbers' hideout and helped us rescue his son. These are the rewards he gave us. Lu Shui also provided that father and son with supplies to last 2 years, but she didn't mention that small detail. Good deeds really do bring good fortune. Lu Shui is lucky. What do you want to trade for? Sister, help me get a space button. Everyone in the base is saying that a big boss has won at another base. With your connections, you can definitely get it. But I can't shake the feeling that you might be the big boss behind this. The beautiful girl stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. Her eyes widened as she pointed at Suyan. You mean the big boss you mentioned is actually? Don't guess wildly, it's official. Suyan honestly told her grandfather that it was official, so she wasn't lying. Then hurry, and help me get one. Just tell me if this is enough to trade. I need to be clear, I can only get a 500 cubic meter one. Anything larger is not possible. The upper limit is strict. That's plenty. Lu Shui was already overjoyed. A 500 cubic meter space is quite large, measuring 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high. That's enough for her. Suyan thought carefully before agreeing, mainly because she trusted Lu Shui. The only space button she had that wasn't in the system belonged to Liao Qinglan, and Lu Shui was the second. Do you think this is enough to trade? If not, I'll find a way to add more. A 500 cubic meter space button costs 1 gold bar weighing 25 kilograms, and she had already made a profit with the cheapest bottle. However, if it were someone else, they might demand everything to be enough. Suyan couldn't take advantage of friends. She picked 1 cheap and 1 expensive bottle, saying, I'll take these 2. Are you sure? Yes, I have a good eye for this. I rarely misjudge prices. After receiving a confirmed answer, Lu Shui pushed all the boxes to Suyan. Choose one as a reward for helping me get the space button, and another for helping me with the headquarters housing. The space button is for preservation, right? Then please help me exchange the rest for fresh fruits, fresh meat, and vegetables, as well as some aviation fuel and gasoline. It's for preservation, no problem. I'll balance it out for you. There should be plenty of meat and vegetables. It will last your family of 4 for a while. Sounds good. You can take all of this. I feel so relieved now. Suyan didn't hold back and directly stored everything in her space. Lo Xue finally collapsed onto the bed, feeling completely relaxed. The harsh reality of the apocalypse was becoming increasingly difficult. With the space button, it was easy to hide things, and she didn't have to worry about theft or robbery. She could take it anywhere. This was her family's security. Are there many people with space buttons? Lo Shue asked. Only a very small number of people with official status have them, like you. You're the second one, Su Yan replied. What about you? Su Yan smiled but didn't answer. Since she had items that came from her, she must have one too. Seeing her sister's expression, Lo Shue automatically categorized her as having official status. No wonder her sister lived so comfortably on the 32nd floor, never lacking anything. Whatever she needed was just a room away. Now that she thought about it, her sister must have been using the space button for a long time. But she wasn't late. She felt very content. She was currently one of the only two people without official status who owned a space button. The two of them lay on the bed, chatting casually. Su Yan then excused herself to help Lo Shue with the space button, telling her to rest for a bit. At 5 in the afternoon, it wasn't as hot outside anymore, and the extreme heat seemed to be slowly decreasing. Su Yan then knocked on the client's door, saying she would take Lo Shue to explore the capital base. There's really not much to see. In half a month, this place will slowly become a thing of the past, Lo Shue said. Still, let's take a look, Su Yan replied. By the way, should we stay here tonight? It's getting late and the helicopter isn't very safe. Yes. This is the first time you've invited me to stay at your place. If I don't, I'll regret it. Have you sorted everything out? Su Yan handed Lo Shue the prepared space button, a small item that she held tightly, examining it carefully before excitedly placing it over her heart. After calming down, she asked how to use it. Su Yan explained it in detail. After that, Lo Shue really just enjoyed exploring the capital base from the car, not wanting to get out. Getting out would make it inconvenient to play with the button. I know those bottles are expensive, but I didn't expect them to be that costly. My family has gained more confidence in surviving the apocalypse. Thanks to you, Su Yan. No need to thank me. The boss said the items are great, and we can trade again next time. Absolutely. Lo Shue felt that trading a few handy bottles for such valuable items was a fantastic deal. After deducting costs, Su Yan ended up with over 1,000 kilograms of gold, making a huge profit. Both sides were extremely satisfied with the exchange. The base in the capital is really different. It's much better than the one in Jiang City. I wonder how the new main base will be. I think it should be fine. It's by the mountains, so water shouldn't be as scarce as it is now, but we still need to plan its use. That works. For basic living, if someone stops the cars. Lu Shui was halfway through her sentence when she saw several women with children standing in front of the car. Su Yan noticed them too. She was driving slowly, so there was no chance of hitting anyone. Maybe that's why they were trying to cause trouble. Look, the car had stopped, and the person was still a meter away, then suddenly lay down in front of the wheels. Su Yan rolled down the window. What's going on? Are you blind? Didn't you see you hit someone? You hit several people. How are we supposed to live like this? Great, the only one still standing also fell to the ground. Get up and talk properly. Explain why you're trying to extort money this way. If you can help me, maybe I can help you too. But if you insist on saying I hit all of you, I'm sorry, but I didn't. Everyone, look at this girl. She looks like a seductress. I wonder which old man is keeping her. She hits people and then threatens us. Su Yan was speechless. She hated people like this. Arguing with them was pointless, and throwing a fit wouldn't help either. It would just put her at a disadvantage. Lu Shui adjusted her sleeves, opened the window halfway, and began to speak up. Your whole family is a bunch of troublemakers. You look ridiculous, and you just threw yourself in front of the car. Are you trying to get attention? Everyone saw what happened, right? Did the person hit the car, or did the car hit the person? Let's be clear about that. Lu Shui had a lot of potatoes in her space button. She had just started enjoying them when they encountered this trouble. Her friends weren't good at arguing, and getting into a dispute was pointless. She was wealthy and had resources, so she didn't believe everyone on the street was blind. She picked up 2 large potatoes and tossed them in her hands. I saw it. The car was going slower than walking. It couldn't have hit anyone. That person just lay down under the wheels. I'm speaking the truth. You're not bad, come here. Lo Shue immediately threw a potato at the skinny boy who spoke the truth. Is it really true? Now 5 or 6 people had stepped forward. This woman is a troublemaker on this street. Yesterday, she stole a roll of noodles, and today she is pretending to be hurt. She isn't hurt at all. She really wasn't hurt. It's hard to get into the hospital these days. Even a small injury could lead to serious problems. These people wouldn't dare to actually hurt themselves. It's true. She's not hurt. 2 brave men pulled up the one lying on the ground and grabbed the leg of another who was pretending to be in pain. I can testify too. I would even go to the security team to give my statement. They are faking it. Several people continued to speak up, and Lo Shue had already thrown out 7 or 8 potatoes. You are bullying us too much. You hit someone and won't pay or apologize. I can't take this anymore. The scammers didn't expect anyone to interfere. They certainly didn't expect such large potatoes to help others speak up for them. One person rolled on the ground crying, and the other 3 began to wail in pain as well. You horrible person. Ouch, you hit me. This was their usual tactic, and they had already tricked many people. Those who could afford a car usually didn't care about small damages and just wanted to get rid of the hassle, often asking how much to settle. But Suyen didn't want to be taken advantage of. Lo Shue directly rewarded those who spoke the truth, and these people couldn't exploit the average person's resentment towards the wealthy. They just rolled on the ground and acted shamelessly. They felt bold because there were people from their side in the security patrol, and it just so happened they were on duty. Rolling on the ground and shouting was just a way to attract attention. You all come here. Lo Shue was about to call someone to drag these people aside and give them each a potato when 4 patrol officers approached. What's going on? Who told you to block the road? One of the patrol officers knocked on Su Yan's car window. Since Lo Shue started dealing with the scammers, she had rolled up her window but had to open it a crack to ask, aren't you going to handle these scammers? Whether it's scamming or not isn't just your word. We need to hear both sides. In this hot weather, who would want to lie down on the ground pretending to be hurt? They just can't think straight. Get out of the car. The person knocking on the window hit it hard with the barrel of a gun, flaring his nostrils and speaking in a fierce tone. Staying stuck here wasn't a solution. They still had to consider the impact at the base. They couldn't just run over people. Suyen was preparing to get out of the car to handle the situation. Luo Shue pulled Suyen back. She shot a disdainful look at the security patrol officer and said, why should we get out of the car? So many witnesses have proven they're trying to scam us. Why don't you ask them why they decided to lie down? Let them get up first. Are you louder than me? Blocking the road means you're in the wrong. Just because you have a bit of money, you think you're important? You drive around proudly and want us to get out and settle this? Stop wasting time with all this talk. Oh, I see why these people are so bold. They must be in cahoots with the patrol team. How long have you been working together? Can you really make a living scamming people like this? Otherwise, handle this fairly, and I'll reward you with a potato. That sounds much better than your reputation for scamming, and it will fill your stomach. Bang. This time, the window was hit even harder. From Suyan's experience, she felt this person used at least 80% of his strength. Ordinary car windows would have shattered by now. The person was aiming to break the glass and was puzzled as to why it didn't break. He never considered that this was a top-tier modified car, which wouldn't shatter easily. Seeing that the window wouldn't break, he started pulling on the car door with all his might. There was a small gap in Suyan's window, and she spoke through it. Stop pulling. You can't open it. Why don't you tell me how you want to handle this? Do you want to go to the security office, or what do you want? The security office isn't yours to command. Dealing with your problems every day. Do you think we have time for anything else? If you can settle this privately, just do it. This is how you handle a scam? Right now, they're lying on the ground and you're fine. Just compensate them a little and don't make trouble. Is that so? Am I being too easy to talk to? Suyen reflected on this and then pulled Luo Shue, ready to get out and fight, while closing the window. Suyen waved her hand with the bracelet. Ah Yen, is that a phone bracelet? Yes, I'm calling someone to handle this. It needs to be dealt with. These are troublemakers and should not be tolerated. I would rather throw away supplies than give them anything. More and more people gathered around. Some said those individuals were repeat offenders. Others said the driver was careless, and some mentioned that throwing away so many potatoes was enough compensation for those people. Even if it was just to settle things, it wouldn't matter much in terms of supplies. In short, there were all kinds of opinions. Su-yen particularly despised those who abuse their small amount of power to bully ordinary people, twist the truth, and openly profit from it. As a proper daughter of the Shung family and the wife of the Qin family's heir, she drove slowly through the base, careful not to hit any pedestrians. Yet, a small patrol officer openly threatened her. Was it her fault for being too accommodating? For following the rules? Or was it because she looked wealthy yet weak? It was very frustrating. Luo Xue knew her friend was upset and sensed that her friend was about to take action, which made her strangely excited. She stayed silent, content to wait in the comfortable air-conditioned car for as long as it took. A few minutes later, a car approached and Xiao Mu got out. Su-yen hadn't planned to call Xiao Mu, but since she didn't know any of the base's lower-level staff, she used her wristband to ask him to come over. She didn't expect him to come personally. Xiao Mu ran over, and after confirming that Su-yen was safe, he coldly glared at the 4 patrol officers. Su-yen wanted to hear what Xiao Mu would say, so she opened the car window a little. "Are you the patrol team leader? You have 2 minutes to explain what happened," Xiao Mu said, pointing at the one who had just smashed the car window with a gun. "This car hit someone, refused to negotiate compensation, and even threatened to hit us. Their attitude is extremely bad. What does it mean to twist the truth? What does it mean to lie openly? This is it." After listening, Xiao Mu looked at Su-yen. Through the car window, Su-yen smiled at Xiao Mu and sent him a video that started from when those people lay under the car until Xiao Mu arrived. Xiao Mu didn't pull up the video. He just played the audio. The patrol team leader was stunned. He had been so bold in his claims because he thought there was no substantial evidence against him. He knew that Xiao Mu was definitely someone he couldn't offend, but he was counting on the lack of evidence. He never considered that the 2 people in the car might also have connections he couldn't afford to upset. Now there was evidence, and he couldn't afford to offend them. What should he do? "Sir, the patrol team leader and his 3 teammates lowered their heads, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Xiao Mu didn't even glance at the team leader. He had already sent someone to find the patrol team's supervisor on his way there. When the supervisor heard that Assistant Xiao had sent someone, he knew that was the assistant to the big boss. He didn't hesitate for a second, quickly rode his bike over, and from a distance he saw Xiao Mu. In a hurry, he tossed his bike aside and squeezed through the crowd. "Officer Xiao, what instructions do you have? You tell me what you did, but if you say even one word that's a lie, just try it," Xiao Mu said, turning his gun toward the patrol team leader. Su-yen became a bit interested. She didn't know Uncle Xiao had this side to him. He handled the gun well, but unfortunately, Aunt Qinglan wasn't there to see it. Luo Xue almost shouted, "Handsome uncle." The patrol team leader trembled and gave a response that was mostly accurate. The supervisor who rushed over only needed to hear a couple of sentences to understand what his subordinate had done. He had heard rumors before, but he didn't know how the guy got in through connections, and he didn't want to offend anyone unknowingly, so he chose to ignore it. Now, the supervisor was furious with the team leader. No matter who he was connected to, it couldn't compare to Officer Zhao's connections. He needed to take action. The supervisor respectfully admitted his mistake in front of Xiao Mu. "Officer Xiao, from now on, I will thoroughly investigate the patrol team. Anyone who abuses their position to protect criminals will be severely punished. I hope you mean what you say. I will personally follow up on this matter." "Yes." The supervisor hesitated but still mustered the courage to ask Xiao Mu, "Sir, what about the 2 people in the car? Who do you think I work for? Who does Officer Xiao work for? Isn't it him?" "Oh no." The supervisor quickly stood at attention. "Officer Xiao, I will handle it immediately." He thought the people in the car were relatives or friends of Xiao Mu, but he was surprised. The officer was worried that if he took too long, he wouldn't be able to leave himself. After the supervisor had 4 patrollers taken away, the ones pretending to be hurt on the ground were also dragged away. Most of the onlookers expected to see a rich girl bullying an honest person, but they were disappointed when it turned out to be a scam. As the people were taken away, someone spat at them. Once one person did it, others followed. Those who couldn't spit out of anger kicked at them instead. Some hated the scammers, while others were frustrated that they couldn't enjoy the show, so they took out their anger on those people. Xiao Mu saw nothing. After everyone left, Xiao Mu went over to knock on Su Yan's car window and said, "Xiao Yan, go home early." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Xiao." Xiao Mu waved and got into his car. "Your uncle, my grandpa's top assistant," Lu Shui exclaimed, realizing why he was so good at changing his demeanor, his warm smile towards Su Yan and his cold, stern look towards the wrongdoers. He was truly talented. "Still shopping?" "Yes. Let's catch a few more bad guys for your family. My family doesn't have a base." "Haha, to me it's like your family does." "If it were me, I would walk around the base confidently every day, and no one would dare to mess with me." "Do you know why? Because a notorious person like you scares people away." "That's half right. You need to be high profile to become known. People need to know who the prince or princess of your family is. That way, the reputation spreads, and only then will people truly be afraid to mess with you." Not wanting to comment on Lu Shui's way of thinking, Su Yan slowly drove a short distance before deciding to head home. Then, another person stopped her car. Yan, did we forget to check the calendar before going out today?" "I'll ask first." This person didn't lie on the ground and was dressed neatly, unlike a scammer. When her car stopped, the other person even slightly bowed to apologize, showing good manners. "Do you need something? Excuse me, is that Lu Shui?" The young man who stopped the car pointed to Lu Shui in the passenger seat. Lu Shui was surprised. She didn't seem to know this person. She rolled down the window and asked, "Are you looking for me? Do we know each other?" "Big sister Lu Shui. I'm Lu Xiaozheng, the nephew of Lu Lingxuan." After causing such a scene earlier, Lu Xiaozheng had watched for a long time, unsure if he should approach, but he didn't want to give up, so he decided to stop the car. "You are Lu Xiaozheng? I remember you a bit. We met at a family gathering, right?" Lu Shui might not remember people well, but others easily remembered her because she was beautiful. Lu Xiaozheng nodded and walked over to Lu Shui. Since he was someone she knew, Lu Shui told Su Yan she would get out to chat for a bit. After a few minutes, Lu Shui returned. That was quick. Just a few words. He said his uncle Lu Lingxuan is sick and recognized me while watching the commotion. He asked when I could visit their home, hinting that there might be something to discuss. Su Yan remembered Lu Lingxuan. He was the first person to buy her transport plane. Later, he even lent the plane to Luo Fuan for a trip to Ershan, but then the plane was taken by Mr. Sheng. The Lu family has many antiques, so it makes sense they would want to approach Lu Shui for business. She hadn't done any business since coming to the capital, partly because she hadn't gone out much and partly due to a lack of connections. She couldn't just knock on doors and ask, could she? "When do you plan to go?" "After dinner, I'll borrow your car to drive over." "I want to eat at your house. No one cooks as well as you do." "Okay." Lu Shui didn't suggest that Su Yan accompany her, so Su Yan didn't ask. Not long after getting home, Xiao Mu brought Mr. Sheng back. "Grandpa is back. This is my grandpa." "Grandpa, this is Lu Shui, my friend." Lu Shui, being quite outgoing, didn't know how to act when she met Mr.
Sheng.
"Hello, sir. Little Lu, you don't need to be so formal at home." "Okay, sure." Lu Shui felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, Mr. Sheng rarely stayed in the living room. After a couple of sentences, he went into his study. "Is that officer from your family back yet?" "Almost there." Su Yan asked Qin Yi through her wristband. He replied that he would arrive soon. Some people say they are almost there when they have just left, but when Qin Yi says it, he really means it. Less than 2 minutes after receiving his message, he arrived at the living room door. Yan, I'm back." "Is Lu Shui here?" "Yes, she came to hang out with you." "Well, you two enjoy yourselves and stay a few days so that my Yan doesn't get bored." The earlier pressure was gone, but now Lu Shui still felt overwhelmed. Lu Shui glanced at Su Yan and pouted. "Are you looking for Yang Jinghui? He lives in the team's apartment, not around here." Lu Shui responded with a sound, unsure if she felt disappointed or relieved not to run into him. Su Qing quickly set the table and called everyone to eat. Qin Yi went to invite Mr. Sheng, Su Yan went to find the elderly lady, and Su Qing, after arranging the food, went to feed the two little ones. "Lu Shui, it's time to eat. I'm a bit nervous," Lu Shui whispered to Su Yan, genuinely feeling anxious. Don't be afraid. He's just a person, not a god. What's there to worry about? That makes sense. At the dining table, Mr. Sheng and the elderly lady sat next to each other, while Su Yan and Qin Yi sat together, and Lu Shui was on Su Yan's other side. The old man picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let's eat," serving the first dish to the elderly lady, giving the impression of being a calm, patient, and considerate elder. Lu Shui immediately felt less nervous. Su Yan noticed that the beautiful girl beside her was eating just like she did in Jiangcheng, so there was no need to worry about her being shy. After the meal, Lu Shui took the car keys Su Yan gave her and drove to the Lu family. Finding a place at the Dawn base wasn't difficult, and the order in the base was quite good, except for a few extreme cases, like today's scam. Lu Shui quickly arrived at the building where the Lu family lived. Before entering, she thought she shouldn't go empty-handed, considering that Lu Lingxuan and her father were business friends before the disaster. She found a bag, took out 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of tea from her space button, packed them up, and then knocked on the door. Lu Xiaozheng opened the door. "Sister Lu Shui, please come in. Here you go." Lu Shui handed the bag to Lu Xiaozheng. "Is Xiaolu here? Come in and sit down. Uncle Lu, your place is nice." Lu Shui entered and sat on the sofa with Lu Lingxuan, looking around the living room. The Lu family's house is quite large and looks clean, which shows they have enough water and food. "Hee, I have to thank you for this house. Last time I was in Jiangcheng, you helped me buy that helicopter from Miss Su. Coincidentally, General Yang asked me to deliver a letter, and with connections at the base, I managed to get this big house. That's quite a coincidence." Lu Shui felt a bit sour. It was her friend, and everyone seemed to benefit from it. "Sister Lu Shui, have some tea. Okay?" Lu Shui took a sip and asked directly, "I heard Uncle Lu wanted to talk to me. Xiaozheng said he saw you in a girl's car. It must be Miss Su, right? Then General Xiao came to help you too?" "Yes, I heard Uncle Lu is unwell. It's just an old problem. It's nothing serious. He didn't seem to look sick at all." Lu Shui had a thought. Lu Lingxuan and Lu Xiaozheng probably didn't know Su Yan's true identity, but Lu Xiaozheng knew General Xiao. General Xiao treated Su Yan like a leader. Could the Lu family be trying to connect through her to her friend Su Yan? "I'd like to ask you to help me get in touch with Miss Su about something." Just as she thought. "Uncle Lu, that's really putting me in a tough spot. If they wanted to connect through her to her friend, both she and Su Yan needed to agree. Everyone seeking help from Su Yan would not be good for her reputation, and besides, her relationship with Su Yan wasn't very strong yet. Even if she were to help make a connection, she needed to first ask Lu Lingxuan what it was about. If it didn't seem right, she wouldn't involve her friend. If it wasn't difficult, she'd still need to check with Su Yan first. "Xiao Lu, I can't do without a thank you, and Miss Su won't mind either. Don't misunderstand. It's a small matter for her. All right, Uncle Lu, you tell me what it is first, and then I'll see if I should pass on this message. Regarding the relocation of the base, I want to secure a spot for the Lu family." "Does Uncle Lu not have a spot?" Lu Lingxuan smiled wryly and slowly explained to Lu Shui. "The Lu family has a spot, but they were unlucky and did not draw an A zone. The main base is divided into 4 zones: S, A, B, and C. S zone is off limits to ordinary people and even wealthy individuals. A zone is for top officials and military personnel. It includes male and female soldiers aged 20 to 40, as well as scholars from various fields. In simple terms, it consists of military personnel and intellectuals. However, a zone also has some extra housing available for ordinary people to draw lots for. The Lu family participated in the lottery, but did not win. This means ordinary people can only stay in B and C zones. Is there any significance to these 4 zones? Lu Shui knew about the divisions, but did not know the details. She asked Su Yan for help in finding a better house, aiming for a larger and more comfortable space. Of course, there is significance. The infrastructure is the same, but we won't discuss S zone since it's for leaders and those in power. Do you know why there are so many soldiers in a zone, and why there are age limits? It's a crucial area. In the event of a disaster, a zone will receive special care first, and it has a population cap of only 90,000. Lu Shui had not heard this before, and her friends had not mentioned it either. Su agreed to help her with the housing issue, though she wasn't sure which zone it would be in. She thought that since her friends said she would take care of it, It must be a zone, which made her feel better. Uncle Lu, you mentioned connections at the base, like with Officer Yang. Not just Officer Yang, I also know Officer Luo, but they haven't been at the base lately and it's hard to get in touch. You came to me because you know Su Yan's identity. I wasn't sure before, but when Xiao Jing mentioned that you encountered a scammer in the evening and Officer Xiao appeared, along with recent rumors about the only granddaughter of Commander Sheng returning, I thought of Su Yan. Sorry, Lu Shui. Lu Xiaozheng quietly apologized. He had used Lu Lingxuan's illness as an excuse to invite Lu Shui to his home because he recognized Xiao Mu and thought their family's spot might be helpful. It's not your fault. Lu Shui interrupted Lu Xiaozheng, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but she wasn't really angry over a small excuse. She asked Lu Lingxuan, "Are the Yang and Luo officials you mentioned Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan?" "That's right. From your tone, it seems you know them well? That makes things easier. They are like half-insiders." Half-insiders. Since she was familiar with Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan, she could pass on a message. Whether they would help or not was up to Su Yan. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. "Thank you so much, Lu. Don't thank me too soon. I only agreed to pass on a message." "Of course." Lu Lingxuan signaled to his nephew. Lu Xiaojing turned and went inside to get a box. Lu Lingxuan opened the box, revealing 2 exquisite jade carvings. "Lu, no matter the outcome, these are what you deserve." "Thank you, Uncle Lu. It's fine to build relationships, but benefits shouldn't be overlooked. That's the way things work in this world. Look at how Lu Lingxuan and Lu Shui are handling it." Lu Shui took the 2 gifts and left the Lu family. When no one was watching, she stored them away. So convenient. Driving back to the Sheng family, she was relieved to find only Aunt Sue waiting for her in the living room.
Lu Shui followed Shuin upstairs.
"Sister, were you waiting for me?" "Oh, is Qin Yi here too?" "You two have a good chat. I'll step aside." Qin Yi stood up and walked back to his room, giving the sister some privacy. "Sit here and have some snacks." Su Yan handed Lu Shui a container filled with cut fruit. Yes, you're so good to me, Yan. And your officer is so considerate too." With no one else around, Lu Shui felt comfortable. After eating half the container, she finally looked up from the fruit. "Yan, do you know why Lu Lingxuan wanted to see me?" "How would I know?" Usually when she asked like that, she was ready to talk, but Su Yan didn't respond, waiting for her to continue. Lu Shui took out the 2 jade carvings Lu Lingxuan had given her. "These are his gifts to me, asking me to arrange a meeting with you. His family wants a spot in the main base area A." Lo Shui helped the Lu family understand Su Yan's identity and made sure to clear things up with her so that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings among the sisters. "They didn't get a spot, did they? Isn't that right? I just heard there are 4 districts, each different." "Sister, did you help me get a place in District A?" "No." Su Yan's expression seemed genuine. Lo Shui finished the fruit, placed a hand on Su Yan's shoulder, and said, "It's okay, as long as I have a spacious place to live. You can take care of me no matter which district it is. Just mention my name, and I'll be fine. You're not a turtle, are you? I got you a place in District S just on the edge." "Really? Oh my, let go of me. This is crazy." Su Yan felt like she couldn't breathe as Lo Shui hugged her tightly. She pushed her away. The girl was too enthusiastic, and it scared her. "I knew my sister would help me get into District A. It turns out you got me the best." By the way, Lu Lingxuan only mentioned that District A is the emergency zone, where help comes first during a disaster. "What does that mean?" "It means what it says. I can't share too much right now." Su Yan understood about the emergency zone. During a disaster, when not all survivors can be cared for, there would definitely be choices to make. There's no need to mention the privileged center. Then, there are considerations like age and physical fitness. Most of District A is made up of young soldiers, which is important for physical fitness since humanity needs to continue. "That's fine, I understand."
"Thank you, Su Yan."
"So, how should I respond to Lu Lingxuan?" "Just District A, no problem." "Great, then tell me a time and I'll get back to him tomorrow." After finishing their conversation, they each returned to their rooms. As Su Yan entered her room, a man wrapped in a towel came out of the bathroom and pulled her into his arms. He asked, "What took you so long to talk?" Are you jealous? Yes. Now I have to watch out for both men and women. What can I do about my charming wife? Su-Yen never gave Qin-Yi a chance to feel jealous. She could tell the man was just following her lead, but she enjoyed hearing it. He had improved. Su-Yan's restless hand rested on his abs, and she stood on her tiptoes to give him a quick kiss before slipping out of his embrace and into the bathroom. As long as there are conditions, the man must take a shower before bed. Qin-Yi chuckled softly, dried off his body and hair, and lay back down on the bed to wait for his wife. Without washing her hair, Su-Yen quickly finished her shower, put on a spaghetti-strap nightgown, and snuggled into his arms. Let's sleep. You've had a busy day, so you don't need to wait for me. That's not acceptable. For both personal and professional reasons, I have to wait for my wife. So, should we discuss work or personal matters first? Work. Work didn't stop Qin-Yi from enjoying the warmth of his wife in his arms. He used one hand to pull out a few bracelet-like items from a space pocket. He wanted Hee-Hee to test whether these self-produced bracelets could connect to their current signal transmitter. They look quite similar. Let's take a look. Su-Yen brought Hee-Hee out from the space. Little one, can you check if you can connect to our signal? The little AI, with its panda-like eyes, shyly turned away from the couple cuddling on the bed. What are you shy about? You're an artificial intelligence. In less than 2 minutes, Hee-Hee concluded, it can make calls and send messages, and it can also function as a keycard, but it cannot provide location tracking, has no holographic image, cannot project a virtual display, and cannot connect to brainwaves. Of course, it also cannot be gene-bound. That's right. A bracelet bought from the interstellar market costs 20 kilograms of gold each, which is nearly 10 million RMB when converted to the value before the natural disasters. No wonder they needed to produce it themselves. As long as it can connect and be used for calls, messages, and as a keycard, that's enough. We'll configure it based on these 3 functions. Thanks for your hard work, Hee-Hee. Let's proceed with mass production. What is it intended for? Qin-Yi explained that it might be used for access control in the S and A zones of the Arshan base, or perhaps as a boarding identification card for spaceships. They would decide once it was produced. Su, I want to go back to the space. The little round creature raised its tiny paws to cover its face, as if it had seen something it shouldn't have. Throw it into the space. Qin-Yi is not a good person. Ha ha ha. Su-Yen poked the fake round creature a few times before putting it away. Wife, let's talk about some personal matters next. The next day, when Su-Yen and Lu Shui got up, everyone who was going to work had already left. The two played with the little ones for about 10 minutes. You should go have breakfast now. The elderly lady said it was time for the kids' morning class, sending the mischievous children's mother and aunt away. After finishing her meal, Lu Shui went out to find Lu Lingxuan, as she needed to handle some important matters before returning to Jiangcheng. In just over half an hour, Su-Yen returned with the car to pick her up. I know you don't like climbing stairs, so I took the liberty of arranging to meet at a small tea house on Trading Street. I'm fine with that. Lu Lingxuan and Lu Xiaojing will be there. Aren't they uncle and nephew? Lu Shui explained that Lu Lingxuan had lost a son, and now the only heir of the Lu family was Lu Xiaojing. No wonder, Su-Yen casually asked, not wanting to pry into others' privacy. Lu Shui didn't elaborate. She didn't know much either. Given the situation, the small tea house was not a place for ordinary people, and it was very quiet. On the second floor, only the Lu family uncle and nephew were waiting at a table. Miss Su, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Lu Lingxuan greeted her warmly. Hello, Miss Su. Lu Xiaojing pulled out chairs for Su-Yen and Lu Shui. Sister Lu Shui, please sit. Hello, Mr. Lu. Su-Yen and Lu Shui sat next to each other. Lu Xiaojing was making tea and poured a cup for everyone. Miss Su, enjoy your tea. Thank you. Su-Yen didn't touch her tea. The tea house had no air conditioning. There was electricity, but the voltage was very low, and a single fan was weakly blowing towards their table. A sip of hot tea was almost too much to handle. Mr. Lu, let's get down to business. I've heard about your needs from Lu Shui, and it's not difficult. Su-Yen just wanted to finish the discussion quickly and leave. Lu Lingxuan, being a businessman, could easily see Su-Yan's intentions. Thank you so much, Miss Su. You are a great benefactor to our Lu family. Miss Su, you are so straightforward, so I won't be formal. After saying this, Lu Lingxuan nodded to Lu Xiaojing. Lu Xiaojing turned and picked up a large box from the ground, placing it on the table. Lu Lingxuan couldn't hide his joy and sincerely said, Miss Su, this is a small token from the Lu family.
Please accept it.
If anything is not suitable, feel free to let me know. He didn't ask if it was enough, just said to mention any issues, showing his business acumen. Lu Xiaojing opened the box for Su Yan to see clearly.
It was impossible not to accept it.
Regardless of any formalities, Lu Xiaojing met the requirements for the essential personnel. Su Yan was gathering resources, and the Lu family had the ability to help her. The remaining opportunities would be given to those who could assist her. Actually, it should be said that it would benefit the base as a whole. The resources Su Yan was gathering would ultimately benefit everyone. Thank you, Mr. Lu. This meant she accepted. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. Lu Lingxuan sighed in relief upon hearing this. Lu Shui also felt relieved. She had been the one communicating between them, and if the Lu family had been stingy, she would have felt bad for her friend. Mr. Lu, how many people are in your family? There are my 2 parents, 1 assistant, my spouse and I, and 1 nephew. He wisely didn't mention any distant relatives who had gone missing after the disaster. Anyone with common sense would know it was impossible. He had heard that survivors from across the country were gathering in one base, and with the urgency of building new housing, space would be limited. 6 people? Then I'll arrange for the largest 4-bedroom unit. Sounds good. Since it was the largest unit available, there were no other options. Having accepted a large box of antiques, Su Yan decided to be direct and connected with Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao, please have the housing office arrange the largest unit in Area A for Lu Lingxuan and send the confirmation later. When Su Yan heard the person on the other end ask where to send it, she hadn't even asked yet. Lu Lingxuan, hearing the conversation, promptly provided the address. Xiaoyan, how did it go? Pretty good. That's great. If someone is willing to pay, go ahead and help them out. Collect valuable supplies without feeling guilty. In the end, everyone benefits from what you gather. Don't worry, Uncle Xiao. Are you afraid I won't be brave enough to collect? Xiao Mu chuckled a few times before ending the call. In just a few moments, the car arrived at the Sheng family's doorstep. Lo Xue finished her tasks and prepared to return to Jiangcheng. Are you not staying a few more days? Next time, there won't be a Shiguang base. No, if I don't go back soon, my parents will worry. All right then, I won't keep you. Next time we meet will be at the new base. I'll take you to the helipad shortly. Su Yan and Lo Xue went upstairs to pack their things. Lo Xue didn't have much to pack, just a large backpack, which she could directly store in her space button. I almost forgot. Yan, these 2 items are a reward from Lu Lingxuan for me. Please help me exchange them. I'll leave the items with you, and you can decide what supplies to get for me. Isn't what I exchanged for you yesterday enough? You said the space button keeps things fresh, but I have such a large space. It's not enough. I can't feel comfortable unless it's full. I'm also worried that if you exchange everything for others later, what will I do? It's impossible not to have supplies. As long as there's money, there are resources. However, Su Yan accepted the 2 jade carvings Lo Xue received from Lu Lingxuan and checked their value in her space. What do you want? Just tell me. Rice, flour, fruits, vegetables, meat, water, snacks, anything edible you think of. But make sure you earn something too. Don't lose out. Su Yan rolled her eyes at Lo Xue, impressed that this beautiful girl could be so articulate. The 2 were in a guest room on the 2nd floor, one moving items out, the other storing things in the space button. It was another satisfactory exchange for both sides. Sister, I'm not good with sentimental words, but in short, thank you. After a trip to the capital, not only did she secure a house in Area S, but she also got the space she had been dreaming of, along with enough supplies for her family to eat well for several years. Lu Xue felt very satisfied. With these supplies, plus what was still stored in Jiangcheng, she could relax for 10 to 8 years. You should learn to be more sentimental. I love hearing it. Forget it. If you want sweet talk, let your officer say it to you. Lu Xue paused, realizing she had brought up a topic she shouldn't have thought about. Don't blame me. It's your fault for being so chatty. Feeling uncomfortable. How could I be uncomfortable? Men can't fill their stomachs anyway. Having one is just a bonus. If not, that's fine. I don't care, you're just stubborn. I'm not. The two exchanged remarks as they went downstairs. Lu Shui said goodbye to the elderly lady and spent some time playing with the two little ones before leaving. Suyan saw her off at the landing area. Be safe. I know. I'm leaving now. Lu Shui got out of the car, turned, waved, and gracefully jumped onto the helicopter, showcasing her long legs and vibrant beauty, a sight not often seen. It's a shame Yang Jinghui couldn't see it. As she watched the helicopter roar into the sky, Suyan shook off her thoughts and headed home. At the entrance of the Alshan base, a sign reading, Huaxia Base, was hung up. Qin Yi had people inspect the newly renovated houses. When they said renovation, it really just meant putting in doors and windows, painting the walls white, and the floors were still bare concrete. It could be described as simple, but there was no choice. They had moved here for water, starting from a wild, barren area. In just 6 months, they had built something from nothing, expecting it to last only 2 to 3 years. Besides the strict requirement for earthquake resistance, everything else was kept to a minimum. Brother E, honestly, there's not much to inspect. It's just a basic house. Once the water and electricity are connected, it's done. Yeah, boss, even the earthquake resistance test isn't reliable unless… Oh no. Before Zhang Yuan could finish his sentence, the building they were in began to shake. The shaking grew stronger, and Qin Yi firmly planted his feet to steady himself. Zhang Yuan was still in shock from his leader's decisive words. Luo Fuan grabbed one person with each hand and said, "Let's go downstairs. We need to get to an open area." 2 engineers with earthquake detection equipment hurried to the stairs. Don't go downstairs. From the current tremors, it won't exceed level 8. The earthquake resistance has been tested and is good enough. Qin Yi decided not to go downstairs for a reason. He was personally overseeing the construction, and it was essential to meet the level 8 earthquake resistance requirement. Being on the top floor, there were only 4 walls inside, so it wouldn't be dangerous. Even if the building were to collapse, with his and Zhang Yuan's and Luo Fuan's skills, they would be safe. Hearing their leader say this, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan stopped pulling him to run. They steadied themselves, with both of them supporting their leader, forming a triangle for balance. The 2 monitoring engineers saw this and stopped running as well. In the base, these 3 were the strongest, and they believed staying close to them would keep them safe. When a shaking got too strong, they crouched down close to the ground.
Boom.
The rumbling continued. From a distance, construction sites were shaking, and further away, a mountain several kilometers away appeared to be shorter. Luo Fuan suddenly remembered his 9 apprentices and quickly called Yingzi. "Where are you? Are you safe? Brother Luo, there's an earthquake. We're in the open area by the entrance, safe for now. Is everyone there?" "Yes." From her voice, Luo Fuan could tell Yingzi was relatively calm, but the children she was with were not as steady. He heard their frightened shouts and told her to stay put and keep the 8 kids calm. Zhang Yuan was also on the phone with Yang Jinghui, confirming that both Lao Yang and Lao Chen were safe before he felt relieved. Qin Yi tried to contact Su Yan but couldn't reach her, so he called his grandfather. "Grandpa, there was an earthquake in the Ars Han area, estimated to be close to level 8. How is it in the capital?" "Earthquake. There's no tremor in the capital. You all stay safe," Grandpa Xing said before ending the call and calling for Xiaomu. "Sir, there was an 8-level earthquake in the Ars Han area. Ask the earthquake monitoring team what they're doing." Xiaomu went to the outer office to make an internal call. Elder Sheng contacted the heads of several other regions, and everything seems fine. The only known area affected is Ars Han. A few minutes later, Xiaomu came in to report. The monitoring office director said they couldn't detect anything. There were no signs before the earthquake. If the earthquake couldn't be detected and there were no signs of a meteorite falling, how could all the instruments fail so completely? The instruments that were previously interfered with have all been replaced. The current instruments were stored in a safe place before the disaster. So, the issue isn't with the instruments, but rather that this world or this star region has completely surpassed what current science can understand. Elder Sheng, Commander Sheng, I'm fine. Elder Sheng waved his hand, telling Xiaomu to continue with his work. Unable to reach his granddaughter, Elder Sheng suspected she had entered a safe space. He informed the elderly lady and reminded her to keep an eye on the children and be aware of their surroundings. In Arshan, over 10 minutes had passed since the earthquake began. After a strong tremor, there were minor shakes every 2 to 3 minutes. The strong tremor should be over. Let's go downstairs and organize rescue efforts. After confirming the building could withstand an 8th-level earthquake, Qin Yi quickly went downstairs while contacting Su Yan. Still unable to reach his wife, he felt slightly relieved knowing the capital was safe. He then inquired about the situation in the southwest region before diving into the rescue work. This area had undergone multiple surveys, and a geomancer had assessed the site, combining it with Su Yan's memories from a past life. The earthquake was indeed interesting. Unfinished buildings and construction sites were severely affected, with some structures collapsed and debris scattered. Even the open spaces within the base showed cracks, while completed buildings merely swayed without collapsing or sinking. Outside the base's protective wall, the situation was much worse. Roads had collapsed, bridges were broken, and nearby hills had crumbled. There was no need for further testing. Nature had already provided the assessment. Qin Yi used his wrist device to contact Yang Jinghui and Qindingzhan, assigning them to oversee rescue efforts in different areas. Old Zhang, gather the team to assist with the frontline rescue. Old Luo and I will handle the rear. Since the construction of the Huaxia base in Ershan began, there have been occasional foreign spies trying to sneak in from the other side of the mountain. Several of them have been captured and interrogated. They were trying to find out what Huaxia was doing at this base, while some extremists aim to cause trouble. It's especially important to be cautious at this time. 2 people at 4 o'clock. Received. Luo Fuan glanced in that direction while pulling out his gun to aim. Their eyesight was already excellent, and after the cell repair treatment, they could easily spot that the 2 individuals were not locals, even from 200 meters away, despite their wigs and disguises. Foreigners sneaking around here cannot be good people. You take the one below. Luo Fuan gave an okay gesture. Then, 2 gunshots rang out, followed by the surprised cries of the 2 individuals. They never expected anyone would notice them at such a time. Luo Fuan and Qin Yi did not immediately take their lives. Those captured would be interrogated first to decide their fate. After tying up the 2, Luo Fuan went to check on the defense personnel at the rescue base. Qin Yi began interrogating the 2 on the spot. The aftershocks had not yet ended, and the ground still trembled occasionally. Ingzi, along with her 8 younger siblings, had not dared to enter the house. Once the S district was completed, Qin Yi quickly arranged a place for the 9 children, a small villa in the most remote part of the area. Yes, the S district was all small villas. The children sat in the front yard of the villa, watching the outside from the gate. Sister Ingzi, there are people, said Zheng Chengcheng, crawling over to Ingzi and speaking softly. I'll take a look. Ingzi followed the direction Zheng Chengcheng pointed and saw 2 people walking and examining the villas in S district. Ingzi signaled for the other children to be quiet. She thought to herself that it was just the few of them living here. Brothers Qin and Luo were busy at the moment, and they knew she was safe. If anything happened, they would communicate through their wristbands and wouldn't send anyone to look for them. Well, there are only 9 of us here. Those 2 who just came in are not here to help. They either want to steal something or cause trouble. Chio also noticed something else. He whispered to Ingzi, those 2 just glanced our way, and one of them has blue eyes. They glanced at us? Yeah, but they were just moving around, so they might not have seen us clearly. Daming, Chio, you 2 stay behind me and follow those 2 to see what they are up to. The rest of you stay here, and don't go anywhere. The kids nodded. Ingzi was the leader, and they all listened to her. These villas are in the best location, especially this one. Are all these villas empty? Yes, may God help us get the information the commander wants. I'm already imagining getting rich from this. The 2 of them murmured for a while before entering one of the houses. Ingzi and her 2 younger brothers were too far away to hear their conversation clearly, but Ingzi caught a few words. The 2 were foreigners. It matched what Chio said about the blue eyes. She sent a message to Luo Fuan and shared her location. After receiving the message, Luo Fuan advised Yingzi not to act rashly, and just keep an eye on them. He took the two soldiers and headed toward Area S. The base was large and the distance was far. Plus, occasional aftershocks made it hard to drive, so it took a while. Yingzi watched as the two entered 3 villas already, and Luo Fuan still hadn't arrived. She was getting anxious and started to stomp her feet. Daming and Chio urged Yingzi twice to just go up and take them down. Yingzi thought about it too, but she preferred to follow orders. Besides listening to Su Yan, she also listened to Luo Fuan. She was smart. At 13, she knew better than to rush in. Daming and Chio were both under 11, and while they had some training, 3 kids against 2 adults, especially those who looked tough, was risky. Even if they had the advantage of surprise, they still might not win. Just as Yingzi struggled to control her 2 eager younger brothers, Luo Fuan quietly arrived with 2 soldiers beside the 3 kids. Yingzi, what's the situation now? Both of them have blue eyes, likely foreigners. When we discovered them, they were sneaking around, looking at this area. Then they chose a few houses here, went in for a few minutes, and just came out after burying something in one of them. Good job, all 3 of you. Stay here while we go. Brother Luo, take me with you. Yingzi pleaded softly, tugging at Luo Fuan's sleeve. I want to go too, Daming said, looking up with a strong desire to prove himself. I want to go as well, Chio added, not wanting to be left out. Luo Fuan couldn't refuse them. It was just capturing a couple of spies, so he thought of it as a training exercise for the 3 little ones. He knew well that these 3 were like little wolf cubs. All right, follow me. The people who took advantage of the chaos during the earthquake to sneak in and tamper with things were not ordinary individuals. Considering this, even though Luo Fuan was confident he could handle 2 special forces soldiers at once, using the advantage of space and a laser gun, he decided to be more cautious than usual. This time, he had 3 young apprentices with him. Luo Fuan quietly explained to the 2 soldiers that they should watch from the side and only intervene if the 3 apprentices were in serious danger. The houses here were all 2-story villas with front and backyards and surrounding walls. They lacked creativity and beauty, with very few places to hide. Since he wanted the 3 apprentices to practice, he couldn't let them face off directly. Instead, he decided to surprise them with guns. He handed each of Yingzi, Chio, and Daming a small handgun. Leave one alive. The 3 nodded seriously. The 3 young apprentices had trained for a few days and had learned how to use real guns and ammunition from Luo Fuan. They were both nervous and excited as they focused on their guns. Luo Fuan planned to step in after the 3 apprentices launched their surprise attack. He didn't expect their first time shooting at a real person to go smoothly. After giving his instructions, the 6 of them, 3 adults and 3 children, hid on the 2nd floor of a nearby house. How to hide and choose the best shooting position was left to the 3 young apprentices to decide on their own, without any input from Luo Fuan. Before they were fully prepared, the 2 men had already come out of the house. Yingzi signaled to Daming and Chio, indicating that she would take the right side, while they would handle the left. Then, bang, bang, bang. As the gunshots rang out, the 2 men reacted quickly, taking cover behind the wall. After firing, the 3 of them changed positions. If they stayed still, they would become targets. Luo Fuan quietly praised them, but all 3 missed their shots. Yingzi aimed to hit one man's shoulder, but only injured his arm. Chio aimed at another's lower body and only grazed him, causing a minor injury. Daming, like Chio, aimed at the other man's leg but ended up missing completely. The 3 apprentices did not stop and continued to practice. Luo Fuan noticed that the 2 men were very quick at dodging bullets, so he also joined in, with the master targeting the master and the apprentices targeting the apprentices. As expected, the 2 men were hit several times. They were not fatal wounds, but they couldn't get up. Luo Fuan led his 3 apprentices to tie up the men, and the other 2 soldiers had nothing to do with it from start to finish. Be careful, as long as the enemy is still breathing, stay alert, he warned. Got it, Brother Luo, the 3 apprentices replied. They picked up the ropes Luo Fuan had given them, used any available cover to run forward, and then crouched at the entrance of the wall, trying to avoid being shot. As they approached their targets, Yingzi took one. while Daming and Chio took the other. The three of them pounced like fierce little wolves, quickly tying up the two men who were still alive but badly injured. They looked quite like little special forces. Luo Fuan smiled with satisfaction. He remembered their earlier misshots but also thought about how they had only trained for a short time and were using guns against real people for the first time, not just targets. They were still kids, and what they accomplished was already impressive. "Brother Luo, what should we do now?" Ingzi asked, noticing Luo Fuan's satisfaction with them. She playfully tossed her short hair as she spoke. Daming and Shiyu stood behind Ingzi with their hands behind their backs, ready to help at any moment, trying to stay steady despite the aftershocks. "Good. Next, I will teach you the basics of interrogation." Due to a shortage of personnel, Luo Fuan sent 2 soldiers away to handle other tasks, saying he could manage this situation. Luo Fuan explained several common interrogation techniques to his 3 apprentices, focusing on straightforward approaches, breaking them down one by one, and using provocation. On the ground, the 2 tied-up foreigners thought, "Are we the teaching material? Please, just make it quick." The 2 captives struggled continuously, causing their wigs to fall off. As a result, they were kicked. The 3 young kids only moved their feet and did not speak, but it was clear what they meant. "Be honest, Luo, they heard everything. It's fine. These 2 know these methods, and they probably understand even more advanced techniques." However, knowing is one thing, and being able to endure it is another. Luo Fuan understood Ingzi's meaning. After the theoretical explanation, they began practical exercises. The 2 foreigners could not withstand Luo Fuan's methods and quickly confessed. "See, we got the information out. Luo, you're amazing. They deserve it. They wanted to steal our secrets. Luo, I want to take them down myself. I want to do it too." The 3 kids had killed before, but those were people who posed a threat to them. Now, they felt intense hatred for these 2. This was because Luo Fuan had uncovered their purpose for infiltrating the base. The 2 were spies sent by the Eagle Nation's military. It was said that they received news about China building a large base in Arzhan and heard rumors about advanced weapons and high-tech products, which alarmed them. They selected a group of spies who spoke Chinese well and were familiar with Chinese customs to investigate. Luo Fuan sent a message to Qin Yi, updating him on the situation and asking how things were on their side. Unexpectedly, both sides had come to the same conclusion during their interrogations. After Qin Yi dealt with the 2 he received word that more disguised foreigners had been caught trying to sneak into the base. "Brother, did these spies know about the earthquake in advance? Otherwise, how could they all appear at the same time? It's not that they knew about the earthquake beforehand, but our defenses are usually tight. The enemy didn't have a chance to sneak in, so they just gathered around our base. The earthquake gave them the perfect opportunity to mix in during the chaos. I have someone to check on. There are fewer spies in Alshan, but Haiqing is busier. I wonder if Zhou Shooting and his son can handle it. Let me ask them." Zhou Shooting is taking the blame for Su Yan. It seems the leaked information worked well. Ego, wait, are we going to kill these people? Yes, we are. If we don't kill them, they'll just waste food and air. Let's finish them off, Luo Fuan said, letting Ingzi practice on the 2. Okay. Ingzi returned the handgun to Luo Fuan and said, "Brother Luo, they don't deserve to waste bullets. I'll use a knife." Wow, little Ingzi looks cute and has a sweet smile, but her toughness doesn't match her appearance. However, Luo Fuan really admires this girl. She knows when to be kind and when to be ruthless. The little girl took a short dagger from her shoulder bag and, without any preparation, swiftly aimed for the heart and struck down, then struck again. The 2 men fell silent. Deming, Chiyu, drag them out. Okay, Sister Ingzi. Yes, Sister Ingzi. The 2 brothers returned the handgun to Luo Fuan and obediently followed Ingzi's orders to drag the bodies away. Beijing Dawn Base in the afternoon, Su Yan came out of her space and heard the old lady say that there was an earthquake in Alshan. What about other places? Other places haven't reported anything yet. Su Yan was a bit confused. Wasn't Alshan chosen as the best place for the main base in China because of its combination of science and mysticism? Wasn't it supposed to be a place suitable for human survival before the major tectonic shifts? Grandma, I'm going to call Qin Yi. Go ahead. He's been worried and has tried to contact you several times. Su Yan hugged her grandmother and pressed her face against hers. This was their daily routine. Grandma loved being close, and Su Yan enjoyed comforting her. After spending time with her grandmother, she cuddled with the two little ones before heading upstairs. There was a message from Qin Yi on her wristband, along with chat messages from their small group. Ingzi had sent several messages too. The young girl asked how things were in the capital. After not receiving a reply, she reassured Su Yan that everyone was fine and not to worry. After replying to Ingzi, Su Yan connected with Qin Yi. Qin Yi, I was in my space all day. I just heard from Grandma that you were looking for me. She mentioned an earthquake in Aershan. How is everything now? It's okay. The buildings in the base are well constructed for earthquakes, so they didn't suffer much damage. The aftershocks have passed, but a few kilometers outside the base have experienced significant landslides, and the mountains on both sides have also collapsed, blocking the roads. We'll need to do some repairs. Su Yan was quite worried about him. Qin Yi was strong, but he was still human. Seeing him on the other end of the communication, unharmed and outside the base, made her feel a bit relieved. Do you need me to come over? Or is there anything you need me to bring? Not for now. I have everything I need in my space. In the next few days, I'll be busy with the repairs after the earthquake, so I won't be returning to Shuguang. Just be careful with the outsiders in the base, and try not to interact with them. Why shouldn't I interact with outsiders?
Su Yan looked curious.
Qin Yi explained in detail about the discovery of spies. I understand. I'll remember the favor from Zhou's shooting. I'm just reminding you to be cautious around outsiders in the base. There's no need to leave the central area, okay? Okay. She didn't want him to worry, so she agreed to everything. Besides, Su Yan hadn't planned to leave the central area anyway. Her personal resources were already sufficient for her needs. For now, she would stay safe, and during her free time, she would check on her robots in her space, adjusting anything that didn't meet her expectations. To avoid worrying her grandparents and Qin Yi, she would take good care of herself. As soon as Su Yan finished her call with Qin Yi, Zhou's shooting arrived. Dear niece, how are you? Thank you, Uncle Zhou, I'm doing well. You've worked hard lately. Haha, with your kind words, I feel less tired. It's nothing. Those small troubles are not a concern. With me here, no one can disturb my dear niece. Hee, Su Yan knows Uncle Zhou well. Though he says he isn't worried, it sounds like he has something in mind. Su Yan smiled but didn't respond, waiting for him to speak. Dear niece, since this high technology needs to be revealed slowly and right now people only believe half of it, if someone comes to me, shouldn't I sell a little? Selling isn't the goal. Our goal is gold, right? Oh, someone is looking to buy space buttons from you, Uncle Zhou. Weapons cannot be sold to individuals, and if it were weapons, Zhou's shooting wouldn't even mention it. So, the only practical item left is the space buttons, which wealthy people desire the most. How does Su Yan know it's wealthy people? Would those without money dare to ask? You guessed it right, it's the space buttons. You know there are many rich people in Haicheng. When they hear any news, they come to me. I just consulted with Director Sheng, and he said we have rules for selling space buttons to individuals. What do you think? Yes, but it's limited to our citizens. Each person can only buy one, and the size won't be too big. The maximum is 500 cubic units, and we also have smaller sizes of 150 cubic units. Currently, the only private owners of space buttons are Liao Qinglan and Lu Shui, both with 500 cubic units, which can only serve as small storage. Alright, this item isn't suitable for mass sale. Get me 2 of the 500 cubic units. Before the relocation, I'll hold an auction at the Haicheng base. Sure. The 500 cubic unit is worth 25 kilograms of gold. The 100 cubic unit is 5 kilograms of gold. And as for the 50 cubic unit? Let's skip that. It's too small to make a profit. Just remember how to quote or auction it. It's up to you. Zhou Shooting must also know that there are spies everywhere in Haicheng looking for information. By holding a big auction, he not only solidifies his reputation but also likely wants to earn some profit as a middleman to support the base. Su Yan isn't making money off him. She's just helping him exchange it. Okay, get everything ready for Xiaomu. I'll have that kid Jose go get it right away. You stay indoors, it's not safe. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Su Yan exchanged two 500 cubic space buttons and asked Xiao Mu to send someone to pick them up at the office. 2 days later, Su Yan received a message from Zhou Shuting. He said the auction was very successful, confirming that the high-tech items that appeared out of nowhere were indeed in his possession, and more people were looking for him. Su Yan thought for a moment and asked, "Uncle Zhou, did you receive gold or other valuable items?" The starting price was 250 kilograms of gold. For any increases, I accepted other materials or jewelry antiques. Otherwise, I wouldn't authenticate them, and receiving fakes would be a huge loss. Zhou Shuting said this with a smile on his face. That's quite bold, starting at 10 times the base price. Su Yan was left speechless. Knowing that Zhou Shuting made a significant profit, Su Yan felt happy for him, especially since he had so many people to support. She didn't expect Zhou Shuting to be so considerate, having Zhou Zhe bring all the valuable items to her to exchange for gold, then splitting the gold evenly. Soon, it was time for the bases in various regions to relocate to Alshan. Each base was bustling with activity. After several rounds of natural disasters, the northeast region faced a tsunami, leaving very few survivors in the base. As for those who didn't enter the base, the number living outside was unknown. In the northeast, there was no need to arrange for personnel to stay behind. The temporary base had only a handful of survivors, and they all left. The northwest region was also convenient, as Alshan belonged to it, making relocation easier for the people there. The main purpose of the relocation was survival, and the biggest threat to survival now was the scarcity of water. The eastern base, known as the Haiqing Base, was near the East China Sea and was significantly affected by the tsunami. Haiqing Base had a large population but had water purification equipment to convert seawater into fresh water. Compared to the rest of the country, Haiqing was the least water-scarce area. Thus, only 1/3 of the first batch from the eastern Haiqing Base relocated to Alshan, with the fewest slots allocated to that area. The remaining 2/3 would leave in batches later, meaning some people had to stay behind to manage. The central and southwestern regions are seriously short of water. Many people in these areas are willing to move, but about 1/3 do not want to. In the southern region's temporary base in Jiangcheng, there is also a severe water shortage, yet more than half of the people do not want to relocate. Many think it is troublesome, the journey is long, and moving somewhere else still means facing disasters. They don't see any improvement. I have 6 family members, and we only got a small 2-bedroom apartment of 60 square meters, with no furniture. The distance is so far, and we can't get a ride from the military. Even if we do, we can only carry a small bag, and we can't bring pots and pans, let alone furniture. If we can't bring these, we will have to buy new ones. But where can we buy them? There are no supplies available. Old Lu's family has a car. I saw him today getting enough gasoline. I will ask if we can share a ride. If we can, I will move. In the Jiangxing base, some people are chatting and watching, while others are busy packing to leave. Loshua has a space of 500 cubic meters, which seems large, but it's still not enough to pack everything. Loshua is directing her brother. Loyu, you drive the military vehicle with the army. Your car should only carry furniture and valuable items. Don't let me pack any junk. Dad, I'm talking about you. Do you still want to bring the tea table? Just give it up. Loya's car also needs to carry things for Auntie and the others. Throw away what's not important. Mom, please gather your valuable items. I won't take them for myself. Loshua stands with her hands on her hips, watching her brother, Dad, and Mom, scolding them whenever she sees something wrong. She truly is the head of the family. Auntie and the others rely on Loshua for their wages and don't dare to say a word, busy moving and loading furniture into the car. Mom disagrees, saying, once we get there, there will be nothing. We can't leave anything behind. Fix the off-road vehicle that was flooded in the villa garage. Old Lu and Loyo can each drive one, and we can carry a lot more. Times have changed, and Mom doesn't want to throw anything away. Everything in the house is valuable. Mom, let it go. Dad and Loyo will be too tired. Tired? What are they tired from? They sit at home waiting for you to support them. It's just a few days of hard work. They won't die from it. Well, daughters are treasures. while husbands and sons are just grass. The father and son in the Liu family aren't as bad as Liu Ma says. It's just that Liu Shui is so capable that they seem less impressive. The Liu father and son exchanged a helpless glance. They were tired, but it was just for a few days. Liu Jingzhu quickly said, "I'll drive one car with Xiao Yu following the army. Xiao Shui, you and your mom can take the helicopter. If there's room, let Aunt Ba and whoever else join you. Get there early to tidy up the house." This settled things for the Liu family. On the other side, Uncle Zhang's family and Luo Wanning and her mother were also busy packing their things. Luo Wanning, as a medical staff member at the temporary base in Jiangcheng, got a spot. Someone secretly helped Uncle Zhang's family because they had connections with the base in Haicheng. The Zhang family has a special relationship with Su Yan, which made things easier for them. Uncle Zhang felt emotional and said, "I don't know what kind of person Xiao Yan is, but knowing her brings such benefits." "Dad, stop thinking about it. You and Xiao Xian pack the small things at home. I'll go out with Xiao Ling to find a vehicle. Otherwise, we can't leave. Go ahead, get a truck." It's not easy to find a usable truck. Zhang nodded, trying his best. In Beijing, more than half of the people at the Shiguang base chose to relocate. Those who didn't were the ones who didn't get spots. Those who got spots all decided to move. They understood that following the powerful was the right choice. The Sheng family found it easy to relocate. With a wave of Su Yan's hand, not even a pebble was left behind. She asked her grandmother, "Grandma, when do we leave?" "You need to ask your grandpa. Grandpa will probably take a few more days. I was thinking if we should go ahead and set things up." Qin Yi was in Ershan, but was very busy. Su Yan didn't expect the man to arrange the house well. Besides, only she could provide various furniture and appliances. Her grandmother thought it was a good idea. Su Yan left the two little ones and the dog at home, carrying her hihi and taking her flying device to leave the Shiguang base. This was her first outing since the spy incident after the earthquake in Ershan. With the grand auction of the space button by Zhou shooting, Su Yan for the first time openly flew without hiding, and Qin Yi's aircraft had already made its appearance in Arzhan. Su Yan had seen the renderings, but they were nowhere near as impressive as seeing it in person. It's huge. It covers at least 10 square kilometers. Considering it has stairs and is only 8 stories high, without needing to worry about landscaping or other additional constructions, it's packed tightly. Can it really hold over 1 million people? Su Yan's aircraft hovered at the entrance, facing the large characters spelling out Huaxia Base. Currently, the entrance was bustling with construction workers and soldiers, and the relocated residents wouldn't arrive that quickly. Upon receiving the news that his wife had arrived at the base entrance, Qin Yi hurried out to greet her. He left his car at the entrance for someone to drive back and waved to the hovering aircraft, signaling that he wanted to board. Su Yan simply lowered the ladder. "Why are you coming up?" "I was just about to go down to get an access card." "No need, I brought it for you." In the Huaxia base security system, you and the aircraft can move freely whether on the ground or in the air. "That's great." "Thank you, Iga." Su Yan waved at her handsome soldier, feeling happy and calling him Iga again. After so many busy days, having only seen holographic images during communications, Qin Yi finally had his wife right in front of him. He picked up the obstructive he and set it aside, pulling his wife into his arms. "Iga, is it not okay to call me Iga? It's not the first time you've called me that. Is it not okay for me?" "All right, I can't discuss this with a man." Su Yan took the card from Qin Yi's hand and clipped it onto her backpack that she would carry when going out. "So I can come and go without landing and the base's cannons won't fire at me, right?" "No, they won't. Although this place isn't a permanent residence, the internal system is quite good. Everyone and the aircraft are registered in the system with corresponding cards. Besides, modern cannons can't shoot down an aircraft anyway." "All right, I'll take you back home." Hihi startup. Hihi was just thrown out. She now finds her master annoying, but has to obey because he is her owner's man. It's so frustrating. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft, guided by Qin Yi, stopped above a small villa. "Is this Area S?" "Yes, there are 60 villas and 12 apartment buildings in Area S." The access card for Area S works for the entire base, but cards from other areas cannot enter. Su-Yen responded within, "Oh," and looked around. Area S is not very large and is not in the center. It is next to Area A, located in the northeast corner of the base. The center of the base has several office buildings. Areas B and C cover the largest area, filled with buildings. Let's land. Okay, Su. The aircraft gently landed in the open space in front of the villa. This is where we live with Grandma and Grandpa, and the house next door is for Dad and Mom. Got it. What about Luo Fuan and the others? They're all in Area S. Old Luo and Old Yang have a one-bedroom apartment, and Old Chen and Old Zhang live with their families. All right, you go ahead and be busy. I'll tidy up myself. Qin Yi really was busy. After being affectionate with his wife for 2 minutes, he left. Su-Yen walked around the house. It was quite simple. The first floor had a living room, dining room, and kitchen. The master bedroom was for the grandparents, and there had to be a study, while the remaining small rooms served as a guest room. On the second floor, the master bedroom was for her and Qin Yi. One guest room was converted into a children's room for the 2 little ones. There was a study, a small hall, and another guest room was empty. The house was surrounded by open space, with plenty of room for a helicopter and cars. A 2-meter-high wall blocked the view from outside, and there was a small guardhouse at the gate. It was no different from living in the Dawn base. The inner walls were smoothed out, and when she touched them, no dust came off, so that was fine. Before arranging the furniture, Su-Yen remembered that during the earthquake, spies had come in to install tiny listening devices. Worried that they might not have finished, she asked Hehe to sweep the house inside and out. After the sweep, she realized that Qin Yi and the others had not checked thoroughly. That's not right. It should be said that Qin Yi couldn't detect any remaining items with modern high-tech equipment, but Hehe could, which suggests that the outsiders have developed even more advanced surveillance gear recently. Did they even reach her home? Qin Yi quickly returned, and Hehe pointed out the areas that needed to be cleared. Qin Yi, is your detection equipment too outdated? In some areas of technology, our equipment is indeed not as advanced as theirs. However, the detection devices are the ones you provided. Su-Yen thought for a moment. She had given Qin Yi new detection equipment, which meant that after they had cleaned it, someone had reinstalled it. There's a mole. At least they discovered it early. There are only a few thousand people in the current infrastructure. If they wait until everyone has moved in, it will be much harder to investigate. No matter how much they prepared, they still couldn't prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation. Qin Yi stood there with his hands behind his back, lips pressed together and brows furrowed. His expression was unusually cold and serious. Qin Yi, what's wrong? Yen, lend me Hehe. I need to sweep this area. Okay. She didn't say much, and signaled for Hehe to follow the man. Hehe was bonded to Su-Yen, so it sensed its owner's worry and didn't mind how the owner's man had thrown it earlier. Watching them head to the nearby building, Su-Yen thought for a moment and sent Qin Yi a message. Qin Yi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Thank you, Yen.
I'm fine.
He just had a brief moment of emotional fluctuation, regretting that he wasn't thorough enough. Qin Yi quickly adjusted his mood and notified everyone to gather, taking advantage of the fact that the movers hadn't arrived yet to conduct a thorough inspection. Brother Yi, everyone? Yes, everyone. What happened? We cleared the listening devices from those few rooms a few days ago, and we just found new ones. Who did this? Is there a spy among the construction team? Or the security team? In the small group chat, everyone was discussing while also giving orders to the people below. Everyone must gather. No one is to be left out. An hour later, the central square of the base was filled with people. Su-Yen asked Qin Yi to hold little Hehe. It couldn't recognize who was responsible, but it could sense people's blood pressure, heart rate, and emotions. The fact that so many people disguised themselves to sneak in indicated that they probably hadn't bribed any internal personnel yet. The equipment was only installed after those people were dealt with, suggesting that the ones who were bought weren't experienced spies and didn't have strong mental resilience, making it easy for Hehe to identify them. Whatever Su-Yen thought, Qin Yi would think of too. He cleaned up the other houses that had been fitted with listening devices and took Hehe away. Old Luo, It's your turn to speak. Brother, what should I say? Just say it directly. Tell them that confessing will lead to leniency, but denying it will put their families at risk. Got it. Simply shouting a few words wouldn't make people admit anything automatically, but it would let them know their actions have been discovered. This would make them worry about being exposed and what might happen to their families, causing them to become anxious. As long as they were nervous and their emotions were off, he would be able to identify them. This was the simplest and most direct method. Luo Fuan followed Qin Yi's instructions and used a loudspeaker to deliver a short speech. Chen Dingshan, Yang Jinghui, and Zhang Yuan each held a light machine gun, occasionally raising them to intimidate. With some performing and others keeping the beat, it must be said that Qin Yi's 5-person team worked well together. Some were afraid of being wrongly implicated, some worried about making a mistake, and some felt that being innocent meant they had nothing to fear. The thousands of people on site were buzzing and whispering to each other. Qin Yi gently patted little He and said, "It's your turn, little one. Watch me, He." Little He cutely said, and its pair of glowing blue eyes scanned the crowd of thousands. It's normal to have blue light on your body, but red light is unusual. Got it? Thank you, He. No need to thank me. After listening to the conversation between Qin Yi and the AI, Lao Luo and Lao Yang understood immediately. They looked around at the crowd and counted. There were over 50 people showing red light. The AI can't read minds, so He can only identify those with unusual emotions. If you have nothing to hide, why are you acting strange? Among those 50 people, some were naturally timid and truly scared, while the rest were feeling guilty. The people selected by the AI were taken away for questioning, which narrowed down the suspects significantly. The individuals identified by the AI were escorted away by Luo Fuan and his team. The remaining crowd was temporarily dismissed. The 4 of them went to interrogate, while Qin Yi drove He back to Su Yan. After Qin Yi left with He, Su Yan began assembling the wooden floorboards she had prepared earlier. When Yingzi learned that Su Yan was there, she brought along 8 younger siblings, equipped with rags, brooms, and buckets, ready to help Su Yan with the cleaning. Lu Yuan, Lu Shan, Shumi, and Cheng Cheng, you 4 sweep and mop the floor. De Ming and Qiyu, come with me to help Sister Su assemble the floorboards. As soon as Yingzi arrived, she assigned tasks to the group. Assembling the floorboards wasn't overly detailed, but the 2-story room, living room, and study all needed flooring, which was a big job. Su Yan had initially planned to do it slowly by herself, finishing one room at a time. Now, with a group of helpers, after Su Yan had put together a few pieces, the 3 older kids, Yingzi, De Ming, and Qiyu, quickly joined in, working just as fast as Su Yan. Yingzi was a bit unhappy. Sister Su, you didn't call us to help with the house. We have nothing to do besides training and studying. We can work faster together than you alone. Honestly, I just forgot to call you. Now that you're here, thank you. Su Yan truly hadn't thought of it. She felt comfortable using the younger helpers. No need to be polite, Sister Su. We're so happy to help Sister Su. Sister Su, we will all live at the base from now on so we can see you often, Sister Su, can I come every day to clean the yard? Sister Su, a group of children chatted nonstop, but they didn't stop working. One child finished speaking just as another started, and Su Yan didn't know who to respond to first. She just kept nodding, saying, "Yes, good, I'm happy to." Qin Yi returned from the central square of the base, holding He, and saw his wife busy with a group of young kids. Brother Qin is back. Finally, Qin Yi managed to rescue Su Yan from the chatter. You all came to help? Thank you, everyone. Tonight, Sister Su will treat you to a big meal. Great. We're having a big meal with Sister Su tonight. These kids were already familiar with Qin Yi and the others, having developed a bond that made them feel completely at ease with each other. Okay, tonight Brother Qin and Sister Su will treat you to dinner. Oh. Sister Su is the best, Brother Qin is the best, but who is really the best? Qin Yi smiled and set the little one down. A group of kids, including Yingzi, stared at the little bundle. Some brave ones even reached out to pet the soft fur. Little He thought of himself as a real bundle and curled up, letting the kids touch him. However, the kids were considerate. After a few pats, they quickly got back to work. Ingzi cleverly took Deming and Chiyu to assemble in another room. Tired? Take a break before continuing. I'm not tired. We just have to assemble, no heavy lifting. You rest, I'll handle the rest. Suyan didn't hold back. Thinking about the water and electricity issues later, she figured there was underground water, but it was probably limited. Electricity was even more so. They had to use energy wisely. So, she decided to use her own. She asked her husband to get water and electricity while she took he to help set up the generator they brought back from Lanjingtai and inquired about the situation with the spies. Little Tuanzi has identified over 50 suspicious individuals. Lao Yang and the others are currently questioning them, and we should have results soon. That's a lot of people. Who are they? They're all construction workers. We haven't found anyone from within the system. Most of these people are just scared and timid. Otherwise, if over 50 spies appeared right under my nose, I would have to resign in shame. We're aware of the enemy, but they are hidden. It's hard to defend against them, so you can't blame yourself. You've been very careful. Regardless of the process, if there's a mistake, it's still my fault. Suyan was speechless. In just a few moments, Qin Yi had connected the power line, added fuel, and the generator was running. After finishing the electricity, connecting the water pipe was quick too. Qin Yi had already installed the air conditioner earlier, and now that it had power, he turned it on, making the whole place feel refreshing. Suyan set up a folding table in the living room and took out 2 large watermelons, each weighing about 20 pounds, cutting them into pieces that filled the table. Ingzi, call everyone down to eat watermelon. We have power now, and it will be cool soon. Okay, I'm on it. Watermelon. It had been over a year since they last had some. They had received other fruits as rewards during training, but it had been a long time since they enjoyed watermelon. Now, the young ones looked at the watermelon with shining eyes. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads and faces with their sleeves, each grabbing a piece to eat. Sister Sue, the flooring on the second floor is all done. Great, let's do the first floor next. Suyan wasn't very interested in the watermelon. She sat back in her chair, resting her head against the back and watching the kids eat. Qin Yi finished a piece of watermelon quickly. He still had work to do. Yen, you all take a break before getting back to work.
Don't overdo it.
I'm going to check on the questioning in the office building. I'll come back later to have dinner with you. Okay, you go ahead. Don't worry about me, Suyan replied lazily, feeling content. She had plenty of help and didn't need him. Qin Yi walked over to his wife with a light laugh, playfully ruffling her hair a bit. He leaned down to nuzzle her messy hair with his chin, greeted a group of children, and then left with big strides. Before long, 9 kids finished off 2 large watermelons. Suyan finally understood the saying about how growing boys can eat their parents out of house and home. She wondered if it was enough. They needed to be fed well to work. Is that enough to eat? Do you want me to cut another one? No, it's fine. Sister Sue, we're good. Everyone said they were full, and Suyan agreed it was enough. Eating too much would make it hard to have dinner later. All right, Ingzi, Daming, and Chio, you keep working on the first floor. The rest of you help me clean the second floor. Okay, a group of kids rushed off to wash their hands, and Ingzi even folded the tables before getting back to work. Suyan first found a spot to set up the washing machine, connected the water, and put the curtains in to wash. Then she went to the second floor to arrange furniture in the cleaned rooms. She chose the best home textiles, furniture, and appliances. Since she had collected many of these items from a warehouse in Night City, she made good use of them. Suyan arranged furniture room by room, estimating that the curtains would be done washing soon. She took them out and put them back in to wash again, as there were so many curtains to clean. After the curtains, there were sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases to wash. Curtains could be hung up right after washing and would dry quickly. With 9 young helpers, the progress was very fast. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan were working in one group, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were in another, quickly questioning those the kids thought were suspicious. Qin Yi received results shortly after he arrived. 2 engineers had been persuaded to cooperate, and during the questioning, they confessed quickly after just a few exchanges. Both had worked for the same company in Haicheng before the apocalypse, and they were recruited to build the Alshan base while looking for construction talent at the Haicheng base. As Qin guessed, during and after the earthquake, foreign spies were caught, and the base's security became even tighter. Foreign agents couldn't get in, and these two happened to be out of the base on business, which is why they were bought off with a lot of resources. Since the house was still unoccupied, and the two had the advantage of being engineers, it was easy for them to install listening devices in the villas in Zone S. According to their statements, the other party asked them to complete the task within a specific time. From the phrase specific time, it can be inferred that the other party might have some actions planned at that moment. Since we couldn't get much information from these two, asking their superior should yield some results. Once we obtain the method they use to communicate with the other party, we will act immediately. Old Qin, I have no urgent matters, so I'll go. Yang Jinghui volunteered. Add me to the team. Luo Fuan jumped in before Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan could respond. All right, I'll let you use the aircraft. Be careful and keep it confidential. Qin Yi handed them the aircraft. This device can fly stealthily and is much better than a helicopter. What the other party wants to know is whether we have advanced technology, and we will use what they want to know to deal with them. Haha, Brother E, you really know how to play this game. Old Luo, what are you making the boss out to be? But it's really exciting. We have it and we're not afraid of them knowing, but we just won't let them find out. Hee hee. Old Qin, the three of them are getting carried away. Yang Jinghui patted Qin Yi's shoulder, looking at the three overly cheerful teammates as if they were silly. Indeed, you seem to be the only normal one now. Hurry and take that silly one out on the mission and come back early. Your sister-in-law is treating us to a big dinner tonight. No problem. We'll complete the task within an hour. Enjoy yourselves. Yang Jinghui pulled Luo Fuan by the ear. Let's go, boss. Old Chen, let's see what we can help our sister-in-law with, and we should tidy up our own place too. Zhang Yuan put an arm around each of his friends, and they headed toward the car. Your sister-in-law has a lot of furniture, appliances, and bedding. Let her bring some out for you later. Suyan has a lot of large furniture and appliances stored in the overseas warehouse. Every time Qin Yi enters the space, he sees those items gathering dust. There are also many other messy supplies that are just wasting away. Thank you, boss. Okay, thanks, boss. With more people, work goes faster. When Qin Yi and the others returned, Suyan had just finished decorating the indoor space. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Three handsome guys in matching outfits got out of the car, looking very good. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on her man. He was still the most handsome.
Hello, Vinyi.
Can you help me decide if we should put something in the front and backyards? Maybe not. I agree with old Chen's opinion. If Yan Yan wants to lay something down, we can do part of it. Once the heat passes, we can set up a sunshade outside with a couple of rocking chairs for you and Grandma to enjoy some tea. Qin Yi really understands his wife. If conditions allow, why should anyone make themselves uncomfortable? When his wife asked about what to lay down, she already had an idea in mind. He supported her while suggesting to keep it simple, aligning with her wishes. Suyan did want to cover the yard with balcony wooden flooring, and since Qin Yi suggested doing part of it, they agreed on that. With a wave of her hand, Suyan brought out a pile of balcony wooden flooring. The 9 young helpers came over on their own, asking where to lay it. This group of kids was already used to things appearing out of nowhere. They had seen the space button with their instructors. Chen Dingshan saw his young apprentices and thought it was great. He quickly made a request. Ingzi, bring your siblings to my house tomorrow to help clean up. Right, I need help at my place too. Brother Chen, Brother Zhang will take care of the cleaning at your houses. Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan remembered the furniture situation and approached Suyan about it. What's the layout of your house? How many people live there? I have a 2-bedroom apartment and live with my parents. My place is the same as old Zhang's. Suyan immediately understood the situation. There were beds, wardrobes, nightstands, dressers, sofas, coffee tables, dining tables, and chairs. In addition to furniture, there were also home textiles and small kitchen appliances. Suyan picked out a set for Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan each and asked them to put it away. Let's keep it simple with these. If you think we're missing anything, let me know. That's not simple at all. Chen Dingshan felt it was more than enough. Sister-in-law, This is already luxurious. People moving here usually can't bring furniture. Having a stool and a bed is already great. That's true. Someone skilled in carpentry could make a good profit by opening a shop here. Wife, I think you should clear out some unnecessary items and sell them in the shop. The new base will have a point system. You can set the prices and hire someone to manage the shop. Soo-yeon thought it was a good idea. Many people moving here had no vehicles or fuel to bring furniture. What she considered useless items were essential for others, so opening a shop was necessary. Sister Sue, if you open a shop, we can help you manage it and sell things, okay? Ingzi rushed over to ask for a chance to work when she heard Soo-yeon and Chini talking about opening a shop. She knew they had Soo-yeon's support, so they didn't have to worry about food and could learn various skills. However, there was no place to find supplies here, and without other activities, she felt uneasy about not earning any income. This idea is feasible, but it shouldn't interfere with your studies. You should ask your instructor. Similarly, Soo-yeon wanted to find suitable activities for the 9 children to avoid them becoming dependent. Selling items was a good way for them to meet different people and learn to handle small tasks and relationships. When Ingzi heard Soo-yeon's approval, she went to persuade Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan, worried she wouldn't be enough, so she also brought Du Yu and Chi Yu along. Since sister-in-law agreed, how could Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan oppose? However, Zhang Yuan suggested U9 can be divided into 3 shifts, 3 people in each shift. One shift from 8 in the morning to noon, another from noon to 4 in the afternoon, and the last from 4 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening. Soo-yeon immediately agreed to Zhang Yuan's suggestion. Let's do it as instructor Zhang said. Ingzi, you can decide how to divide the 9 of you into groups. Okay, Sister Sue, there's work to do. Not only was Ingzi happy, but the other children were also excited, which meant they were useful. Outside the yard, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan were working with the 9 children to assemble the floor. Soo-yeon went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Chini came in to help. Wife, what are we making for dinner? Actually, I want the kids to have a meat meal. The best way to enjoy meat is with barbecue, but it's over 40 degrees at night. We don't mind the heat, but they only have regular temperature-controlled clothes and can't use the air conditioning to barbecue indoors. We can barbecue outside. Don't you remember we can use the air conditioning fan? Good. Please help me cut the meat. She took out several pounds of beef, lamb, and pork belly for him to cut. You start cutting, and I'll marinate it once you're done. Don't worry, I'll cut it well. Besides her, she could skip the rice when having barbecue. Counting 5 adults and 9 children who were at the perfect age to eat, Soo-yeon prepared a large electric rice cooker to cook rice. After washing the rice and putting it in the pot, she started peeling potatoes and preparing the barbecue seasoning. Once Chin-yi finished cutting the meat, he began marinating it. Preparing for a barbecue for more than 10 people required a lot of work. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan sent Ingzi and Cheng Cheng into the kitchen to help wash vegetables and skewer the bamboo sticks, which sped things up a lot. Here, they were busy preparing dinner. On the other side, Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan encountered a bit of a problem. Their aircraft was flying stealthily, crossing the border after leaving Airshin, and hovering 3 meters above the ground near the location revealed by the 2 spies. They were about to jump down to capture the targets, and everything seemed to be going quickly. After all, there shouldn't be anyone else in the world who could oppose them, except for their own people. In terms of weaponry, they were far ahead of their opponents. However, just before they were about to capture the targets, they overheard a conversation among 3 people in the spy hideout and listened in for a bit. 3 people were unaware that their hideout had been exposed. They were drinking and discussing the information they had gotten from the 2 engineers. They began to boast about the alliance of major countries like the US, France, and others, planning to pressure China into handing over its advanced technology, claiming it was for the future of humanity. It sounded nice in theory. Every country now has several bases, both official and private. Each aggressive nation wants to be the leader, making it difficult to form an alliance. Now, if we in China were to know about their plans in advance, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Of course, we are not afraid of any alliance. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan had agreed to complete their task within an hour. However, they spent over half an hour listening to the 3 drunken men talk. Once they finished listening, they easily tied up the three intoxicated individuals. On their way back, Luo Fuan called Qin Yi to update him on the situation. Brother Yi, should we interrogate them now? Give them a good beating first, then lock them up? Come back for dinner. Got it. Beating people? That's Luo Fuan's specialty. He can make it so that the person being beaten doesn't show any visible injuries, but still feels intense pain. After Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui had dealt with the three and locked them in the dungeon, they returned to Area S, where many skewers had already been grilled. Seeing a group of apprentices around, Luo Fuan was very happy. Students, have you missed me? Make sure to grill more for me. Go wash your hands quickly. Yang Jinghui punched him lightly while blocking his way. Yes, Brother Yang and Brother Luo. Thank you for your hard work. We have grilled plenty for you. Chiyu moved to a different spot and placed a plate of skewers he had just learned to grill on the table, calling out to the two returning brothers. He was a bit shy, but had a personality similar to Luo Fuan's. There were 2 grilling stations. One was occupied by the apprentices, while Yingzi, Daming, and Chiyu, the older ones, taught the younger 6. Grilling their own food made it taste better, leading to a lively atmosphere as the kids chattered away, sometimes fighting over the salt shaker or the spice jar. The grilling station for the 6 adults had been quiet until Luo Fuan finished washing his hands and came out. As Luo Fuan sat down, he opened a bottle of beer and took a couple of puffs from the mouth of the bottle, saying, "I'm starving. I came back to eat meat ages ago just to listen to those 3 bragging. If I didn't have to wait for them to share some news, I would have shot them already. It's such a waste of my effort to bring them back. They're so big and heavy." Zhang Yuan handed a meat skewer to Luo Fuan, saying, "Just eat, stop talking so much." "Old Zhang, are you trying to kill me by giving me half-cooked meat?" "Shao Qi, let me check if what you grilled is good enough." "Brother Luo, this is for you, you've worked hard." Qiu handed Luo Fuan a large plate of skewers. Luo Fuan swallowed the grilled meat Zhang Yuan gave him with his eyes closed and took a big bite of what Qiu had grilled, feeling revived. After a few complaints, Luo Fuan finally quieted down. Once it was quieter, Yang Jinghui turned to Qin Yi to discuss serious matters. Besides hearing the alliance's plans from those 3, old Luo and I noticed that it seems like they are building a base on the other side of the mountain. Are they copying our homework? And about the alliance you mentioned, it looks like they gave those 2 a deadline to set up the listening devices. They want to gather some information to convince those countries or base leaders to form an alliance. I suspect the same. Tomorrow, let's find out everything those 3 know and report back to the commander. While Qin Yi was discussing serious matters with his teammates, he was also peeling a sweet potato that was roasting in the coals for his wife, blowing on it a few times before starting to peel it, even though it was still hot. "Here, you have to eat this while it's warm. It's delicious. Do you want some?" Su Yan didn't really like meat. She preferred roasted sweet potatoes, corn, chives, and potato slices. "Go ahead and eat first. I'll have some once the others are ready." Okay, it smelled so good, and Su Yan didn't care how they were eating. With several teammates around, she felt shy about taking a bite of the sweet potato in front of Qin Yi first. With the men gathered around, barbecuing and drinking beer, Su Yan decided to join the kids' table instead, feeling more comfortable there. The 7 little ones squeezed next to Su Yan and said, "Sister Su, what do you want to eat?" "I can help you cook." "Sister Su, I have some cooked food here. You can have mine," Deming said as he brought over a plate. A few girls also wanted to squeeze next to Su Yan, but they couldn't get past the 2 boys. Yingzi rolled her eyes at Deming and Chiyu, thinking to herself that these 2 were just flattering her. They didn't even offer her any skewers. Forget it. She didn't want to argue with them. Su Yan noticed Yingzi's expression and smiled to herself, thinking how cute the little sister was, with dimples showing even when she rolled her eyes. Su Yan was someone who really cared about looks and was very protective. Seeing the little boys and girls, whom she considered her own, made her very happy. "Yingzi, in a few days, more people will come to the base. Tomorrow, I will find a good spot for you all to work," Su Yan said. "Sister Su, we're ready for it," Yingzi replied. Yingzi tilted her chin towards Deming and Chiyu, as if to say, "Look, I'm the leader here. Sister Su will only talk to me about important things." "Then you make sure to distribute the 9 of you fairly," Su Yan said, curious to see how Ingzi would organize it. We have 9, so we can form 3 groups of 3. I'm the oldest, so I'll pair with the 2 youngest. Cheng Cheng and Shumi De Ming will take Xiao Jing and Xiao Yi, and Qi will take Lu Yuan and Lu Shan. Does that work, Sister Su? Ingzi explained. Yes, that sounds good, Su Yan replied. Among the 9, the oldest was Ingzi at 13, followed by De Ming and Qiyu, who were 11. The other 5 were girls aged 6 to 9. Having one older child take care of 2 younger ones was perfectly fine. Su Yan wouldn't really leave these kids to run the shop alone. There would be other safety measures in place. The kids were happily eating meat and fruit, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning, their bellies round and full. While the men continued drinking, Su Yan decided to take the kids back. They were all in Area S, but they lived in the apartment section. The 9 of them stayed in a 3-bedroom apartment. Su Yan recalled Luo Fuan mentioning that the 9 little apprentices were arranged in a house on the edge of the villa area. Ingzi had told her they had just moved there a few days ago, and living there wouldn't attract too much attention. That made sense to her. A group of kids led Su Yan to show her their rooms. Everyone expressed how much they liked this place. It has water, electricity, and is clean, without worrying about various bugs biting them. Su Yan looked around. Each room had 2 bunk beds and a box for each person to store their belongings, all arranged neatly and kept clean. 2 little boys shared a room, while Lu Yuan, Lu Shan, He Xiao Jing, and He Xiao Yi shared another. Ingzi and Lu Shumi, along with Xing Qingcheng, shared a room as well. The living and dining area were combined, with supplies stored in a few large boxes next to the dining table. The living room had 2 long rows of desks and chairs. It was clear that the special forces had trained these kids. There was a bit of a military management style. In the kitchen, several large barrels stored plenty of water. Knowing that water is scarce, they filled them up, which is a good habit. There were also several large bags filled with charcoal. This charcoal was taught to us by Brother Zhang and Brother Luo. There are many dry trees on the mountain, Ingzi explained as Su Yan looked at the charcoal. You did a great job, Ingzi. Su Yan praised sincerely. When the group of kids heard Ingzi being complimented, they all looked over, hoping for praise too. Su Yan smiled and praised each of them. She then asked if they needed anything, and they all shook their heads, saying they had enough food and weren't lacking anything for now. Su Yan left some easy-to-store ham and sausages, and a little bit of vegetables and fruit. They had no place to store too much, and since they were close by, it would be easy to get more later. When she returned home, the barbecue stand had already closed, and the trash was collected in a large bin at the door. When Su Yan got back, Luo Fuan and the others had already left. Are you tired? You've been busy all day, she asked. I'm not tired. So many people helped. I just missed the 2 little ones not being around, he replied. Without the 2 little ones, the grandparents were also gone and the 2 lazy dogs were missing too. In Area S, it was just a few of them living there. The villa area was a few minutes' walk from the apartment buildings, making the surroundings quiet. Chini locked the door and picked up his wife to carry her upstairs. Put me down, aren't you tired? She said. I'm not tired. Carrying my wife is never tiring, he replied. Carrying her upstairs felt as easy as walking on flat ground, and he placed her down in the bathroom. Do you want to wash first, or should we do it together? I'll go first, you wait outside. Su Yan felt uneasy. She thought the house lacked proper security, and without De Huang and A Hei around, she sensed danger everywhere. Qin Yi could see his wife's worries. This is Area S, and it's also where my grandfather will be living soon. The security isn't as bad as you think. The listening devices were just an accident. You didn't have He check, but when my grandfather moves in, we'll scan again. I believe you. Su Yan couldn't stand the smell of barbecue on her, so she washed her hair before coming out. Qin Yi was waiting with a hairdryer. You go wash, I'll dry my hair myself. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hearing him say, I'll wait for you, made her feel warm and happy. Su Yan playfully used the hairdryer to push him into the bathroom. A little separation felt like a new marriage. The next morning, Su Yan got up, rubbing her waist. Breakfast was already prepared by someone. Yen, eat something before resting a bit. There's no rush with the shop. Rest well before checking out the Central Plaza. Let me know which place you like. Got it. Then I'll go get busy. Qin hugged his wife, their faces close before heading out. Su-Yen watched him leave, feeling proud. Knowing she was watching, he turned back and smiled, looking refreshed. She couldn't understand why he didn't seem tired. After getting up, she didn't go back to sleep. First, she called her grandmother to ask about the two little ones, then drove to the central plaza of the base to explore the shopping area. Of course, she wanted to choose the prime spot for the shop. Entering through the main gate of the base led directly to the central plaza, a spot visible to anyone entering or leaving the base. Su-Yen started a video call to show Qin. Okay, I'll have someone bring you the keys. While waiting for the keys in her car, Su-Yen noticed a helicopter landing a kilometer away at the base gate. It was one of the helicopters she sold, undoubtedly from Lu Shui. However, she decided to wait for the keys instead of joining the crowd. Less than 10 minutes later, a soldier in a plain uniform drove over and respectfully handed the keys to Su-Yen. After parking the car in front of the shop, Su-Yen opened the roller shutter and took a look inside. The space was over 200 square meters, with a cement floor and white walls. With just a few shelves and products, she could open for business. Without hesitation, she decided to get to work, using the shelves she had previously collected from the warehouse. The space was small, so she divided it into two areas, a food section and a daily necessities section. Su-Yen moved the shelves out, trying to fit as many as possible to save space, arranging them neatly without worrying too much about aesthetics. By the time she finished setting up the shelves, it was already noon. Su-Yen drove back and called Ingzi, asking the workers to come help her tidy up the Qin family's house in the afternoon. Thinking that Lu Shui was also busy setting up her place, she decided not to stop by and instead prepared lunch. Before long, she heard a car pull up and a man enter the house. Yen, I'm back. Wash your hands and eat. Su-Yen cooked some rice and stir-fried some bok choy, while the other two meat dishes were leftovers made by Su-Qing. While eating, Su-Yen naturally brought up the three foreigners they had captured the day before. They were interrogated, but they didn't know much. However, from the little information they revealed, we can guess the intentions of the forces behind them. They just want to confirm whether the advanced technology we possess is real. If it is, they want to share or even more. But no matter their goal, we won't let them succeed. If it comes to war, they know our advanced technology is mostly genuine, and even if they had 100 chances, they wouldn't dare to act. As for them setting up a base on the other side of the mountain, that's fine. The underground river is on our side. However, since they have provoked us multiple times, we will show them a little response. So, what are we going to do? Zhou Shooting has publicly auctioned the space button, and he has completely taken on the responsibility for having high-tech supply channels. The spies in Haiqing must know this. My grandfather and great-grandfather's intention is to let them know but not allow them to gain anything. Don't say that disasters have no borders or that there is humanitarianism. Those wolves decades ago didn't talk about humanitarianism or borders in the face of disaster. All aid comes with a price, which includes money and other conditions. Do you want to do something? Let's drop a heavy bomb weighing 60 kilograms over there in the mountains to intimidate them. We need to strengthen our base's defenses, preserve our national strength, and try to ensure that more people can survive future unknown disasters. Everything else can wait. How many people are left in the country? How many can this base accommodate? It's been almost 2 years since the disaster began, and the population has sharply decreased. It's not an exaggeration to say that only 1 in 100 remains. This number is still declining every day. Only about 1.5 million have moved here, and there are still many people across the country who haven't entered the base. The base will continue to expand and accept more people. But this place isn't a permanent solution, sighs Su-Yen. She never worried about these things before. What good is high technology? Disasters come without warning. The gold obtained through national efforts looks like a lot, but it's only enough to buy one spaceship, which can hold at most 100,000 people. The space output can be traded on the platform, but to gather enough gold for another spaceship, it would take years of continuous production and trading. However, she doesn't know when it started. Maybe it was from spending more time with Qin and her grandfather, that her thoughts have elevated? During this lunch, Su Yan learned a lot about important matters and thought about the endless disasters ahead, feeling down. Chini noticed that his wife was overthinking again, so he changed the subject. Do you still need to renovate the shop you like today? When will you have someone install the points cash register system? What should we name the shop? I can help make a sign. Tomorrow in the afternoon, I'll have Z and the others help tidy up the place where Grandpa and my parents are staying. The shop will be called Everything Can Be Found. Everything can be found? Not bad. Those who understand will get it. Isn't that the point? The name has a bit of a fishing vibe to it. After finishing lunch, Chin-Yi hurried back to the office building. Su-Yan went to the house next door that belongs to the Chin family, set up the generator and water tower she needed, and searched for wooden flooring. She found that there wasn't enough stock, so she traded some gold for more. After all, it wouldn't be good if her maternal grandfather had it, but her in-laws did not. Ingzi quickly arrived with a group of children. There was no need for arrangements. Just like yesterday, everyone knew their roles. Su-Yan didn't go looking for Lu Shui, but Lu Shui came looking for her. She brought a small cart into her 500 square meter space. After finding Su-Yan's house in Area S, where her mom and aunts were tidying up, she took the cart and started wandering around the villa area, spotting Su-Yan's modified Hummer in front of the Chin family house. Yan, I know it's you. Do you need to shout so loudly? Yes, I thought I'd never see you again. Lu Shui jumped out of the car and rushed in to hug Su-Yan, as if they hadn't seen each other in years, both excited and playful. Su-Yan pushed her away a bit. Stand still and talk properly. Haraha, don't worry, I like guys. Sister, you're the best. You're like my sister from another mother. You arranged everything in the villa for me. I'm so excited. You've known this for a while now. Why are you so surprised? Of course it matters. Knowing and seeing are different. After being pushed away by her sister, Lu Shui noticed many older kids busy inside. Are those your little brothers? Are you living here? Yes, this is the Chin family, my in-laws. I live with my grandparents next door. You don't need to clean up since you just arrived. Oh, my mom and aunts came by helicopter, so someone is cleaning. Come on, this is a construction site. Let's go to your house to talk. Lu Shui pulled Su-Yan toward the door. Do you know if my house is cleaned up? Of course. The place you live in is always cleaned first. Besides, your grandfather has a higher status. Can't you think normally for once? I can walk by myself. Stop pulling me. I was so excited. I was going to invite you and your partner over for dinner today, but my mom said we don't have any decent furniture or even chairs to sit on. We'll definitely invite you again when my dad comes home. Let me tell you, Lo Shue kept talking nonstop until Su-Yan turned on the air conditioning, pushed her onto the sofa, and handed her a glass of juice to make her stop. Do you have any wooden flooring left? I want to buy some. None left. That's okay, I'll just use the old ones. I brought the flooring from the 2 houses in Jiangcheng. Su-Yan was a bit incredulous. Don't doubt me. I really brought 2 truckloads of furniture. My dad and my brother drove over with a big group. I used my storage button to pack supplies, and I filled every inch of space with wooden flooring. You know, I didn't waste a single cubic meter of the 500 cubic meters of space. Before I packed my little car with the storage button, I filled it with supplies first. Lo Shue continued to chatter about the move from Jiangcheng. As long as you didn't interrupt her, she could keep talking endlessly. When Ingzi came to call Su-Yan, saying they had finished the flooring and cleaned up, Su-Yan had to get busy, and Lo Shue finally left. After Ingzi and the others left, Su-Yan arranged the furniture and appliances and decided not to worry about the rest. The next morning, she went to the shop. Everything Can Be Found was already hanging on the shop sign, and the staff was waiting for Su-Yan to open the door and install the point collecting machine. She noticed that some people had already moved in, which made sense since it had been a few days. Ms. Su, can we install the machine now? Yes, please go ahead. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Su-Yan unlocked the door, and the 2 staff members quickly helped lift the rolling shutter door. The granddaughter of General Sheng and the granddaughter-in-law of General Qin was truly beautiful and very polite, so they were eager to help. Su-Yan showed them where to place the payment machine, and they finished the setup in just a few minutes. Miss Su, It's ready now. You can start entering products and open for business. Would you like me to demonstrate? Thank you, but I can manage. She only needs Hehe. As long as there is a machine to collect points, she is fine. The two staff members left after realizing no demonstration was needed. Suyen pulled down the roller shutter, turned on the lights inside, and brought Hehe out. Time to work, little buddy. Scan the items from my shelf into the machine. Su, you're being tough on the AI. Get to work. You're the most popular AI around. Suyen shook off the little buddy who was clinging to her leg, and Hehe had to temporarily take on the role of a versatile worker. I've finished scanning. Please set the prices. Su, you can't do this to me. How am I supposed to know how many points you want to sell for? Set the prices based on the shelf numbers. Shelf 1 is a flat 5 points. Shelf 2 is 8 points. To make it easier for the kids and herself, Suyen organized the items like a discount store, categorizing them by similar value when selecting from the space so that items of similar worth were placed together, each earning the same points. Hehe could only use its advanced intelligence to label the prices on the machine. For safety, the store also needed a security presence. Who would be suitable? After thinking it over, Suyen decided to get a robot. After upgrading the space to level 8, she could buy a security robot, even if it was a bit expensive. It couldn't look like a humanoid like Su Qing, so she chose the cheapest option, which was a simple metal robot. After the transaction was completed and the robot was set up according to her plans, it was programmed to eject anyone involved in theft, fighting, damaging items, or verbally insulting the staff. If someone used a weapon, the robot could respond with a laser gun. After some thought, Suyen decided that the robot should only act on theft and verbal insults toward staff when those behaviors were detected. Hehe, please add 2 more features. One for automatically identifying troublemakers based on their card information and adding them to a blacklist, and another for real-time monitoring of incidents. The monitoring required a display, so Suyen found another screen and mounted it on the wall behind the cash register. The cash register was positioned near the entrance, making it visible from both inside and outside the store. For now, nothing seems to be missing. Suyen brought Ingzi and the others here for training this afternoon. When the group saw the tall robot in the store, their eyes lit up with excitement. I'll explain how things work. When you see customers, just help them scan the items they choose. For payment, use this card. After scanning the items to get the total, scan the card again to complete the payment. If the customer doesn't have enough balance, it will alert you. Suyen took out the access card provided by the base and demonstrated it to Ingzi and the others. The card is about the size of a bank card and is used for entering the base, clocking in for work, and transactions. It's a one-card solution for everything. Once she confirmed that all 9 kids understood, she began to introduce the robot. This robot is something you all must be very interested in, right? Yes. It's so cool. Daming and Chio were the most excited. Being boys, they couldn't resist the allure of the robot. The girls also gathered around it. This robot's name is Kaishin. I want each of you to introduce yourselves to Kaishin and shake hands. In the future, if there are any serious issues or if someone tries to leave without paying, Kaishin will handle it. You're still young, and some people might think they can bully you because of that. If a customer refuses to listen to reason, just call Kaishin to remove them. We are here to do business, not to be mistreated. No one gets to act like a boss in our store. Here, customers are not always treated like royalty. If someone wants to be a king, they can go elsewhere. Suyen's attitude was clear. It's a seller's market, and there's no need to tolerate bad behavior. Ha ha. The kids laughed happily. Xing Chengcheng, the youngest, asked a curious question. Sister Su, how do we send them to the sky? Just let Kaishin throw them up and they'll go to the sky. This, of course, made the kids laugh even more. These kids are not ordinary. They understood how to scan items and process payments after just one demonstration. Working in pairs for 4 hours to watch the store wouldn't be a problem at all. The children felt confident about their new jobs and were very happy. Considering the distance from Area S to the store in the central plaza of the base, should we arrange for a transportation vehicle? Suyen asked, do you want me to get you bicycles? They couldn't drive cars yet, but all except Ching Chung could ride small bicycles. Sister Sue, we need 3 bicycles at the store and 3 for the return trips. That's too many to manage. I think 2 tricycles would be better. The group of kids all agreed on the tricycles. That sounds good. Su Yan found 2 tricycles and even got locks for them. She handed the keys to Ingzi, and there was no need to pick a day. They would open for business tomorrow. As they opened the roller shutter and prepared to leave, they noticed a lot of people outside pointing and talking. When these people saw the door open and the shelves filled with products, they rushed into the store. They couldn't wait until tomorrow to open, so they had to start right away. To save time, Su Yan took out a loudspeaker and had Ingzi record a message. All products are clearly priced and can be paid with points. If you don't have points, please go to the official exchange hall to get them before coming back. The store is under full surveillance. Please shop politely and do not steal. Anyone caught stealing will be banned permanently, and serious offenders will be dealt with accordingly. This announcement made some people hesitate who were thinking of taking things without paying. However, some others looked around the store and thought, what could a pretty girl running a shop with a bunch of kids do? They didn't care about the threats of being banned or thrown out. Su Yan and Ingzi sat behind a cash register, watching a crowd of eager customers. The other kids didn't need to be told what to do. 2 stood by the door, while 4 kept watch inside. The youngest, Ching Chung, stood by the shelf of instant noodles and saw an old man tear open a bag and start eating. You can't eat that before paying. Go away, kid. Where do you see me eating? The old man completely ignored her and continued munching happily. Sister Sue, someone is stealing food. Ching Chung got up from the floor, sniffled, and ran to the cash register. Don't worry. Think about how we should handle this situation. Just throw them out and ban them. All right, I have authorized all of you to use the robot. What should we do now? The loud crunching of instant noodles was heard, and Su Yan chose to stay silent, allowing the young staff to handle the situation. Zheng Chengqing paused for a moment, then wiped her eyes with her sleeve and pointed to the statue of the God of Wealth next to the cash register. God of Wealth, it's time to act. Okay. The God of Wealth understood when to take action and was aware of the store's situation, but needed a command. Now that he received the instruction, he skillfully maneuvered around the customers in the store and approached the elderly man who was still eating instant noodles. He lifted the man and carried him to the door, making sure not to damage anything inside. Put me down. Monster. The large robot stood next to the cash register, and anyone entering the store could see it, but many thought it was just a decoration. Now, seeing it move and grab people, with the loudspeaker repeatedly announcing to throw them out. Several customers who were about to open their snack packages quietly pulled their hands back and decided to wait and see. The God of Wealth brought the man to the entrance and tossed him out like a frog, then immediately started to hit him. Su Yan had thought about how to handle such situations when setting up the robot. It didn't matter if someone was young or old. With so many people coming in and out of the store every day, could they really play the victim? Even if she had 10 more helpers, it wouldn't be enough. This was her territory and she made the rules. If they didn't follow them, they would face the consequences. When setting up the robot, there was an option to ensure that the hits wouldn't be fatal, allowing for a bold approach to discipline. Smack, smack. It's a murder. This is a shady store, a shady store. The God of Wealth was hitting the man who rolled on the ground. A middle-aged man who had entered with the elderly man rushed over to grab the robot and even tried to fight back, but he was also struck. The middle-aged man shouted, "Call the security team from the base, hurry. Chung, what should we do next?" Su Yan encouraged her. "We should tell the person what they did wrong." Zheng Chung replied, still a bit timid but remembering how to handle the situation. Su Yan smiled encouragingly and nodded at the young girl. Zheng Chung then stood at the entrance, facing outside, and said, "This person is stealing food from the store, and thieves deserve to be punished." After finishing her words, the little girl quickly ran back to the cash register. Chung is great. Sister Sue, I'm not that great. In fact, little Chung felt very happy inside. She had received praise. Ingzi and the other children gave Chung a thumbs up, making her stand a little taller and puff out her chest. As long as the robot wasn't told to stop, it would keep going. Most people at the door were saying, It's just a pack of instant noodles. Do you really need to hit someone so hard? Some argued that stealing was wrong, so getting hit was deserved. A few people in the store also wanted to sneak away with items. Some quietly returned and put back small items they had hidden in their sleeves. Someone thought the old man who opened a package and ate it on the spot was foolish. Stealing might not always get you caught, and look, someone was trying to sneak away in the chaos. As soon as a person stepped out the door, an alarm went off. Beep, beep, beep. When the warning sounded, the store staff didn't need to give orders. The security robot would intervene. The security robot reached out its long arm, grabbed the person, and threw them to the ground, starting to hit them. The middle-aged man and the old man lay on the ground pretending to be hurt, groaning, possibly waiting for security to come and help them. But where were they? How could they drop items from their clothes after just a couple of punches? 2 sausages, a pack of chocolate, and a bag of sugar fell out. These are mine. Yours? Check the surveillance on the wall. That's you hiding the items, Ingzi said. This reminder caught the attention of everyone inside and outside the store. The monitor on the back wall of the cash register showed everything clearly. The security team arrived quickly. The robot that was hitting people was stopped by Ingzi, who called out to Chung Chung. More people gathered at the store entrance, and it looked like there were over 100. The 3 people who had been thrown out and hit saw the security team coming and clung to a soldier's leg, complaining. The 3 soldiers pulled their legs away and moved a bit farther from them. Their commanding officer had already given instructions, and they often saw Officer Chin at the construction site over the past 6 months. He had a good reputation. This store is protected by Officer Chin, and he naturally does not associate with people of questionable character. Additionally, those teenagers live in Zone S. With such a background, the security team handles things fairly. Well, Su Yan's strong background was completely overlooked. 3 soldiers approached the store entrance and politely asked Su Yan, "You're the store manager, right? Could you please explain what happened?" "Here's the video. You can watch it yourself." Su Yan had already explained enough to her team today and was tired, so she pointed to the screen for them to see. With the video evidence, the 3 who were beaten had no way to argue and were taken away by the security team for a warning. Those who thought they could sneak away with something quietly gave up on that idea. Many smart people realized that a store like this, with surveillance and robot guards, was not one to mess with, especially since the security personnel were polite. If you want to buy something, do it properly. If not, just leave. After this incident, a few genuine customers came in to shop. The young cashier improved from being awkward to skilled at scanning items. Su Yan felt she could take a step back and let others manage. The base was not very crowded at the moment, as most people had just arrived and did not have supplies to exchange for points, so there were not many actual buyers. After watching for a while, Su Yan asked Ingzi to assign a group to watch the store until 8 p.m., while the rest could go home and prepare for tomorrow's schedule. Then she left. As soon as she got home, she received a message from Chin. Yen, things have been a bit hectic these past few days, so I can't have dinner with you tonight. If you miss the little ones, you can return to the capital. Grandpa has almost arranged everything, and he will come to the base with me. Okay, then I'll head back to Dawn now. After exchanging safety wishes, they ended the call. Su Yan locked the courtyard gate and the main door, then took her flying vehicle and left, arriving at Dawn just in time for dinner. As she entered Dawn, she deliberately slowed down to look around. The base was much less crowded than in the evening, with half the people gone. Upon returning to the backyard of the Sheng family, her flying vehicle finally stopped, and 2 dogs came running over, their tails wagging like propellers. Woof, 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 woof. Lazy dogs, when I'm home, you just lie there pretending to be dead. It's only been 2 days since I left, and it's not like no one is feeding you. Move aside. Even though she complained, her hands were busy petting the 2 dogs until she heard a sweet voice calling Mommy. Only then did Su Yan shake off the dogs by her legs. Mommy. Mommy is back. Little Wei Wei was running towards her with both hands raised, stumbling a bit as if she hadn't seen her mom in ages. With that adorable look, anyone would want to squat down and open their arms for her. Little Rui also ran, but he followed his sister closely, as if protecting his unreliable little sister. Su Yan squatted down to catch her rushing daughter. When the brother got close to their mom, he stopped just to step away. Mommy, what's wrong, little Rue? Don't you want a hug for mommy? After catching her daughter with both hands, Su Yan freed one hand to pull her son into her embrace, making sure to treat them equally and hug both. I do, but mommy's hands are full. Mommy's hands are free. She can hold both of us. Yeah, little Wei is right. Su Yan was glad she had kept up with her exercise, so she could carry both of them as she walked back inside. Mommy, why isn't Daddy back yet? Daddy is very busy. I miss Daddy, Mommy. Little Wei hugged her mom's neck, whispering about Daddy, making Su Yan feel a little jealous. Little Rue didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of love for his mom, which made Su Yan feel a bit better. I heard from Su Qing that your flying machine is in the backyard. These two kids ran out like they were flying, and I couldn't catch up. I really need to practice more. Okay, I'll practice with Grandma. You don't need to run out with them, just go back inside. Don't pull me. Hold them properly as you go inside. All right.
I'm hungry.
Did my aunt make dinner? Dinner is ready, just waiting for you and the old man. In the Huaxia base, it was just her and Qin Yi, with no one else around. While that was nice, Su Yan realized she preferred having her grandparents and the two little ones, along with their dog, at home. Even though Grandpa often spent time in his study when he was home, at least she could see him. Just as Grandma finished speaking, Grandpa returned. Grandpa, great-grandpa, great-grandpa. Grandpa Sheng responded with a sound and set down his briefcase, shaking hands with the two little ones still in Su Yan's arms. He then asked Su Yan, Xiao Yan, how do you feel about the new base? It feels crowded to me, but at least we don't have a water shortage for now, so I think no one can complain about that, except for her own home, which had plenty of water. During her few hours in the shop, Su Yan heard some people discussing the Huaxia base, and they seemed quite satisfied, especially about having running water. This side is almost ready too. Besides the management staff left behind, the higher-ups will start heading to the Huaxia base tomorrow. Don't talk about work as soon as you get back. Xiao Yan is not your subordinate. Let's eat first. Okay, let's eat first. Grandpa Sheng gently supported Grandma as they went to wash their hands. Su Qing set up the two little ones' chairs and took them to wash their hands, putting on their smocks and letting them learn to eat by themselves. At the Sheng family dinner table, there was no rule against talking while eating, so Su Yan shared that she opened a general store at the new base. The things you don't need can be useful to others. Trading them is better than letting them go to waste. I think the same way. I asked Qin Yi about the purchasing power of the base points before setting the prices, and I made them quite low. Yes, the descendants of the Sheng family are very aware. Grandpa, when you praise me like that, it makes me suspicious that you have some kind of scheme. Huh. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Seeing great-grandpa laugh, the two little ones waved their spoons and joined in the laughter, scattering rice across half the table. Not wanting to scold the little ones, Grandma turned to Grandpa instead, saying he was not eating properly and was setting a bad example for the kids. At the lively dining table with both young and old, Su Yan ate an extra half bowl of rice. After the meal, the elder asked his granddaughter for several large boxes, and he went to organize the study. The grandmother also wanted a few boxes when she saw this. Su Yan began to tidy up the things on the second floor, putting everything that could fit into the cabinets inside. For items that couldn't fit, she packed them into boxes to save space. Everything was organized except for the items needed for the next day. Thanks to the Sheng family for packing early instead of waiting until the day of departure, as many items would have been damaged and needed to be retrieved from the debris due to the earthquake that struck early in the morning. In times of peace and prosperity, disasters can still be unpredictable, especially in a world prone to natural calamities. The nationwide relocation was indeed not so smooth. It seemed like the heavens were worried about not being able to harm humanity as another earthquake over magnitude 8 struck. When the strong tremors hit, Su Yan was having breakfast with her grandparents and the two little ones. She quickly grabbed the two little ones with one hand and her grandparents with the other, instantly sending them to safety. Bowls and chopsticks fell all over the dining table, and Su Qing quickly returned to Su Yan's side from the kitchen, only to be sent away as well. The two dogs ran into the living room, slipping as they ran. With their short legs, They struggled to keep steady, and it was clear how Su Yan felt. She stood up and moved towards the dogs to send them to safety too. After taking just 2 steps, she lunged forward, her hand just managing to touch the dogs, and finally got them to safety. Before Su Yan could get back up from the floor, there was a loud crash from the dining room and kitchen as they collapsed. The 2 guards in the yard noticed the earthquake immediately and rushed inside, finding Su Yan on the ground. They staggered over to grab her and ran outside. Su Yan, where are the commander and the grandmother? And where are your 2 children and the dogs? The guards dragged Su Yan outside while asking and turned back to go inside again. They're not inside, they're safe. The guards didn't know how they were safe, but since Su Yan said the others weren't inside, it didn't make sense to go back in. Before the 3 could stand up, another strong tremor shook the ground. They had to cover their heads and crouch down, and it took nearly 2 minutes for the shaking to stop. This villa area is not intact. Some buildings have completely collapsed, while others are leaning at a sharp angle. Standing up and looking at the tall buildings from before, some are half the height they used to be, and others are tilting dangerously. The strong tremors have raised dust and debris, filling the entire dawn base. The sounds of buildings collapsing surround them, along with the frightened cries of people escaping from inside. 2 guards instinctively wanted to rush out to help, but after a few steps, they turned back because they needed to protect the people in front of them. I'm fine here, and my grandparents are safe too. You should go help those in need, but be careful. With the guards gone, Su Yan felt it was safe to enter her space. Okay. The 2 guards thought for a few seconds and then bravely ran outside. Having experienced earthquakes in her past life and another one abroad, Su Yan was not too panicked. After the guards left, she took out her flying device, circled the base inside and out to assess the situation, and then quickly entered her space. Inside the space, her grandparents were each holding a child, sitting in the small yard anxiously waiting. They sighed in relief upon seeing their granddaughter, but then their brows furrowed again. Su Yan knew her grandparents were worried about her safety, but she was more concerned about the people outside. Xiao Yan, what's happening outside? Hurry and let me out. You stay here with your grandmother and the children. Grandpa, I'll tell you what's going on outside, but you can't go out yet. Even if you do, it won't change anything. But before Grandpa Sheng could say more, Grandma interrupted. Listen to Xiao Yan. Can you stop the earthquake by going out? Wait until it's completely over before you go out. We need you to be in charge, so don't worry about me and the kids. Sigh. Doesn't Grandpa understand this? He waved his hand helplessly, signaling Su Yan to explain what was happening outside. The 2 guards are okay for now. They went to help people. The earthquake is over magnitude 8, and most of the buildings in the villa area have collapsed. Many people have escaped, and in other areas, some buildings are half buried or toppled. It's estimated that about 1/3 of those who escaped are outside, and the base security personnel are helping to evacuate the public. Disasters never come alone. Yesterday evening, we received news from Old Chin that the people from their southwest base encountered a strong earthquake on their way after 2 days of travel. At the same time, both Haicheng and Jiangqing bases also faced strong earthquakes on the road. No wonder Qin Yi insisted on sending her back to the Dawn base yesterday evening. He seemed off, and now it makes sense. Great-grandpa, don't be sad. Everything will be all right. Little Rue in Old Sheng's arms reached out to pat the old man's furrowed brow. Surprisingly, it worked very well. Old Sheng touched the child's forehead, and his expression relaxed a lot. Great-grandpa believes in our little Rue. Everything will be fine. Little Rue mimicked the adults and nodded seriously, finally bringing a smile to Great-grandpa's face. After about 10 more minutes, Su Yan prepared to go outside to check. Xiao Yan, let me go out. Grandpa, I can promise I'll be fine, you know that. There's no way to guarantee safety. It's better to be cautious. You must not go. Neither of you is allowed to go out. Does it really matter if you leave a few minutes earlier or later? Just wait a bit longer. The old lady was crying, and Old Sheng couldn't handle it. He decided to wait a little longer. Su Yan also received a stern look from the old lady and didn't dare to insist again. After another half hour, when Su Yan suggested going outside again, the old lady finally nodded. As soon as Su Yan stepped out, she spotted Xiao Mu standing among the ruins. Xiao Yan, are you all okay? We're fine. How's Aunt Qinglan? She's okay. I knew you would be safe. Even though she knew Su Yan was there and would likely be fine, there was still worry. Xiao Mu had carried Liao Qinglan downstairs immediately when the earthquake struck, and just as they exited the stairwell, the building collapsed halfway. After ensuring Liao Qinglan was settled, he came to find Su Yan. On the way, he met the Sheng family guards involved in the rescue, who informed him that Su Yan said the commander and the old lady were safe, but they didn't say where they were. Xiao Mu understood. He knew about Su Yan's ability to bring people into her space, so he waited right there. Should I take you to find my grandpa? Let the leader come out. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain if someone asks. But you need to stay close in case of any emergencies so you can take the leader to safety. Su Yan thought about it and agreed. With such a big earthquake, the security team would definitely come looking, and other leaders would want to know what was happening. Just saying that Leader Sheng was safe, without showing him, would raise suspicions. Su Yan and Xiao Mu accompanied Elder Sheng as they walked out of the tilted gate, followed by De Huang and De He. De Huang and De He were skilled in search and rescue, and their abilities shouldn't be wasted. Xiao Mu, take De Huang and De He to help. Okay, leader. Xiao Mu reminded Su Yan to keep an eye on the leader before confidently taking the two dogs to join the nearby rescue efforts. Su Yan walked with Elder Sheng toward the office building. Along the way, the old man's communication wristband beeped several times. They were all messages about the earthquake from various places. This meant that, besides the southwestern region, Hai City and Jiang City, which experienced the earthquake yesterday evening, other areas, like the capital, also had earthquakes early this morning. This earthquake nearly affected the whole country, except for the Chen Erzhan area, which had just experienced one 2 weeks ago. They definitely couldn't go up to the office building. In the open space below the tilted building, some staff had set up a row of tents. Leader Sheng, this way. Okay. Su Yan and Sheng entered one of the tents, which had a table, 2 chairs, and several sealed cardboard boxes piled up. Once Elder Sheng sat down, several department leaders followed him in. Leader Sheng, are we still moving according to the original plan today? The original plan was to move at 9 this morning, but it has been postponed to 2 this afternoon. Notify all team leaders to manage their teams well. Anyone who couldn't depart with the group today should go on their own later. Leader Sheng, should we use the supplies meant for the new base for this disaster relief? Yes, go ahead. Leader Sheng, the medical department is short on various medicines, especially for external injuries. Send someone here to collect the medicine in half an hour. The medicine she collected was mostly unused, with only a little sold, and some taken by Qin Yi. The rest was stored in her space, which her grandfather knew about. As soon as she heard her grandfather say someone would pick up the medicine in half an hour, Su Yan realized it was from her space. Without waiting for her grandfather to speak, she brought out all the usable medicine. The medicine took up most of the tent, and all the boxes were labeled in foreign languages. Elder Sheng's gaze fell on his granddaughter, who was still retrieving medicine. He thought about how she had risked everything abroad for this medicine, especially just after giving birth. How helpless she must have felt. The old man felt a wave of sympathy. He wondered how that young man was doing supporting Old Qin. Old Qin, who was being mentioned by Elder Sheng, was not doing well. The survivors from the southwest base encountered an earthquake while on the road. Vehicles filled with people and supplies were traveling on winding mountain roads, and many flipped down the slopes during the quake. In areas like Haicheng and Jiangcheng, they also experienced the earthquake while heading to Arzhan. Qin Yi received the news almost immediately. The southwest base was hit the hardest. His team rushed to the scene as quickly as possible and worked all night to rescue people. Even so, they lost a third of the people. Many were injured as well. Qin Jiyu and his son were seriously hurt but recovered after using a human cell repair solution. However, at 10 kilograms of gold per dose, it was not something everyone could afford, and the base could not provide it for free to so many people. The injured were treated with regular medicine, and they used up all the supplies Qin Yi brought. Those who were not injured and could still walk were already arranged to move forward, leaving behind those who were too badly hurt to continue. Elder Qin looked at the tents set up on the crumbling hillside for the injured and murmured to himself. Staying in the southwest without a water source, we finally find a place with water to relocate, and then we encounter this disaster. Does the heavens truly want to wipe out humanity? We just want to survive. Why is it so difficult? Elder Qin was a man who had come down from the battlefield. Death was something he was used to. Dying in battle during rescue missions or fighting against dark forces, all those deaths had meaning. This is the first time I feel so powerless in front of so many people. Even someone as bold as Grandpa Qin has moments when he can't hold it together. Dad, please eat some breakfast.
Don't bother me.
Gu Xiaolin has already brought breakfast to Grandpa 3 times but hasn't managed to get him to eat a bite. Noticing that Grandpa's mood is off, she doesn't dare to insist and instead seeks help from Qin Yi, who is busy nearby.
I understand, Mom.
You should take a break and let Grandpa have some time alone. All right, be careful. I won't disturb you. Gu Xiaolin doesn't fully leave Grandpa alone. She watches from a distance. Qin Yi has been directing rescue efforts all night and is now busy treating the injured with Luo Fuan. Chen Dingshan is in charge of flying the helicopter to survey and clear the roads. Yang Jinghui and Zhang Yuan are leading the search and rescue team. After just one night, the detection devices are showing little response. Let's wrap it up, Lao Zhang. Wait, Lao Yang, don't you think the detector is broken? We've been involved in earthquake rescues before, and people buried for 2 or 3 days can still be alive, but now? Zhang Yuan's confusion is understandable to Yang Jinghui. No one believes that after just one night, there's no sign of life. But the detector is not broken. After such a long natural disaster, most people are in poor health. The extreme heat, along with the lack of food and water, makes it hard for them to endure. Let's head back, Lao Zhang. Yang Jinghui pats Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and starts to walk back. Zhang Yuan just doesn't want to believe it. He knows the equipment isn't faulty. It's the world that has changed. When the younger generation approaches, Grandpa Qin has already composed himself. Xiao Yi, Xiao Luo, Xiao Yang, Xiao Zhang, thank you for your hard work. What's the current situation? Grandpa, Chen Dingshan reported that the road damage isn't too severe. We can repair it as we go, and we should move the injured immediately. Continuing the search and rescue isn't necessary. Qin Yi explains the search and rescue situation to Grandpa Qin in detail. Then let's go. If there aren't enough vehicles, we'll transport one batch first and then return for a second round. After driving down the mountain, they used the convenience of the space button to bring everything up. The vehicles that were not badly damaged could still be repaired and used. Grandpa, you arrange for the people at the southwest base to leave first. My team will stay here until all the injured are evacuated. Okay. Qin Yi took out several large trucks stored in his space button. Old Chen, do you have enough excavators? Is there anything else you need? Yes, if I need more, I'll ask you. All right. After ending the communication, Qin Yi organized the people he brought from the Huaxia base and signaled to the 3 people beside him. The 4 of them left the camp and quietly took off in the aircraft. They went to an old volcano site several dozen kilometers away. It was a tall mountain, and last night, Luo Fuan accidentally discovered that the mountain was emitting blue light. He mentioned it to a few teammates, and everyone saw it. Unknown phenomena always spark curiosity and exploration. Ego, old Yang, old Zhang, let's agree on something. We can only look, not touch. Do you think we have 9 lives? Don't worry. Whether it's a dormant volcano, an active one, or one that is currently erupting, this place is far from populated areas. Who would go near a volcano without a good reason? Qin Yi wasn't reckless. The aircraft slowly approached the volcano's mouth, but they didn't see the blue light. Can't we see it during the day? That's very likely. Could this volcano become active again because of an earthquake? The 4 of them chatted in the aircraft, their eyes fixed on the volcano's mouth, but they found nothing unusual. I've never heard of blue light appearing before a natural disaster. Otherwise, researchers would have come here long ago. I suspect it's a chain reaction caused by an earthquake, or maybe there are some minerals that can emit blue light that were exposed due to the earthquake. The aircraft flew low and circled several times, with all 4 pairs of eyes focused on the deep pit, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong. If the volcano erupted and spewed fire and smoke, they wouldn't even look twice. The issue was the blue light, such a noticeable blue light. Was that something a normal volcano would have? Iga, I want to go down and explore. No way. Lo Fuan asked Old Yang and Old Zhang for help, but they turned away and wouldn't speak for him. In this situation, ignoring him was the right choice. How about we come back tonight to take a look? Old Yang and I will wait at the base. You and Old Zhang stay here to watch the injured. We need the aircraft. Then Old Zhang and I will come by helicopter tonight. Seeing that Qin Yi didn't oppose the idea of looking without going down the pit, he said, "We can only look, not go down. I promise we won't go down." Luo Fuan made the promise, and Zhang Yuan also said he would keep an eye on this curious one. At dawn base, Mr. Sheng and the old lady each held a child. Along with Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan and 2 guards from the Sheng family, they took Su Yan's aircraft to the new base, the Huaxia base. The other guards took the helicopter. When Qin Yi learned that his wife and grandparents had arrived, he prepared a card and went to greet them at the base entrance. Those who came to greet the leader were not ordinary people. The 2 lines of people shouted in unison, "Hello, leader." Su Yan rolled her eyes playfully at Qin Yi, who stood at the front. "Dad, hug me." The serious atmosphere was broken by Xiao Wei's call for a hug. Mr. Sheng laughed as he handed the little girl to Qin Yi. Little Rui was quiet but also wanted his dad. He was struggling in the old lady's arms, reaching out for his father. Amidst the envious gazes, Qin Yi held one child in each arm and showered them with kisses. Mr. Sheng waved to those who came to greet. "Let's go." The people lining up to enter the base not only saluted the leader, but were also curious about the aircraft. They couldn't just stand there and block the way. Mr. Sheng, the old lady, and Xiao Mu boarded the aircraft, which was hovering 3 meters above the ground, and it slowly moved with the crowd toward the base office building. After dropping Mr. Sheng off at the base office, Su Yan took the old lady and the 2 little ones, Liao Qinglan, and the 2 guards back to Area S. As soon as the 2 guards entered, they began their work, taking out the equipment they brought to conduct various checks from outdoors to indoors. "Is Aunt Qinglan coming back to your house now, or is she waiting here for Uncle Xiao? I need to go back and tidy up the house first, then let me take you." No need. The S district isn't very big. I can walk there in just a few minutes." Liao Qinglan insisted that Su Yan not accompany her. She didn't want to be treated like a delicate flower, especially since the chief and the old lady spoiled her. It felt a bit too much. Let her walk back. She doesn't have to carry anything anyway. "Exactly, Xiaoyan. You go ahead with your work." "Grandma, I'm leaving now." Once Liao Qinglan left, Su Yan brought Su Qing out to help. There were also 2 dogs. "Big Yellow, Big Black, we'll be staying here for a while, so keep an eye on the door." Each dog received a chicken leg. After grabbing the chicken leg, the dogs quickly finished it and began to play in the front and backyards. In the new environment, the 2 little ones curiously explored inside and outside the house. They could walk, run, and jump like little monkeys. The old lady, after taking the medicine Su Yan brought back from another dimension, felt 20 years younger, but chasing the 2 little ones was still tiring. "Grandma, don't chase them anymore. Let them run freely in the yard. Don't worry about me. I enjoy playing with them." "All right, if that's the case." Su Yan thought about raising the 2-meter-high wall with barbed wire by 0.5 meter and adding electricity. Her idea was supported by the 2 security guards. So, Su Yan provided the barbed wire, and the 2 guards began to raise the wall. Su Yan then drove to check on her shop. At her little store, she saw a beautiful girl with her hands on her hips scolding 2 women as they left. Luo Shui noticed Su Yan's car and approached to open the door. Yan, you're too trusting. You let 3 kids watch the store?" "Those 2 women were a bit too much, but I scared them off. It's fine. In the future, if you encounter such situations, you don't need to scold anyone. My little staff can handle it." Seeing Luo Shui reminded Su Yan that the people at the Jiangqing base also experienced an earthquake on the way. Should she tell her? According to her grandfather, the relocation team at the Jiangqing base was affected by the earthquake, but it wasn't too serious. However, it's better to tell her that Lu Shui has a helicopter. She can pick people up at the base, and her 500 cubic space button can be used to gather supplies. With the helicopter carrying a few members of the Lu family, they won't waste time on the road. After the earthquake, the roads are likely to be heavily damaged. Suyan asked Lu Shui to get in the car. I need to tell you something. What do you need to say in the car? Suyan closed the car window before telling Lu Shui that, apart from the Alshan area, earthquakes had occurred in many parts of the country.
Ah?
What about my dad and my brother? I can't reach them right now. Please, Buddha, let them be safe. What should I do, Ayan? Concerned about her family's safety, Lu Shui became a bit flustered. From what I know, they are not in the earthquake's epicenter. Don't worry too much. I'm telling you this so you can take the helicopter to pick them up. Clear out the space button to store the supplies from the car. The military can help drive the car to the base for you. Otherwise, the roads after the earthquake will be difficult to navigate, and it could take days to arrive by car. Right, I'm leaving now. Ayan, I'll go ahead. Lu Shui got out of Suyan's car and hopped into her small sports car, speeding towards Area S. She moved everything from the space button into an empty room at home, grabbed the outdoor survival supplies she could think of, and then drove to the helipad, taking off from the base with a roar. Estimating their departure time, she figured out where they would likely be on the route, and the helicopter flew toward that approximate location. From the sky, it was clear that the area around Alshan was fine, while everywhere else was in ruins from the earthquake. Landslides, collapsed buildings, and roads completely cut off. Lu Shui flew for 3 hours and finally spotted the convoy heading from Jiangcheng to Alshan around 6 in the evening. The convoy was resting while the helicopter circled overhead, and everyone looked up. Sure enough, the Lu family recognized their helicopter. Lu Yu and Dad Lu took out their flashlights and waved them at the helicopter. When the helicopter landed, seeing that her dad and brother were unharmed, Lu Shui felt relieved. She opened the cabin door and slowly descended. Where's the car? Are the supplies still there? Sis, you don't care about me and Dad? You're asking about the supplies first. I'm not blind. Can't you see how I feel? Just tell me where the supplies are. I'll collect them and get some soldiers to drive the car to the base. Hurry up. Sister is definitely in charge, and with her strong presence, Lu Yu felt overwhelmed. Their father, watching the siblings, gave his son a disappointed look. In their family, the daughter is in charge, and the father must listen. All right, sis, I'll take you there. But how did you know we came here because of the earthquake? Everywhere except Alshan had an earthquake. They were shocked by the news. Lu Yu was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. Lu Dad was surprised for a moment, but then calmed down. It was just an earthquake. With all the disasters happening, could they really avoid earthquakes? Ignoring their dad, Lu Shui punched Lu Yu, and they both ran to the parking area to gather their things. Who would help drive the 2 cars to the Huaxia base? Lu Jingzhu found Wei Cheng and Jiang Su, whom Lu Shui often mentioned, and they were very willing to help. It was already 8 p.m. when they finished their tasks, and it was completely dark. Lu Shui took her father and brother back to the base overnight. As the helicopter ascended, Lu Shui accidentally spotted a place emitting a faint blue light. Dad, Xiao Yu, look over there. Is there something? Lu Shui wasn't sure if she was seeing things and asked the two to confirm. Xiao Shui, is that blue over there? Yes, blue light, sis. Okay, it wasn't just her imagination. She didn't want to discuss this strange sight with her dad and brother. In this post-apocalyptic world, anything unusual could happen. However, since it was something interesting, Lu Shui wanted to share it with Su Yan. 2 hours later, back at the new Huaxia base home, she picked up the intercom given to each resident in Area S and called Su Yan. Yan, guess what I saw? Su Yan answered the call when she saw it was Lu Shui. Don't make me guess. I'm eating. If you have something to say, say it. If not, hang up. Yan, I want to pick up my dad and brother, and on the way back, I noticed a place emitting blue light. Su Yan had just been talking about the blue light coming from the volcanic crater discovered by Luo Fuan, and planned to check it out again tonight. Now, Lu Shui is also saying she saw blue light. One is from the relocation team in the southwest, and the other is from the Jiangcheng base in the south. Clearly, Lu Shui is talking about a different blue light than what Luo Fuan saw. I'm eating right now. I'll talk to you later. Lu Shui quickly said what she needed to, and since Su Yan had already heard everything, she ended the conversation to discuss the blue light with those at the dinner table. Mr. Sheng initially thought the geological changes were just releasing some glowing gas, but now he found it a bit suspicious. Xiao Yi asked Zhou Shooting if there are any discoveries. Tell Luo and the others to hold off on going to check. Okay, Grandpa. Qin Yi first contacted Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan, telling them to wait for notification before checking the volcanic crater, then called Zhou Shooting to ask. Hey, Xiao Qin, there's no blue light here. It's pitch black all around, and the sky is gray. Not even a star is visible. All right, then it's nothing. Qin Yi didn't have time to chat with Zhou Shooting and ended the call. After asking, Qin Yi reported back to Mr. Sheng. Grandpa, I want to check the 2 places where the blue light appeared. Grandpa, I want to go too. I have an AI named Hehe. It might help us notice something unusual. That's fine, but be careful. Mr. Sheng knew Qin Yi's abilities well. With her AI, she might discover something abnormal. If there's danger, they can retreat, so it shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Sheng was silent for a few minutes before nodding in agreement. Su Yan and Qin Yi went to the location Lu Shui had discovered. If they found anything, they could connect with Luo Fuan. After about 10 minutes out of the Huaxiao base, the aircraft arrived above the area emitting blue light. Qin Yi, wearing night vision goggles, looked down. The place emitting blue light is like the volcanic crater. It's a deep pit. Could this also be a volcanic crater? I can't tell. Qin Yi shook his head at Su Yan, saying he didn't remember any volcanoes in this area. Su Yan asked Hehe to use its blue light eyes to take a look. Using blue light against blue light, using magic to defeat magic. Su, I didn't find any danger. We can pause the aircraft and go down for a closer look. Okay, I'll listen to Hehe. The artificial intelligence said there was no danger, which was likely trustworthy. Qin Yi turned on the lighting equipment, and Su Yan carried Hehe closer to the pit. If we're talking about blue light, the blue light from the little creature's eyes was even stronger. 2 beams of blue light swept down into the pit. Su Yan and Qin Yi quietly waited for Hehe's results. It didn't take long before Hehe pulled back its eyes and said, "There is a broken signal rod in the pit. We can confirm it is not from this planet. Is it an alien object? What does it mean for us?" Before Su Yan could finish her question, the blue beams seemed to be guided by something and began to shoot upward into the sky, changing direction after reaching a certain height. Qin Yi, look. As soon as Qin Yi noticed the anomaly, he contacted Luo Fuan. Luo Fuan reported a similar situation. The beams were also rising and shifting toward another direction. Qin Yi boldly guessed that Luo Fuan's location also had a broken signal rod, which, together with the one in front of them, might form a complete one.
So,
Qin Yi had a thought, and at the same time, Luo Fuan shared his discovery. So, 2 beams of light, far apart and heading in different directions, were going to meet in the air? What kind of unusual spark could these 2 broken signal rods create? Brother Yi, I think we need to stop this. You all keep an eye on it and don't move. I'll figure something out. Su Yan roughly understood their conversation and thought, could it really be that strange? However, since Hehe said it was not from Earth, it must be an alien object, and it's normal for alien technology to be a bit exaggerated. Hehe, what will happen if the blue lights from the 2 places come together? Qin Yi and Su Yan both called out to Hehe. They could only rely on this little creature now. I don't know. If we're worried, it's best to destroy it. The power of the laser gun should be enough. Just shoot one into the pit along the beam. Did you hear that, Lao Luo? I heard it. Use the laser gun to shoot that signal device along the beam. No, don't do anything. I can destroy it from here. Just leave a piece for research. If the 2 beams combined and sent the coordinates of this planet into outer space, it could be dangerous for Earth. Thinking of this, Qin Yi put down the flashlight, took out the laser gun, and moved to the light source, shooting continuously into the pit. Su Yan wanted to warn him to be careful, not knowing if the beam was harmful, but before she could speak, Qin Yi was already half immersed in the blue light, with a whoosh sound echoing around. The blue beam disappeared, and Qin Yi suddenly collapsed.
Vinyi.
Su Yan panicked, dropping the small creature and running towards him.
Yige. Boss.
The communication device was still on, and Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan witnessed the entire process of Qin Yi running, shooting, and collapsing. Sister-in-law, how is he go? Hurry and get him back to the base.
Qin-yi, say something.
Don't scare me. Su Yan supported the fallen Qin-yi, completely flustered and unsure of what to do. She instinctively checked his pulse and breath, just wanting to confirm he was alive. He didn't blame its owner for being left behind and rolled over, using its fluffy paw to touch the unconscious person. Don't worry, Su, Qin-yi won't die. But he fainted. What's going on? Is the beam toxic or radioactive? Hearing He's confidence that Qin-yi wouldn't die, Su Yan regained some composure and asked the right questions. He doesn't know for sure either. We should leave this place. Before He could finish suggesting they leave, Su Yan also weakly collapsed onto Qin-yi. Both of them fainted together. Take good care of my ego and my sister-in-law. We're coming over, okay? You don't need to come. I can get them back to the base.
You? Can you do it?
The adorable He didn't respond to the anxious Luo Fuan, but instead showed through its actions that it could handle it. Little Tuanzi is an all-purpose AI assistant. How could it not handle danger when its owner is in trouble? It suddenly transformed from Little Tuanzi into Big Tuanzi, lifting Su Yan with its front paws and placing her in the aircraft, then turning to pick up Qin-yi. Once everyone was on the aircraft, He said to Luo Fuan, "Wait here, I'll come back to get you both to the base." Okay, sure. Seeing Little Tuanzi transform, Luo Fuan felt his worldview shifting again. Zhang Yuan had been silent, shocked, and unsure of what to say. He activated the aircraft and followed the coordinates to pick up Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan, returning to the base after more than half an hour. The aircraft landed in the front yard, and Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan carried the two inside. Mr. Sheng and the old lady were still waiting and hadn't rested. When they saw the situation, they were quite startled. Are Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan hurt? Sir, they aren't hurt, just fainted. Where should we place them? First, take them upstairs. Mr. Sheng directed Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan to the rooms on the second floor. Su Qing had already gone upstairs to open the door and wait. What happened? What's wrong with Xiao Yan? The old lady could hardly keep her composure. Her eyes, which hadn't cried in a long time, began to tear up as she hurried upstairs. Mr. Sheng chose to carry the children instead of helping the old lady, who was distressed. Don't worry, old lady. The kids just fainted. They'll be fine once they wake up. Please stop crying. I can't help it. Xiao Yan is my everything. If anything happens to her, what will I do? It's all your fault for letting them do everything. Now is not the time for reasoning with the old lady. Once they reached the second floor, Mr. Sheng handed the little one to her. The old lady looked at her crying granddaughter and knew she had to stay strong for the others.
See? Everything will be all right.
Qin-yi and Su Yan were laid on the bed. Su Qing asked Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan to step outside, then took off their clothes and shoes, washed their hands and faces with warm water, and changed them into comfortable pajamas. Mr. Sheng and the old lady each held a child in the small living room on the second floor, seeking updates from Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan. The unusual blue light coming from two places and their speculations were reported, along with the incident where Qin-yi fainted after being hit by a laser gun. Well, since He said there is no danger to life, everyone should stay calm. Mr. Sheng called He, who had turned back into a small ball, and asked, He, do you know why Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan fainted? Can you take another look? Okay. Wait a moment, I'll scan again. He entered the room and used its special panda eyes to scan Qin-yi and Su Yan, who were lying on the bed, over and over. Are my mom and dad going to die? I don't want them to die, no. Mom and dad will not die. Xiao Rui rushed in after He and stopped Xiao Wei from lifting her dad's eyelids. The little girl thought that lifting the eyelids would wake him up. Xiao Rui is min, boho, wah. Xiao Wei stomped her feet and cried, hitting Xiao Rui because he wouldn't let her lift her dad's eyelids. Xiao Rui let her hit him, without retaliating. Sweetheart, your mom and dad are just tired. They will wake up after a good sleep. You must be quiet, okay? Really? Xiao Wei sniffed. If it was true, then she wouldn't cry anymore. Su Qing took the two little ones out to the living room and handed them to the elders, then turned back to close the room door. Everyone was in the small living room, waiting for He's scan report. Qin-yi and Su's bodily functions are normal. Radiation, poisoning, and magical injuries have been ruled out. However, I cannot find a reason. We can only wait for them to wake up naturally. Even magic, which science cannot prove, was ruled out by Hehe, leaving everyone at a loss for other possibilities. Mr. Sheng asked again, Hehe, why do you think the signal sticks appeared and why in two places? Well, the signal stick in the place Su checked is incomplete. If the other one is also incomplete, then the signal sticks from both places should be part of a whole. If we speculate further, this could date back hundreds or thousands of years, possibly left behind by extraterrestrial beings or intentionally placed on this planet. The issues left behind are not significant. If there is a signal source intentionally left on this planet, it could mean that the alien beings have some plans for it. It might not be malicious, they could just be monitoring. Currently, half of the signal devices are damaged. Can the remaining ones still send signals? Most likely not, but we can't rule out that a signal has already been sent. Yes, could it have already been sent? Mr. Sheng, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan all thought of those two beams of light. Sir, the other section that Ika wanted to keep for research, I request to go retrieve that section. Sir, I want to go too. We can't act until Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan wake up. It's late. You should go back and rest. Understood. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan left, and the old man comforted the old lady. We're going to rest, the two kids will be fine, but they haven't woken up. All right, if Hehe, who is so capable, says they are fine, then they are definitely fine. Trust Hehe, don't scare yourself, and don't frighten Xiao Rue and Xiao Wei. Okay, fine. The old lady thought about going to comfort the kids. However, the two little ones blinked their eyes, staring at their great-grandmother, who was wiping her tears. Seeing that their great-grandmother was paying attention to them, the two little ones climbed into her arms in perfect sync. Without needing to say a word, their soft and adorable appearance melted the old lady's heart. You go sleep, I will stay with the little ones tonight. All right, I'll watch you until you fall asleep, then I'll go back to sleep. The two elderly went to the children's room. Su Qing and Hehe stayed with Su Yan and Qin Yi. Since finding her granddaughter, the old lady didn't need Mr. Sheng to comfort her as much and had stopped crying. But now, with her granddaughter suddenly fainting, he was back to his old role, comforting the old lady and the two little ones. Once the two little ones fell asleep, the old lady also dozed off, and only then did Mr. Sheng go downstairs. Having been married to Mr. Sheng for most of her life, the old lady knew his character well. If she didn't sleep, he wouldn't either, so she pretended to be asleep. Once he went downstairs, the old lady got up and went to Su Yan's room. She felt uneasy not being able to personally watch over her granddaughter and grandson-in-law, and she wanted to check on them every now and then to see if they were getting along. Old Mr. Sheng couldn't sleep and went upstairs to check in the middle of the night, finding Su Qing keeping watch in the children's room. The elderly lady had fallen asleep by her granddaughter's bed, with the little one curled up at her feet. Old Mr. Sheng sat in the small living room outside Su Yan's room, keeping an eye on them. In the morning, the elderly lady and the old man exchanged glances and helped each other downstairs for breakfast, neither saying a word. Don't overthink it. Trust in technology. I'm heading to the office. If you need anything, contact me through the wristband, okay? I'm fine, and so is Su Yan. You should go, she replied. If he could, he would stay and wait for his granddaughter to wake up, but he had many things to do. Old Mr. Sheng sighed quietly, held the elderly lady gently, patted her back, and then left for work. The two little ones were especially quiet, with Su Qing helping them get up and eat breakfast, quietly reading with the elderly lady, just like usual. Luo Fuan, Zhang Yuan, and Yang Jinghui, who had also heard about the situation, came to see Qin Yi and Su Yan in the morning. The three of them pressed the poor Huahua for answers until it was almost overwhelmed. Huahua repeatedly assured them that the person was truly fine, but it didn't know why she hadn't woken up yet. After failing to get more information, the three finally gave up. Her body is unharmed, no poisoning or radiation. Could it be a mental issue? One suggested. A mental issue could lead to madness or confusion, not unconsciousness. Old Yang, your guess is even less reliable. I think Old Yang's idea has some merit. Let's ask Huahua. Huahua was pulled in front of them again by Zhang Yuan. But a mental issue? There shouldn't be a problem with the mind, but what about mental energy? Yes, mental energy. It hadn't considered this before. People on this planet simply didn't have mental energy. They hadn't had it before, but it couldn't be that they never would, especially after some kind of stimulus. The signal device was alien technology, and Manhwa knew the most about interstellar beings. It understood the role of mental energy better. Many high-tech operations required mental energy to function, like this signal device, which was sealed using mental energy. Qin was directly stimulated by the beam and developed his mental abilities. When Su rushed over to check on Qin, she was also affected by the still lingering beam, which caused them both to faint. He rolled on the ground a few times and realized the truth. At last, they had a direction. Little He, did you think of something? Luo Fuan coaxed the little one to speak like a child. Nothing, He, you seemed very happy rolling just now. Zhang Yuan also tried to get her to talk. Nothing. You do. Is there a problem with Qin and Su Yan's mental state? No problem. The little one was fiercely protective and wouldn't say anything to anyone. Facing the three pairs of piercing eyes, he didn't mention the possibility of Qin and Su Yan developing their mental powers. As Su's intelligent assistant, she couldn't say anything without Su's permission, even if it was just a guess. After a few unsuccessful attempts to get information from the three realized that the leader wouldn't wake up anytime soon, and they needed to get back to work. The little one's guess was correct. At that moment, both Su Yan and Qin were fully aware of what was happening around them, but they just couldn't wake up. A product of the interstellar realm, understood that ordinary people often faint when they start to awaken their mental powers. Now that they had a direction, she knew how to help them wake up. Su, Qin, I know you can hear me. Follow my instructions. Don't use your mental powers to sense the outside. Slowly retract your expanded mental energy. With their minds clear, the two followed He's guidance and learned to control their mental powers. After several attempts, they gradually grasped the technique. Once they learned to control their mental energy, they woke up. Yen. Qin, who woke up first, called out softly to Su Yan. Su Yan woke up half a minute later than Qin. After waking up, Su Yan picked up the little one and playfully ruffled her fur. Su is ungrateful, Wu. You're an artificial intelligence. Why are you making animal sounds? Thank you, moi. After giving a big kiss, Su Yan finally set down. Qin, who was left out, felt a bit jealous. Yen, don't shout, I know you're fine. Let's hear from the little one about the role of mental power. Go ahead, little one. In the interstellar era, many people have awakened their mental power, which varies in strength. You need special equipment to test its level. Mental power is very useful, for example, in piloting spacecraft. You've been learning manual driving for so long because you lack mental power. You didn't mention that piloting requires mental power before. Even if I told you, it wouldn't matter since you don't have mental power. That makes sense. Su Yan had nothing to say. He then explained more about the other uses of mental power. Qin asked a deeper question. Since mental power is so important, could the remaining signal stick from the volcano be used to help more people awaken their mental power? Theoretically, yes, but there's also a risk that it might not work and could lead to mental issues. It's a mix of opportunity and risk. Qin nodded, understanding. The young couple had gained something good from their misfortune. But that doesn't mean everyone will have the same luck. Yen, I'll make a call to Grandpa to ease his worries. You go wash up, and we'll head downstairs for breakfast. Okay. Seeing that Su Yan and Qin were both fine, the elderly lady felt relieved, and the two little ones returned to their lively selves. After a breakfast that wasn't too early, Qin went to report to the commander. Mr. Sheng and Qin discussed the usefulness of mental power and whether to use the damaged signal stick from the volcano to help awaken some Special Forces personnel's mental power. If it fails, it could cause irreversible damage. Our technology isn't advanced enough to require mental power yet. With you and Xiaoyan here, that should be enough for now. The signal stick was mostly exposed due to the earthquake. Should we destroy it or bury the volcano? Bury it and keep the signal stick in case we need it in the future. In the afternoon, Qin's team went to fill in the volcano pit themselves. Luo Fuan, Upon hearing that his leader had awakened mental power, regretted, "If I had known, I would have jumped into the volcano to block the beam. Is it too late for me to jump now?" Zhang Yuan also wanted mental power and was about to jump. "Old Zhang, are you crazy? Are you sure you have the same luck as old Qin and his wife?"
Yang Jinghui, stop that sound.
Uncertain, Zhang Yuan had never been lucky with winning anything in his life. But even with uncertainty, he wanted to take a chance. With mental strength, he could easily pilot a mech. Zhang Yuan couldn't focus on anything else. His mind was filled with what he learned from Qin Yi and the artificial intelligence, He especially remembered the word, mech. Zhang Yuan's actions caught Luo Fuan's attention. Yes, it was possible now. Even though it was daytime and the blue light wasn't very bright, it was still visible. Jumping into the pit with the light could trigger mental strength just this once. Yang Jinghui tried to stop Zhang Yuan, but when he looked up, he saw the eager expression on Luo Fuan's face. "Old Luo, are you also crazy? The commander's orders are clear." Forget that. Luo Fuan was the craziest of them all. He exchanged glances with Zhang Yuan, who was stopped by Yang Jinghui, and they both grabbed Yang Jinghui's hands, wanting to jump together. Chen Dingshan, who was helping the relocation team from the southwest base, heard the news and was curious. When Qin Yi went to pick up Chen Dingshan and return to the volcano, he saw 3 teammates jumping into the pit together. That's right, they jumped. There was no doubt about it. Qin Yi knew his teammates well. They wouldn't just jump in. Even if they were half in the pit, they could easily pull themselves back up. Chen Dingshan didn't understand what was happening, but was genuinely worried about his teammates. He rushed over to help, but before he knew it, he fell in too. Qin Yi face-bombed. Now it was a complete mess. He could have stopped Chen Dingshan, but thinking of himself and the 3 others who were about to activate their mental strength, he felt it was better to let it happen. Qin Yi had personally experienced the activation of mental strength. The process wasn't painful and had no resistance. His 4 teammates were well-trained, and he believed they could handle it. Moreover, mental strength was truly a wonderful thing. Even with closed eyes, one could clearly see everything around them. How could anyone give up such an ability? The commander is quite conservative and has many things to consider, but he wants to take a risk this time. After returning, they can face the commander's anger together. Thinking it over, Qin Yi went to check on the 4 teammates at the bottom of the pit. Worried about what might happen if he went down, Qin Yi first connected with his wife. "Yan, I'm going down to get them.
Keep an eye on me.
If I suddenly faint, come to help. But I think I've activated my mental strength, so this light beam won't affect me." "Really? You guys?" Suyan glanced around and saw that her grandmother and the 2 little ones were downstairs. She saw Qin Yi at the edge of the volcano. "Are you going down?" Yes, they jumped into the pit. Qin Yi mentioned the incident about his 4 teammates jumping into the pit since he knew no one was nearby his wife. "Be careful. Use the flying device to go down. I'll watch, and after you safely come back up, I'll take Hihi to check on them. Let's hope nothing serious happens." "Okay, thanks, Yan." Qin Yi descended to the bottom of the volcano and helped each of his 4 teammates onto the flying device. After that, he found a broken signal stick at the bottom of the pit. The break was quite neat, clearly showing it had been split in 2. He wondered how long this had been buried underground. It looked dirty, but showed no other issues. After cleaning, it appeared free of stains and rust. Qin Yi put it in a metal box and stored it away. There was no need to fill the pit. Suyan noticed that things were going smoothly for Qin Yi, so she went downstairs to prepare to leave. The elderly lady, who had been worried all night, felt relieved but was also very attached to her granddaughter. As soon as Suyan came downstairs, she was bombarded with questions. "Xiaoyan, where are you going? Why aren't you resting more upstairs?" "Xiaoyan, tonight I'll cook your favorite dish. What do you want to eat?" "Xiaoyan, is your head feeling okay?" "Xiaoyan." The elderly lady now treasures Suyan even more than the 2 little ones. This sweet burden was something Suyan couldn't refuse. She agreed to whatever her grandmother said. "Grandma, you're the best. Your cooking is even better than Auntie's. I promise to finish whatever you make." Suyan hugged the elderly lady. speaking to her in a tone similar to how one would comfort children, and the elderly lady seemed to enjoy it. "All right, I'll make 2 of my best dishes. You should eat some fruit and go play with the kids." In the elderly lady's eyes, Su-Yen was just like a child. It's perfectly fine for kids to play together. "Grandma, I'm going out for a bit, but I'll be back soon." "Hey, you can't." "I can. I promise I'll be back before dinner, and I won't lose a single hair." Su-Yen didn't let the elderly lady finish her sentence. She hugged her and gave her a kiss on the forehead, then giggled as she left through the backyard. She quickly took out the flying device and disappeared in an instant. Qin-yi found a clear spot next to the volcano and set up a large tent for the 4 of them to lie down in. Even though they all had temperature-controlled suits, he brought out a small generator to connect 2 air conditioning fans inside the tent to make them more comfortable. Su-Yen arrived quickly. "Are you planning to stay here until tomorrow?" "No need. With our examples, it will be much easier to wake them up. Then I'll leave Hihi with you. You can scan them, but I need to go back. Grandma is really worried about me, and if she can't find me for too long, she'll start crying." Su-Yen handed the little one to Qin-yi. She came to drop off Hihi, and once she did, her job was done. Suddenly, she remembered something. "By the way, Qin-yi, should I pick up my parents and grandpa? Your dad and grandpa have things to handle. Let your mom go with them. No need to pick them up. Then I'm heading back?" "Yes." Qin-yi hugged his wife and sent her off to the flying device. Remembering something, he raised his wrist to check his bracelet until the flying device was out of sight, then returned to the tent. Su-Yen left so decisively because she wasn't worried at all about the 4 people. Just as Qin-yi and Su-Yen thought, it was easy to wake up the 4 who had briefly fainted due to their awakened mental powers once they understood the reason. Before dark, the 5-member team returned to the base and entered Commander Shing's office to report, waiting for a reprimand. "You all have too much courage. Do you know the punishment for disobeying orders?" "Yes." The 5 stood at attention and replied in unison. "I see you don't." Old Shing waved for Xiao Mu to come in. "How many points will each person get for the gold exchanged for the supplies they collected before?" Previously, Su-Yen and Qin-yi had discussed how to divide the collected supplies. Several teammates chose not to take their share, and Old Shing said not to divide it among them. He told Su-Yen to keep the gold earned and later give them points. "Commander, each person will receive 600,000 points. Qin-yi's points have been reset to 0. You 4 will each have a deduction of 100,000. Do you have any objections?" As the team leader, Qin-yi couldn't stop this. In fact, it was more about allowing his teammates to disobey orders, so he naturally faced the heaviest penalty. No objections. Qin-yi didn't care about the points. He had no use for them, as he already had everything that could be exchanged for points. The other 4 had their points deducted by 100,000, leaving them with 500,000. With this many points, they could spend freely. They understood the value of points in the base very well. For ordinary workers in planting and construction, a day's work usually earned 10 points. The base provides free housing, and 10 points earned in a day can support 2 to 3 people. Of course, this only covers basic needs. Living well is another matter. With 500,000 points, they felt satisfied. This penalty felt almost like no penalty at all. "Since you all have developed mental strength, Qin-yi, ask Hihi for a training plan suitable for you. Add a mental training subject to your routine." "Yes, I will arrange it well. The disasters on Earth have been overwhelming, and who knows when calamities from other planets will strike." Old Shing's face, which was already stern, looked even more serious. Qin-yi was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak much. Fortunately, after finishing with them, the commander waved for them to leave. Once outside the commander's office, Qin-yi was comforted by his 4 brothers. Luo Fuan said, "Brother Yi, 600,000 is gone, but your wife has taken care of everything for you." Chen Dingshan added, "Boss, Lao Luo says you're living off your wife. Go punch him." Zhang Yuan chimed in, "Lao Chen, if you can talk, say more, and really get on the boss's nerves." Yang Jinghui said, "Old Qin, come to me when you need points. There are still normal brothers around." Qin-yi smiled at old Yang. "All right, I'll head out now, brothers. My wife is calling me home for dinner." He stretched out the words dinner proudly. Having a wife is impressive. It's impressive to have food to eat, the group of friends joked for a bit before going their separate ways. For the next month and a half, the base was filled with relocation personnel, and the Central Square's marketplace was crowded. Su Yan's business, everything can be found, was thriving. Not only was her store doing well, but the large official mall nearby was also bustling. Every day, there were many small private shops opening in the Central Square, with the most common being carpentry and furniture stores. With so many people, there were more issues. The biggest problem in Su Yan's store was that customers often ignored the children watching the shop, leading to confrontations that the robot guardian handled with force. Since the robot was strong and the staff were young, everything can be found became popular in the base. Su Yan had to come out to help in the store, and Lu Shui was also pulled in to assist. Sister, how many of our expensive furniture pieces did we sell today? I think your pricing is strange. Everything else in your store is priced normally, but the furniture is so high. If it's a necessity, they can just go to the nearby carpentry shop for a simple wooden bed and chairs, which are very cheap. Those who come to buy my furniture are looking for luxury. Anyone who can still think about luxury at this time must have plenty of points, right? The furniture in Su Yan's store was all high-end. No matter how much stock she had, selling one meant one less, and she needed to keep some for herself. Once these items were sold out, they would be gone. She couldn't bring in more from other dimensions because everything was priced in gold, which was extremely expensive and not worth it. Very few could afford it. Right. Do you think anyone with extra points will come today? Who knows? Look, someone is coming. 2 bodyguards escorted a person down from a camper van, and the person looked like a rich man's foolish son. Even though the temperature had dropped a bit, it was still hot. This person had slick back hair and was dressed in a suit, looking quite presentable. Can everything be sold? That's quite a claim. I want to see if it's true, the proud young man muttered to himself. Others might not have heard, but Su Yan did. Of course, they had everything. They were just waiting for someone like him to take the bait. The young man lifted his head arrogantly and told his bodyguard, "Go check if this store has air conditioning." Yes, a transparent curtain hung at the store entrance to keep the cool air inside, so it was clear they had air conditioning. This curtain was installed when the air conditioning was set up a few days ago, making it easier to sell fresh vegetables. Knowing there was air conditioning, one of the bodyguards still rushed to the entrance to feel the air and then hurried back, saying, "Young master, the air conditioning is strong." Hearing that, the young man walked into the store with satisfaction. It was Yingzi's shift. The young girl came forward to pull back the curtain for the customer, clearly eager to serve someone who would bring in a lot of points. "Excuse me, where's your manager?" "I'm the manager." Before Yenjun arrived, he had already heard about the unique aspects of this store, run by young kids with impressive robots. The young staff had a laid-back attitude. They would kick out anyone who stole or was rude. He didn't expect the manager to be a young girl as well. "Then, where's your boss?" "Inside." Yingzi pointed to 2 people sitting on a sofa in the furniture display corner. Yenjun wanted to challenge Yingzi's attitude, but then he remembered that such a high-profile store must have powerful backing that even his bodyguards couldn't uncover. Better hold back. Yenjun took several strides toward the furniture display. "Which of you is the boss?" "I am," Su Yan replied while petting Hehe. Given the attitude, she didn't feel the need to be polite. If Yenjun knew what Su Yan was thinking, he would feel wronged. He had already tried to be humble, but the boss was too arrogant. Was this how to treat customers? Stay calm. This store is unusual. He couldn't help it. Young Master Yen, had never been treated like this. Before the end of the world, he was treated like a god of wealth everywhere he went, enjoying VIP treatment. Yenjun blurted out, "Your shop sign is very bold. If you don't have what I want, are you brave enough to let me take it down?" For Yenjun, having someone take down a sign was a huge insult, and he wanted to regain his dignity. "I'm afraid you don't have enough points." What a joke. With enough money, he could buy anything. He was tired of encountering petty thieves and their antics. Luo Shui was excited. The foolish son of a landlord had come to entertain her. "I want to find a wife, and it's her." Yan Jun noticed Luo Shue's eager expression, so he decided to have some fun with her. You're asking for trouble. Luo Shue jumped up in anger. I told you the shop is all talk and no action. Can everything really be found here? Yan Jun looked at Luo Shui with a teasing expression, making her watch his show. Su Yan patiently said, a wife is not an item to be exchanged. I won't exchange. I like her. Before he could finish, Luo Shui punched him. You think you can just like me? Let's see if I can knock you out. Yan Jun didn't expect such a beautiful woman to throw a punch. He was hit in the face. The two bodyguards at the door rushed in. One helped the injured Yan Jun, while the other aimed a punch at Luo Shui. Seeing Luo Shui hit Yan Jun, the bodyguard felt he had to retaliate. Luo Shui could only scare off ordinary people. Against someone like him, she struggled to dodge and was about to be hit. Su Yan quickly threw a small child out of the way, and the bodyguard's punch landed on the child instead, causing the bodyguard's hand to break with a loud crack. The small child landed and instantly became larger, ready to defend himself. Was this for real? He thought it was a true national treasure, but it turned out to be a robot. Or was it a robotic panda? The two bodyguards hesitated to act further, knowing they couldn't win. One of them was in pain from his broken hand, gritting his teeth. And what about that bear? Yan Jun's serious eyes sparkled. This was a treasure shop, and he had come to the right place. Wait, let's talk. I can be a bit rude. Please forgive me, ladies. Humph. You gave in pretty quickly, I admit it. I'm Yan Jun, and I'm not here to fight. I'm here to find some good stuff. As a businessman, he knew how to be flexible, standing on the weaker side, and admitting defeat was no big deal for him. Lo Shua huffed and sat back on the sofa. Su Yan pointed to the small sofa across from her. Yan Jun, please have a seat. Yan Jun straightened his clothes and sat down without hesitation, his two bodyguards standing behind him. The big round creature quickly transformed back into a small one, climbing back into Su Yan's arms. This move was even more surprising than seeing the large statue of the fortune god at the door. Yan Jun put away his arrogance and politely discussed business. May I ask how to address the owner? My last name is Su. Boss Su, I guess you didn't put up the sign to sell trivial items. You're fishing for something bigger, aren't you? So, you think you're the big catch. Cough, cough. Lo Shue stifled a laugh. Her sister was too straightforward. Wasn't she just making it obvious that she saw him as an easy target? Yan Jun felt a lump in his throat. Fine, he would just speak properly. Can I find a space button here, Boss Su? 100 cubic meters for 100,000 points, 500 cubic meters for 500,000 points. What about the villas in Area S? 500,000 points. And the laser gun, 100 million points. The laser gun was not for sale, so Su Yan just threw out a high price. Currently, no one in this space had that many points. In fact, she was also just quoting high prices for the space button and the villa. It would be unfair not to take advantage of him since he came to her. Boss Su, can't you make the prices round numbers? Yan Jun implied he wanted a lower price. Su Yan pretended to be clueless. How about 1.01 million? Or 5.01 million? Ha ha. Lo Shue, being silly, couldn't help but laugh freely. Can Boss Su give a discount? It's very expensive. It is indeed very expensive. The auction in Haicheng sold 2 500 cubic units for a high price. You can check how much they went for, or rather, how many resources were needed to acquire them. Besides the official upper echelons, who else has them apart from those two auctions? The government isn't selling these anymore, so currently, I'm the only one who can get them. While haggling, Su Yan had already asked Hehe to look into a person named Yan Jun. Surprisingly, Hehe's pre-apocalypse database was most useful for checking people's backgrounds. The main focus was to see if this person's family had any history of treason. Of course, this was only information from before the apocalypse, and nothing could be found about the post-apocalypse, but the family's character could still be inferred from the pre-apocalypse data. Yan Jun, the only son of a coal tycoon, didn't seem to have any major issues, and was likely to make a purchase. Yan, quoting a price is pointless. He clearly can't afford it. Lu Shue said this on purpose to provoke him. Yan Jun had never heard anyone dare to say he couldn't afford something. Angered, he pulled out his points card and slammed it on the table. I want a villa in Zone S and a 500 cubic space button for 10 million points. Swipe the card. As he placed the card down, Yenjun felt a bit of pain. This was all the points they had accumulated. Wait, I don't accept points. I want antique jewelry and jade. I'll appraise them, and if they total 10 million points, we can trade. Hearing about antiques made Yenjun feel better. His family had plenty of those, but he was unsure if Boss Su's appraisal would be fair. You won't try to undervalue them, will you? Why don't you bring some over for me to appraise? If you find it reasonable, we can trade. Our shop never forces a sale. All right, wait here. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Yenjun rushed out of the store with 2 bodyguards and drove away quickly. Su Yan and Lu Shui had just finished a small bag of seeds when Yenjun returned to the store entrance. This time, he arrived in the same large vehicle, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. One of them took a box and ran toward the points exchange center while the other 3 began moving wooden crates into the store. Other customers in the store saw the commotion and kept their distance, not because they were afraid of the boxes, but because of the bodyguard's gun at his waist. The store was about 200 square meters, with furniture taking up a quarter of the space. When Yenjun moved in a dozen boxes, stacked in 3 rows, it felt very crowded. Suyan thought to herself that the coal boss had a lot of stock, but she wondered if it was valuable. Luo Shui also quietly cursed the wealthy man. Boss Su, let's check the goods. Okay. With money coming in, Suyan was ready to be straightforward. After Yenjun's bodyguard opened one of the large wooden boxes, he stepped back to give Suyan room to inspect. Inside the big box were wooden boxes of various sizes, likely matching the size of the items inside. Suyan opened a wooden box and, using the big box as cover, quickly scanned its contents and put it back, all in just a couple of blinks, so no one noticed. After scanning one box, she released it and scanned another, noting the amount of gold for each item. Then she converted the gold amount into equivalent base points. Yenjun brought a variety of items: paintings, porcelain, and jade, all collectibles and treasures. It was clear they came from a coal boss's collection, which was diverse but valuable. Suyan thought that this might just be a small part of the Yen family's collection. No worries, as long as the items were still there, they would eventually be in her hands to exchange for gold. At that moment, before Yenjun entered the store, he had one of his bodyguards take a box to the official exchange hall to inquire about the price. That person returned and whispered to Yenjun. Suyan chuckled to herself, thinking he didn't trust her, and was worried she would undervalue the items. After hearing the bodyguard, Yenjun's sharp gaze fell on Suyan. I wonder if Boss Su has assessed the value of these items? Yes. Suyan reported the point values for each of the small boxes in the big box one by one. Yenjun knew the quality of his own collection. Comparing the points Suyan gave him with the official values, he found that Suyan's estimates were clearly about 10% higher, and he was very pleased. From now on, whenever he needed something, he would go to Boss Su. She had not let him down. And indeed, Suyan had not let him down. Boss Su simply calculated the amount of gold needed by multiplying the quantity requested by Mr. Yen by 50. For a 500 cubic space button, 25 kilograms of gold is required, so she charged 1,250 kilograms of gold. As for the villas in Area S, that's a no-cost business, just a simple matter. The items collected are exchanged for gold, benefiting everyone, not just Su Yen, so she feels no burden. Mr. Yen? Is the point system not suitable? If it's not, we don't need to discuss this transaction, she said, cutting off any attempts to negotiate.
Suyan dislikes bargaining.
All right, we'll go with Boss Su's price. I believe the value of the upcoming items will also be fair and just, he replied. Good, then I'll continue with the valuation. Su Yan ignored any hints in his words. Luo Shui was the first to disapprove of Mr.
Yen.
Why would her sister need to take advantage of him? She felt a bit envious since her family didn't have as many items. Yenjun was confused by Luo Shui's glare, but it didn't matter. Seeing the points written on the boxes, he quickly calculated on his calculator. Once Su Yan finished estimating the value of the items in the boxes, Yenjun counted the total, which exceeded 10 million points. Will the excess points be transferred to Mr. Yan's account or exchanged for other items? What other items are available? There were many options. Once inside, he had to use up his points. At the very least, he needed to spend the points he just calculated. Even though the Yen family is large and has plenty of supplies, they don't have fresh items. Su Yen, in a good mood, smiled lightly and said, "A 500 cubic space button is quite large, and it also has a preservation function. Don't you want to store some fresh fruits, meats, and vegetables? Oh, and medicines. If you need any specific type of medicine, just let me know. I might have it." The more Jun listened, the brighter his eyes became. His family had plenty of grains and dried goods, but no fresh items. The official market had limited fresh produce available daily, making it hard to get. Su Yan's shop also sold some fruits and meats but had purchase limits. He worried that one day there might be none left, so being able to stock up was a great opportunity. Looking at the remaining millions of points, Jun tapped the calculator and said, "A small amount is fine. I can buy that every day. If you have it, I need 2 million points worth of meat, vegetables, and fruits. You can decide how much of each. I also need 300,000 points worth of medicine for colds and fevers, and 200,000 points for wound care. Please help me arrange that. Just use the remaining points for your own needs." "Okay, just a moment," Su Yan replied as she walked over, placing all the boxes on the ground into her space. Seeing her do this made Jun feel envious, but knowing he would soon have a space button made him feel better. Su Yan left the sofa, carrying Xiao Hihi to the checkout. Based on the points she was selling, she made a long list of items, calculated the total, and exchanged it for a 500 cubic space button, continuously loading items into her space. The 500 cubic space was almost full. After finishing, she thoughtfully printed out a list of the items. Here's the space button. Everything you wanted is inside, along with the usage instructions for the button. Why did she include the usage instructions on the list? It was because Su Yan didn't want to explain. It was clearer for him to read it himself. Jun didn't waste time either. He picked up a fruit knife from the table, made a small cut on his finger to bind the space button, then checked his inventory. He even tried taking out 2 oranges, putting them back, and taking them out again. His reaction was just like when Lu Shui first got her space button. "Haha, I won't look at the list. I trust Boss Su. What about the remaining points and the house? Just wait here." Su Yan contacted Xiao Mu using her wristband. "Uncle Xiao, there's someone here who wants to recharge points. I'll send you the amount shortly. His name is Jun. Also, please give him the key to Villa 53 and open the S-Zone access for his card. Okay, have him wait at the service hall. I'll send someone over." Xiao Mu replied quickly before ending the call. Su Yan didn't care about Jun or his bodyguard's reactions. She took a photo of him with her wristband and sent the photo along with the points amount to Xiao Mu. "Alright, you need to go to the service hall at the base. Someone will be looking for you. By the way, let me know whose cards in your family need S-Zone access so you can handle that at the service hall too." "Thank you so much, Boss Su. I'm on my way now." Since it was about his villa, Jun immediately sent 2 assistants back to get a card from his family. After they got it, he went straight to the service hall to find him. "Alright, if you have any questions, feel free to come here and ask me. If I'm not around, just ask these kids and they can help you find me. Okay, goodbye, Boss Su." Finally, he had sent away those who were in the way. Luo Shui excitedly hugged Su Yan. "Sister, this is a big deal. How about treating me to something? Milk tea, 1 for each of us." Su Yan took out 5 cups of milk tea made by her aunt, 3 of which were for the staff. The group enjoyed their iced milk tea, smiling happily. It only took Jun a few minutes to walk to the service hall. His bodyguard found him with a family card, while another person sent by Xiao Mu arrived with a printed photo of Jun. "Are you Jun?" "Yes, that's me." The staff checked the photo, nodded, and led him into an office in the service hall. The staff placed the collected card on a sensor, activated the S permission, and then handed Jun the card along with the key to Villa 53. "Here you go. You can move in now." "Thank you. By the way, may I ask what Boss Su's background is?" Jun took the card and key, then casually pulled a watermelon from his bag and handed it to the staff, trying to hide his feelings for Su Yan. Not only was she incredibly talented, but she was also very beautiful. A man would be curious about someone like her. The staff accepted the watermelon without hesitation and kindly reminded him, "She's the granddaughter of Director Sheng and the granddaughter-in-law of Director Qin. Don't cause any trouble." After saying that, he left, leaving Yan Jun in shock. He thought to himself, "I definitely can't cause any trouble. Do I even need to say that?" With a high-status person like Boss Su, just looking at her would be disrespectful to his own life. Both were stunning beauties, and he couldn't approach someone so high above him. But he still had a friend like Boss Su, who was like a flower among people. Boss Su's friend might be a bit fierce, but if he could win her over, he would indirectly be in a good position. Lo Xue and Xian have returned to Area S. "Lo Xue, do you want a job at the base?" "No, I can't stand being controlled. I want to be a freelancer." I expected this answer. Xian just wanted to ask. In some ways, Lo Xue is very much like her. "Are you going to work in the factory?" Lo Xue asked, surprised. "I'm not sure. I thought if you wanted, I could help you get in through a special connection. Sister, I wouldn't refuse other benefits, but for this, no thanks." It's clear that the job Xian mentioned isn't a simple one. She knows her friend is trying to take care of her, but Lo Xue prefers to run her own business. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she feels it's not right for her. Forcing her into a job would make things awkward between them. "It's okay, I was just asking." "Let's go." "All right, goodbye." They are both in Area S but heading in different directions. Xian parked in front of Lo Xue's house, let her out, and then turned to go home. Since everyone arrived at the base, the most talked about topic on the streets and in shops is how someone got a job through connections. Xian thought that if Lo Xue wanted a stable job like most people, it would be easy for her to help, as she didn't know many people, just a few close friends. However, she anticipated Lo Xue's choice. Xian didn't want to work either, but she might have to go to work as a mascot, though she would wait for Qin Yi and the others to return before deciding. Qin Yi took some people to deliver gifts to certain countries that had previously sent spies to gather information. Xian drove into her yard, and the scene was lively. 2 little kids, 2 big dogs, a young panda, and 2 young tigers were chasing each other in the yard. The panda and tigers were the 3 sent by Daming and Chio, and she had specially released them from her space to help guard the house. "Mommy, Mommy is back." The 2 little ones glanced at Xian, politely called out to her, and then continued to play. Xiao Wei, don't run. You might fall and hurt yourself." The response from the children was laughter. "Isn't it going to hurt? I can't keep up with them." After grandparents arrived, those 2 little ones ran off to the old Qin family's house with a bunch of animals. "They just came back from there. You don't need to chase them, Grandma." The 2 houses are so close, and with De Huang, De He, and the little tiger, they are safe. It's not about safety, it's about their education. They have so many people to rely on now and can easily get their way with me. Did the little ones get into trouble again? "Don't be mad, Grandma. Let's go inside." Su Yan hugged her grandmother and helped her sit in the living room. What trouble can they get into? When the Qin family first moved to the base, I didn't mind letting the kids visit their great-grandfather, grandfather, and grandmother. But this whole week, they have been so busy playing that they haven't studied properly. Every time I mention it, your grandmother gets so worried. Su Yan realized that her grandmother was complaining about the Qin family. It seemed that no one could escape the differences between the 2 families regarding the children's education. Ideally, Su Yan should let Qin Ma take care of the kids, and Qin Ma would be more than happy to do so. But the grandmother wouldn't allow it. She had taken care of them for so long and taught them so well. Even though the 2 families were just a few steps apart, she couldn't bear to let go. No matter how much Grandma loves them, it can't compare to how close the kids are to their great-grandmother. Let's not be upset. Watch me go get them back. Hey, don't be too harsh on them." Su Yan put on a serious face, pretending she was going to scold the kids, which made the grandmother anxious and rush after her to stop her. "See, this is how the elderly are." On one side, the grandmother worries that the kids will be spoiled, while on the other, she herself indulges them. Even though she knows Su Yan won't actually scold them, she still gets very nervous. "Okay, I won't be harsh. I'll just bring them back before they get too wild." These days, Su Yan has been busy and hasn't paid much attention. It seems it's time to discuss the children's issues. The two families need to have a meeting. Before heading out to find the two little ones, Su-yen saw Qin Ma, Gu Xiaolin, looking out the door. Mom, Xiaoyan, you're back. I just came from over there and heard Xiao Rue and Xiao Wei, so I took a look, thinking they were fighting. They're not fighting, they're playing with the dog and the tiger. Gu Xiaolin did not enter the yard. The two little ones heard their grandmother calling and ran out with a bunch of animals behind them. Grandma, Grandma, come play with me. Gu Xiaolin looked at the two little ones like big dogs seeing a meat bone, squatting down to hug the two that rushed over. She shouted, slow down, slow down. You're all sweaty from running around. Su-yen was worried that the little ones might knock their grandmother over. Xiaoyan, can I take the kids out to play for a while? Sure, take De Huang and De Hei with you. Gu Xiaolin was a bit worried that Su-yen wouldn't let her take the kids out. Su-yen noticed that her mother-in-law spoke a bit cautiously, afraid she might say no. Is she really that unreasonable? Sigh, Mom. The kids need to read with their great-grandmother in the morning, then they'll take a nap after lunch. After that, it's playtime. You can take them out any time during that period. It's just a short walk. That's good. I was afraid of disrupting the old lady's schedule. Don't worry, my grandmother is getting older. If you help take care of the kids, it will be easier for her, but it will be some work for you too. It's not hard at all, not hard at all. Hearing her daughter-in-law say this made Gu Xiaolin feel much better. She took the two little ones and said, let's go play. We won't go far, just an area S. Let's go play, let's go play. Xiao Wei bounced along happily. Xiao Rue remembered he had a mother and turned back to wave at Su-yen. Goodbye, Mommy. Su-yen let De Huang and De Hei follow the three of them and sent the panda and the tiger back to the yard. Back in the living room, she faced her grandmother's disapproving look. Did their grandmother take them out to play again? Yes, let them have some fun. They've been cooped up for so long, and now the place is lively. It's good for the little ones to see more people. There are so many people outside. Who knows which are good and which are bad? Qin Mama won't take the kids out of Area S. I also have De Huang and De Hei with them. Besides, Grandma, I'm your granddaughter. Shouldn't you love me the most? Aren't we closer now? Hugging the elderly lady and acting cute always works for Su-yen. You. The elderly lady poked her granddaughter's forehead affectionately. With a sigh, she continued, it's not that I don't let Xiaoyi's mom take the kids out to play. I'm just worried. I spent 20 years raising my granddaughter, and I don't want her to go through the painful experience of losing a child again. I promise, from now on, you won't be able to get rid of me. I'm sticking with you, and the little ones are sticking with you too. You can't shake us off. That's more like it. Grandma, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook. I'll let the little ones have dinner at the Cheens first, and then it will just be you, me, and Grandpa for dinner. I'll cook, no more talking, move aside. The elderly lady pushed her granddaughter away. She wanted to make her signature dish. Her granddaughter never had the chance to eat her cooking growing up, and she wanted to make up for that. Su-yen was happy to let her grandmother cook. As long as she was happy, that was what mattered. When Grandpa Sheng came home that evening, the house was quiet. Just the elderly lady and her granddaughter were there. Where are the kids? They're at the Cheens, washing their hands for dinner. Xiao Yan and I are waiting for you. Oh, yes, Grandpa. Grandma works hard taking care of the kids every day, so tonight is a break. It's about time for a break. After washing his hands, Grandpa Sheng saw the dining table filled with dishes he and his granddaughter loved. He felt for the elderly lady. Xiaoyan, get me some fresh corn and a few shrimp. I'll make Grandma a corn and shrimp stir-fry. Coming right up, Su-yen picked out a large corn cob for her grandpa to cut the kernels off, while she helped peel the shrimp. Seeing the two of them cooking together, the elderly lady smiled sweetly, even though she said there were already enough dishes. The corn and shrimp stir-fry was quick to make. Within 10 minutes, it was on the table. Grandpa, I didn't know you could really cook. Don't underestimate your grandpa. Back in the day, I knew your grandma loved this dish, so I specially asked a restaurant chef for tips. Your grandpa only knows how to make this one dish, ha ha ha. The three generations poured some drinks and chatted happily. At the Qin family's dining table, there was also laughter and joy. Old Mr. Qin took care of little Rue, Gu Xiaolin took care of little Wei, and Qin Binghua attended to both his father and his wife. If only Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan could have dinner at home every day. Shilin, it's fine if that kid and Xiaoyan come back for a meal every now and then. We see them often. I know you've been feeling a bit upset since they moved to the base, thinking they should bring the kids back to their own home. But we shouldn't think like that. The old Sheng family only had one daughter, who passed away early, leaving behind little Yen as their only child. Unfortunately, they were told she was missing before they even got to see her. When they finally found her, she had already become part of our Qin family. Everyone knows how much the old lady suffered for 20 years missing her daughter. Finally, finding her granddaughter healed her heart. She cares deeply for Xiaoyan and the kids, so we should be accommodating. It doesn't matter where they eat or live. Xiaoyan and the children will always be part of our Qin family. Dad, I didn't mean anything else. I just want to spend more time with my grandchildren. All right, just remember what I said. Before, when they lived in different provinces, it didn't feel like much. Now that they live so close, Gu Xiulin had some mixed feelings. After speaking frankly to old Mr. Qin, Gu Xiulin realized she should try to see things from old Mrs. Sheng's perspective. Once the little ones finished their meal, Gu Xiulin took them to wash their hands and faces, while old Mr. Qin earnestly reminded Qin Binghua. I can't say too much, but you need to talk to your wife. Her precious granddaughter is only 18 and has already faced so much. Raising 2 children alone isn't easy. Xiaoyan is doing very well. Everything we have, food, water, electricity, Xiaoyan has arranged. Whatever happens in the Sheng family reflects on us. It's not that we lack anything, but it's about the children's attitude. We need to be understanding and grateful. Okay, Dad, I will talk to her. Don't worry. The son and daughter-in-law are both over 30, so Mr. Qin didn't say much. He went to feed the dogs, Big Yellow and Big Black, and then personally took the 2 little ones and the dog back to the Sheng family. Su Yan and Su Qing cleaned the little ones. Su Qing washed the children while Su Yan watched. After the kids were clean, they read children's books together for half an hour before putting them to bed. After leaving the children's room, Su Yan stood by the window in the second-floor living room and pulled back the curtains, feeling that something was off. She checked the time and realized what was wrong. It was past 9 in the evening, and it was still not completely dark outside. It seemed that the phenomenon of continuous daylight was coming early again. Continuous daylight, as the name suggests, means it is bright for 24 hours a day, while the opposite is continuous night, where it is dark for 24 hours. At first glance, continuous daylight seems like a good thing for a time when energy is scarce, as it saves on lighting costs. However, upon further thought, it is not so beneficial. Continuous daylight can greatly affect a person's mental and physical health, leading to sleep disorders, fatigue, irritability, and depression. When emotions become uncontrollable, many social problems can arise. In her previous life, continuous daylight lasted over a year, followed by a long period of continuous night. This time, the timeline doesn't match up and may not be very useful for reference. Su-Yan spent a long time in her space and came out just after midnight when it was finally dark. This situation might last for 2 or 3 days. Xiaoyan, the sky was unusual last night. I think continuous daylight is coming. I noticed too. Regardless of whether it gets dark or not, we need to maintain our normal routine. We must rest on time, especially you. Don't take your health lightly just because there's no distinction between day and night. Yes, you must listen to Xiaoyan and I will supervise you. See, this is the family dynamic with a high-ranking official. At home, he is the youngest and must listen to both his wife and granddaughter. But Mr. Sheng looked pleased, saying, "All right, with the 2 of you supervising me, I can do it." Mr. Sheng discussed continuous daylight with Su Yan and asked her to wait for Qin Yi and the others to return before they all attended a meeting, then hurried off to the office building. Su Qing also fed the little ones, and then the grandmother began the most important part of her day, teaching the 2 little ones. Every time Su Yan saw small children who were not even old enough for kindergarten being taught elementary school knowledge, she felt very sad. Whenever she showed this expression, the elderly lady would dismiss her with a comment about teaching according to one's abilities. Seeing the 2 little ones accepting it easily, one willing to teach and the other willing to learn, she decided to let it be. Su Yan messaged Qin Yi, Will you make it back for lunch? Yen, we need to postpone our return by 1 or 2 days. I just finished reporting to Grandpa. After reminding him to stay safe, Su-Yen ended the communication and got busy in her space. Qin-Yi and his team were going to a few major bases abroad to make their presence felt, which was an easy task. After that, they planned to take advantage of the situation. Before heading back, Qin-Yi became interested in a woman he noticed. He was sure she had appeared in front of him on purpose, and she had an East Asian appearance. Did she just pass by, or had she been watching him for a while? If it was the latter, she must be a formidable person, and Qin-Yi decided to investigate. However, how could a woman make him and Luo Fuan, two top special forces operatives, fail to follow her? Brother E, she's not from Earth. What's your basis for that? Not many people can slip away from a combined follow like ours. If I couldn't win in a fight, I'd accept it, but this was just tracking. Luo Fuan's doubts were something Qin-Yi couldn't refute at the moment. The signal device not belonging to Earth had been unearthed, so anything was possible. Moreover, the woman's clothing and demeanor suggested she was a wealthy lady from a prosperous era. In a world plagued by disasters, one couldn't live such a life without significant abilities. Yang Jinghui, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Dingshan also found it hard to believe. Luo Fuan's words were not an exaggeration. Qin-Yi decided to stay another day to see if the woman would appear again. In Su-Yan's vast space, the city was growing larger, and more robots were being added, all managed by He. Now, Su-Yan didn't need to work in the space. She just had to occasionally make more reasonable allocations, check inventory, and when there was a surplus, sell fresh goods in the interstellar market for gold. After finishing her serious work, she followed the training plan set by Qin-Yi without any laziness. She remembered what her grandfather said. No matter how many life-saving tools she had, they were still external. The skills she learned herself truly belonged to her. She was willing to endure hardship. This little struggle was nothing compared to the terrifying thought of losing her life. When she came out of the space, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The announcement echoed throughout the Huaxia base. The base's meteorological department has announced that the temperature has dropped recently. The planting and breeding departments are hiring many workers. We welcome the public to apply at the recruitment department. Additionally, we will soon enter a long period of continuous daylight, so please arrange your schedules wisely. The entire base was buzzing with excitement. Areas B and C were especially lively, with people rushing to the recruitment window as if they were Olympic athletes. Once I got into the base, I inquired about the job openings, and now it's finally here, huh? Hurry up. I heard they won't be hiring after this batch. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These people are crazy. It's just farming and raising pigs. Why are they so anxious? I'm not going. With continuous daylight, I'll go scavenging instead. It doesn't matter if I go far. I want to be free and unrestrained. I heard someone say that if luck comes, you can eat well for 3 years. But what if luck doesn't come for 3 years? Having a job at the base is better. Those who heard the announcement split into 2 groups, one eager to sign up for job slots and the other just watching the excitement. This had nothing to do with Su-Yen. She noticed that the elderly lady and the 2 little ones were not at home and asked Su-Qing, "Aunt, where is everyone?" The elderly lady and the little ones are in the yard feeding the animals. In the front yard, where the ground was paved with tiles, the elderly lady and the 2 little ones sat on small stools, facing 2 dogs, 2 tigers, and a panda, all focused on their food. The dogs had chicken legs and sausages, the tigers were eating small pieces of raw rabbit meat, and the panda had a large bowl filled with chopped apples and carrots. Fortunately, this was Area S, which had its own walls and strict guards. Otherwise, the animals' meals might have caused an uproar. Humans can't compete with animals when it comes to eating well. This panda is our national treasure. It loves to eat bamboo shoots, apples, and carrots. Don't be fooled by its love for vegetables and its clumsy appearance. It's also very cute. It has a powerful nickname called Iron Eater. We need to plant more bamboo in the garden. After finishing the story about the panda, the old lady talked about tigers. She even explained things to the 2 little ones, making it lively and engaging. The kids were captivated, and so was Su Yan. She had to admit that when it came to educating children, she couldn't compare to the old lady, and her mother-in-law, Gu Shilin, was even less capable. With a great talent and a good teacher, she didn't have to worry about the kids. Even if she had more, she wouldn't be concerned. Oh, where was her mind wandering? Su Yan shook her head, dismissing the thought of having more children. She turned and went inside to make a big glass of apple juice and 2 small ones. Grandma, Xiao Wei, come drink some juice. Su Yan handed the juice to her grandmother and then to the 2 little ones. I'm thirsty. Thank you, Mom. Mom, can you play with us too? No, she had to go out. You all play with great-grandma. Mom has to go run an errand. Grandma, I'm heading to Grandpa's office. All right, on your way. Ask Chinma to take the kids to play. I'm exhausted. Okay. Thank you, Grandma. The old lady said she was tired just as an excuse. She realized that the kids belonged to both families, and she didn't want to put her granddaughter in a difficult position. This afternoon, the kids didn't have to study, and it was nice to have someone take them out to play since she didn't like going out much anyway. Su Yan drove her car parked at the door and honked as she passed the Qin family. Qinma quickly came out from the living room. Xiao Yan, what's up? Mom, my grandma and the kids are in the front yard. She doesn't like going out, so I asked you to take them to play. Okay, I'll go right away. Gu Shilin turned to lock the living room door. She couldn't worry about her daughter-in-law anymore and hurried to the Sheng family. By the time she thought about her daughter-in-law and looked back, the car was already far away. Yan, wait for me. Wait for me. I was just about to go to your shop to help you out. As Su Yan was leaving the S District gate, she noticed Lu Shui running from the other side, waving and calling out. This beautiful girl really knows how to block out the outside world once her car windows are closed. Behind Lu Shui, a man was following her. It was Yan Jun, who had spent a lot of money to stay in Area S yesterday. Something's up. Su Yan pressed the car window down. Why are you running away? I was just bored and thought I'd help you watch the shop, but some annoying guy was bothering me. Lu Shui stopped talking. After seeing Su Yan, she completely ignored the annoying guy, only remembering halfway through her sentence. Yan Jun, with his thick skin, stepped forward with a smirk. Miss Su, what a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence, Su Yan replied politely, neither warm nor cold, as she treated unfamiliar people this way. Lu Shui quickly got into the car. Let's go, this is awkward. Okay, let's go. With a press on the gas, they left Area S. The security guard had already raised the barrier as soon as Su Yan approached. Sis, what's going on with you? What can it be? That Yan guy is strange. His family lives just 2 houses away from mine. As soon as I stepped out, he started saying all sorts of weird things. If you hadn't shown up to save me, he would have followed me to your shop. Don't you drive your little red car when you go out? Don't mention it. Little Red is out of commission, and I can't find anyone to fix it. No worries, when they return, I'll have Zhang Yuan help you. Su Yan deliberately avoided mentioning Yang Jingwei.
No, it's fine.
My brother said he would give it a try, but when Su Yan mentioned Zhang Yuan, it reminded Lu Shui of Yang Jingwei. She wasn't clueless. Yan Jun's intentions were obvious, and it made her uncomfortable. Yan Jun was nothing compared to Yang Jingwei. The charm of unattainable ideals. Yan, I heard the broadcast today. They said we are entering a period of continuous daylight. It won't get dark, which has its benefits, and the temperature has dropped a bit. I want to gather a few people to go out and collect some supplies. The temperature will continue to drop slowly. Continuous daylight often causes mental issues, and there can be other dangers during this time, like toxic fog or insects. So, be careful when going out. Really? Is that true? Yes, it is. This is actually something Su Yan experienced in her past life. Okay, I will prepare more thoroughly and won't take it lightly. Luo Shui understood well. With such a strong country, isn't it normal to predict natural disasters? Some internal news is not suitable to be shared publicly, as too much negative information can affect people's emotions. Her friend was just sharing some insider information with her. It perfectly provided an excuse for her friend. The nearest city is at least 200 kilometers from Arshan. I only have a few people, so I need to form a team. That's a good idea. Who do you want to team up with? I have a plan. I'll write a notice outside your shop to recruit teammates. Suyan was a bit speechless. This was very much like Luo Shui. Without hesitation, as soon as Suyan parked her car in front of the shop, Luo Shui jumped out and rushed inside to find a small blackboard and chalk. Recruiting teammates, ages 18 to 50, healthy, hardworking, serious applicants can come inside for more details. After setting up the blackboard, Luo Shui took a small stool and sat by the cash register near the entrance, easily visible through the transparent curtain, and she could enjoy the shop's air conditioning. You stay here and recruit. I'm going to the office building. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on your shop. Su Yan greeted the 3 shop assistants and drove away. After Su Yan left, Yanjun arrived. He ordered his bodyguards to take down Luo Shui's sign. Shui, your requirements fit me perfectly. You can have as many people as you want. We have all the talented young people, and our team will definitely win. Get lost. I won't accept you on my team. Just from a voice, Luo Shui knew who it was. She didn't even look up, just continued cracking open a bag of sunflower seeds. Yanjun casually reached over to grab a few seeds and squatted down beside Luo Shui, cracking them open as he spoke. Why won't you accept me? Why don't you focus on inheriting your family's wealth instead of scavenging? It's not suitable for you. The Jiang family isn't doing badly either. If a girl like you is scavenging, my family can't just sit back and do nothing. Go away. No matter what, I won't team up with you. How could Yanjun be convinced to back down by just a few words from Lu Shui? He was still talking nonstop. Don't be too quick to refuse. Let me explain. Teaming up with strangers is very risky, don't you know? If you team up with someone from Zone B or C, they might see you as wealthy and jealous, and could even try to rob you during the mission. Teaming up with me is different. We are all from Zone S, neighbors who know each other well. No one will be jealous of anyone else. Look at my bodyguards. They are all strong and ready to fight if we encounter trouble. Try teaming up with ordinary people. It won't be the same, will it? Besides, aside from my interest in you, what makes me unsuitable as a partner? To be fair, Yanjun had a point. However, once Lu Shui said no, it was hard to change her mind. Yanjun noticed the slight change in Lu Shui's expression and thought of another approach. He pretended to realize something and said, "You aren't scared, are you? Worried that spending time with me might lead to feelings? Stop. How about a 60 to 40 split? You take 40, and I take 60. Are you brave enough to agree? It's just teaming up, huh?" She didn't believe he would back down over a 60 to 40 split. If he was willing to agree to that, she would take advantage of the situation. Even if it meant working for free, Yanjun wouldn't complain, as he was just there to support her and make his presence known. Let's have a pleasant partnership. Lu Shui shot him a glance, but didn't shake his outstretched hand. Yanjun wasn't embarrassed. He retracted his hand and asked, "When are you planning to leave?" "Let's discuss the details." Okay. Now that they had agreed to team up, Lu Shui quickly adjusted and seriously discussed the departure time, vehicle situation, destination, and number of people with Yanjun. On the other side of the world, Qin Yi and his 4 companions set up camp where they had encountered the mysterious woman. Since they lost track of her, they decided to wait for her to come to them. Sure enough, she arrived. This time, she appeared confidently. Dressed in a high-quality combat suit with a low bun, she was tall and strikingly beautiful, though her makeup seemed to hide her true appearance. It's hard to tell her true appearance, so I can't guess her age, but she seems quite young. When she appeared, she ignored the other 4 people and focused her gaze solely on Qin Yi, looking him up and down with a cold or slightly angry expression, like an instructor watching a disappointing recruit. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned. He was sure he had never met this woman before. She remained silent for a while, so Qin Yi set aside his doubts and said, "Hello, may I ask what you need? Are you from the Qin family?" "The son of Qin Binghua." "That's right." The woman frowned slightly, her expression showing disdain. She continued, "How did you get your space buttons and flying devices?" Qin Yi stared at the woman in front of him, a sudden surge of anger rising in his eyes, and his 4 companions felt the same way. "You 5 can't threaten me. Whether you talk or not, I'll give you 3 coordinates for an underground research facility. The first coordinate is, after giving the 3 coordinates, The mysterious woman turned to leave. Qin Yi and the others immediately chased after her. You can't catch up. By the way, the signal device in the country hasn't successfully sent any information outside. After saying this, the woman stepped onto a floating board and quickly sped away. There's no need to chase, she's right. Brother E, are we just letting her go? She knows about sister-in-law's secret. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked old Qin. Besides, that woman doesn't seem to have bad intentions. I agree with old Yang. Boss, she seems to know your dad. Qin gestured for everyone to stop. This isn't the time to discuss whether we know her. We need to focus on those 3 coordinates and that lady. Old Yang, what do you think? She gave us the coordinates without any further explanation, but she seems to know a lot about us. She knows we would blow up the place even if she didn't say anything. She first asked about the space buttons and flying devices without getting an answer, then mentioned the underground research facility. I suspect the facility she mentioned is researching alien technology. As soon as Qin Yi and his team learned that Su Yan could trade with other dimensions, they became fully convinced of it. Yang Jingwei had a similar opinion but was unsure if the Underground Technology Research Institute had ever contacted alien civilizations. Qin Yi shared his doubts with his 4 teammates. Yang Jingwei said, I suspect their research has come to a halt. Otherwise, they wouldn't send so many spies to gather information on us. Luo Fuan added, what good things could the Underground Research Institute be working on? It's all a mess, Zhang Yuan remarked. Before blowing it up, we should capture a few key personnel for questioning. We might get some useful information. Chen Dingshan stated, I'll do whatever the boss says. Only by destroying it can they cut off any wild ideas from the other side. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Only one force can possess alien technology, and that force must be China. After discussing it, the 5 members of the team unanimously agreed to blow it up. Finally, they needed to consult Commander Sheng. Qin Yi's communication reached Commander Sheng, who happened to have Su Yan with him, and she listened to the entire situation. Grandpa, I am the best choice to blow up the Underground Research Institute. Anyone else would be in danger, but I can avoid it. Please let me go. I disagree. Both Sheng Zuchang and Qin Yi rejected her proposal at the same time. Su Yan was not so easily discouraged. While her grandfather and Qin Yi worried about her safety, she was also concerned about their safety. Grandpa, it's now perpetual daylight with no night cover, making it difficult for Qin Yi and the others to operate. I can really handle it. Remember before the apocalypse, I could move freely in and out of the central bank vault of Eagle Sauce. Just let me go. She only needed her grandfather's approval. If he agreed, Qin Yi's opinion wouldn't matter. After much thought, Commander Sheng finally agreed but cautioned, look for a chance to see the lady Qin Yi mentioned. Connecting with her might lead to unexpected gains. Okay, Su Yan forgot all about the shops. Lu Shui drove back to Zone S, briefed the elderly lady for a moment, and then took out the flying vehicle from her backyard, heading straight to the address Qin Yi provided. Since I activated my mental power, I decided to control the aircraft myself without using Hehe. I doubled the speed and reached the destination in less than 2 hours. The destination was one of the coordinates provided by the lady. Qin Yi and his team of 5 were already waiting there. I knew you would hurry, Su Yan said as Qin Yi approached her when her aircraft landed. Although he sounded like he was scolding her, there was a hint of affection in his tone. Hurry? Mental power is a great thing. Controlling the aircraft is easy. No wonder you were so slow learning to fly with Hehe before you activated your mental power. You didn't have it then. Su Yan beamed at him, effectively silencing his lecture. After greeting Su Yan, the other 4 teammates wasted no time and entered their temporary tent to discuss the plan. Su Yan was in charge of placing the bombs. After setting them up at 3 locations, they would detonate them simultaneously to prevent the other side from communicating. Researchers can be as stubborn as crazy people. It won't be easy to get them to talk. I'll find some truth serum for you. Su Yan browsed through the trading dimension to see if there was anything that could make people tell the truth. Qin Yi took the serum and said, thanks, dear. Be careful and keep in touch. Su Yan gave him an okay sign and then asked Luo Fuan and Yang Jingwei, do you need any extra supplies or weapons? She was like a mobile weapons and supplies depot. Everyone said they had enough weapons and supplies for now and didn't need anything additional. Qin Yi and his team escorted Su Yan to set the bombs in 2 locations, with the last one being the largest underground research facility to capture people. Su Yan entered the research facility very smoothly, without any guards. Of course, only she could do it so easily. Even Qin Yi wouldn't be able to enter so effortlessly, as every entrance had locks more advanced than those of a central bank vault. Perhaps it was a product of alien civilization? It was hard to say, but Su Yan didn't mind. She had a small lock robot, which would just take a few more seconds. After passing through 3 doors, she was supposed to enter an elevator that went directly underground, truly making it an underground research facility. Even though the elevator's power light was on, Su Yan didn't dare to take the risk. What if it suddenly lost power? The chance of that happening was 1 in a billion, but then again, she had experienced rebirth, so anything was possible. She chose to take the stairs. Climbing down more than 10 flights of stairs, she kept turning and turning. Wearing her disguise, she wasn't afraid of running into anyone, but it was quite frightening to walk down without encountering a single person. Finally, she reached the bottom floor, a spacious area filled with advanced technology. She was relieved to see some people, though not many. It was a vast place, and there were only about 10 people in sight. Everyone was quietly busy with their tasks. Of course, if they weren't busy, they wouldn't have noticed Su Yan. She carefully placed heavy bombs in spots that were unlikely to be disturbed. Each time she set one down, her heart ached. It was such a waste of resources. The first target location was completed easily. If it had been any member of Qin Yi's team, it wouldn't have been so simple. Avoiding the people's gaze and the detection from the equipment inside was quite a challenge. Next, she moved to the next coordinate. The structure was almost the same, but the instruments and materials on the bottom floor were different. With Su Yan's limited knowledge, it seemed like they were researching different things. It didn't matter. Whether they were different or not, they would be gone from the Earth in just a few hours. The second location also went smoothly, but Su Yan had a strange feeling that someone was watching her from behind. At the final coordinate, 5 more teammates joined her, but the process remained the same. Su Yan first found a suitable spot to place the bombs, and after finishing, she shared the distribution of personnel in the area with the group chat. Then, the 5 members in the chat divided the tasks among themselves and headed straight to the designated target from the stairway. Only 2 were needed. The rest were to leave no witnesses. Su Yan wasn't good at capturing people, so after completing her task, she returned to the surface. After a while, when she saw the 5 members bringing out 2 individuals, she handed a few remote controls to Qin Yi. "Here, you can handle this. I'll take the aircraft to the other 2 locations to detonate." Okay, since it was just detonating the bombs, there was no need to bring anyone along, so Qin Yi didn't suggest it. As Su Yan finished detonating the second target and was preparing to return to meet Qin Yi, she encountered someone trying to intercept the aircraft. It seems that this is the lady Qin Yi encountered. He had described her, and her makeup and clothes haven't changed. I thought I would have to search for her after the event, but she has come to me. However, Su Yan was very curious about how she discovered her. The aircraft was in stealth mode, right? Before she could ask, the other person explained, "Don't doubt it. I've been following you. The stealth mode only works on ordinary people. If your mental power level is high enough, you can sense your flight path, so that's how it is." Su Yan suddenly remembered that when she came from her country, she also activated stealth mode, but as soon as she arrived at Qin Yi's location, he knew she was there. This meant her man and his teammates must have high mental power levels too. But now is not the time to think about that. Su Yan turned off the stealth mode of the aircraft, opened the hatch, and stepped down. "Hello, may I ask why you've been following me? I'm curious about your aircraft, space buttons, and some weapons. They're not products of this era." "Young lady, where did you get these things? That request seems a bit rude, doesn't it? Would you be willing to let me see your true face if I asked you to remove your heavy makeup?" The mysterious woman let out a soft laugh, clearly annoyed. "Not going to tell me?" "No. Unless you tell me who you are, which faction you belong to, why you warned Qin Yi to blow up these 3 places, and why you are following me." The woman lowered her eyes, as if she was thinking or recalling something. Then she slowly said, "As far as I know, about 20 years ago, extraterrestrial beings appeared here, bringing some alien civilization. Certain personnel from the US made a deal with them, where the extraterrestrials provided high-tech products and information for research, aiming to replace the unknown materials needed for alien products with existing materials from Earth. It makes sense. Catching up to technology that is hundreds or even thousands of years ahead is not easy, especially when materials are a major issue. But a deal? Selling out Earth?" The woman continued speaking. Later, due to some issues, the aliens left, and there was no guidance at the research institute. The research came to a standstill until recently, when something appeared in our country that took the other country a long time to produce. If we have it, why should others have it? If we don't use it, what's the point of keeping it? After hearing the woman's words, Su-Yen could somewhat understand why they wanted to destroy the research institute. By the way she referred to our country, Su-Yen could categorize her as an ally. For some reason, Su-Yen believed the woman's words. However, she still hadn't answered who she was or why she was following her. Wait, could this woman also be involved in the destruction of the research institute? With that thought, Su-Yen asked her. The woman replied, "Who I am is not important and I can't do that. I have one more question. Would you be willing to return to the Huaxia base with us?" No, the woman refused firmly. Su-Yen felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't reach an agreement, not even getting a name. Fortunately, her grandfather thought she could extract some information, but she wasn't that kind of person. She just wasn't very perceptive. However, from this conversation, Su-Yen concluded that the woman was from the same background as her and seemed to have some connection to the aliens from 20 years ago. Moreover, this woman also had alien products in her possession. Su-Yen wanted to say something else, but then Qin-Yi's communication came through. "Yen, I'll be back soon." Su-Yen was standing quite close to the woman, and Qin-Yi noticed the mysterious woman beside his wife. He didn't say much, just confirmed that she was safe before ending the call. Did he worry that the mysterious woman might be a threat to Su-Yen?
Qin-Yi never worried about that.
If you asked him where his confidence came from, he wouldn't know. You two seem to have a good relationship. You saw it. I'm going to meet them now.